I awakened the SSS level Corpse Servant talent, but the Academy evaluated it as the worst talent in history. Even my closest sister once advised me to give up the contract. Just because the Corpse Servant's talent can only find the most disgusting zombie contract, once the low intelligence zombie in the contract, it is likely to be indiscriminate between enemy and us. A little carelessness will be bitten by the zombie, directly declaring death. And the 5 major colleges do not have a Corpse Servant department mentor at all. From both a safety and a development perspective, the college will not place a time bomb here. To this, I just sneered. Wait until I become powerful. Don't cry and beg me. Just because I obtained the divine level corpse nurturing system when I awakened, and obtained 2 kinds of talent abilities. The first talent is the divine level necromancer. Not only immune to all corpse poisons, but also has a 100% success rate when contracting the coffin spirits of the necromancers. And the number of contracts is doubled directly. During battles, all necromancers under oneself can be controlled simultaneously. The second talent is the evil breaking golden eyes, which not only allows you to see the panel attributes of demons when contracting, but also can release an extremely powerful golden beam of destruction. At this time, I quickly arrived at the contracting center. Just as I stepped into the hall, a cold air suddenly came from behind me, as if some dirty thing appeared behind me. Hello, I am Xiao Mei, the temporary guide of the contract center. May I help you with anything? A crisp voice sounded, and I suddenly turned around to see a young female ghost in white clothes floating in the air. I paused for a second and asked, "Where does the contract coffin spirit want to go?" The young female ghost waved at me and said, "Please follow me." Shortly afterwards, I arrived at the Covenant Hall in the underground, where I found that the coffins sealing the monsters were divided into 2 types, hexagonal coffins and square coffins. However, they were all sealed and covered, making it impossible to determine their levels. To summon the coffin spirits inside the Covenant, it felt like opening a blind box. But for me, this place was like a market, where I could pick whatever caught my eye. With the thought of the breaking evil golden eyes, an imperceptible light flickered in my eyes. Then, I looked at a sealed coffin, and in front of me appeared an attribute panel, with the name Bone Knight, the race Undead, sealed at level C golden profound coffin, with a level cap of 49. After seeing the information, I pondered. This monster, as the first Covenant object, had great potential, but its race was not a zombie, which did not meet the Covenant object criteria. Following that, I looked at another coffin, named the Crackmouth Woman, a demon of the ghost race, sealed in a D-grade silver ancestral coffin with a level cap of 39. I looked at dozens of coffins in a row, and the one with the highest potential was the skeleton knight lying in the golden mysterious coffin. Most of the others were bronze coffins, and I haven't found any black iron coffins yet. Disappointment showed on my face, but I continued to wander in the contract hall. Later, I found a hexagonal coffin, named the Hell Flame Demon, a demon of the demon race, sealed in an A-grade true King Jade coffin with a level cap of 69. This is the highest sealed existence in the entire hall. As long as someone successfully contracts it, they will definitely become the most enviable existence among the students in Maple Peak City. However, my face became extremely ugly, because there was not only no black iron coffin in all the coffins, but also no coffin spirit of the Corpse Clan. At this moment, I said to Xiao Mei behind me, "I need a contract with the coffin spirit of the Corpse Clan. Do you know where the coffins that seal them are placed?" Xiao Mei frowned at the words. Her face suddenly became somewhat strange. Just then an old man's voice came. "Young man, go to the abandoned warehouse behind the contract center with Xiao Mei. The coffin spirits of the Corpse Clan are all there." The white-haired old man is the president of the Fengyue City Tomb-Seeking Association, a legendary coffin master. Chen Shuezong. Chen Lao, didn't you say that many of the new corpse spirits have already broken the coffins? This young man hasn't made a contract yet. Is it appropriate to let him go now? The one speaking is Wang Ming, the curator of the contract center. It doesn't matter. Since he wants to go, let him go. Watching my figure walking away, Chen Lao frowned and said slowly, "Just now, every time this kid passed by a golden mysterious coffin or a dark golden dragon coffin, he would pause for 2 seconds in front of it. He also found that emerald coffin, but he wants to contract with the corpse spirit. You should be able to guess the reason behind it." After listening to Mr. Chen's words, Wang Ming's face was instantly blank, with a look of extreme shock in his eyes. It should be noted that the coffins in the contract hall were all sent by the Grave Robbers Association. Apart from Mr. Chen, hardly anyone knows where they come from and what potential they have. Mr. Chen had told him before that there was an A-level true King Jade coffin among them, but he never expected that this young man could sense its ceiling level, and after selecting it, he didn't want to open the coffin contract, which is really outrageous. Mr. Chen, are you saying that his talent is related to the Corpse Clan? If that's the case, It's such a waste of this sensing ability. The necromancer's coffin spirit is too weak, almost unable to beat any other potential coffin spirits. I estimate his future achievements are limited. After the excitement, Wang Ming's mood became complicated, and his tone was full of regret. Hearing Chen Lao's words, looking at me leaving, he then smiled and said, "It is indeed difficult for the necromancer to win against other races, but don't forget about a certain guy. He is also a talented necromancer, but his zombie king Xian Kuwei is even stronger than many demon lords." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming shook his head and smiled. "Chen Lao, you are joking. Lin Jizuan is a once-in-a-lifetime genius. This young man cannot be compared to him at all. I always feel that this little guy is extraordinary." Chen Lao stroked his beard and said with a hint of anticipation in his tone, "He will participate in live combat training this afternoon, right? If he performs well, I wouldn't mind giving him a big gift." "Chen Lao, I still don't have high hopes for him," Wang Ming said with an embarrassed smile on his face. At that moment, Chen Lao's face changed, and he quickly summoned a jade coffin about 1 meter long. With a thud, a tender girl's voice came out of the coffin. "I want to eat meat." Wang Ming looked at the emerald coffin in front of him, and shock flashed in his eyes as he said, "Elder Chen, this is the little guy that the old man dug out from the mausoleum of an ancient secret realm 2 days ago. However, old me was unable to tame it, so I could only find another master for it." Elder Chen smiled, then released the coffin spirit. It was a small dumpling with a charm attached to its head, holding a copper sword and wearing an indigo-colored official uniform, which looked quite cute. Chen Lao touched the little dumpling's head and said towards Wang Ming, "Old man will first take it out for a stroll and get something for it to eat, so I won't stay here much longer." Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of a huge abandoned warehouse in the center of the compact. Xiaomei floated in midair and pointed at the large rusty iron gate in front of her. "This is it. The guy's coffins are in containers, so you can open the doors and check them out one by one." Yi Mo nodded, then walked towards the iron door. This warehouse was far more bizarre than the Hall of Deeds, and it made his heart feel a twinge of uneasiness. The warehouse was surrounded by a tall tin wall 20 meters away, and a faint stench of decay wafted through the air from time to time. The rusty gate even had a biochemical warning sign printed on it. "There shouldn't be a zombie running out of the coffin," Yi Mo mentally muttered. The thought of immediately contracting a coffin spirit and completing the mission, his mood became somewhat more pleasant. Accelerating his pace to the large iron door, he hastily pulled out the pins on it and pushed the door in, running towards the warehouse. The warehouse was slightly dark and the floor was stained with patches of dried blood, but it doesn't diminish his enthusiasm. Looking at the rows of rusty containers in front of him, Yi Mo did not hesitate and walked to the nearest one to open the door in front of the coffin inspection. Name, Common Zombie. Race, Corpse. Seal Level F Grade Black Iron Magic Coffin, Level Cap 19. Talents, Pain Immunity. Corpse Poison. Skill Bite. Deficiencies, Fragile Body. Slow Movement. Rating, Garbage. 1 punch to the head. This is real trash. When Yi Mo saw this, he also spat out a sigh, and then continued to examine the coffin. Name, Copper Armor Corpse. Race, Corpse. Ghost. Seal Level A Grade F Black Iron Demon Coffin. Talent, Copper Skin. Corpse Poison. Skill Bite. Weaknesses, Extreme Fear of Light. Fire. Breath Lock. Rating, Trashy as Hell. Afraid of light and fire. Relies on the target's breathing to determine position. Name, Zombie Dogs. Race, Corpse. Feral. Seal Level A Grade E Bronze Ancient Coffin, Level Cap 29. Talents, Pain Immunity. Corpse Poison. Skills, Tearing. Tracking. Flaw, Misalignment. Comments, a nice pet. Occasionally hostile and biting. Remember to keep on leash. Black-eyed blood-sucking zombie. Black Iron. White-haired walking stiff. Black Iron. Odd walker. Bronze. Viral mummy. Bronze. Vampire slave. Black Iron. From the very beginning of being full of anticipation to annoyingly and violently kicking open the container's iron door, Yi Mo only spent a few minutes. Though many of the lower potential coffin spirits will hate the sunlight, but the only ones who are afraid of light are zombies, and a strong flashlight can easily paralyze them. And the zombies are even more flawed. There can't really be only 2 types of ceiling level coffin spirits, F and E. In here, Yi Mo muttered. Suddenly, several horrible roars appeared in the dimly lit warehouse. Yi Mo turned around and had trouble with his hair. More than a dozen figures had unexpectedly appeared outside those containers that he had opened in the beginning. Their feet stumbled and low growls came out of their mouths, like walking corpses, and they looked incredibly eerie. Crap, how did these guys get out? Yi Mo's heart was shocked and he didn't dare to breathe. Meanwhile, another thump of tin sounded as if it were stepping on his heart. An eerie copper-armored corpse had suddenly appeared on top of the container. This nigga. Gotta hurry up and contract a coffin spirit to protect myself. Yi Mo's face was incomparably ugly. And then cat-like, he lightly backed up 5 meters to the nearest container. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the container door. After unlocking it, he looked inside to one of the largest hexagonal coffins. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002. Race, Corpse. Seal Level, Grade D Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Total Viral Reinforcement, Strength, Endurance, Agility, Defense. Skills, Tear, Running Attack, Destructive Strike, Primary Healing, Jutsu, Binding Release, when threatened with life or continuous attack. Cardiovascular Dilation. Body turns red, transforms into Super Tyrant form, and full viral enhancement effect is boosted by 2 times. Defects, no. Number of times it can evolve, 1 time. You can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength and limited potential. Looking at the panel attributes of the Coffin Spirit, Yi-Mo was instantly delighted. Although it was only a coffin spirit sealed by the silver coffin, it was completely capable of killing the few zombies that popped up in front of it in seconds. Not to mention that in the ghoul lineage, D-rank potential was a rare existence. It's time for a deed or not? Without any hesitation, Yi-Mo looked at the seal on the coffin. A ball of golden light emerged from his palm and pressed directly on it, only to see the coffin quickly turn into the size of a palm, disappearing along with the seal on it, transforming into a hexagram formation that merged into the seal space within Yi-Mo's body. Ding! The host has successfully contracted the Coffin Spirit. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Ghoul Template Raffle Ticket *1, plus 200 experience. Congratulations to the host. Primordial Tyrant T002's intimacy has reached the full value of 100, sacrificing one's life to protect one's master. Congratulations to the host. Primordial Tyrant T002 leveled up to LV2 servant level. 0 out of 440 experience required for next level. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback and a slight increase in spiritual power. Please ask the host to name the Coffin Spirit. The beep that sounded in his head instantly made Yi-Mo breathe a sigh of relief. Not easy. Finally contracted the first Coffin Spirit. Feeling the white silver coffin in the seal space inside his body, as well as the spirit of the coffin feeding back to him, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yi-Mo's mouth. From memory, Tyrant was an extremely scary zombie, and now it had the added benefit of the divine level Corpsekeeper talent, causing it to double its strength once again. The strength that this level 2 Tyrant could currently exert was enough to crush countless coffin spirits of the same rank. Since you are my first coffin spirit, it is necessary for me to make your fierce name spread throughout this world. That's why the name Tyrant suits you best. A confident look appeared in Yi-Mo's eyes, followed by kicking the unlocked container door open. Bang! A violent ringing sound instantly appeared in the silent warehouse, swinging in echo. All of the coffin-breaking zombies in the warehouse turned to look at the source of the sound when they heard it. For a moment, all the corpse demons seemed to be crazy, and roars came out of their throats in the direction Yi-Mo lunged over. Good timing. Whether I die or live depends on you, Yi-Mo lightly shouted. His palm emitted golden light and pressed towards the ground. With a loud boom, the formation quickly surfaced. The silver coffin that had originally been put into the seal space instantly rushed out from the ground. Roar! An incomparably furious roar rang out. A figure more than 2 meters tall, covered with dead gray muscles, with hideous blood vessels clearly visible and huge sharp claws in his palms, directly leaped out of the silver coffin and blocked in front of Yi-Mo. Tyrant, give it to me, Yi-Mo said excitedly. With these words, Tyrant nodded, only to see it stretch out a hand and easily yank down the iron door of the container and throw it towards the corpses, smashing several zombies toppling to the ground. Then his legs stomped and lifted his huge sharp claws, as if he was a meat grinder, charging directly into the corpses. Roar! The tyrant roared furiously and swung his sharp claws frantically. Each of its strikes was incomparably terrifying, instantly tearing ordinary zombies alive into pieces and blowing up a rain of rotting blood, appearing extremely violent. The defense of the copper-armored zombie also seemed like paper, and it was directly pierced by one of its blows, flew backwards for more than 10 meters, and smashed down on the open space outside the warehouse, being scorched by the sunlight with a burst of blue smoke. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed an ordinary zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed the copper-armored zombie, doubling his experience and gaining 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed the strange walker, doubling his experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed the black-eyed bloodsucker zombie. The continuous boosting sound sounded, and Yi-Mo only felt a surge of excitement. Sure enough, there's experience in killing monsters. Cool. At this rate, by the time Tyrant finished killing these 10 or so coffin-breaking demons, he would have every chance of rising to level 3. Wouldn't it be awesome to have Tyrant slaughter the entire warehouse of demons? At this point, the gleam in Yemo's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he surveyed the containers that had yet to be inspected with interest, murmuring, I don't think there will be any coffin spirits with stronger potential existing in these coffins in the back, and I'm just starting out now, so it's not a good time to be distracted by training multiple low-potential coffin spirits. The worst potential for a follow-up coffin spirit would have to be on par with a Tyrant to make it work. Anyway, letting Tyrant complete an evolution first is the way to go. For the Advanced Corpse Template raffle ticket rewarded by the system, Yemo did not intend to use it on Tyrant. For one thing, after using the template, the coffin spirit's likeness will be finalized. The visual impact of this body of the Tyrant was not as oppressive as that of a demon, but it was still incomparably terrifying and chilling, without the need to change its appearance. Secondly, he wanted to use the template on a female coffin spirit with a higher ceiling level so as to maximize its value. At the same time, he also wanted to see what kind of powerful existence this Tyrant could eventually advance into. If it kept on advancing, it would definitely overturn the perceptions of all coffin suppressors. Walkers and zombies of the same potential are the weakest, demons and ghosts strongest? Sorry, Yemo now wants to hang them with the weakest race. Ding! The Tyrant level has been raised to LV3 Servant level. Experience required for next level 20/720. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a slight increase in spiritual power. Ding! As the host is commanding a coffin spirit to complete a battle for the first time. Unlock the first battle achievement. Reward random coffin spirit skill, hypermatter penetration, 8th order. The system voice sounded again. 8th rank skill? Yemo was instantly dumbfounded. 8th order skills are generally only available to coffin spirits after they reach level 80. But an 8th order skill had appeared on a zombie with D rank potential. Who would dare to believe it when it was said? This is an absolute king bomb. After sending President Chen away, Wang Ming returned to the curator's office. Out of curiosity about Yemo, he took back the other party's information as he passed by the registration office. Elder Chen is so optimistic about him. Is it possible that this young man is a genius of Fengyu First Middle School? Wang Ming leisurely sat on the chair, picked up the hot tea that had just been brewed, blew on it, took a small sip, and savored it. Immediately following, he picked up the information he had just brought back and flipped through it twice. Yemo, 20 years old, height 178 centimeters, repeat student at Fengyu City's First Middle School, talent, corpse servant. When he read what was registered on it, the hand holding the teacup shook, and the boiling hot tea spilled directly onto his pants, scalded him and made him jump. Crap, so he's the oddball who stood on top of the Fengyu one middle school building 2 years ago and yelled all afternoon? Elder Chen is looking away? Wang Ming was puzzled. A legendary powerhouse like President Chen was the only one in Fengyu City. Moreover, he managed the tomb-seeking guild and had seen as many geniuses as he could, and there were definitely not many that could be appreciated by him. Wang Ming didn't think too far ahead and just shook his head, smiling faintly and saying, perhaps it's because Supreme Lin has recently suppressed an abyss that was too bright. And coffin suppressor masters whose main fighting force is the corpse race are too rare. That's what gave Chen Lao this idea. While sighing, Wang Ming seemed to think of something, and his face froze. Oops. The young man didn't come out of the warehouse for what seemed like half an hour. What a recklessness! Wang Ming cursed angrily and quickly dialed the security room. The call was quickly answered. Curator, what do you want? Hurry up and send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man named Yi. Live and let die. Yes. Ding. The Tyrant level has been raised to LV5 Servant level. Experience required for next level 820/1400. Level 5 now. Finish up and call it a day. A light smile appeared on Yemo's face as he tore the dirty clothes on his body and threw them on the ground. In a short period of time, he brought Tyrant to open the coffin and directly slaughtered the entire warehouse of demons. The increase in level made the Tyrant powerful, and the aura that was fed back to him also made Yemo's physical condition better. The warehouse reeked of sickening blood at this point. It's like a hell on earth, and it makes your scalp numb. Yemo also went from being uncomfortable at first to letting the sticky blood splatter on top of the white short sleeves in less than 2 minutes. While excited, he shook his head helplessly. There were over 100 coffin spirits sealed in the large warehouse, and excluding the Tyrant, there were no more than E-rank potential. It was no wonder that no one was willing to indenture a corpse race, as most of them were F and E-ranked potentials and had fatal flaws. This is not the case with other races of E-rated potential coffin spirits. Hard work. Tyrant. Yemo punched the hard muscles on Tyrant's arm and laughed. The Tyrant sniffed, glanced at him with a lowered head, scratched his head in confusion, and turned into a stream of light that rushed straight into the silver ancestral coffin. When the coffin boards were automatically covered, Yemo hurriedly used the ceiling formation to include the coffin within the ceiling space. I killed all these coffin spirits. and I don't know if the contract center will come after me. Yemo muttered twice, then took out his cell phone. When he saw the time on his cell phone, his whole body was shocked. Shit, is it 10 o'clock so soon? Hey, too lazy to be gossiped about. Slipped away. It was less than 10 minutes after Yemo left the warehouse. 2 security officers carrying bronze coffins hurried to the iron door of the abandoned warehouse. One of the bald men cursed under his breath and said with incomparable annoyance, I really don't know what that student was thinking, running here without a contracted coffin spirit. It's not a death wish. Maybe he's tired of living. If it wasn't for the curator's order, I wouldn't want to be sent to such a dangerous place by Chuku. Forget it, let's hurry up and summon the coffin spirit, lest we get sneak attacked by the zombies when we go in. The bald man sighed and placed the bronze coffin on his back on the ground. The seal on the coffin was then undone, releasing a green-skinned ghoul. Seeing this, the other companion also summoned a skeleton soldier with a short sword. Open the door, Old Lou, the bald man said as he pushed his companion. Old Lou sniffed, and immediately became unhappy. Nima, why don't you drive? What if the door opens and a large group of walkers run out? I'm here to get a fucking paycheck, not to sell my life. To drive you drive. Oh, I've recorded it. If you don't open it, I'll tell Chopi what you said later. Crap, dead bald guy, you're shitting me. Old Lou's face was ugly and he cursed angrily. Then he held his breath, his palms sweating, and slowly pushed toward the iron door. Seeing this, the bald man took a few steps towards the front and also reached out a hand to press on the other side of the door, his eyes instantly becoming serious. With the creaking of metal rubbing together, the iron door was gradually pushed open. The imaginary horde of zombies didn't appear. Only a strong fishy odor slowly drifted from the warehouse. Nothing is happening? I guess these walkers haven't broken the coffin yet. Come on, get in there. The two of them raised their spirits and led the coffin spirit together towards the warehouse. As the two of them vigilantly entered within the warehouse, they only felt a strong sense of suffocation hit them. What's going on? The bald man was so shocked that his tone shivered a little. The originally dark and gloomy warehouse had a few large holes broken in the walls, shining in rays of sunlight, just enough to give a glimpse of the situation inside. The ground was soggy and coagulated with sticky blood, and limbs and broken arms were scattered everywhere, as if it was hell, full of death. Many of these containers had a scratch as well as a hole in them, as if they had been scratched by some monster, looking extremely horrible. You said, is there a possibility that it was that student who did it after he contracted the coffin spirit? Old Lou gulped and stiffened, shifting his eyes to the bald man. This can't be. The intensity of this attack feels even more terrifying than our coffin spirit at the peak of the servant level. Where in this warehouse was there such a powerful ghoul for him to contract? I have a feeling he's been eaten by the demons, Bald said with certainty. Just then, Old Lou noticed a rotten white shortsleeve stained with blood falling on the ground not far away. Bald head. Look there, Old Lou pointed not far away. When the bald man saw this, he frowned. Suspiciously, he walked over, while having the coffin spirit follow him on guard. Crouching down, he picked up the dress and scrutinized it. A few seconds later, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed rows of footprints appearing in the coagulated blood on the ground. Looking in the direction of the footprints left behind, an extremely shocked look appeared in the bald man's eyes. Old Lou, it seems like this student isn't dead. Look at this row of footprints. Baldy hurriedly stood up and pointed at the ground. Old Lou sniffed and was a bit dumbfounded. Crap, these footprints aren't dry yet. He should have just left. It can't really be me. A student with a freshly contracted coffin spirit took out the entire warehouse of demons? If that's true, that's terrible. Hurry up and inform Joe Pippi of the news before you say anything. The bald man's tone was filled with incredulity. Old Lou nodded and hurriedly dialed a phone number. After waiting for the call to be connected, he took a deep breath and forced himself to hold back the shock and said, Captain, all the demons in the warehouse have broken out of their coffins. Before he could finish his sentence, a haughty extra message voice directly interrupted him, saying, I see, so can you still save the student? Captain, he left before we got here. Those demons. Just walk away. I don't need to tell you what to do with the demons. Don't you know how to lock the warehouse door? You've been under me for so many years. You're not smart enough to handle this? Watch out, I'll dock your pay for the month. Cho, Captain's lesson is right. We'll close the door now. Get your ass back on guard duty after you close the door. I have diarrhea now, and I'll let the curator know when I'm done. You won't have to go and explain it to the curator. The other end of the phone hung right up. Old Lou sniffed and tightened the fists in his hands, his face becoming incomparably gloomy. Old Lou, don't put on a bitter face. I've recorded it. Now we're just waiting for Chopi to report the situation to the curator. He doesn't even know what's going on here and he has the audacity to bleep. He's definitely screwed this time, the bald man said as he patted the other's shoulder. Ha ha, not bad. For the first time, I find your bald head so agreeable. Old Lou jumped up and wrapped his arms around the bald head and stroked it a few times, his face full of excitement. Roll roll roll. 10 minutes ago, Yama didn't go out of his way. Turn left directly after exiting the warehouse and head towards the nearest fence. This was followed by a blatant climb over the fence under surveillance. Granted, it would be a bit unorthodox for him to kill all the demons in the warehouse, but that's a lot of experience, so I kinda feel sorry for myself if I don't brush it. Besides, that was just self-defense, and even if the contract center wanted to find trouble, it couldn't do anything about YMO. As for why they climbed the fence, it's simple. The first is nostalgia for youth. Another reason is that walking through the front door naked is a bad influence and can easily attract attention. He also didn't want to be fingered, and was even more lazy about it. If he was the only one, he could do as he pleased. But with a sister, a lot of things have to be reined in. Soon, he came to a small lake near the center of the compact and took a plunge. Once he was cleaned, he sat down on the shore and turned his cell phone on. YMO was confused when he looked at the message list showing 99+. You stay out of my business, YMO. Where have you been? Where are the people? Anger. My business you stay out of, YMO. Have you succeeded in your contract yet? Mind your own business frowny face YMO. I've awakened the super rank talent Flame Baptism. Awesome. Mind your own business. I'm almost at the center of the deed. Why don't you say something? Rage. When YMO saw these last few entries, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Emosia, Flame Baptism? Not bad. It's just barely better than me. My business you keep out of it. You keep out of it. I don't want to care about you. Disdain. Emosia, hashtag picking his nose. My business you stay out of frowny face. Can you not post this emoji? Smile, smile, smile. Emosia? Mind your own business frowny face. I've arrived at the contracting center and am going to contract the coffin spirit. When I contract a high potential coffin spirit, I promise to piss you off. Smiles, ink evil, wait. Mind your own business. What else? Hashtag smile hashtag. Ink evil, 30 rows and 7 columns. Stay out of my business? Dumb. Ink evil, coffin location with demonic fire attribute coffin spirit inside. The ceiling level is great a true king emerald coffin. Remember to contract it. YMO sent the photo of the coffin he had taken earlier and stopped looking at his cell phone. I don't have the qualifications for the examination, so it seems that I won't be able to go to Zhengguan Academy to further my education. There's only one path that suits me now. First go to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify the status of a coffin suppressor, and then go to the dangerous land outside the city to practice. YMO sat by the small lake, pondering. When he had wrung the water out of his pants, he bought a random shirt from a nearby stall and put it on, as well as getting a black cloak for the Tyrant. Immediately after that, he went straight in the direction of the Tomb Seekers Guild. In this world, all those who have contracted a coffin spirit must go to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify their identity before they can truly be a coffin suppressor. 80% of the blue planet has been taken over by magical creatures, and there are countless dangerous and secret places where humans have been relegated to towns and cities, because it was too dangerous outside the city. Ordinary people were expressly forbidden to leave the city, and the status of coffin suppressor is undoubtedly a passport to freedom in major base cities. Ding! Your coffin spirit is currently in the state of starvation due to heavy battle consumption. Please take care to feed promptly. The sudden sound of a beep immediately caused YMO to slow down his pace. He then hastily checked up on the Tyrant's attributes. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant T002, Tyrant. Race, Corpse. Level, LV. 5 Servant, Level 1 to 19. Experience, 820/1400. Seal Level, Laughing Face. Grade Silver Ancestral Coffin, Cap Level 39. Talent, Total Viral Enhancement. Skills, Destructive Strike. Running Attack. Tier, Primary Healing. Super Matter Penetration, 8th Level. Jutsu, Binding Release. Defects, no. Intimacy, 100, sacrificing his life to protect his master. Current status, hungry, needs 200 pounds of fresh flesh and blood to replenish energy. Number of times it can evolve, 1 time. You can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies. With excellent language comprehension, average strength and limited potential. 200 pounds of fresh blood and flesh? YMO's expression froze. At this moment, he finally somewhat understood what the so-called corpse raising was all about. This Tyrant's meal size is kinda outrageous. Sensing the Tyrant's listlessness in the sealed space, he immediately decided to stop by the largest blood and flesh market in the neighborhood. Boss, give me 200 pounds of pork. In front of a meat stall at the blood and meat market, YMO held the only $2,000 left in his hand, and a helpless look appeared on his face. Almost squandered the inheritance left to him by his parents because of the 2 years of swinging for the fences. Of course he only possessed a very small portion of the inheritance. The rest was in Yi Xiaoyao's hands. The reason for this is that sons are raised poor and daughters are raised rich. When the obese meat stall owner saw Yi Mo's meaty expression, a glint flashed in his eyes. He had seen too many people, and could instantly tell who the other person probably was by their demeanor, what they were wearing, etc. The youth in front of him was wearing cheap clothes and wasn't carrying a coffin, so he was definitely an ordinary person, able to slaughter, only to see him reveal a light smile as he put away the price list in front of the stall and said, "Kid, this is the mutated wild boar meat produced by the Camp of Doom, where only a middle-ranked coffin suppressor would dare to set foot. My mutated wild boar meat is not expensive, only 250 per catty, sold from 50 catty. Are you sure you want to buy 200 pounds? Not far away." When the other stall owners saw this scene, they burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, another brainless fool. He doesn't think this is a regular food market, does he? What can $2,000 do here? Kid, if you don't have money, don't spend it here like others. You didn't inquire before coming here. The minimum spending here is over 10,000. Can you afford it as an ordinary person? Listening to the mockery of the surrounding stall owners, Yi Mo's brows slowly furrowed. I just came here to buy some meat. What's wrong with me? And how can you stand it when these people talk so badly? It's a pity that we can't kill people in the inner city, or else these people would definitely become the tyrant's rations. And it shouldn't be a problem to fill up the tyrant's stomach. What are you still standing here in the old man's place for? Why don't you get lost? Can you afford to pay for delaying my business? The obese stall owner cursed when he saw that Yi Mo was still staying put. Yi Mo sniffed and lightly glanced at the stall owner, not wanting to bother with the other party. Immediately after that, he picked up his cell phone and prepared to send a message for Yi Xiaoyao to transfer 10W over to Flower. However, the stall owner grunted coldly and thrust the bone-chopping knife in his hand hard onto the cutting board. He then walked out of the stall and snatched the money from Yi Mo's hand and put it into his pocket, while saying coldly, "Kid, didn't I warn you to leave? The old man is up and down tens of thousands of dollars a minute, and you've held up my business for so long, so I'll count this money as your compensation." When Yi Mo heard this, his face gradually became cold and faint killing intent surged out. When the stall owner saw that he didn't say anything, disdain flashed in his eyes once again, and as he turned around to go back to his stall, his elbow swung gently, directly hitting Yi Mo's cell phone. Snapped. The phone spun around a few times and slammed straight down to the ground, shattering the screen. Yi Mo glanced at the shattered screen and slowly bent down to pick up the phone. The way he moved, everything seemed so natural, like a coward who just had to hold his tongue. Even when they are provoked and trampled underfoot, they do not dare to fight back. That's how a couple of stallholders defined him. They had pitched a lot of people, but it was the first one like Yi Mo who didn't dare to say anything. Yi Mo shook his head and sighed softly, putting the phone into his pocket and turning his head to look at the meat stall owner. And once again, his action caused a roar of laughter around him. Ha ha ha, kid, grow a pair in the future. Some places are not for you to come. The rule of the underdog is valid everywhere. People who can open stalls here have more or less a bit of a coffin suppressor background in their families. Don't think about retaliating against old me. Swallow your losses. This time, take it as your tuition fee. The obese stall owner laughed and ignored Yi Mo's cold eyes, appearing to be in a good mood. The weak and the strong? Yi Mo's faint voice came out. That's a good reminder. Oh, it's good to know. Why don't you get lost? Is it hard to believe that you want to experience it again? Well, I do want to experience it again. Having said that, a golden light quickly flashed in Yi Mo's hand. Immediately after the formation surfaced, a coffin emitting an old silver luster emerged. A roar! Tyrant stepped right out of the coffin. It was already in a hungry state, but at this time, it seemed extremely manic, and its violent roar was deafening, spreading throughout the entire market. All the sounds of the originally noisy and incomparable market were silenced at this moment, leaving only roars echoing. Crap, what's happening? Why is there such a horrible roar? There's no way a demon could have sneaked in. How can it be? We have so many Lord Guardians stationed on the city walls. It's impossible to let the demons enter the city. Then someone should have released the coffin spirit. Why don't we go and take a look? A crowd of murmurs rang out. Countless timid people hurriedly fled towards the outside of the market, leaving a number of bold eaters gathered around. Crap, it's those 5 guys selling meat. They finally kicked the bucket. Big time. Ha ha ha. Not to mention, these 5 guys are really bullish. The coffin suppressor also dares to offend. I just don't know how they're going to end it. Yi Mo ignored the surrounding murmurs and looked at the several stall owners with a bland expression. At this point, several stall owners collapsed on the ground, trembling and looking horrified. The obese stall owner even looked up at the ferocious tyrant, scared to the point of snot and piss. You're actually a coffin suppressor. I'll pay you for your cell phone and give you your money back. Can you spare me? The obese stall owner sat on the ground and backed up while pulling out several $1,000s and throwing them towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo coldly smiled and said, "Is this considered the weakest of the weak? Count." The stall owner hurriedly nodded his head, revealing a fawning expression and said, "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding that I have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, I've given you everything. Can you let me go? Seems like you're a little confused. Ha? Offended better than you and not willing to pay something for your life?" Hearing that, the obese stall owner instantly realized, and quickly said, "I'll immediately transfer $50,000 to you. You do not kill me." Not enough. Yemo shook his head. 100,000. You've been given a chance and you're not hitting it. I'll be damned. What more do you want? My brother is a member of the mighty Ghost's Grave Hunters. I don't believe you dare to touch me in the inner city. Tyrant, kill him. Tyrant, kill him. An icy cold voice came out, causing the obese stall owner's pupils to shrink. Before he could regret it, the tyrant walked up to him with a dull roar and lifted him up with one hand. Next, poof, blood splatters. The sharp claws pierced right through his chest before tearing him to pieces. For a moment, the smell of blood filled the air, and a thick mist of blood hung in the air. A pin dropped in the room. Shocked, dumbfounded, fearful, different expressions surfaced on the faces of the crowd. Everyone couldn't believe that Yemo really dared to make a move. Granted, human life is worthless, but this is in the inner city. Even a coffin suppressor could not escape the order, let alone the obese stall owner's brother who was a member of the infamous mighty Ghost's Grave Hunters. It could be imagined that Yemo's next days would definitely not be easy. It's not worth it. It's too impulsive. What the hell do you know? The beam has been formed. Even if we let this man go, little brother will be retaliated against. Ha 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 ha. Good kill. Great. You're all fiendishly confused. It's not like the meat stall owner did anything terribly wrong. Killing people is wrong after all. In my place, I would have taught him a lesson at most, and would have only chopped off his hands and tongue and made him write a letter of apology and read it to me. That way I can forgive him. Thought you were a Madonna. Didn't realize you were a living hell. The crowd's murmurings were varied and opinions varied. At this point, feeling the fresh blood, the tyrant became incredibly bloodthirsty and his roar became even more deafening. When the crowd saw this scene, they backed up and surged towards the exit of the market. Damn, this zombie seems to be going crazy. Let's get out of here. You old six, why don't you fucking move? And pull me for what? Soon, there were only a few scattered people left in the market of blood and flesh. Yemo was not in a hurry to find trouble with the other few stall owners. Instead, he wanted to verify one thing. He pointed to the fresh pork on the stall next to him and said lightly, "Tyrant, go ahead." Tyrant sniffed and roared out in excitement, hurriedly carrying the entire meat stall and walking towards a nearby corner, avoiding Yemo's line of sight. Immediately afterward, the sound of feasting rang out from around the corner. This guy, he's quite particular. Listening to the beastly sound of eating, a hint of a smile appeared on Yemo's face. Ding, your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding, your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding, your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of pork, doubling its experience and gaining 5 experience points. Ding, the system sound rang out, and Yemo's heart was suddenly excited. Ha ha, I was right. You can gain experience from eating as well. Previously, after Tyrant had risen to level 5, the experience value of killing coffin-breaking fiends was obviously gradually decreasing, and now by eating blood and flesh one could also gain a good amount of experience value. Just by eating 100 pounds of blood and flesh one could gain 50 points, which was several times stronger than killing low-level demons. The experience value is still brushing up. Yemo looked at the several stall owners in front of him who were cowering to the side, trembling, and raised an eyebrow. So what are you prepared to pay for a life? Yemo wasn't a person who was addicted to killing, but these few people's previous ridicule really annoyed him. If he just let these people go, he might not be able to sleep at night. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll transfer $100,000 to you right now. One of the black-clothed stall owners panicked and took out his cell phone and said, "Big brother, I'll transfer $200,000 to you." Another green-clothed stall owner roared out. When the black-clothed stall owner heard this, his face stiffened. Incredulity flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Are you fucking crazy? We are ransoming our lives. You're putting it up for auction here, aren't you? You're the one who's crazy. How did Fatty die just now? Have you forgotten?" Just then, another voice rang out between them while a card was handed out. "Brother, I'll give you my savings. There's $300,000 in it." 6 digits after the password card number. Yemo sniffed and took the stall owner's card, asking, "Is this card Fidelity?" "Fidelity, Fidelity. The money is not a penny less, And the password is absolutely true. I wouldn't dare to joke with my life. Alright, you can go now. Yemo smiled and put the deposit card into his pocket. Then his eyes looked at the remaining 3 and said, "What about you guys? $300,000. Fuck, I'll give you $400,000. Let me go first." "Fuck you, I'm richer than you, $500,000. After a few people left, Yemo took a bench and sat down at a side stall, looking in an extremely good mood. It's just a little bit costly for them, and they're in the millions, which is just awesome. Needless to say, these guys are making a killing just selling meat and pitting people. Hundreds of thousands for this. They are just a small meaning, completely within the range of affordability. Otherwise they would not be this bidding." Yemo was also sure that these few people didn't dare to retaliate against themselves. After all, when an ordinary person made a grudge against a coffin suppressor, the first to die would always be the weak. As for why he hasn't left yet, because if you kill someone in the inner city, you can't walk away. It would be better to stay put and wait for the law enforcement team to arrive. At the same time, the blood and flesh market had so many resources that it was completely enough for the Tyrant to go up a few levels. As long as I can reflect my value, the law enforcement team shouldn't be so bad as to sanction me for a lousy person. Yemo sat quietly, pondering in his heart. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of demonized boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of demonized boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 pounds of demonized boar meat, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. A series of system sounds rang out, instantly causing the contemplative Yemo to stand up in surprise. Crap, this guy really has mutated boar meat in his stall? Yemo's face was ecstatic. This experience swipe was several times more enjoyable than 2 minutes ago. Tyrant's experience seemed to be going up as if on an airplane. I didn't realize that the obese stall owner was really a human being, selling different goods to different people. It's just a shame he kicked the bucket and lost his life. Ding! The Tyrant level has been raised to LV 6 servant level. Experience required to level down 30/1800. Tyrant, eat as much as you can. Manage to get full. Yemo smiled, in a rather good mood. Roar! At this moment, Yemo didn't put the law enforcement team he would soon face in his heart at all. As far as he knows, the strength of the ordinary members of the law enforcement team was usually not too high. It should be around the beginning 7 stars. And the coffin spirit was almost level 15. I'm sure I can handle running into them. If he hadn't awakened the zombie raising system, it was estimated that he would have to spend a year or 2 before he could train an F-rank zombie to full level. And now, just contract Tyrant less than 2 hours, directly rose to level 6. The war power is even more simply horrible. Let's just hope they see the strength I've shown and don't keep me locked up for too long. Yemo looked at the phone with the broken screen and shook his head helplessly. The cell phone didn't work. Otherwise it would have been perfectly fine to ask Yi Xiaoyao to come over and fish herself out. After all, a genius with super-order talent plus a contracted A-rank demon was enough to draw the attention of the entire city. The law enforcement team would definitely sell her face. This little brother. I would like to ask why you are so flustered. Could it be that something happened up ahead? On the road near the blood and meat market, an old man who was walking his child stopped a youth with a panicked face. The youth returned to his senses when he heard the oldest master's words and hurriedly advised, "Master, you can't go any further that way. There were a couple of meat sellers just now pitting a young coffin suppressor." As a result, it caused that coffin keeper to become furious and directly released a tyrant walker to eat them all. That tyrant zombie is horrible. Over 4 meters tall, bloody mouth. He could eat a fat man in one bite. AI. By now that coffin suppressor must have lost his mind and let the tyrant go on a massacre spree in the market. The youth sighed and colorfully said, "Luckily I was the first to run out. Otherwise, you'll just end up as zombie feces." As President Chen looked at the youth's exaggerated expression, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and frown slightly. "Are you sure you're not lying to the old man?" "Of course I didn't lie to you. Who would have nothing better to do than to open their eyes and talk nonsense?" The youth swore. President Chen's face became displeased when he heard this. After coming out of the compact center, he took the little dumpling around to a few stores that sold meat, but he didn't find any meat that the other party was happy to eat. Then he thought of coming to Fengyu City's largest blood and meat market to take a turn. And now that this is happening in the blood and flesh market, it is undoubtedly very irritating. Only a cold grunt was heard from him. Outrageous. How dare someone commit murder in the inner city? I would like to take a good look at who is so bold. Grandpa, I see you're having such a hard time bringing up a child. You just don't go and join in the fun. Be careful of falling down and having no one to help you. The youth pointed at the child the old man was holding and said, the child, dressed in a Bugs Bunny doll costume, with only his pale little face showing, holding a toy sword in one hand and the other being held by the oldest man, looked energetic as he struggled to bounce forward every now and then, but the child's strength is too small to pull the old man. The youth watched this scene and cast a disgusted look at President Chen. It seemed to him that the older man was really abrasive, and that he didn't care about the feelings of the cute kid. So maybe he wasn't quite right in the head. Grandpa, you'd better not bring your baby out for a walk in the future. Look at her tired face. You don't hurry to find a place to take a rest, and you are still ready to go and watch the fun. What a drunk, the youth choked, then turned to leave. Hearing that, President Chen's hand stroking his whiskers froze, looking down at the little dumplings that kept jumping forward. After some hesitation, the decision was made to pick it up. I want some meat. The little dumpling looked quizzically at the ground, then at his short legs, then stomped on them out of habit, trying to pop out of the old man's arms. Well, I'll take you right away for some meat and meat. President Chen skimmed his head somewhat helplessly, wary of the little dumpling's knife-ridden head. I've tasted what it's like to be knocked on the chin by an iron head before, and it's sour beyond belief. Just then, a phone rang. President Chen endured the risk of his jaw being knocked and picked up the phone, and on the other end of the line, a sighing voice came. AI, Elder Chen, you really do have a good eye and haven't looked at the wrong person. I was the one who looked away. Oh, are you trying to say that the lad's contract was successful? Quickly tell us what coffin spirit he contracted. A puzzled look appeared in President Chen's eyes. I'm not going to lie. I actually don't know what he did, but he did a great thing. Don't be a sellout. Speak directly, President Chen said as he dodged the little dumpling's iron head kung fu. There was a brief silence on the phone. A few breaths later, a heavy breathing sound suddenly appeared. The voice was also laced with anger and seemed to be gritting its teeth. Elder Chen, that asshole kid is simply not human. It didn't leave directly after the contract. Surprisingly, he killed the coffin spirits in the warehouse without leaving a single one. Now there are graduates who are going to try to go to the warehouse area to try the real thing. I couldn't release a single demon and was being blocked by those school teachers who were afraid to go out of the office door. You tell me what I should do. After President Chen heard Wang Ming's words, shock immediately flashed in his eyes. I didn't realize that I had underestimated that young man after all. What's more, he didn't expect a student who had just contracted a corpse coffin spirit to slaughter hundreds of low-level demons with his own strength. The impression was that even many of the trainees who contracted B-rank demons would find it hard to do so. Guts, mindset, battle sense, and talent were all missing. Not to mention that necrotic poison is no joke. After a beginner-level coffin suppressor is bitten, if they don't take an anti-zombie poison potion within 10 minutes, they will absolutely undergo necrotic transformation. Yimo's current performance had exceeded his expectations and was worth taking away the little dumpling in his arms. Little one, you are at least a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor. How can you be in a hurry when you encounter such an accident? You stabilize the group first. Quickly tell old man where that young man is now. Old man is ready to go and meet him. President Chen's tone carried a hint of anticipation. Elder Chen, I guess that kid is afraid that the contract center will demand compensation from him. After he killed all the demons, he just climbed the fence and ran away. I just inquired about the specifics as well, and now I can't find him anywhere. The anticipation on President Chen's face disappeared without a trace when these words came out. If you're free, find out where the lad lives. Get back to the old man with his address. Old me will continue shopping first. President Chen's tone carried a tinge of displeasure as he directly hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, President Chen carried the little dumplings to the front door of the Blood and Flesh Market, and at that moment, it so happened that the 4 law enforcement team coffin suppressors also happened to arrive. One of the sharp-eyed leading captains recognized him at once when he saw him. The law enforcement captain jogged tens of meters all the way to President Chen's body, greeting him with incomparable respect. Chen, President Chen, why are you old man over here as well? President Chen looked at the other party's respectful appearance, nodded slightly, and said in a flat tone, the old man just happened to be passing by, and was about to take a stroll through the market. You guys go ahead and take care of the troublemakers. No need to worry about old man. Yes, hearing this, the law enforcement captain nodded heavily and said. Immediately afterward he rushed back to his 3 teammates. Boss Su Feng, who was that old man just now? Why are you so respectful to him? A pale-faced youth coughed lightly. When Su Feng heard this, a cold color flashed in his eyes as he reprimanded. That's President Chen of the Tomb Seeking Guild. You guys better shut the fuck up and keep your mouths shut. Otherwise, if we offend his old man, all of us will suffer. Several people sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out. They had all heard of President Chen's great name since they were young, but had never seen it in person. All that is known is that the other party is very secretive and rarely appears in the public eye. But how could they not expect such a legend to be an ordinary old man holding a child in his arms as he wandered through the market? Seemingly thinking of something, Su Feng looked at a few of his men before his gaze fell on the pale-faced youth and said, Yang Qi, if I remember correctly, you've been wanting to break away from the law enforcement team and go join the tomb-seeking corps, right? When the youth heard this, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he nodded his head in a hurry. In that case, I'll give you this chance. Su Feng spoke in a flat tone while looking at the other two henchmen, saying, I'll follow President Chen around the market later. The two of you assist Yang Qi and take care of that coffin suppressor on the third floor of the market, then clean up the inside. Never make too much noise. If I disturb President Chen's pleasure, I'll put you all to the test. Boss, are we not going to go through the process this time? One of the law enforcement members asked. Hearing this, a look of impatience flashed across Su Feng's face as he glared at the other party and said, No go, I'm not free. It's just a guy with a zombie contract. You guys can just slaughter him. But boss, how do you write that report? Are you fucking stupid? It's written in the report that he spread necrotic poison and caused great adverse effects. He should be punished for his crimes. Flesh and blood market on 3 levels. Since there were no other people interfering, Yemo directly let the tyrant specialize in devouring the ones that were rich in chi and blood. As the tyrant continued to feed, the experience quickly went crazy. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant feeds on a mutated hen, doubling its experience and gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 1 mutated egg, doubling its experience and gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has eaten a mutant rooster, doubling its experience and gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit's current level, LV. 6 servant level. Experience required for next level 450/1800. In a short period of time, the tyrant devoured another 200 pounds of flesh and blood, gaining hundreds of experience points. This made GMO even more delighted. Although the tyrant's size is just over 2 meters, but the speed of digesting up the blood and flesh is incredibly fast, directly a mouthful of a chicken. Even the kind of bones do not bring spit. If the enforcement team didn't come, I'm afraid that Tyrant would have a chance to directly rise to more than 10 levels. At this moment, Yemo looked at the meat on many stalls and was a bit distressed in his heart. He shook his head and muttered, It's really inconvenient to not have a space backpack, or else all the meat here could be packed away. It looks like we can only wait until this is over and then borrow some money from Xiao Yao to buy it. Just then, several footsteps suddenly entered Yemo's ears. At the entrance to the 3rd floor of the blood and flesh market, 3 figures dressed in gray enforcer clothing suddenly appeared. Next, the lights in the marketplace of blood and flesh suddenly flickered violently as if they had short-circuited. A gust of electric current rang out, and all the lights instantly went out, making the surroundings incredibly dim. Coming, Yemo slowly stood up and gazed at the entrance of the marketplace not far away. Due to the presence of the evil-breaking golden pupil, even in such a dim environment, he would not feel any discomfort. The tyrant also noticed Yemo's actions at this time and stopped eating in a hurry. It let out a low roar and came to Yemo's side with heavy steps, like a guard, waiting for the other party to issue an order. I wondered who dared to kill people in the city, but it turns out to be just the famous Mo. A flirtatious voice rang out from the dimly lit entrance. Immediately after that, 3 figures dressed in grey enforcer attire walked in from the entrance. One of the youths, with a pale face and a hexagonal coffin of about 1 meter 8, chained and emitting a bright silver glow behind him, had a shallow smile on his lips. The other 2 enforcers, on the other hand, didn't seem to be prepared to make a move and didn't summon the coffin out. Yemo froze when he heard someone calling him. 2 seconds passed before he finally recognized the other man. Yang Qi? Yemo asked tentatively. This was his classmate back in the day, but the two didn't socialize too much and their relationship was so average that they probably weren't even acquaintances. However, he did know one thing, and that was that Yang Qi didn't pass the graduation test back then, and could only join the tomb-seeking guild or be the city's law enforcer in advance. Ha ha, I didn't expect the daimyo to remember me. What a double honor. Yang Qi smiled and said carelessly, looking at Yemo as if he was looking at prey. Feeling this uncomfortable look immediately made Yemo dismiss the idea of catching up. Soon, Yang Qi brought the other 2 enforcers and walked to a stop about 20 meters away from Yemo, then narrowed his eyes and sized up the tall figure in black robes beside Yemo. Old classmate, tell me, why did you violate the order of Fengyu City, condone zombie killings in the inner city, and cause the spread of corpse poison? As he spoke, he unlocked the chains behind his back and stood the bright silver coffin on the ground. Yemo couldn't help but frown when he heard the other party's words and said flatly in his tone, corpse poison spread? If I say that my coffin spirit doesn't have corpse poison, do you believe me? With these words, one of the enforcers beside Yang Qi immediately let out an angry rebuke. Put your motherfucking ass on the line. How can a disgusting thing like a zombie not have necrotic poison? even without the corpse poison. If we say you're guilty, you're guilty. Another law enforcer sniffed and chimed in. A coffin suppressor who indentured a zombie is a detriment no matter where he is placed. If you cut yourself off right now on the spot, we won't bother to let the coffin spirit do it, or you'll just die a horrible death. Hear this. Yemo's face became incredibly ugly. He didn't expect these law enforcers to not follow the process, a statement that amounted to a death sentence. Looks like we can only teach these people a lesson. Yemo's heart flashed with strong battle intent. Seemingly sensing Yemo's thoughts, the tyrant directly took a few steps forward and ripped off the black robe draped over his body, revealing sharp claws that emitted a chilling aura, and roared lowly at Yang Qi's trio. When Yang Qi's trio saw this, they were shocked and took half a step back towards the rear. They were at the rank of primordial 7 stars or above as coffin suppressor masters. A quick glance could tell that Yemo's spirit power realm was not strong. It was only around 3 stars at the beginning stage, but this tyrant coffin spirit of the opponent was giving off a might that could almost equal a level 15 or so servant. This made them more and more alarmed. Don't waste your breath with him. Think about what the captain just told us. Little Young, this tyrant doesn't look simple. If you want to join the Tomb Seekers, go all out. When you're done killing this walker, we'll get to work on your classmates. Hearing his companion's words, Yan Qi nodded fiercely. Immediately after that, he directly opened the coffin beside him. A werewolf that was about 2 meters tall, covered in long gray hair, showing sharp teeth, and with eyes that emitted a greenish ferocious light was released. Upon seeing the tyrant, the werewolf immediately crouched down in a fighting stance. At the same time, a gurgling low growl came out from his throat, and saliva filled with a fishy odor continuously flowed out from his mouth, as if he was waiting for Yang Qi's order. Mo, don't blame me for being merciless. If you want to blame me, you can only blame me for killing someone with your hands, Yang Qi said coldly. When he finished speaking, he let out a violent cry. Grey Wolf, leap over there and tear that walker apart for me. The werewolf sniffed and raised his head with a long whistle, the sharp claws on his limbs suddenly flashing with a cold light. It then stomped its legs and turned into a burst of residual shadows, bringing a gust of fishy wind directly towards the tyrant. When Mo saw this, a surprise flashed steeply in his eyes. He didn't expect Yang Qi to let the werewolf charge directly at him without testing the waters as soon as he came up. A bit reckless. Mo shook his head and said in his heart. At this moment, the speed of the werewolf's lunge was so fast that it even prevented the tyrant from reacting. If someone else was in command, Tyrant would definitely be injured under this move. Even if the followers with primary healing and binding removal were able to hold on to finish the fight, the head start had already been lost. However, Mo had long since seen through the opponent's intentions and immediately spoke out. Tyrant, pay attention behind you, retreat to the left and turn around to counterattack. The words. The tyrant roared in anger and turned around in a hurry, staggering a body position and directly lifting his huge sharp claws towards his body and fiercely blasting it. At the same time, the werewolf's figure appeared in front of the tyrant, before the werewolf could strike. However, he was greeted with a devastatingly heavy blow. Only a boom was heard. The tyrant's huge sharp claws slammed heavily into the werewolf's waist, tearing away a large swath of bloody flesh. Blood splattered as the werewolf was blasted with a huge force and flew backwards several meters, smashing into a nearby stall, finally collapsing to the ground with an angry howl. How did your walker get so strong? You are clearly a corpse servant talent. How could you possibly know the movements of the Grey Wolf? Yang Qi's face was stagnant, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. The zombie in front of him was clearly a D-rank potential, in line with his werewolf potential. Although they were the same servant class, there was clearly a large gap in rank. But now, this low-grade zombie was able to send his werewolf flying with a slap. This is unbelievable. To the side, the two teammates were also shocked. It was important to know that Yang Qi was the strongest one among them, and he is gifted with enhanced vision, with extreme night vision. That was why before going up to the 3rd level of the blood and flesh market, they helped Yang Qi disconnect the circuitry of the 3rd level to create the perfect environment for him to fight. In a dark environment, Yang Qi's visual enhancement coupled with the werewolf's talent Nightwalker, was completely capable of killing many enemies of the same rank. But it's a bit appalling that a werewolf was injured by a walker after a fight. At this point, one of his teammates looked at Yang Qi and asked with a grave expression, "Little Yang, this guy seems to be a bit uncomplicated. Do you want us to help?" When Yang Qi heard this, his face became immediately mortified. No need, this must be a coincidence. I don't believe a walker can outwit my werewolf. After saying that, the color of madness flashed in his eyes, and he rushed to the werewolf, taking out a dagger and slashing his wrist directly. As the blood spurted out, Yang Qi laughed evilly. "Grey Wolf, absorb all this essence blood of mine." The werewolf looked at the fresh blood, greed showed in his eyes, and he opened his mouth and sucked hard. In an instant, Yang Qi's face became quite a bit paler and his spiritual energy was severely depleted. And at that moment, the werewolf who had absorbed the blood, with scarlet eyes, hurriedly climbed up from the ground, only to see the muscles and hair on his body twisting rapidly. His body size instantly drew up to 3 meters, and he grew a pair of fangs as sharp as blades, looking incomparably terrifying. The wounds that were originally blasted out by the tyrant were rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha, Yi-mo. I don't believe that your zombie can still win against the Grey Wolf now. Yang Qi laughed out loud. When Yi-mo saw this, his brow slowly furrowed and he shifted his gaze to the werewolf. Coffin spirit, werewolf. Race, demon. Level, LV. 17 servant level. Seal level, grade D silver ancestral coffin. Talent, Nightwalker, boosts strength by 30% in the dark. Skills, Chained Claw Shadows. Powerful Bite. Tracking, Primary Healing. Leap of Shadows, 2nd level. Stance, Bloodthirsty Rage, after absorbing blood. Body size increases. Strength is strengthened. Healing speed is increased tenfold. And pain is reduced by 80%. Defects, Weak Waist Defense. Intimacy, 45, Follow Orders. Current status, Hyperactive. Evolvable times, 1 time. Introduction, a monster from the dark forest. Before absorbing blood, it is extremely fast, with weak attacks. Bloodthirsty Rage? It feels similar to Tyrant's binding release, but it's a bit wasteful of the Coffin Town Master's blood. Yi-mo secretly thought. Just now, when Yang Qi's dagger went down, the blood sprayed out was 2 to 3 times more than the blood he used to donate at the blood donation station. If it were a normal person, they would have fainted straight away. However, Yang Qi was more than a little bit more ruthless than the Ruthless man, and completely called it a wolf extermination. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, whose size had already crushed the tyrant, Yi-mo had no fear in his heart and instead showed a hint of a smile. The tyrant had the 8th rank skill Super Matter Penetration. This skill not only ignored physical defenses, but it was also able to hit soul bodies and elemental bodies directly. Even some of the high-level demons that were condensed from elemental forces and claimed to be immortal would be annihilated under this blow. Not to mention the werewolves that only had 10 times the healing power. Seeing as we still know each other, I suggest you take your teammates and leave. I don't want to kill any more people. Yi-mo looked at Yang Qi and faintly advised. However, Yang Qi directly froze when he heard this. His 2 teammates even snickered. Ha ha, kid, are you sleepwalking? How dare you say such things? How dare you talk tough at the end of your life? You really don't know what's in store for you. Yi-mo. You're really arrogant. I'm going to let the Grey Wolf tear you to pieces. Yang Qi gritted his teeth. He then let out a soft gulp. Grey Wolf, give it to me. The words. The Grey Wolf instantly turned into a stump and disappeared into thin air. Even its 3-meter-tall size didn't affect its speed at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the tyrant, ready to grab a claw towards the tyrant's head. However, how could Yi-mo, who had already seen through its panel attributes, let it succeed? Tyrant, resist it and find a way to control it. Yi-mo's icy voice came out. Hearing this, the tyrant growled. Immediately after that, it raised its huge sharp claws towards the werewolf's claws and blasted them. There was a ding. The 2 pairs of sharp claws clashed together, emitting a violent ringing sound, as if gold and iron were clashing, echoing throughout the space. Roar! The tyrant growled in anger when he saw that his proudly sharp claws were unable to cut off the werewolf's claws and were not gaining the upper hand. Yi-mo granted it a double ability boost as well as an 8th rank skill, giving it enough capital to cross the ranks. If he couldn't kill a werewolf, wouldn't it weaken his master's name? At this moment, a hint of anger flashed in the tyrant's eyes. Immediately after that, it stomped its legs and directly grabbed the werewolf's neck with one hand, ruthlessly slamming the other party towards the ground. With a loud boom, the ground instantly cracked open with a spiderweb fissure. With one strike, the tyrant rushed to stab the werewolf's waist hard with his other sharp claw, attempting to churn the werewolf's lumbar vertebrae. And the werewolves were not only undaunted, they became even more furious, only to see it roar violently and directly roll over to suppress the tyrant, while continuously tearing the flesh and blood from the tyrant's body with its sharp claws. In an instant, the tyrant was covered in blood and flesh, revealing white bones that looked incredibly horrifying. Ha ha ha, Yama. My werewolf has 10 times the healing speed, and you have the audacity to let trash like walkers fight it hard. It's simply stupid, Yang Qi said in triumph. It's worthy of you, Yang, to train the werewolves so well. The zombies that kid cultivated didn't experience a few battles at first glance, so they can't be compared to you at all. Kid, your walker is about to lose. You'd better cut yourself on the spot. The 2 teammates were arrogant. Self-destruction? You guys seem to be overthinking it a bit. Yi-mo smiled faintly. His voice steeply became incomparably cold and his aura began to fluctuate. Tyrant, Binding lifted. Use super matter penetration. Kill it. With these words, the tyrant roared, the veins in his body twisting up steeply and making a sound like an engine. At this moment, it directly transformed into its super tyrant form, doubling its physical capabilities once again. Before Yang Qi and the others could react, the tyrant violently reached out and instantly ripped the werewolf's head, and with a flip he viciously slammed the wolf's head onto the ground, blowing off the werewolf's cervical vertebrae. Immediately after that, its other sharp claw made a half grip. A ball of blood-red energy light that was terrifying to the extreme and caused space to distort flickered slowly in its palm. Sensing this deadly threat, the werewolf stopped hissing and stiffened in place, not daring to move. And Yang Qi and the others couldn't help but feel chills all over their bodies when they saw the agitation of this energy. How could they not expect that this zombie would have such terrifying means? This kind of energy fluctuation was comparable to a commander-level coffin spirit amplifying its moves. This strike would be able to at least penetrate the flesh and blood market to create a huge deep pit crack, and might even cause the floor to collapse. Isn't the corpse race the weakest? How is it possible to comprehend such a powerful skill? One of the teammates said in horror. The other saw this and his legs trembled a bit as he shivered and said, It's too scary. Let's go. But, there's no way the boss can carry this kind of attack. After saying that, the two of them quickly left, leaving Yang Qi foolishly frozen in place. Brother Mo. For the sake of being classmates, can you spare my coffin spirit? Yang Qi's face showed bitterness, and there was remorse in his tone. Mo sniffed and just shook his head, slightly sighing with emotion. The atmosphere has come to this. It's not good to let it go, right? You might as well sit back and enjoy the tyrant's fireworks in peace. It seemed to have seen the look of determination in Mo's eyes. A bitter smile appeared on Yang Qi's face as he slowly said, Mo. Actually, this is a misunderstanding, so don't be impulsive for now. Listen to me explain a bit, can you? This moment, he no longer dared to belittle Mo at all, and even felt some remorse. Someone who could make a zombie comprehend such a move. Even if the coffin suppressor's talent was not good, his strength in the future would not be bad. Moreover, the other party could also fight across levels. Even if the tyrant's potential was limited, it would at least ensure that the other party would become a famous expert in Fengyu City. Now Yanqi just wanted to lower all his postures and wait for the captain to come out to talk about this matter. What's more, he couldn't manage to watch his coffin spirit die. This was because when the coffin spirit died, the seal in the coffin suppressor's body would also disintegrate, and his mind would suffer a strong backlash. The damage from this backlash was so great that it was impossible to re-indenture the coffin spirit without several years of recuperation. When Mo heard the other party trying to explain, he raised his eyebrows slightly and came to have a hint of interest. He then held out a hand, signaling the tyrant to stop renewing his energy for now. Yes, I'll give you that. But don't play any tricks unless you really want to lose your main battle coffin spirit. Mo laughed. Yang Qi was relieved when he heard this and hurriedly explained. The reason we're going straight for it is because there's a big shot who's going to be hanging out at the blood market, and you had the coffin spirit kill someone inside the marketplace, making the third floor smell like blood. He's tired of the hassle of the law enforcement process and has directly ordered us to get rid of you, the perpetrator, quickly. But I didn't realize you were so strong. I have to remind you though, our captain should already be downstairs hanging out with the bigwigs. Yang Qi voiced a reminder. Already downstairs? Mo's eyes showed a brief moment of shock and were filled with gravity. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately he had given Yang Qi the chance to explain. If he really killed an enforcer in the inner city, it would be a big deal, so he could only sneak away and find a way to go over the wall to the outer city. But Yankee's captain seems to be in the neighborhood. If the enemy one was facing was a coffin suppressor who was at least at the middle rank or above, one's chances of escaping should be slim. It was a good thing that he didn't intend to kill Yang Qi and the others in the beginning. He only wanted to give them a profound lesson. The lesson proved to be quite useful. Looking at Mo's gloomy expression, Yang Qi hurriedly spoke out. Mo, you'd better not be impulsive. Wait for my captain to come up. As long as you don't do anything, there's room for discussion. And the big man was there. I think the captain will deal with it impartially this time. Yang Qi continued to persuade. Alright then, let's wait for them to come up. The words are divided into two layers. One for the flesh and blood market. Su Feng was following behind President Chen with a fawning face. And President Chen also strolled around the market. But he still didn't find the food that the little dumpling wanted to eat. It filled his face with anguish. There were very few contracted corpse coffin suppressors, and contracted A-class potentials were even rarer in the world. In the aspect of cultivating corpse coffin spirits, everyone was half knowledgeable. Even he was no exception. My little ancestor, you say you want to eat meat, but you don't eat it even though Lao Fu has found so much. Hey! President Chen looked at the little dumplings in his arms. helpless in his heart, secretly said, "Have to give this little ancestor out as soon as possible. It's too abrasive." Just as President Chen was pondering, a sudden loud bang rang out upstairs. The loud noise directly interrupted his thoughts. He then glanced up at the roof of the building and frowned, his full color becoming serious. Turning his head to look at Su Feng, he said with a hint of displeasure in his tone, "That perpetrator upstairs seems to be fighting quite fiercely with your subordinates. Are you sure you don't want to go up and take a look?" Su Feng felt a sense of trepidation in his heart when he saw President Chen's displeased face. However, he still had full confidence in Yang Qi and the others. It would be outrageous if 2 beginner rank 7 stars and 1 beginner rank 8 star couldn't take down a contracted zombie coffin suppressor. In his opinion, the loud sound was undoubtedly that Yang Qi and the others had already gotten their hands on the perpetrator. Su Feng thought for a moment, then took a deep breath and respectfully said, "President Chen, don't worry, the perpetrator on the 3rd floor was only indentured to 1 walker, and was definitely no match for my men. This voice just now, it should be my subordinates controlling the perpetrator. I can guarantee that the back will never disturb you." Su Feng smiled fawningly. President Chen sniffed and nodded lightly, recovering his expression. "Just a thought in my mind, the coffin keeper who contracted a zombie, could it be that lad?" Next, an energy fluctuation with an aura of annihilation emanated from the 3rd floor. Su Feng's face changed drastically when he felt this extremely powerful energy, and his heart was filled with panic. This scent, is it the coffin spirit of the perpetrator? He then looked at President Chen with a trembling body and infinite apologies in his tone. "President Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry for disturbing your pleasure. I've got to rush upstairs and help out." Having said that, Su Feng then prepared to run upstairs. "It won't help if you go up alone. This kind of attack reaches the level of the commander level, and it's more than enough to obliterate you." President Chen's tone carried a tone of admonishment. Su Feng froze in place when he heard this. Only his face was pale, his previous confidence had long disappeared, and the color of pleading appeared in his eyes. President Chen also understood that the other party might not be a match for the perpetrator, so he did not blame the other party. Instead, he said calmly, "Old Me is also curious as to who in this city is able to cultivate the zombies to the commander level. Since you can't do anything about him, follow me upstairs." After saying that, President Chen walked straight towards the stairway. Seeing this, Su Feng immediately followed suit. Tap tap tap. The lights on the 3rd floor suddenly came on. A footstep came from a short distance away. Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the entrance location. Just see. A white-clothed enforcer walked at the front with the 2 team members who had just left. They glared viciously at Yemo. However, they didn't scream at Yemo. Instead they stood pensively at the entrance, their faces looking a little nervous. "President Chen, that person is the perpetrator of the indentured zombie." Su Feng pointed at Yemo and respectfully said towards the inside of the entrance. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity also appeared on Yemo's face. "President Chen, is this the big shot Yang Qi was talking about?" Obviously, he had also heard of Fengyu City, a name that no one knew. But what I didn't expect was that this kind of character would actually come to the inner city to visit the blood and flesh market. Does he have nothing better to do? Yemo was somewhat speechless. As an old man holding a child walked out from the entrance, a stunned look instantly appeared in Yemo's eyes, because he realized that the child the old man was holding in his arms was actually a zombie, and it was still a grade A potential. At the same time, President Chen was dumbfounded when he saw the familiar face of Yemo. It's a great way to get your hands on something. He didn't expect the perpetrator to be the very person he was looking for. There's no one else to blame for this luck. Only a cheerful smile quickly appeared on President Chen's originally serious face, and his tone seemed somewhat excited. "Ha ha ha, so it's you lad. We finally meet. Ha ha ha, so it's you lad. We finally meet." As soon as these words were uttered, Su Feng and the others' hearts sank, followed by a chill surging into their hearts. They could tell from President Chen's expression that it was truly happy. "President Chen, could it be that you know him?" Su Feng's tone shivered a little, his face pale with fear to the extreme, and his legs went limp as he planted himself towards the back. He didn't expect President Chen to know this youth, and surprisingly, he himself had not dealt with the matter impartially because it was too much trouble, and wanted to kill the youth directly. Now it seems to be a real case of lighting a lamp in the toilet looking for death. "Boss, you're okay." The 2 team members hurriedly held Su Feng up while pinching his human center and asked. Su Feng was in complete disbelief at this point as to what would happen next. He was afraid of Yemo's questioning, and even more afraid of President Chen's blame, so he pretended to be fainted, and didn't dare to open his eyes even when the 2 team members pinched him until he was in severe pain. President Chen looked Yemo up and down, placed the little dumpling on the ground, reached out and stroked his whiskers, feeling more and more satisfied in his heart. If anything, the other party's slaughter of the warehouse had surprised him before. Then now that the other party had contracted the zombie for less than 2 hours, he was able to make the zombie comprehend moves that could be used to fight at a cross level, which simply shocked him to the extreme. This little fellow's corpse race talent is definitely not simple, and he also has superb sensing abilities. It's worth the old man's full effort to pull him in, President Chen secretly said. He then had an increasingly kind smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Yimo. However, Yimo's gaze was not on President Chen from the beginning to the end. Instead, he stares dead at the little zombie hopping around on the floor in a bunny doll suit. Coffin spirit, spirit amulet jumping child, female, race, corpse, ghost, seal level, grade a true king emerald coffin, level 69, talents, unbreakable body, seal resistance, extremely resistant to control, sealing and other statuses. When affinity is lower than 50, you can break free from the contractual seal of the coffin keeper at any time. Skills, silent leap attack, 3rd level, tear bite, sword breath slash, 3rd level, speed jump, corpse poison, jutsu, drawing talismans in the void, draws a variety of bizarre talismans out of thin air to fight. Flaws, extremely naughty, hates coffins, bites people. Number of times it can evolve, 3 times. You can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the ancient land of the spirit, originally for the exorcist under the seat of the Taoist children. Know the divine master's charm law, sealed for thousands of years after his death. The birth of the spirit of wisdom into a jumping zombie. Potential is not bad, worth cultivating. It's actually a small zombie that hasn't been contracted. Yimo marveled in his heart. After using the evil-breaking golden pupil for so long, he knew very well that as long as the panel didn't show the level and intimacy, it meant that no one was contracted. At this time, Yimo also noticed the talent of this little zombie, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. It's like no one but me can really tame it. Coffin spirits with high potential are mostly arrogant, and when they do not meet a suitable contracted master, they will usually resist, leading to an increase in the difficulty of sealing the contract. Instead, this little zombie was able to use the coffin suppressor to break open the coffin. When they come out, they can break the contract at any time and escape from the coffin suppressor, and from then on, they can get away with it and grow up to be the king of the party. It seemed to have sensed Yimo's strange uncle-like smile. The little zombie only felt a burst of fear and quickly stopped jumping, stiffly moving his steps to walk behind President Chen and hide, only revealing half of his head, observing Yimo with a scrutinizing gaze. Little friend, your sensing ability is really extraordinary. President Chen noticed Yimo's hungry eyes as he looked at the little dumplings and couldn't help but praise them. At this point, Yimo noticed that the old man next to him seemed to be talking to himself, and a trace of consternation suddenly appeared on his face. He remembered the voice as if he had heard it at the compact center. Are you the contracted Xiao Mei's coffin suppressor? Yimo sized up the other party, recalling the previous scene, and was instantly puzzled. Not bad, it's none other than the old man. When Yimo heard this, his face instantly became a bit ugly, and he slowly asked, you came to find me. You wouldn't be asking me to lose money to the contract center. First things first, I can't afford it. President Chen. Ahem, little friend. The old man is looking for you this time, not for the matter of the contract center, but to send you a great creation. Hearing this, Yimo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the other party wasn't here to find him to lose money, or else the millions that he had just earned from a few stall owners wouldn't even be enough to hitch a ride. Looking at Chairman Chen's faint smile, Yimo only felt that this old man seemed to be a bit solicitous for nothing, and he didn't know what the purpose was. After thinking about it, Yimo decided that it was better to figure it out first. Then with a raised eyebrow, he asked suspiciously, you old man is going to send me a creation? Yes. President Chen nodded, then turned to pick up the little dumpling and said in a deep voice, I believe you are very interested in this little fellow. Why don't you accompany me to the tomb-seeking guild and have a good chat about this matter? Yimo looked at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation. Yes, I happen to want to go to the tomb-seeking guild as well. It was also at this moment that a system sound suddenly appeared in Yimo's mind. Ding! Unowned class of potential corpse coffin spirit detected. System mission released. Ding! System mission. Please take in an A-class corpse coffin spirit and raise the intimacy to 60 points. Reward rare skill stone *2. Space warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Plus 1000 experience for all coffin spirits. Finally another mission. Awesome! Yimo's heart fluttered. It's true that the passing of bad luck is accompanied by a streak of good fortune. On the side, President Chen's mood became more and more pleasant when he heard that Yimo also wanted to go to the Tomb Quest Guild. Then it's not too late. Let's go. Yimo nodded, then turned his head to look at Tyrant, a faint golden light radiating from his palm. Tyrant, let's go. The Tyrant sniffed, casually pushed the werewolf aside, got up, and headed for the silver coffin. When it entered the coffin, it disappeared with the coffin hidden in the formation. After Emo left, the few people at the third level of the blood and flesh market who were mentally tense only then breathed a sigh of relief. One of the law enforcement members pushed Su Feng and shouted, "Boss, President Chen has taken that brat and left. You can wake up now." Su Feng opened his eyes when he heard this. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly kicked the team member who had just pinched himself twice, and said viciously, "You kid just had a personal vendetta, didn't you?" "No, boss, I thought you were really dizzy and was just trying to wake you up." "Fuck, wouldn't it be better if I fucking fainted? Otherwise, what if Chairman Chen and that kid blame me?" Su Feng cursed angrily towards his men. At the same time, he was extremely pleased in his heart, because that kid and President Chen seemed to have forgotten about it. "Yang Qi, it seems like you don't have a chance with the tomb-seeking corps after all." Su Feng walked to Yang Qi's side and patted the other party's shoulder, saying, "But you're not to blame for this matter. I didn't expect that kid's zombie to be so terrifying. Captain, can you give me another chance in the future?" Yang Qi slowed his mind, then raised his head with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Su Feng asked, patting the other party's shoulder once more, sighing in his tone, "Hey, Xiao Yang, there are only 3 of you under my hand. Isn't it good to be the emperor of the land in the inner city with me? Do you have to go to the outer city to seek abuse? If each and every one of you wants to leave, then what's the point of me being captain? That's why I can't agree to this chance of yours. If you want to blame it, blame that kid just now. If it wasn't for him, the person following President Chen right now would probably be you." Just then, a cold wind suddenly blew into the market of blood and flesh. The crowd only felt a coldness behind their backs, and an aura of terror to the extreme washed over them, causing their scalps to go numb. Looking back, he only saw a female ghost in white with long hair floating in mid-air. The female ghost exuded a might as if it were a tsunami, causing the temperature of the entire flesh and blood market to drop to freezing point. She looked at the several people with a cold expression on her face before finally fixing her gaze on Su Feng. "From what little brother Yi said, it's you guys who don't follow the rules." Xiao Mei said coldly, "Do you know what will happen if you hurt him?" As soon as these words came out, Su Feng hurriedly sat down trembling on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Originally, he thought he could escape, but he didn't expect that Emo would still come to settle the score. Su Feng raised his head with difficulty, his heart filled with remorse as he said, "My lord, I am willing to be punished." Xiao Mei sniffed, and without any emotion in her tone, she said, "Since that is the case, then you will return to the law enforcement department to resign from the position of law enforcement captain. There's no need for assholes like you in law enforcement." "Thank you, my lord." "Little friend, Old Me has already asked that law enforcement captain to resign from his position and to detach himself from the law enforcement team. Does that look satisfactory to you?" On the backseat of a fast-moving black sedan on the central avenue of Fengyu City's inner city, President Chen looked at Emo on the side and smiled faintly. "Many thanks to President Chen." Emo sniffed and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Although he didn't know what purpose the other party had in seeking him out, he could feel that the other party was definitely not malicious. If it wasn't for the other party coming to shop at the blood and flesh market, I'm afraid that what he encountered wouldn't have ended so easily. After all, having the Tyrant use an 8th rank skill drained almost a third of his spiritual energy. "Ha ha, little friend, there's no need to call it so rusty. If you don't mind, you can instead address the old man as Elder Chen." President Chen smiled as he stroked his beard. Emo immediately nodded and secretly memorized it in his heart. 5 minutes later, the black sedan passed through a golden wall that was about 15 meters high or so, and arrived at a crowded ancient street in the outer city of Fengyu City. Emo got out of the car with President Chen and followed closely behind, looking at the surrounding buildings such as various Western-style villas and ancient pavilions, as well as the coffin suppressors carrying various coffins on the road talking and laughing. Emo's eyes flashed with surprise. Many of these coffin suppressors were completely different from the law enforcement teams encountered at the blood and flesh market. Although they were not of a high rank, they exuded a faint fury aura. As you can see, they must be living a life of knives and blood outside the city. If Emo's opponent wasn't Yang Qi at the beginning, but these people, he probably wouldn't have won so easily. Worthy of being an outer city, the coffin suppressors here are not only plentiful, they're also very strong. When I finish certifying my status as a coffin suppressor, I'll be able to go out of the city and kill monsters like them. The light in Emo's eyes flashed and he looked extremely excited. This was the first time he had been to the outer city in 20 years, though he had seen the place long ago on the internet. But seeing it online is not at all the same experience as being there. Each base city is almost always divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city was small, inhabited mostly by civilians who lived comfortably away from the most dangerous areas, sheltered by the town coffin master, but lost the freedom to leave the city. The outer city, on the other hand, was bustling with activity and was a paradise for coffin suppressors, where coffin spirit cultivation stores could be found everywhere, and all sorts of supplies for cultivating coffins and items needed by coffin suppressors could be bought. Compared to the inner city, the outer city was honored by strength, mixed with fish and dragons, and the order was relatively loose, so there were often bloody incidents. A common coffin seeker who wanted to seek refuge would join a tomb-seeking mercenary group. By joining the Tomb Seekers group, you can explore secret places and dangerous places in the wilderness with the members of the group, which can quickly improve the strength of the coffin master. President Chen turned his head to look at Yemo with a face full of excitement. Something seemed to come to mind, and the luster in his eyes dimmed a bit. Once upon a time, he was as passionate as Yemo, yearning for the great scenery outside the city. But now he is in his twilight years, after the struggle, but the full-bloodedness has been worn out. It's a pity that the ghost in the painting, which clearly has A-rank potential, but it's being held back by my limited talent. It's estimated that the old man won't be able to make her break through level 60 to achieve the half-step monarch position in this lifetime. I don't know if this kid can help me in the future. President Chen lamented in his heart. At this point, Yemo also noticed President Chen's look and couldn't help but frown. Elder Chen, is there something on your mind? President Chen's face gave a lurch at his words, and he hastily stroked his beard and laughed. What could be on my mind? With my position and strength, what can't be solved away with my hands? You have a point. Yemo's face was stunned and he was somewhat powerless to spit out. So you really just want to send me a creation and don't have any demands on me? Nothing I need help with? With these words, President Chen's face was suddenly unable to hang on. He didn't expect Yemo to question himself and was a bit caught off guard. Well, let's talk about it after we go to the guild. An embarrassed look appeared on Elder Chen Guild's face as he quickly changed the topic. Soon, Yemo arrived in an attic of the tomb-seeking guild along with Chairman Chen. It was a huge, luxurious ancient pavilion in ancient colors, divided into 3 floors. The first level of the guild hall, which was full of technology, was responsible for handling the certification of the coffin suppressor, the registration and joining of the grave-seeking group, as well as the handing over of various bounty missions. The second floor was the testing hall, which possessed an independent testing space, where anyone who wanted to test the strength of the coffin spirit could accurately test the strength data of the coffin spirit as long as they paid a certain testing fee. The third floor, on the other hand, was naturally the president's personal turf. Ye kid, I believe you can also see that the potential of the little zombie is not bad. President Chen looked at Yemo with a smile, and pulled the little zombie aside with a wave of his hand. Yemo sniffed without comment. His own abilities were more than likely partially guessed by this old man. Only, the other side thought it was a sensing ability. Unbeknownst to him, this was one of Yemo's heaven-defying hang-ups. Without any other explanation, Yemo nodded and said, I can sense that its potential is no worse than the one in the center of the contract. It should be at the A-class level. Hear this. President Chen immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Even though he had already guessed 9 times out of 10, it still shocked him when it came out of the other party's mouth. I'll just ask you one thing. With a hint of nervousness and an expectant tone, President Chen stared at Yemo and took a deep breath. With your ability, are you able to sense the existence of higher ceiling levels? Yemo sniffed and froze for a second, his tone somewhat calm. Not sure. Maybe we can try. With these words, looking at Yemo's bland look, President Chen's face was wildly happy. Even if the other side isn't completely sure, it's enough that it's not a denial. He was only seen slamming the table and standing up in excitement. Good brat. Sure enough, I didn't look at the wrong person. After a brief conversation, President Chen pushed the little zombie in front of Yemo and stroked his beard and laughed. Ye kid, this is the creation that old man is going to give you. When Yemo saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, and his gaze toward the little zombie became brighter and brighter. And when the little zombie saw Yemo's appearance, he actually cried out with a wow. It couldn't escape the old man, but at least it didn't have to be made to jump around everywhere. If he was indentured by this corpse keeper in front of him, he would surely be reduced to slavery, only to continue to stay in a dark and sunless coffin. Next, the little zombie fell to the ground with a face full of reluctance, kicked his legs and rolled around. His voice was full of aggression, revealing a pair of sharp teeth, and said, "You're a bad guy. I don't want to go with you. I look bad?" Yemo was a bit confused. However, on second thought, he felt that it was quite normal. After all, he was a god-level corpse breeder, which might cause the corpse coffin spirit to be in awe. Hey, A-rank potential doesn't come along very often. I have to make it remove its guard against me first. Yemo smiled dementedly and slowly got up and walked towards the little zombie, ready to pick it up. Seeing this, the little zombie let out a scream of terror and jumped directly in place, diving headfirst into the hard ceiling. leaving only a pair of small short legs kicking around below. Ha ha, ye kid. This little dumpling is naughty and mischievous. If you want to tame it, it will be quite difficult. Seeing this, President Chen laughed, the wrinkles on his old face squeezing together. Guillermo looked at the pair of paddling short legs above his head and couldn't help but darken his face. This little zombie was extremely fearful of himself, and even after the contract, it would probably be difficult to raise the intimacy to 60 points. At this time, Guillermo suddenly thought of something. That would be the corpse high template. Maybe using a template can make its flaws disappear. Guillermo said in his heart. President Chen looked at Guillermo's contemplative look and knew that the other party must be thinking about how to tame the little zombie. Then out loud, he asked, "Are you still satisfied with this little dumpling?" "Well, it's not bad," Guillermo said without moving. President Chen glanced at Guillermo in surprise and stroked his beard and laughed. "Ye kid, A-class corpse coffin spirits are even rarer than S-classes of other races. I know your gift must be related to the corpse clan. Surely you desperately want it." When Guillermo heard this, his expression remained calm and he didn't express anything, waiting for the other party to continue to finish. This kid, he must be happy in his heart. And he's still giving old man a chance to act calm here? President Chen spat in his heart. Immediately after that, he suspiciously looked at Guillermo twice, finding out that the other person wasn't as elated as he thought he was. For a while, Chairman Chen actually felt that he could not hold Guillermo. Cough cough. "Ye kid, old me sees that you want the little dumpling so much, so I'll reluctantly hand it over to you. But you have to agree to the old man's 3 conditions. Guillermo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Here we go. Here we go. The old man's foxtail is showing. Surely there is no such thing as a free lunch. Elder Chen, didn't you say that you would send me a creation? Why are you still talking about conditions now? A hint of disappointment appeared in Nemo's eyes as he sighed helplessly. I'm just a tiny beginner coffin suppressor. 3 conditions are too many. I can't do anything about it. If there's only one, I try to work toward that. When Chen Lao heard this, his face instantly stiffened, and he quickly said, Don't be in a hurry. You kid. Listen to the old man finish his sentence first. Then you first. Guillermo showed a difficult face. Seeing this, President Chen spoke slowly. The first condition. I hope that you will all stay in Fengyu City from now on, and join the tomb-seeking troop that I am in charge of, and become a regular member of the troop. Of course, the old man will use a large amount of resources to train you, so that you can quickly become a high-level coffin suppressor. Before the other party could continue, Guillermo hurriedly interrupted. His eyes filled with determination and said, To ask me to stay in Fengyu City all the time. It's never possible. It is fine for you to ask me to join the Tomb Seekers, but I must be a free member. This kind of condition, Guillermo categorically would not agree to. Although this little zombie had extraordinary potential, it was far from enough to allow him to sacrifice his freedom. And the little zombie is a hot potato in anyone's hands but his. It was not destined to be a peaceful existence because of its gift. As long as it stays stuck below 50 intimacy, it can keep changing masters and utilizing all levels of coffin suppressors to upgrade like crazy. When there is no one to suppress it, it will absolutely rebel and become a disaster on one side. Hearing Yemo's refusal, President Chen appeared relatively calm. I had expected that you wouldn't agree to this condition. After all, there are no more than 5 people who dared to commit murder in the inner city over the years. But are you really willing to give up the resources given to you by Lao Fu? President Chen followed his advice. Yemo thought about it and was still unwilling to agree. Granted, this condition was good, but he had a system and a divine talent, so it was definitely not a difficult task to reach a high rank quickly. Elder Chen, talk about the second condition. Alright, then let's talk about the second condition. President Chen shook his head, a look of pity on his face. I wish for you to accompany me to the ancient mysterious realm 5 times after you become a high-rank coffin suppressor. The old man will keep you safe during that time. You only need to go to the sealed places in the mausoleum and indicate which are the high-potential coffin spirits and their races. When these words came out, Yemo immediately fell into deep thought. If a coffin suppressor wanted to enter the ancient mysterious realm, his level should be at least at a high level so that he wouldn't be torn apart by the spatial passage. Moreover, the ancient mysteries usually have several level 51 plus demon overlords sitting around, and there may even be half-step monarchs, level 60 to 61, among them. If he really encountered a half-step monarch, not to mention protecting himself, he was afraid that it would be too late for this old man to escape. Elder Chen, I still can't agree to this condition of yours. Yemo shook his head and said, 5 times the ancient secret realm is too dangerous. I cherish my little life. When Chen Lao heard this, he didn't get angry. Instead he laughed and said, You kid, I knew you weren't that good at fooling around. Since 5 times won't work, then 1 time, if you keep pushing back, old man will get angry. Elder Chen's face became serious. He felt that this time, Emo should not be able to shrug it off and was destined to be pinned to death by himself. However, the other party's next sentence directly broke his defense. No, not even once. Elder Chen's face was instantly unsightly, blowing his beard and eyes out as his chest rose and fell violently. You brat, this is not believing in Lao Fu's strength. Old me has been to the ancient mysteries more than a dozen times and has never missed a beat. It's absolutely safe if I take you there once. Elder Chen, do you think that exchanging a grade A corpse coffin spirit for a bunch of grade B and grade A coffin spirits that can identify the race? Or even the legendary grade S coffin spirits? Will I be at a loss? Emo looked at the angry Elder Chen and laughed lightly. This evil breaking golden pupil of his own. Even if he went to the ancient mysteries once, he would be able to find a bunch of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for contracting for their tomb-seeking group. If one were a normal person, not only would it be difficult to deduce the level of the coffin seal, but one would also be unable to see through what kind of existence was hidden within it. So the value of Yemo's pair of eyes was self-evident. At this point, President Chen also understood that Yemo wouldn't fall for the trap, and after calming down, he shook his head and sighed. You kid, you really aren't a normal person. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even be able to flatter old man. How would they dare to bargain with him? Since I can't keep you, I won't beat around the bush with you. The last condition. If you don't agree, then I will break your legs. President Chen blew his beard and eyes out, a threatening tone in his voice. Yemo's face darkened when he heard this, with infinite contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, President Chen stretched out his hand and stroked his beard, looking quite pleased with himself. Immediately following, he took a deep breath and his tone became extremely serious, saying, Ye kid, there's a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City next Wednesday. Make sure you go there with the old man. I have received news that there is a batch of coffins in the appraisal meeting that were unearthed from the Dragon Fall site in the Fourth Sacred Ruins, World Heavenly Ridge. That's why the old man needs you to do your best to sense the dragon coffin spirit in this batch of coffins, as well as at least one S-grade swift crystal coffin. Anyway, more is better, please. For President Chen's request this time, Yemo didn't refuse, and after thinking for a moment, he answered with a voice. At this moment, President Chen was finally relieved and revealed a bright smile. Ye kid, old man has taken advantage of you this time. When the appraisal meeting is over, no matter what the harvest is, the old man will give you a large amount of resources to cultivate coffin spirits. If you really identify the swift crystal coffin, then I'll give you 2 more copies of the Corpse Coffin Spirit's rare evolution core. Of course, you can take this little dumpling away now. If the old man says he'll give it to you, he'll never say anything. President Chen pointed at the little zombie on the ceiling and said. When Yemo heard this, an excited smile appeared on his face. Then thank you Elder Chen in advance. For him, accompanying President Chen to the appraisal meeting this time was completely worth it. What's wrong with getting the resources promised by the other party just by moving your eyes? Seemingly thinking of something, a touch of joy appeared on Yemo's face and said, Elder Chen, can you tell me what the reserve price of this batch of unidentified coffins in the appraisal meeting is? When President Chen heard this, he was first stunned, then guessed Yemo's intention and explained with a smile. Ha ha, your kid is trying to pick up the pieces, right? But you have to be prepared. The lowest price for this batch of coffins can be over $500 million. Among them in good condition, the reserve price is more than 10 times 100 times. Some of them can't even be measured in price and can only be exchanged for rare resources. Hearing this, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and could only shake his head. They're all coffins covered by seals, and pricing them based on appearance alone is too pitiful, and it's also a bit ridiculously expensive. So if it's appraised as bronze and silver, then wouldn't it be a bloodbath? Ha ha ha, you have the ability to sense and ignore the covering seal, so of course you'll feel the pit, but others don't have this kind of ability. President Chen smiled, in an extremely pleasant mood, and continued, not to mention that some of these coffins were produced from the Fourth Sacred Ruins, World Heavenly Ridge. Naturally, this will drive up the value of other coffins, so there are a lot of people who are willing to spend $500 million on a bet. Hearing the other party mention the Fourth Sacred Ruin again, Yemo also asked curiously, what is the Fourth Holy Ruin, so fierce? There are currently 6 of the strongest otherworldly secret realms in China. All of them are at the level of the Holy Realm, which we call the Holy Ruins, and the World Heavenly Ridge is ranked 4th among these 6, with the main magical creatures being of the ferocious beast type. There is a devil dragon guarding it, and coffin suppressor masters do not dare to enter unless they have 5-star strength of supreme dignity. President Chen looked at Yemo, who was full of doubts, and slowly explained. Speaking of which, his voice suddenly became serious and, Olmi estimates that this batch of coffins produced in the sacred ruins has at least 5 S-grade swift crystal coffins. You boys have to help the old man sense out a bite before you do. If you encounter a dragon coffin spirit, Even if it's an A-ranked potential, you'll just alert old man. Yemo sniffed and gave the other party a reassuring look and said, I'll do my best. After saying that, he turned his head to look at the little dumpling, a look of delight on his face. For Yemo, the most important thing at the moment was still completing the system mission. By contracting a small zombie in the ceiling and then using the template to raise the potential, you can directly raise the potential of the small zombie to S rank. Moreover, from President Chen's mouth, he could learn that an S-class swift crystal coffin was also an extremely rare existence in the sacred ruins. One can only imagine how strong an S-class would be. Now that I'm on good terms with Elder Chen, there's no need to hide the talent of contracting a double coffin spirit. Yemo thought in his heart. It was important to know that properly displaying talent in front of such a big shot would not do any harm, and would only make the other party look at it more favorably. Without much thought, Yemo looked to the side at President Chen and said in a calm tone, Elder Chen, you can now hand over its sealing formation to me. With these words, President Chen's face immediately showed a puzzled look as he voiced a reminder. Kid Yi, you, a beginner coffin suppressor, are unable to master the two seals. Even if old man handed it over to you, the sealing formation would not be able to be integrated into your body. It would be better for the old man to reseal it into the coffin so that you can carry it on your back and guard it every day. It can't break the coffin and escape either. Elder Chen, you can let me try. Yemo wore a smile on his face and showed a confident look as he said, if I can't control it, it won't be too late for you to seal it again. President Chen's brows slowly furrowed as he sniffed, and it wasn't easy to refuse. In short, he would never believe that Yemo could master two seals at the elementary level. Even as a legend rank powerhouse, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his opinion, Yemo would definitely fail. Alright, since you want to try it, then old me will fulfill you. President Chen shook his head and said. Only a dark golden ball of light emanated from his hand. As the light mass twisted, a rotating 8 trigrams light formation slowly formed in midair. As the Bagua light formation rotated, countless pitch-black characters emerged, transforming into incomparably arcane runes hovering over the formation. The 8 trigrams demon sealing formation? Seeing this formation, Yemo curiously voiced out. This was because this formation was one of the formations that had a higher fusion difficulty, which also meant that the coffin spirit in it was harder to control. There were many formations for sealing coffin spirits, and they varied depending on the secret realm, and the seal that Yemo had seen the most was the hexagonal star formation. Yi kid, when you incorporate it into your body later, if it is rejected, remember not to force it to stay in your body. Otherwise, it will collide with your contracted walker's hexagonal seal, causing damage to your coffin spirit space. In serious cases, you will not be able to contract another coffin spirit in the future. So are you seriously going to try? Aha! Hearing the other party's admonition, Yemo nodded. Immediately following, his eyes stared, and he similarly mobilized a trace of spiritual energy, and wisps of dazzling golden light immediately appeared in his hands. President Chen looked at Yemo's iron determination to try. His brows furrowed and he couldn't help but show a worried look, having already made plans to spend a large sum of money to hire someone to treat him. Hey, this kid is good at everything, but he's a bit stubborn and won't listen to advice. But it's good. A little loss now will grow on you later, President Chen secretly said in his heart. And just then, Yemo directly reached out and touched towards the sealing formation without hesitation. The moment his palm touched the sealing formation, the 8 trigrams demon sealing formation instantly rotated at extreme speed, erupting with intense golden light. The original pitch-black and bizarre words also began to continuously distort, and finally transformed into an arcane ink dragon that directly integrated into Yemo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the coffin spirit rune jumping child. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The spirit rune jumping child's intimacy has been increased to 50, at the behest of a person. Please ask the host to name the coffin spirit. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but get excited in his heart. An A rank for nothing, so easy to come by. It's simply awesome, but he wasn't going to name the little zombie now. Everything still has to wait until after the character template is drawn. Just call the drawn character by name. And at this point, the small zombie set in the ceiling only felt his body stiffen and fell from the ceiling with a thud. When Yemo saw this, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a hint of a smile and said, "Come over here, you." With these words, the little zombie immediately jumped to Yemo's side with a reluctant face. Although it liked to be unfettered, what the other party had just said seemed to make it impossible to refuse. Like a mandatory order. Ha ha, so obedient. Yemo reached out and rubbed his hand directly towards the little zombie's head fiercely a few times. Seemingly feeling that Yemo was annoying, the little zombie looked extremely upset, revealing a pair of pointed teeth and putting on a foul face as if it was about to bite at any time. Ding! System prompt. The host's behavior caused the spirit rune jumping child great displeasure. Attention! Don't do anything that the coffin spirit dislikes, or else it will lower the coffin spirit's closeness to the host. The system prompt that rang out again made Jimo's face suddenly stiffen and he spat in his heart. This nigga. Touch his head twice and he blows up? It's a match for my oldest sister. What a pain in the ass. He then hastily withdrew his hand and looked at the little zombie somewhat breathlessly, his excited heart becoming calmer. On the side, President Chen's mouth slightly opened when he saw this scene, his heart greatly shocked. Yi kid, you've succeeded in this? Yes, Yi Mo said faintly. How is this possible? President Chen only felt like his worldview had collapsed. Since the birth of the coffin suppressor hundreds of years ago, there had never been a person at the beginning level who could contract 2 coffin spirits, but Yi Mo actually did succeed in the contract, which directly broke his perception. Yi kid, you're really a freak. President Chen couldn't help but praise Yi Mo as he remembered all the incredible abilities in him. Your coffin suppressor talent shouldn't be a corpse servant. President Chen looked at Yi Mo with an expectant face and asked, can you tell me your true talent? Earlier in the car, Wang Ming had sent him Yi Mo's information, and he had felt sorry for the other party. But now, it's clear the information is wrong. The opponent's talent must be incredibly rare. Looking at the other party's look of anticipation, Yi Mo thought for a moment and then said seriously, my talent was indeed a corpse servant in the beginning, but I haven't contracted a coffin spirit in 2.5 years, and recently my talent changed a bit and I became a corpse breeder. Corpse breeder? President Chen was puzzled. Exactly. Simply put, it means that I can contract double corpse coffin spirits, as well as summon them to fight at the same time. Yi Mo spoke casually, his face extremely calm. However, when President Chen heard this, he was directly dumbstruck, looking incredibly shocked. You, still able to summon at the same time? That kind of talent is too overbearing. Even if the corpse coffin spirit is weaker than other races, when you get to the legendary rank you can crush the same ranked coffin suppressor in fight. President Chen could completely imagine how strong Yi Mo's future would be. The powerful sensing power doomed him to not be weak in his coffin spirit potential in the future. And now this corpse keeper talent was undoubtedly making him directly become an absolute genius in general. This brat's future accomplishments will definitely surpass old man's, and he might even become a peak supreme. Old me has to let him grow up. President Chen was excited in his heart and his eyes were filled with care as he looked at Yi Mo. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Mo finally left the tomb-seeking guild after some chatter from President Chen. Because of the relationship with President Chen, it was incredibly convenient for Yi Mo to register his identity as a coffin suppressor in the Tomb Seekers Guild. At the same time, he was also pulled into the tomb-seeking mercenary corps by the other party and became a free first-class corps member. Not only do you get all the basic benefits, but you don't have to follow anyone's orders. The Snow Shadow Tomb Hunters. That's a nice name. Yi Mo looked at the tomb-seeking corps badge in his hand that was emitting a gust of coldness, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This badge was shaped like a hexagonal snowflake, made of extremely rare cold iron, with a silver-white background on the crystal side, and a black zone character printed in the center, with intricate patterns but without losing its beauty, making it look incomparably exquisite. For those who recognize the badge, it's a status symbol. This meant that it would allow Yi Mo to walk sideways in Fengyu City and even be flattered by many people. However, Yi Mo didn't like to flaunt too much, and even more so, he didn't like to deal with others. When you can't use the badge, just keep it in your pocket. Next, Yi Mo bought a new cell phone on an ancient street. Another hundreds of thousands of dollars were spent at the trade market on a black heavy motorcycle as metallic as a beast, drawing snickers from those around him. In these times, most of the junior grave hunting group members had no space parcels because they didn't have them. That's why they choose pickup trucks with larger loads for transportation trips to make it easier to deliver supplies. Only a fool or some of the landed gentry would choose a locomotive that has no practical value. Yi Mo ignored the others' comments and parked the locomotive next to the street. Self-consciously, he surfed the internet to look up a map of Fengyu City's neighborhood. Now he had to choose a dangerous place for him to practice. In a short while, he inquired about a low-level dangerous place where the demons were all at the level 1 to 20 hierarchy. The Valley of Doom. This is the place. A glint flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. The Valley of Doom was actually an extremely long mountain canyon 80 miles north of Fengyu City. Because there was an otherworldly secret realm in the depths of the valley, it led to a constant breeding of demonic creatures there, making it a dangerous place. The reason why Yi Mo chose this place. One reason was because there were a large number of mutated zombies, mutated ferocious beasts, and other magical creatures in the valley. As long as a mutated zombie was killed, there was a probability of obtaining a zombie crystal core. These zombie crystal cores belong to the necessary resources for cultivating tyrants. As for the little zombie, it only needs to follow and mix experience. After all, its potential is high enough, and it even has a template to use. The second is that the demons in other dangerous places are mostly ghosts and demons. Their abilities are too bizarre, and most of them come out by day and night, with very few during the day. Trying to find and kill them can be difficult. Apart from the golden light rays emitted from Yemo's eyes and the Tyrant's supermatter penetration, using other means to face the ghosts and monsters was however a bit tricky. Of course, if it was mandatory to command a small zombie, casting the void painting method could easily restrain the ghosts. Come to think of it, Yemo hurriedly sank his mind into the contract space. The corner of his eye twitched as he looked at the little zombie in space riding on the Tyrant's head, occasionally picking at the other's head. And that's when the Tyrant also seemed to sense Yemo, as if a look of help appeared in his eyes. This little zombie, it's still a bit of a mess. Yemo shook his head and directly said, "System, bring up the template lottery function for me." The words, the virtual system panel instantly appeared in front of his eyes, forming a slowly rotating yin and yang fish pattern. Ding, corpse template draw function activated. Detected that the host possesses advanced corpse template raffle ticket *1, which can draw 3 to 5 star character templates. When Yemo heard this, excitement flashed across his face, and in his heart, he said, "My luck has never been bad. It's a little bit sorry for the audience if this doesn't give me a 5-star template." Just then, the system sound rang out again. Ding, please ask the host to select the coffin spirit that needs to draw the advanced character template. 1. Primordial Tyrant T002. 2. Spirit Rune Jumping Child. Hearing the system prompt, Yemo didn't have any hesitation and said affirmatively. Choice 2. Ding, selection successful. The system is in the process of extracting. Yemo sniffed and rubbed his hands together with incomparable anticipation, his eyes staring dead center at the extremely fast rotating yin and yang fish. Only the yin and yang fish spun faster and faster and began to shake violently. A few seconds later, as a burst of dazzling golden light appeared, the yin-yang fish was instantly broken through by the golden light. An extremely cute, lavender-haired zombie loli suddenly formed in the extraction panel. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template, the child who raised the wreckage. Hiss, it's actually her? Yemo looked at the zombie loli's appearance and revealed an incomparable surprise. In his impression, this zombie loli was a character from a certain game. Aside from being cute, it's a pretty awkward position in that game, and it's not too much of a stretch to call it the scrappiest 5-star. But games are just games. This lowly strength background was definitely also a party of superpower if placed on the blue star, and the system gives a 5-star rating in accordance with the blue star background. Such a high rating completely surpassed Yemo's expectations. That means she's really that strong? Surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. Ding, will the host please use this character template on the Spirit Rune Jumping Child? The system prompt rang out, and Yemo's mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. Immediately afterward, he moved his mind and said, use. Ding, congratulations to the host for using the character template successfully. Spirit Symbol Jumping Child seal level up to S-Class Swift Crystal Coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin spirit information. Yemo sniffed and his mind sank into the contract space once again. The little zombie that was originally pickpocketing the Tyrant had changed in appearance, with a head of light purple hair, wearing a small skirt, looking harmless, and was ignorantly surveying the changes in his entire body. The pupils of its originally deep eyes became large and round. Extremely cute. The legs, which were stiff, no longer had to bounce forward and could walk normally with immense flexibility. And the pair of zombie fangs in its mouth had even disappeared. What's wrong with me? Zombie Lori scratched her head, dumbfounded. Immediately following, she sat down on the floor, twisting her head around and turning it upside down again every now and then, blowing into the yellow talisman on her forehead, trying to uncover it with her little short hands, all the while curiously observing her body. Within moments, it forgot what it had been like before and accepted the change. Ding, please ask the host to name the coffin spirit. The system sound rang out again. Yemo grinned, and silently read in his heart, Chi-Chi. And at that moment, Chi-Chi's panel suddenly surfaced in Yemo's eyes. Spirit of the Coffin, the boy who raised the dead, 77. Race, Corpse, Ghost. Level, LV. 1 servant level, level 1 to 19. Experience, 1/200. Seal level, S-Class Swire Crystal Coffin, level cap 79. Talent, Unbreakable Body. Ice Immortal Power, extremely strong resistance to control, sealing and other states, while attaching ice attributes to all skills. Skills, Silent Leap Attack, 3rd level. Sword Chi Chop, 3rd level. Instant Step, 3rd level. Advanced Swordsmanship, True Symbol of Doom, special skill. Can mark a single target? When self or friendly coffin spirit attacks the marked target, extract the target's power and gain a super speed recovery effect. Technique, Drawing Talismans in the Void. Immortal technique Cold Sickness Ghostbusters summons Cold Sickness Ghostbusters to surround the target, perform continuous healing, and cause the target to gain the effect of Cold Ice Immortal Power. Immortal technique, Save Suffering and Doom, bursts of Ice Immortal Power freezes the surrounding area, at the same time marking all hostile targets in the surrounding area with the true symbol of Doom, and instantly revives all dying friendly coffins back to their full state. Flaws, Forgetfulness, Biting, Hates Coffins, Intimacy, 50, Current Status, Doubtful, Curious, Happy. Number of times it can evolve, 3 times. You can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, originally a spirit rune jumping child. After the fusion template, the talent skills have been adjusted and changed, and have been greatly improved. Potential is superb. Able to resist, fight and milk. Hiss, S rank is really awesome. Seeing Chi-Chi's panel, Yi-Mo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. While the natural skills given by the template deviate from what is remembered, they are roughly the same. But what surprised Yi-Mo the most? That was the great move of saving suffering. It can actually bring a dying coffin spirit back to life with full blood. It's awesome. You know, warring back teammates in a game is nothing, yet this is the reality. As long as you don't go to your own death and don't mess with an existence that can kill you in seconds. With Chi-Chi's great move, his own coffin spirit would never die. And now that the intimacy requirement had disappeared into thin air, there was no need to be afraid of mutiny. So instead, he could bring Chi-Chi out for an upgrade. Maybe after I raise Tyrant to level 10, I'll be able to enter the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. A confident look flashed in Yi-Mo's eyes. Now that he had the assistance of Chi-Chi and the Tyrant's means of attack, he was completely capable of charging into the piles of low-level zombies and massacring them, then upgrading madly. Come to think of it, Yi-Mo's heart became even hotter. Somewhat impatient to head to the Valley of Doom, he then engineered the car directly and prepared to leave town. Suddenly, just because you're so beautiful, a dynamic phone rang. Yi-Mo pulled out his cell phone and took a look. It turned out to be his own little sister. He rushed to the phone. Before he could speak, however, the unmistakable voice of a grasping and angry man suddenly appeared on the phone. Yi-Mo, where have you been? Why did you turn off your phone? Why, you tell me. Yi-Mo sniffed and didn't say anything. When the other man had finished venting, this was followed by a brief explanation of what had been done in the morning. Of course he didn't say anything about the slaughter of the coffin spirits, the conflict that occurred in the blood and flesh market, or about President Chen. It just said that he had contracted a tyrant, and then after strolling around the blood and flesh market, he headed to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify his status as a coffin suppressor. Hearing Yi-Mo's explanation, Yi Xiaoyao's tone instantly became extremely surprised. Yi-Mo, you really contracted a D-class coffin spirit? You really didn't lie to me? No. So tell me, where are you? My classmates and I are now following MS. Wenjing in the Tomb Seeking Guild, preparing to certify our status as coffin quenching masters and then going out of town for 2 days of practice. Do you want to follow us? When Yi-Mo heard this, he raised an eyebrow and said suspiciously, why did you guys leave the city early to practice? Shouldn't you guys be at the Compact Center for practical training? With these words, Yi Xiaoyao was instantly furious and complained. Originally, we were planning to have practical training after contracting the coffin spirit, but I don't know which asshole secretly decimated the corpse demons in the training ground warehouse before we finished the contract. That's why we can only go to the dangerous land outside the city to practice. If I see this asshole, be sure to beat him up. Yi-Mo's face stiffened when he heard this. He didn't realize that the warehouse of the contracted coffin spirit was actually a training ground. Luckily one can go early. Otherwise, the tyrant would most likely be decapitated by the trainee who had finished contracting the coffin spirit. At that time, one could only be forced to contract the coffin spirit in the E-grade bronze ancient coffin. At this point, Yi-Mo couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao's clenched pink fists and fierce appearance. He hurriedly coughed lightly and said, old sister a girl has to be gentle. Don't open your mouth and be so mean. In case it's a handsome guy you know who decapitates these demons. Is it hard for you to beat him up? That depends on who it is. If it's you, I'm sure I'll beat you into a big pig's head. Yi-Mo. That's right, Yi-Ma. I just spoke to MS. Wenjing about you, and she agreed to let you follow us in our training. The phone inquired out again, a hint of delight in his tone. Yi-Mo sniffed and frowned slightly, then understood Yi Xiaoyao's thoughts. In his opinion, this little ninny was nothing more than worrying about his safety and fearing that he would leave the city alone. Realize that. This group of trainees had Wenjing's leadership and were absolutely safe in the periphery of the dangerous land. At least it allows trainees to upgrade without fear. After Yi Xiaoyao contracted the Hell Inferno demon, she directly asked for such a spot for Yi-Mo. After all, she didn't have the ability to protect Yi-Mo when she wasn't at a high level, and she didn't dare to take Yi-Mo alone to upgrade. And when Jing agreed without hesitation, willing to give Yemo a chance on account of her powerful talent. Yi Xiaoyao naturally didn't want Yemo to miss out. After a few seconds of silence, Yemo smiled and shook his head, politely refusing. I have my own plans, so I won't be joining you. You'd better take this opportunity to practice hard and try to get the first place in Linhu province in the examination next week. Tomb Quest Guild Hall. Rest area. Looking at being hung up, Yi Xiaoyao's face became a bit sullen. The crystals in his eyes flickered instantly, looking extremely helpless. However, once she thought that the Hell Inferno demon was told by Yemo, she felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards Yemo again. Maybe that guy really has his own plans. Yi Xiaoyao pursed her lips, and said with displeasure in her heart, aside. When Wenjing saw Yi Xiaoyao's state, her face instantly became tense and she inquired with concern, classmate Xiaoyao, what did Yemo say to you? Will he come over? Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and shook her head. Ms. Wenjing, my brother said he has his own plans. He won't be coming over. Does he have plans of his own? That's a shame. Wen sighed softly. Then her hanging heart finally let go, and she said in her heart, luckily this guy Yemo has self-awareness, otherwise it would have made me quite embarrassed. There was a twinge of guilt in Wen's mind about what she had done in the morning, but not much, especially after a genius student like Yi Xiaoyao appeared in her class. Yemo's matter was even more behind her, but she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao was actually Yemo's younger sister. Moreover, she was almost unable to refuse the request of a genius like Yi Xiaoyao and could only agree to it with a stiff upper lip. Registration for the test is closed. It looks like we'll just have to wait until after next week's test and then go give him a little compensation for good measure. Wen ruffled her hair, a flicker of unease flashing through her mind. Now she only hoped that Yemo didn't appear in front of the other tutors. Otherwise the news that repeaters could take the test would be learned by Yemo and then exposed. I'm sure the school, or Yi Xiaoyao, would find her in trouble. And at this point, Yi Xiaoyao also noticed that the other party seemed to be a bit lost in thought and softly shouted, Ms. What? What's wrong with you? When Jing sniffed and hastily retreated from her thoughts, a bright smile appearing on her face as she said in a soft tone, it's nothing. I'm just thinking about which low-level danger zone to take you guys to for your training. With these words, it was instantly heard by a sharp-eared male student behind the two men's seats. He only became extremely excited and shouted at the top of his voice, Teacher 1, why don't we go to the Valley of Doom? I heard from my father that there are many demons there. Low level, perfect for us to practice. The other students chimed in. Mr. Man, he's right. I've heard that the demons in the Valley of Doom are weak. They're all zombies, and they're easier to deal with than the demons in other dangerous places. I think it would be better to go there too. Hearing her classmate's suggestion, Wen began to think it over. The Valley of Doom was indeed the most dangerous place for beginner coffin suppressors to practice. If she were to travel to the outskirts of the Dark Forest, or the Fierce Beast Plains, with so many trainees by herself, it would be very difficult to ensure that the safety of this group of trainees was always kept in mind. On second thought, she also felt that these students' proposal was not unreasonable, then smiled faintly and stood up towards the surrounding students to admonish them. Then it's happily decided. Let's go to the Valley of Doom. But before that, you guys need to go to the Ancient Street trading area and buy your living supplies for the next 2 days. Students who are afraid of zombies can also buy a copy of the anti-zombie poison potion. Just in case. Boss, are there any extra guest rooms? I'd like to stay here for a few days. In the small town on the outside of the Valley of Doom, a youth was standing in front of an exquisite small inn, questioning the owner inside. The youth was handsome, with short fresh hair and a faint smile on his face. This youth was naturally Yemo. At this moment, he was carrying a traveling backpack on his back and holding a sweet and cute purple-haired little girl, drawing a lot of attention from the people passing by the hotel. When the innkeeper heard Yemo's inquiry, he hurriedly stood up from behind the counter and said with a smile on his face, Ha, little brother, you've come at the right time. We just happen to have one last room left in the store. 1,000 a night. I don't know how many days little brother wants to stay here. Yemo sniffed and pulled out a pile of money and handed it to the owner. At the same time, he said faintly, stay for 3 days first. Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away. The boss took the money, nodded with a smile, and turned around to arrange the room. This town serves as the only landing spot on the outside of the Valley of Doom. Its bustle almost rivals that of the old streets of the outer city. Only as lively as it was, the place was also filled with chaos. When Yemo had just passed by, he had seen no less than 3 clashes between coffin-suppressing masters alone. One of them even on the town coffin master directly released coffin spirit battle, fight to the defeat of both sides before giving up. And with him blowing up the streets on such a racy heavy motorcycle, it was only natural that he would be targeted. Just then, 2 large, needy men appeared outside the hotel. One of them, a flat-headed man with a scar on his face like a centipede, walked into the hotel, then slapped the counter and yelled, "Where's the boss? Is he here? Is there any room here?" As the flat-headed man called out, the innkeeper hurriedly ran down from the second floor of the inn. "Boss, is there any room left? The two of us brothers want to stay here." The flat-headed man pointed at his companions behind him, a questioning tone in his voice. When the innkeeper heard this, a nervous look appeared on his face as he hurriedly said, "Big brother, the small inn no longer has any extra rooms." "No extra room?" The flat-headed man frowned. A look of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then he pointed at Yemo and said, "What did you go upstairs for just now? Wasn't it to arrange a room for this kid?" Hearing this, the innkeeper's face immediately showed a look of difficulty. However, the flat-headed man seemed to understand what was going on, and as he reached out and pulled the innkeeper by the collar, he yanked the other man to himself, a menacing look on his face. "You directly return the room for that kid and replace it with the two of us brothers, or else I'll tear down your store." "Big brother, I can't make a decision either. Ask little brother and see if he agrees to let off," the innkeeper said in a cold sweat. The two big men in front of him were emitting a strong fury, and it seemed that they were the kind that had done a lot of evil and had not been stained with human blood. However, he had already received Yemo's money, so naturally he wasn't too good at trespassing, and out of fear, he could only push the problem onto Yemo. As soon as the words of the innkeeper, the two big men immediately placed their eyes on Yemo. Feeling the threatening color in the other party's eyes, Yemo could not help but slowly frown. He hadn't expected to encounter this kind of thing just a little while out of town. If one were to follow a peak middle-ranked coffin suppressor like Wenjing, never would have encountered such an ungrateful fellow with someone covering for him. It's true that only strength is everything, Yemo secretly said in his heart, becoming more and more determined to become stronger. The flat-headed man sized up Yemo for a few moments, not placing the other party in his eyes in the slightest. A contemptuous smile followed, his tone filled with dominance. "Kid, go away. The room you booked just now, I'll take it." In his opinion, the aura emanating from Yemo's body was only at the beginning 3-star level, just a fledgling rookie, and how would they dare to disobey a coffin suppressor like them who had been mixing for many years and whose strength had reached the 7 stars of the preliminary stage. However, Yemo acted as if he hadn't heard the flat-headed man's words and just shifted his gaze to the innkeeper. When the innkeeper felt Yemo's gaze, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face and he hurriedly advised, "Little brother, just give the room to these two masters. Don't blame me either. We can't afford to mess with these two." "I can't afford to mess with them?" A cold smile appeared on the corner of Yemo's mouth as he looked at the innkeeper and said indifferently, "I can't afford to mess with them, so you can afford to mess with me? Seems like I paid for the room a long time ago and booked it. Now you want me to check out? Isn't there something wrong with that?" With these words, the innkeeper's face turned ugly. He didn't expect Yemo to be so inconsiderate, knowing that these two big men were not to be messed with. Yet he still pushed himself aggressively. Clearly a conflict can be diffused by simply checking out of the room. It wouldn't have cost anyone anything. Yet just because this kid had no eyesight, he probably got the inn trashed. At this moment, the innkeeper really wanted to slap the kid in front of him twice. "I'll pay you back, little brother, if you don't leave. These two guests are about to make a move on you, so don't blame me for not warning you later." A look of disgust appeared in the innkeeper's eyes. Then he threw the money to Yemo and retreated to the side to watch the show. "Hey, two big brothers, could you take him out before you do anything? The room he booked just now, I've already packed it up, so the two big brothers can check in directly later." The innkeeper looked at the two big men and smiled fawningly. When the flat-headed man heard this, he nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction, and said, "Old me sees you as a boss who is also quite agreeable. In that case, we'll comply without breaking your store." "Hey, thanks big brother. I'll give you a discount on the check-in fee later." A look of gratitude appeared on the innkeeper's face. Immediately following, he took another look at Yemo's increasingly icy complexion, and his heart thumped. Seemingly thinking of something, he hastily changed his words and said, "Two big brothers, why don't you guys just cripple this kid? I'm afraid he'll get back at me. If you agree, I am willing to give you a permanent VLP to stay in this store for free at any time and provide 3 meals a day." With these words, the two big men immediately looked at each other with extremely excited smiles on their faces. As beginner-level coffin suppressor masters, they only dared to move around the outskirts of the Valley of Doom. When they encountered hordes of zombies, mutant beasts, and other demonic creatures in the valley, they would feel extremely fearful. However, when they encountered someone much weaker, they appeared to be extremely brutal. Moreover, the two didn't usually have many resources from looting, and now they had the innkeeper's request. The two naturally agreed to it in one go. "Ha ha ha, you're good at that. Since that's the case, then we brothers will help you get this kid killed." Having said that, The two big men then walked towards Yemo with one on the left and one on the right. Then he was ready to reach out and clasp Yemo's shoulders and throw him outside the inn. When Yemo saw this, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chi-Chi, chop off their hands. With these words, the two big men were stunned. Only then did they notice that the little girl beside Yemo was actually a coffin spirit. Watch out, quickly dodge. The flat-headed big man shouted softly and hastily reminded his companion. At the same time, he directly mobilized the weak aura in his body and prepared to fend off Chi-Chi's attack. Before they could react, however, Chi-Chi's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Next, Chi-Chi appeared like a ghost on the left side of the flat-headed man. She then directly raised the short sword in her hand that emitted a cold aura and chopped down with vigor. Swish! The sharp short sword cut through mid-air, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, and chopped on top of the flat-headed man's left arm. In the blink of an eye, the flat-headed man's arm was instantly frozen by the cold air, unable to dodge. Like slicing a green onion, he was chopped into two pieces by the short sword with his tendons and bones and thrown out. Aha, kid, you dare to sneak up on me. You're just looking for death. The flat-headed big man let out a miserable scream and quickly rushed out of the inn's door, covering where his frozen broken arm was. And at this point, the other big man only felt a chill on his back and hastily mobilized the aura in his body to dodge Chi-Chi's attack. Then he fought to stomp a few steps towards the back, retreating to a distance of several meters. Immediately after that, he immediately summoned a 1-meter-tall silver coffin from the hexagram formation on the ground. Kid, how dare you sneak up on my brother? This big man roared angrily and directly opened the coffin board. Only black mist swept out, covering a range of several meters. Between the black mist churning, a terrifying monster with 8 human legs, a body pieced together from broken limbs and arms, and 3 bizarre heads at the same time crawled out from it. The monster did not look like a living thing, turning its head like a machine, and was staring at Yemo, and the purple-haired lowly that had returned to his side, with a resentful deadpan look in its eyes. Yemo sized up the monster and his brows couldn't help but furrow. The monster in front of him looked to be of good strength, and was even weirder than Su Feng's werewolf. Perhaps it couldn't kill Chi-Chi, but it was definitely able to restrain Chi-Chi. After all, there was a difference of more than 10 levels between the current Chi-Chi and this monster, and there were no extremely powerful attack skills. If Yemo summoned Tyrant and used Chi-Chi as a support, then the situation would be directly reversed. At this point, the flat-headed man who had his arm chopped off, gradually recovered emotionally and looked at Yemo and gritted his teeth. You kid really has guts. After the sneak attack, you didn't even run. I will definitely dismantle you, chop you up and feed you to my coffin spirit. Having said that, with a wave of one hand, the flat-headed man similarly summoned a silver coffin. As the coffin opened, a large, 4-meter-long red centipede with a pair of transparent wings on its back instantly stood up and hissed towards Yemo. Blood poison centipede, poison rain, doll ghost spider, thread blade. The two big men shouted out coldly and without any hesitation. They directly ordered the coffin spirits to attack Yemo and Chi-Chi, only to see the blood venom centipede steeply open its mouthparts and spray a circle of dark green venom in the direction of the two, attempting to envelop the area and block the two's escape route. While the mannequin ghost spider burst out a black silk thread glistening with metallic luster and shot towards Yemo's head. When Yemo saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. These two people on the opposite side were worthy of being coffin suppressors who had been mixing in Doomsday Town for a long time, and they blocked their path with a single strike. The slightest carelessness would result in oneself being injured by these two attacks. Chi-Chi, use the void to draw a talisman. Block those venoms, Yemo said with a frown on his face. 7-7 sniffed and with a sword finger in one hand, she pinched the spell in a second and drew a spell charm that emitted a cold aura and flew towards the poisonous liquid in the air. Meanwhile, Yemo's figure was short, and his palms emitted a wave of spiritual energy directly slapping on the ground, instantly summoning the silver coffin, which was set up diagonally in front of his body. He's prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi failed to block these venoms, then she could only rely on the silver coffin to do so. Next, zip, zing, 2 popping sounds rang out. The spell talisman emitting a cold aura instantly erupted when it touched the venom, directly freezing all the venom into ice cubes that fell down. The black silk threads shot out by the mannequin ghost spider were even blocked by the silver coffin, erupting into a crisp buzzing sound. These two attacks were defused as much as possible, unable to pose any threat. Chi-Chi, well done. Yemo breathed a sigh of relief and stroked Chi-Chi's head with a faint smile on his face. When Chi-Chi heard Yemo's compliment, she hastily raised her head and blinked her eyes in an extremely cute response. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the child of raising the dead, has been complimented and has increased its intimacy by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The child proximity of the child who rose from the dead has increased to 55, following orders. The system tone that suddenly sounded suddenly made Yemo freeze. Ha! It actually increased 5 points of intimacy? When he thought of the system mission he was about to complete, Yemo became a little impatient in his heart. We have to hurry up and finish off these two guys. Grab the time to practice and get the system rewards, Yemo secretly said. For him, even with the system, you dare not slack off. After all, a coffin suppressor who hadn't grown up could be trampled to death at any time. If you want to survive in this world, you have to keep getting stronger. F***ck. This kid even knows to block with a coffin. There's some brains too. I didn't expect a small zombie to be able to withstand the poisonous rain of my pet. What a damn bad luck. Two cursing voices came. Yemo sniffed and stood up the summoned silver coffin, then took a step towards the side and stared at the two big men with a pair of cold eyes. Any more tricks? If not, it's my turn, Yemo said indifferently. When the flat-headed man heard this, a cruel look appeared on his face as he viciously said, "Dead to the world and still dare to provoke, simply arrogant to the extreme." The words. He directly commanded the blood-poisoned centipede to charge in Yemo's direction. The other big man did not act rashly because he was afraid of Chi-Chi's instant step. Instead, he had the doll ghost spider stay by his side for defense. Kid, that little zombie of yours is of a low level and can't even break through my blood-poisoned centipede's armor. Next, I want you to be tortured so much that you can't beg for death. The flat-headed big man's ferocious light was revealed, looking extremely confident. Yet the next second, bang! The lid of the silver coffin in front of Yemo exploded steeply, and a tall figure clad in a black robe leaped out of it, and rushed over in the direction of the blood-poisoned centipede. Roar! The tyrant let out a roar and directly swung his sharp claws to chop at the blood-venom centipede, cutting a huge crack in its armor. It then proceeded to fiercely pursue the blood-venom centipede, which was even larger than its own size, with a fierce determination. Crap, how can this kid command two coffin spirits? It's fake, isn't it? The owner of the doll ghost spider was surprised. When the flat-headed man saw this, a look of scorn appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? Yet before the two could return to their senses, Yemo had a chilling tone in his voice as he said, "Chi-Chi, use the cold sickness ghost differential set on the tyrant." With these words, Chi-Chi erupted with extremely cold and pure energy, condensing a soul that emitted a cold aura and followed the tyrant. Tyrant was worthy of being a full intimacy existence. At this moment, the thoughts in Yemo's mind, even if it didn't say anything, it could clearly know, only to see it instantly close in on the blood-venom centipede and fight to the death. Thanks to the assistance of the cold sickness ghostbusters, each of Tyrant's sharp claws attacks carried a large amount of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the blood-venom centipede was then frozen into a bloody ice sculpture, unable to move. "Tyrant, kill it," Yemo said coldly. With these words, the tyrant then quickly pinched his sharp claws around the frozen blood-venom centipede's head, while a ball of light fluctuating with blood-red terrifying energy appeared in his palm. When the flat-headed man felt this energy, his hair stood on end and his face revealed a look of horror. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so scary? The other big man's face changed when he saw this, and he hurriedly warned in a low voice, "Hurry up and leave. It seems like we can't afford to mess with this kid." Then, what about my coffin spirit? What else can we do? Life is most important. After saying that, the two big men ran away without looking back. And just then, the energy in the tyrant's palm had already been built up, and a pillar of blood-red light instantly shot up into the sky, directly vaporizing the blood-venom centipede in place and blasting it to the dregs. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed Coffin Spirit LV. 14 blood-venom centipede, doubling his experience and gaining 600 experience points. Ding! 7-7 assisted in killing Coffin Spirit LV. 14 blood-poison centipede, doubling his experience and gaining 600 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, current level, LV. 6 servant level. Experience required for next level 1050/1800. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV. 2 servant level. Experience required for next level 400 out of 440. A series of beeps sounded, and Yemo's face suddenly revealed a smile. He didn't expect that killing a Coffin Spirit at a cross level would actually result in such a generous amount of experience. It was totally unexpected and just plain awesome. The experience of a level 14 Coffin Spirit tops dozens of level 1 demons. Yemo gasped slightly and looked at the two big men who escaped. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, want to run? Better stay as experience for me to brush up on. Tyrant, use running attack and go after them to destroy them." This moment, Yemo directly made Tyrant chase towards the two people who were frantically fleeing for their lives. The two men turned around and were horrified as a wave of fear washed over them. "Damn, what's going on with this zombie? Why is it so strong?" The flat-headed man's face turned pale with fear. Due to the death of the Coffin Spirit, the sealing contract within the body collapsed, thus suffering an extremely severe backlash. If the tyrant caught up with him, he wouldn't even be qualified to resist. Seemingly thinking of a solution, the flat-headed man hurriedly said to his companion beside him, "Older brother, the two of us have a lifelong friendship. Brother's survival this time depends on you. If we both run away, it's all over. Why don't you send the dull ghost spider to fend off for a while, and then we'll be safe when we get rid of this walker." When the other big man heard this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. If the walker chasing him didn't have the acceleration skill, he'd be happy to take his companion with him. But now that the companion had lost its coffin spirit, it was the same as losing its proper value. In this dangerous situation, the other party was already injured and would undoubtedly turn into a dragon himself. Even if the other party was saved, there was no point. It would be better to use the other person's life to exchange for a ray of life for yourself. Older brother, you're stronger than me. Even your coffin spirit is dead. Surely my coffin spirit can't stop that zombie. Then what should we do? This is the only way now. It's impossible to let both of our brothers be accounted for here, the flat-headed big man said with an ugly face, his eyes filled with despair. Yet his companion's next words directly gave him a glimmer of hope. Older brother, I do have a way I can escape that won't send my coffin spirit to its death. When the flat-headed man heard this, he became incredibly excited. What way? Tell me quickly. What way? Oh, of course you're going to die. Old brother, you fucking. Before he could curse, the flat-headed man only felt a huge force on his leg, only to see his companion kick him hard in the calf, causing him to instantly break his bones and plant himself on the ground. Older brother, you and I have been friends for life. Thank you for saving old brother's life. Ha ha, the other big man laughed, then slipped away. Unfortunately, one got away. Yemo looked at the big man who had already fled into the crowd and disappeared, and for the time being, he did not choose to go after him. Immediately, he made his next move. Tyrant, kill him and bring the body over. Yemo pointed at the flat-headed big man lying on the ground and said, "No, you can't kill me." The flat-headed man looked with horror at the rapidly approaching tyrant and fought to kick his legs back. It was just that he was now crippled, and no matter how much he retreated, he couldn't pull away from the tyrant. A few seconds later, the tyrant crushed the flat-headed big man's head with one hand. Then dragging its corpse, he followed behind Yemo towards the hotel. At this point, the owner, who was standing in front of the inn and watching, only felt his scalp tingle when he saw Yemo as well as the tyrant walking head-on. Next, the tyrant fought to throw it away, and the body of the flat-headed big man was like a rocket, leaping more than 10 meters and smashing heavily into the inn. For a while, the inn was filled with a strong smell of blood, like a purgatory on earth. When the innkeeper saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his whole body trembled as a wetness struck him. As the fishy odor emanated, his legs gave out and he fell heavily to his knees. Little brother, I was wrong. I made a mistake for a moment. Please spare me, the innkeeper cried out in pain and said hoarsely. He didn't expect Yemo, who looked casually deceivable, to be so powerful. He actually directly fought 1 against 2, strongly crushing 2 beginner-level coffin suppressor masters. What he had done before had undoubtedly angered Yemo. Now that Yemo wanted to settle the score with him, how could he not be afraid? Right, money. Seemingly thinking of something, the innkeeper hurriedly shouted towards Yemo, "Little brother, spare me. I can compensate you with money. I can compensate you with a lot of money." Hearing that the innkeeper is willing to pay compensation, Yemo's eyebrows instantly raised. A glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, "You're willing to compensate me for a lot of money?" Yes, the innkeeper said shakily. Yemo sniffed and instantly became interested. A smile appeared on his face as he sized up the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money is hard currency, and the resources that can be bought are extremely wide-ranging. Since the other party was willing to talk about money, then Yemo was also happy to calm down and talk to one of them. "Why don't you name a number and I'll see how many there are." 1 million. Only 1 million? Yemo frowned. The smile hanging on his face instantly disappeared, and he said expressionlessly, 1 million is less. 5 million. Good. The innkeeper let out a sigh of relief when he heard this and hurriedly agreed. When Yemo saw this, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He didn't expect the other party to bite the bullet without hesitation. It seemed that he had still underestimated the other party. Perhaps $5 million was not a big amount of money in the hands of the innkeeper. It's true that those who can gain a foothold in a place like this, either they have money or strength, Yemo said in his heart. A few minutes later, Yemo got this amount of money and didn't keep it much. Immediately afterward he parked the heavy locomotive near the inn and instructed the innkeeper to help look after it. At the same time, he didn't forget to search the flat-headed big man's body, but he didn't find any valuable items. He then headed straight out of the inn and down the streets of the town toward the high ground at the entrance to the Valley of Doom in the distance. At the entrance of the inn, the innkeeper looked at Yemos departing back and a sinister color flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists and made a cackling sound through his clenched teeth, itching to eat Emo alive. This kid, how dare he blackmail me? How can I swallow this breath? I'll go to the mighty ghost's grave hunting group later and offer you a heavy bounty. I don't believe you can get out of the Valley of Doom. I want you to have a life to take the money and no life to spend it. Ha ha ha. 1 hour later, Emo ran all the way along the wide clear water river outside the town and arrived on top of the verdant highlands near the fringe area of the Valley of Doom, blowing the refreshing breeze off the hills. As far as the eye can see, the inner side of the plateau was an extremely vast Grand Canyon, spanning horizontally 2,000 meters wide. In the middle of the canyon there is a huge meandering river. At the edge of the river, on the other hand, stretches a large plain until it is obscured by the towering mountains on either side. The nearby Clearwater River, on the other hand, turned sharply at the upland cliffs and hung upside down for thousands of meters, forming an extremely spectacular waterfall that crashed towards the huge river in the canyon and finally merged into one. If Emo didn't know that the valley had the name of Doomsday, he might have sighed at this spectacular sight. But after his careful observation, he would realize that the valley revealed a dead silence everywhere. In the distance, countless crumbling buildings had collapsed on the plains, and the land appeared gray and lifeless, and the huge river glowed a dark red in the sunlight. All of this reveals that the valley has suffered a baptism of disaster. Just then, a footstep suddenly sounded. Emo turned his head and looked, only to see 3 young men and women appearing above the trail in the highlands. 2 men and 1 woman. The female looks extremely cold and colorful, red lips slightly, tall figure, especially a pair of snow-white long legs eye-catching and moving. She looked great in a sophisticated long black leather trench coat and black high-heeled combat boots. Walking alongside her was a well-mannered youth wearing a white tunic, thin-rimmed black-framed glasses, and a hiking bag in his hand. And at the very front, a lean youth carrying a golden coffin and wearing a brown vest was scouting the way. The lean youth observed his surroundings, chewing on a dog's tail grass in his mouth, looking extremely annoyed. When he saw Emo, he was first stunned, then his face was wild with joy, and he rushed over, panting, and asked, "Brother, are you going to the Valley of Doom, Coffin Master?" 2. When Emo saw this, his brows couldn't help but slowly wrinkle. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a wary look. Realize that, in the middle of nowhere, the scariest thing is not the demons, but the people. What's more, within a day, he had been picked on one after another, so Emo would never take the lean youth who suddenly came running in lightly. "So what's up with you?" Emo asked indifferently. When the lean youth heard this, he hurriedly spat out the dog's tail grass he was holding in his mouth, revealed a friendly smile, and took out a cigarette from his pocket and threw it to Emo. He then pointed to his 2 companions behind him and said with a smile, "Brother, the 3 of us came from Jiangnan City. Being new to the area and not quite sure how to get into this canyon, I almost got sidetracked by all these mountain roads. I wonder if a brother could give us a ride, or show us a shortcut as well." You guys came from Jiangnan City?" Emo raised his eyebrows, a puzzled look in his eyes. Jiangnan City, as the largest base city in the middle of the Great Xia, naturally had many secret places for coffin suppressor masters to practice, and these few people came to Fengyu City not far from thousands of miles, and even came to the lowest level of danger like the Valley of Doom, so they obviously had some purpose. Seemingly seeing Emo's doubts, the lean youth then explained seriously, "Brother, I won't lie to you. A few of us are quasi-middle order coffin suppressors. Now that the coffin spirit has reached the conditions for evolution, it's lacking the same corpse evolution core material, so we came to the Valley of Doom to enter the secret realm in the valley in search of resources. So that's how it is." Emo nodded. He had already inquired in great detail about the road to the Valley of Doom before he came, and he was not a roadie, so he was still quite good at recognizing the road. He then pointed to a narrow stone gateway downhill not far from the heights and said, "See that stone gate? The narrow mountain pass to the left of the stone gate leads to the valley floor of the Valley of Doom, only it is unusually treacherous. Of course you can also choose the spacious trail on the right. That would require going around the high ground and probably not reaching the valley floor until after dark." After hearing Emo's words, the lean man hastily thanked him. "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly at Emo in appreciation. "Right, bro. Why don't you come with us? That way we can also take care of you a bit. After all, you're a solo beginner coffin suppressor. It's still quite dangerous in this kind of place." After thinking about it, the lean man invited Emo to accompany him. The spectacled youth also revealed a light smile when he heard this and said, "My friend, I think the monkey's words are quite reasonable. If we encounter demons, with the 3 of us, we can also kill them in passing. As for the corpses of those demons, They are yours to deal with. Does that look good to you? These three people were not bad in strength, looked like the children of rich families, and did not show any malice, but instead were extremely friendly. After the two took turns inviting him, in the end, Yemo thought for a while and still nodded his head and agreed. Along the way, the lean youth seemed like a casual acquaintance, looking for Yemo to strike up a conversation from time to time. This also allowed Yemo to understand each other with them. These three came from Jingguan College in Jiangnan City. All of them were sophomores and were extremely outstanding. The cold girl's name was Lin Yin, and she had contracted a C-rank corpse coffin spirit named White Phantom. This time, their purpose of coming to the Doom Valley Point was also to help her look for evolutionary materials. The young man wearing glasses was called Qin Dong, and had similarly contracted a C-rank coffin spirit, but his coffin spirit had already completed its first evolution. As for the lean youth, his name is Ho Zigu, and his contracted coffin spirit is also a monkey. And the three have one thing in common, road blindness, the kind where you can't find your way even if you have a map. Soon after, the four of them finally arrived at the bottom of the Valley of Doom. It was close to dusk, and as the high ground was backed up against the sunlight, the surrounding became dim, and a gloomy aura emanated for hundreds of meters. Just stepped in here. Yemo then felt a strong putrid odor mixed in the breeze, causing people to frown. Crap, lost count. It seems like I forgot to bring a gas mask. Monkey pinched his nose and said with remorse, "Ah Dong, look in the space backpack and see if there are any nose plugs or something like that. I don't have it here. Let's hurry. The smell seems to be coming from the neighborhood. Just get out of here," Qin Dong said with the back of his hand against his nose. The two seemed to be very sick of the smell and wanted to run away from it impatiently. Lin Yin was much better than these two. Her eyebrows were furrowed and she didn't say anything, just endured the putrid odor in silence. Though she was contracted to be a zombie as well, and had seen many rotting corpses, she was still sickened by this intense level of scent. Soon, Monkey remembered the cigarettes in his pocket. A smile appeared on his face, and he hastily handed one towards several people. Here, all of you stick your cigarettes up your noses. It'll take a lot of the smell out." Having said that, with a snap, the monkey lit his lighter, lit both cigarettes and shoved them up his nostrils. Just when he wanted to light a cigarette for Yemo, suddenly, a strange hissing sound came from not far away. Next, only 100 meters away, more than a dozen human figures with strange movements, like machinery, crawled out one after another from a dark pit in the ground. Their eyes were white, their bodies were rotting, and they looked extremely disgusting. When they sensed the fire in the monkey's hands, they instantly opened their mouths, revealing hideous teeth, and staggered quickly towards the crowd. Crap, the demons here are pretty dense. Just entering the valley and you can run into so many? Monkey was startled and hastily extinguished the lighter, his heart palpitating. Sister Tone, hurry up and summon the phantom to exterminate them. I'm sure you'd love to. Lin Yin looked at the group of zombies. Her beautiful eyes widened and flashed with a hint of fervor, her desire to fight instantly rising. I haven't killed any demons for half a month, so I must let Phantom kill enough today. Lin Yin licked her red lips, the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile, and her hands suddenly radiated a burst of spiritual energy, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. Yemo, let's stay away. Lin Yin's coffin spirit likes to abuse demons, so be careful of being splattered by corpse-poisoned blood and flesh, Qin Dong hurriedly said towards Yemo while retreating towards the back. Just then, Yemo suddenly took a few steps forward and came to Lin Yin's body. He then turned his head to glance at the other party and said indifferently, "It's better to leave these demons to me." When Lin Yin heard this, she immediately raised her eyebrows. The smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she looked at Yemo suspiciously. "Are you sure?" "Aha." Yemo nodded. "Crap, dude. Stop it. These 10 or so low-level mutated zombies. You really can't beat them as a beginner 3-star coffin suppressor. It's better to let Sister Tone make a move." "Yeah, Yemo. Although you're here to practice, you definitely can't fight off this many walkers. You'll just have to wait for death if you're poisoned by necromancy," Monkey and Qin Dong hurriedly persuaded. They had previously promised to help Yemo with the troubles along the way, which didn't mean they would babysit the other party. If the other party insisted on going on, then they would at most admonish them and would not forcefully intervene. After all, this was Yemo's own choice. In their view, adults should be responsible for what they feel. "Don't worry, I'll take care of myself," Yemo said indifferently when he heard the two men's exhortations. "Hear this?" Monkey could only shake his head helplessly and said, "All right then, take care of yourself." Lin Yin didn't say anything, decisively withdrawing her spiritual energy. She turned around and walked towards the back. "It won't be too late for us to strike when he's injured. After this place, let's part ways with him." Qin Dong held up his glasses and said in a low voice. The three looked at each other and nodded. As the group of walkers got closer and closer, the three of them also no longer held any hope for Emo. In their opinion, a coffin suppressor with an incredibly weak spiritual power, just around 3 stars at the beginning level. Even if he summoned a coffin spirit, it would at most be no more than level 6, and a level 6 coffin spirit would be absolutely unbeatable against this group of low-level zombies, and might even be torn to pieces. Emo. What are you still waiting for? If you don't make a move again, are you waiting to die? Monkey was somewhat unable to do so and quickly reminded loudly. However, he was not aware that Emo was considering something, whether to summon Chi-Chi, or to summon Tyrant, or are both summoned together? Emo was a bit torn. If one were to choose 7-7 in front of these 3 people, summoning the Swift Crystal Coffin might scare these 3 people into confusion. If they were used together, they would probably shock the 3 into fainting. After all, a big shot like President Chen had his scalp tingling because Emo had summoned 2 coffin spirits at the same time. Never mind, let's use Tyrant first. After separating from them later, then summon them at the same time. Emo thought in his heart, only to see a spiritual energy emanating steeply from his body. A golden light flashed rapidly in his hand, and a hexagram formation quickly took shape on the ground. Immediately following, the huge silver coffin rushed out of the ground, and a terrifying figure leaped out of it. Seeing this, Emo said confidently with a hint of excitement in his eyes, "Tyrant, give me seconds to kill them." The tyrant sniffed and roared, like a truck exercising at extreme speed, charging straight towards the corpses in front of him. At this moment, the tyrant seemed like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, blasting 1 or 2 zombies with each strike. Flesh, blood, debris, and broken bones flew about. In just less than 10 seconds, more than 10 terrifying zombies disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a pile of broken limbs. When the 3 of them saw this, they were so surprised that they sucked in a breath of cold air. "Monkey, why is he so fierce?" "Qin Dong, this is more than 10 times stronger than when we were novices." Linin, hiss. "His D-class zombie coffin spirit actually has this kind of strength. It's not much better than the phantom from back then." Ding, Tyrant has successfully killed LV. For Crypt Walker, doubling his experience and gaining 60 experience points. Ding, Tyrant has successfully killed LV. For Crypt Walker, doubling his experience and gaining 60 experience points. Ding, Tyrant has successfully killed LV. For Crypt Walker, doubling his experience and gaining 60 experience points. Ding, ding, your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV. 7 servant level. Experience required for next level 30/2240. Ding, congratulations to the host for a slight increase in spiritual power. A series of beeps rang out, and Emo only felt extremely relieved. Lots of experience. Group brushing is just awesome. Upgrading is like riding a rocket. There were only a dozen zombies in this wave, and surprisingly, it directly allowed Tyrant to rise to level 7. Just work a little harder and kill all the demonic creatures encountered along the way. Wouldn't it be possible to rise to level 10 in a day? One should know that the 3 people behind him were so outstanding that they had only reached the quasi-middle class level after spending 2 years in the academy. This made Emo more sure of a conclusion. That means only he can swipe monsters for experience. No one else can. And other people could only cultivate the coffin spirit by utilizing their resources. Crap. Emo. Are you hung up? Surprisingly, you killed them all with a level 6 mutant zombie? Monkey said in shock. The other 2 beside him had different expressions, either shock or recognition. Qin Dong remembered the reminder he had just given to Emo and held up his black-rimmed glasses. His face couldn't help but show a look of embarrassment. No wonder you want to deal with these zombies alone. So you have absolute certainty. You're still really strong. Emo smiled a faint smile and said modestly, "It's just killing a few low-level zombies. It's not worth mentioning at all." When Monkey and Qin Dong heard this, they only felt the corners of their eyes twitch. "You're so Versailles. Does your family know?" At this point, Linin walked to Emo's side, her eyes gazing straight at the other party, her red lips slightly open, as if she had something to say. Next, her cold face suddenly melted into a moving light smile that, at the same age, I didn't think anyone but me could raise a walker to that level. Emo, you're very good. And your coffin spirit cultivation isn't weak. We can exchange ideas more often when we have time. With that, Linin took out her cell phone and wanted to exchange contact information with Emo. When Emo saw this, his face froze, and he didn't refuse, and similarly took out his cell phone to add the other party as a communication friend. Tisk. Emo. You kid is good. It's the first time I've seen Sisterine take the initiative to ask for contact information. You have to seize the opportunity. Monkey pushed Emo with his elbow, revealing an anti-smile that looked extremely lewd. Ahem. Monkey, it's better to keep some words in your heart and not say them. Qin Dong pointed in Lin Yin's direction. Monkey turned his head and realized that Linin had a hint of killing intent in her eyes, and immediately felt a wave of coldness rush from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Sister Tone. I was wrong. He hurriedly hid on the other side of Yemo with a look of fear on his face. In his opinion, Linin shouldn't lecture herself in front of Yemo. As expected, Linin did not make any movements, and her eyes returned to normal all of a sudden. That's when he breathed a sigh of relief. Yemo. Those zombies may have zombie crystals in their brains. You can go over and look for them. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes glanced at Yemo and reminded. These crystals can raise the skill advancement degree of the corpse coffin spirit, which will be of great use to you. After saying that, she slowly pulled out a dagger from her waist and handed it to Yemo. Thanks a lot. Yemo nodded and took the dagger. Then ignoring the limbs and broken arms in front of him as well as the putrid smell, he walked to a mutilated zombie carcass and used the dagger to slice open their brains. Soon, Yemo scratched open 2 zombie bodies and failed to find the zombie crystals. As he searched for a third one, though, the dagger came across a mass as hard as stone in the walker's skull. Can't it be that it's a zombie crystal? Yemo's face revealed a look of surprise. Without hesitation, he directly slashed the zombie's head in half. Only a pure colorless diamond-shaped crystal fell out of it. Sure enough, it's a zombie crystal. And at that moment, the panel properties of the colorless crystal surfaced in Yemo's eyes. Zombie crystallized nucleus, first order, has a small amount of viral energy. When absorbed by a zombie coffin spirit, it can raise the advancement of a random first order skill by 5%. It actually boosts skill advancement by 5%? Then if Tyrant absorbs hundreds of these, won't he be able to raise all the normal skills to the second rank? Yemo's heart rejoiced and excitement flashed in his eyes. It was important to realize that the Tyrant's other skills were all normal first rank skills except for the hypermatter penetration skill. If all of its skills were raised to the second rank and combined with the divine corpse breeder talent, then the Tyrant could completely do it without using hypermatter penetration, and kill the demonic creature in seconds across several levels. Come to think of it, Yemo hastily picked up the crystal with his dagger and threw it towards the Tyrant beside him. Tyrant reached out and caught the crystal, shoving it into his mouth and swallowing it straight into his stomach. A low growl followed, looking extremely excited, and at that moment, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed a zombie crystal core, first stage. Skill, tier. Advancement increased by 5%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When Tyrant raised his skill advancement level, he had a realization, and his skill, tier, his advancement level was raised by an additional 10%. Ding! Since this is the first time the host has used cultivation materials to raise a coffin spirit, unlock the Raise Corpse achievement. Reward coffin spirit talent viral absorption. Virus absorption absorbs all viruses and permanently enhances physical attributes. Crap, just absorbed 1 zombie crystal core. The rewards are actually this generous. Yemo was incomparably shocked. This is just going to be awesome. A dangerous place like the Valley of Doom full of zombies and mutant beasts. What's the last thing you need? It's a virus. Even a random zombie would definitely carry corpse poison. One can only imagine how terrifying the talent of viral absorption really is. Originally, the Tyrant's physical abilities were already outstanding, but now with the additional virus absorption, it was like a tiger with wings. At this point, Yemo looked at the scattered limbs and arms around him, and with a small hint of excitement in his tone, he said, Tyrant, look for any absorbable viruses. Absorb them all if you have them. With these words, a trace of shock appeared on the faces of the 3 Lin Yin people. Absorbing viruses? Lin Yin's eyes widened and her red lips slightly opened as she asked incredulously, Yemo, is your coffin spirit really this kind of talent? Yeah. What's the problem? Yemo turned his head and replied with a smile on his face. Lin Yin sniffed and didn't say anything else, but only turned up monstrous waves in her heart, and the monkey on the side jumped up in shock, exclaiming that the crap, dude, you've got a big problem. Did you know that the absorption reinforcement class of talent is usually only found in S-class coffin spirits? But you, a C-rank Tyrant, have this kind of talent? This is simply off the mark. Qin Dong similarly nodded his head in praise. Indeed, the hidden potential of this Tyrant of yours is indeed a bit unbelievable. It's enough to rival Lin Yin's White Phantom. It's not as mysterious as you guys make it out to be. An ordinary talent is just that. No need to make a fuss. Yemo's face suddenly calmed down. Then he looked at the 3 people strangely and said in a serious manner. When the 3 of them heard this, their forehead corners involuntarily twitched. Gritting their teeth, they looked as if they were eager to violently beat Yemo. They just want to say one thing. You will die if you don't Versailles. Soon, the Tyrant came to a bloodied and mangled zombie carcass. The severed body was tattered and broken, and thick black blood continuously dripped from it onto the ground. As if sensing the virus of his own needs in the black blood, the Tyrant slowly raised one arm. Next, the dark red veins hidden in the tyrant's arm seemed like twisted vipers, instantly rushing out of the tyrant's arm and sticking straight into the body of the zombie that was bleeding black blood. With a twitch of dark red veins, the zombie's body became dried up like a mummy, and the slowly flowing black blood on the ground had disappeared. Roar! The tyrant waved his sharp claws and roared towards the sky, looking extremely excited. And that's when its originally grayish huge sharp claws actually emitted a faint metallic luster on its surface. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie virus, and his sharp claws have been strengthened to a small degree. The system sound rang out, and Emo only felt energized. It's so cool. I didn't realize that a trip to a dangerous place would be an upgrade at all times. A few minutes later, after the tyrant absorbed the nearby virus, the muscles, sharp claws, and blood vessels of his entire body underwent a slight change. The most notable of these is the size, reaching a height of around 2 meters, and overall it looks a lot stronger than it did before, and it looks oppressive. This caused the Linyin trio to feel very shocked once again. In their opinion, if the tyrant was allowed to keep growing like this, not to say that it would reach the level of an S-rank coffin spirit, but at the very least, it would be able to break bread with an A-rank coffin spirit. Tyrant, I found out something good for you again. Hurry over. Emo waved his hand towards Tyrant, who was not far away, and said, he had just finished processing the brains of this pile of zombies, from which he had dug out a total of 3 zombie crystals. Output is probably around 1/5. In other words, if one wanted to gather 100 crystal cores to raise all of Tyrant's skills to the second stage, one would need to kill at least a few hundred zombies to do so. Although there are more zombies in the Valley of Doom, this is after all a beginner's adventure. There were as many town coffin masters heading here to practice, and there were inevitably incidents of monster snatching. It seems like it's still a bit difficult to get all of Tyrant's skills up to second rank. I have to find a way to find an area with less people and more monsters, Emo thought in his heart. He then threw the crystal core directly at the arriving Tyrant. Tyrant took the 2 zombie crystal cores without any hesitation and directly swallowed them in one gulp. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core, first stage. Skill, primary healing. Advancement increased by 3%. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core, first stage. Skill, running attack. Advancement increased by 1%. Ha! This time the crystal core doesn't raise the advancement degree as much as the first one? Could it be the reason why the energy in each crystal core is different? Emo frowned and pondered. Although the boost was not much this time, he was not upset in any way, because it's still only at the outermost part of the Valley of Doom. If we had gone further in, we might have gotten more crystal cores. Open the Tyrant attribute panel, Emo secretly said. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant T002, Tyrant. Race, Corpse. Level, LV. 7 Servant, Level 1 to 19. Experience, 30/2240. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, maximum level 39. Talent, Total Virus Strengthening. Virus Absorption. Skill, Destructive Strike. Running Attack, first level, 1% advancement. Tear, first level, 15% advancement. Primary Healing, first level, 3% progression. Super Matter Penetration, 8th Order. Jutsu, Binding Release. Defects, no. Intimacy, 100, sacrificing his life to protect his master. Current status, excited. Number of times it can evolve, 1 time. You can view the evolution route at level 19. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension, average strength and limited potential. Sure enough, the column of skills has undergone some changes. Emo was elated. However, his brows tightened again when he saw that the evolutionary route was still in an unsearchable state. That's just it. It's better to hurry up and practice. When I get to level 19, I want to see what Tyrant can evolve into. It was late at night in the twinkling of an eye. Emo walked along with Linyin and the others for more than 4 hours and came to a small hill away from the riverbank, ready to set up a tent to rest for the night. This is already the middle part of the Valley of Doom. If they went further into the depths, the demonic creature levels would all reach around level 15, and even Linyin and the 3 of them would need to be vigilant and not slack off in the slightest. However, in the meantime, Linyin's trio was happy to be free. En route, Emo seemed like a battle maniac, always the first to rush at the strongest, slaughter all the mutant beasts and zombies they encounter. In the beginning, the 3 only thought that Emo was diligent and belligerent, but as time went on, they felt more and more alarmed. It wasn't just out of shock at the Tyrant's change in size. What horrifies them the most is that Emo and Tyrant's breaths had unexpectedly gotten steadily stronger on both sides during the successive battles. If the Emo at the beginning, who made the Tyrant cast his skills, would feel a serious drain on his spiritual energy and gasp for breath, but now he was able to get a handle on making the Tyrant go crazy with his skills and not gasp out a breath of air. Soon, Monkey and Qingdong were arranged by Lin Yin to set up their tents. Yi Mo, on the other hand, rolled over to the top of a huge rock on the hillside and lay down flat to look up at the starry sky. More than 4 hours to get Tyrant up to level 9 and a big increase in skill advancement. That's a bit scary. Maybe I'll have a chance to level up both Tyrant and Chi-Chi to above level 15 in the next few days. Yi Mo pondered in his heart. Just then, a scented breeze hit his nose. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared by Yi Mo's side. Yi Mo turned his head to look, only to see a cold and stunning face that was looking down at himself. Are you also here to see the stars? Yi Mo coldly ventured out. When Lin Yin heard this, her eyebrows raised and she pursed her lips. A puzzled expression surfaced on her face. Her eyes carried a trifle of confusion, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Yi Mo hurriedly coughed lightly and asked, "Something wrong?" "Aha. What is it?" "I think that your means of cultivating the corpse race's coffin spirits is much stronger than mine." Lin Yin's voice was extremely melodious, while her tone seemed to be filled with a color of anticipation. "That's why I want to discuss with you about the evolutionary route of my coffin spirit, White Phantom. I hope you can give me some advice. Let's see which one is the better choice. Discuss with me the evolutionary path of the coffin spirit?" After hearing what Lin Yin set out, Yi Mo only felt a little confused. He didn't realize that the other party had made the mistake of finding the right person. With the existence of the evil-breaking golden pupil, as long as he came across all the coffin spirits that had reached the conditions of evolution, he was able to clearly view the evolutionary route of the coffin spirits. "Then you will release the coffin spirit for me to see?" Yi Mo didn't reject the other party. Instead his tone was filled with anticipation. It was important to know that C-rank zombies sealed by the golden Xian coffin were not rare. He was also eager to see what the White Phantom was really like. "Mostly though, I'd like to know the evolutionary routes and the resources needed to evolve." At this point, Lin Yin didn't have any hesitation when she heard Yi Mo's one-bite promise and directly began to summon the coffin, only to see a wave of spiritual energy emanating from her hand. A hexagram formation gradually formed on top of the boulder. "Come on out, Karina. Someone seems to be in a hurry to see you." There was a hint of playfulness in Lin Yin's tone, and the corners of her mouth suddenly hooked up in a charming arc. It was as if she saw Yi Mo's expression as he swallowed his saliva next. Realize that the White Phantom is an extremely shocking sight for many men every time she makes an appearance. The impact is, in 2 words, sexy. Yi Mo glanced at Lin Yin suspiciously and was suddenly confused, then slowly sat up straight. And at this point, the golden coffin summoned by Lin Yin had already drilled out of the formation and stood straight in front of Yi Mo. As the coffin panels opened, a white figure slowly walked out of the coffin. It wore a tight, deep V nurse's uniform, a white beanie, and was as curvy and dimpled as the devil, making it look extremely beautiful. The most eye-catching thing about it was the pair of straight and rounded long legs, coupled with the feet stepping on more than 10 centimeters of thin heel red bottom white high heel. It is even more tall. Although the zombie's skin was slightly pale and had hidden black veins, the flaws could not be hidden, and the overall look had a strange beauty that made one's heart rush. "Crap, it's actually a nurse zombie?" A surprised expression appeared on Yi Mo's face. He then looked straight at the White Phantom as if he was looking like he was dumbfounded. Coffin Spirit, White Phantom, Karina. Race, Corpse. Level, LV. 20 Par Guardian. Guardian levels are 21 to 29. Seal level, C grade Golden Coffin, level 49. Talent, Bladed Claws, extremely strong cutting ability. Spooky Shadow, physical agility attributes such as dexterity, movement speed, reaction, and jumping are increased by 5 times in combat. Skills, Speed Leap Attack, 2nd level. Corpse Poison Injection. Claw Shadow Attack, 2nd level. Fox Trot. Elementary Sneak. Killing Machine Lock. Jutsu, Spooky Shadow Attack. Void yourself for a certain duration, entering a state of invisibility and reducing all damage taken. When stealth is removed, the Shadow Talent bonus is increased by 300% until the end of the battle. Defects, less power. Intimacy, 82, thousands of obedience. Current status, evolution conditions have been met. Battle spirit is full of vigor. Number of times it can be evolved, 2 times, route can be checked. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A master of agility among zombies. Sly as the wind. Shadowless, with excellent language skills. Average strength. Average attack. Not bad for a gold level coffin spirit. This pair of long legs as well as a perfectly slender figure gives it unrivaled speed and agility, making it almost impossible to escape from it once an enemy is in its sights. Although the nailed sharp claws on its hands were only about 20 centimeters and had less destructive power, they were modified from scalpels and were incredibly strong and sharp, completely making up for the lack of attack power. It's just a natural-born killer. If the White Phantom directly attacks the coffin suppressor during a field battle, it's really a bit of a defense. Yemo was secretly shocked in his heart and gave the White Phantom a fairly good evaluation. In general, when a conflict arises between coffin masters, they will use their respective coffin spirits to fight against each other to determine the winner, and will not injure the coffin master's lives. However, when encountering an unresolvable conflict, the coffin master will manipulate the coffin spirit to protect himself, and at the same time, he will also try every means to let his own coffin spirit take the life of the other coffin master. This means that not only must the coffin spirit be strong, but the coffin suppressor must be clear-headed. If it was a fool who contracted an S-rank coffin spirit, then when he encountered a speed-type coffin spirit like the White Phantom, his corpse would also be absolutely separated. Of course, the coffin spirit above the S-class, that was a legendary existence, and Yemo had only seen it on the internet. This coffin spirit could only be described as perverted and possessed an extremely strong sense of autonomy, as long as they could be contracted. The coffin suppressor, even if he was really a pig, could eventually become a powerful party. Yemo looked at the attributes of the White Phantom, and his heart couldn't help but flash a sense of crisis. If the enemy he had encountered before had been Lin, he could have been killed if he had been slightly careless. Now that I have Tyrant and 7/7s, I have both output and auxiliary healing. The next coffin spirit must be one that can keep me safe, preferably a possessed type to do so. Just then, Lin looked at Yemo frowning in thought. Her eyebrows couldn't help but raise, and she voiced out in confusion. Yemo, what are you thinking about? I'm just a little surprised. Yemo shook his head and laughed. Your White Phantom is very strong and your speed is terrifying. Oh, I can't believe you could tell with a single glance. Have you read the Corpse Race Coffin Spirit Illustrated Guide? When Yemo heard this, he said with a dumbfounded look on his face, is there such a thing? How come I don't know? Lin froze slightly, then looked at Yemo without blinking, as if she wanted to see if the other party was lying. However, she didn't see any signs of Yemo lying, which made her mood lose a lot of steam. Haven't even read the Corpse Coffin Spirit Illustrated. It seems like he might not be able to give me useful advice, Lin said with slight disappointment in her heart. Just then, Yemo's flat voice rang in Lin Yin's ears. Anyway, with nothing to do, why don't you tell us what you're going to do? Hearing the voice slowly coming from her ears, Lin nodded and slowly said, according to the Corpse Coffin Spirit Illustrated Guide, there are only two fixed evolutionary routes for the White Phantom. One evolutionary route is called Pain Baby. The other one is called Fear Baby. Both evolutionary routes will make Karina stronger, but depending on the route, her abilities will be adjusted. Pain Babe is enhanced with Corpse Poison while retaining the White Phantom's skills, with increased body flexibility and the ability to attack enemies from a distance while using Corpse Poison to inflict negative effects on them. The Dread Babe, on the other hand, got a Fear class talent, and a strengthened carapace with a much higher attack power. Having said that, Lin took another deep breath and said with a serious expression on her face, I remember that someone once subverted the information on the corpse race's atlas and managed to figure out a new evolutionary route for the White Phantom. This route is called Angels in Blood, and is much stronger than the previous two routes, but that person didn't pass down the materials needed for Blood-Clothed Angel until he died, so I'm probably done with this evolutionary route as well. Listening to Lin Yin's words, a faintly imperceptible light flashed in Yemo's eyes before he once again looked at the White Phantom. The White Phantom's evolutionary route panel instantly surfaced. Pain Babe, normal, a sexy virus queen who carries a deadly virus. Evolution requirements, Heart of Pain, Corpse, Gas Mask, Strong Virus, Zombie Core *1, Third Order. Fear Baby, Common, Devilish Body, Evil Face, Symbol of Fear. Evolution requirements, Heart of Fear, Corpse, Hemostatic Bandage, Bone Knife, Zombie Core *1, Third Level. Angel in Blood, Hide Rare, a Crazed Killing Machine. Evolution requirements, Killing Heart, Corpse, Charmed Tail, Bloody Blade, Zombie Core *3, Third Order. Evolving into a Blood Angel actually requires a Phantom's Tail? Wouldn't that be the equivalent of becoming a dual race of zombies and demons? No wonder it's a cut above the other two evolutionary routes. Yemo's heart was shocked. Seeming to have thought of something, he looked at Lin a little lustfully. What's wrong? Yemo? Lin asked suspiciously. Yemo thought about it, and his tone became serious as well, saying, do you have any photos or videos about blood angels? If it does, I have a feeling I can deduce the materials it needs to evolve by its shape. Of course there is. Lin hastily nodded, a trace of delight flashing in her eyes. Immediately after that, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and opened a video about the blood angels. Yemo looked at the image in the video, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch slightly. How familiar is this image? Only to see that there was a long-legged zombie wearing a blood-red nurse's uniform, emitting blood mist and dragging a long demonic tail right in the middle of the screen, with a side-like sharp blade in his hand. He was chasing down a group of gun-toting mercenaries, and all these mercenaries fled in panic, and in the blink of an eye, they were slaughtered by the angels in blood. Killing Heart, Phantom's Tail, Bloody Blade, a number of third-order zombie crystals. Yemo turned his head to look at Lin-In, not choosing to hide it, and said directly. Hearing Yemo's sudden words, Lin-In only felt a little confused, a little unresponsive for a moment, full of consternation. What are you talking about? Material to evolve into a blood angel. How did you see that? Just through this video alone? Would you believe me if I said that this is my gift? This is outrageous. Yemo. Lin-In was a bit incredulous and took in a breath of cold air. While she was well aware that it was indeed possible to judge the evolutionary materials required for a coffin spirit by its appearance, most of the time it would be off. In case the wrong materials were used, causing the coffin spirit to fail to evolve, it would be a wasted opportunity to evolve. Originally, she hadn't held out much hope, and even if she had guessed at one or two evolutionary materials, she hadn't quite dared to try. But how could she not be shocked when Yemo spoke about the evolutionary materials in full just by watching the video for a while? Come to think of it, Lin-In hastily took a deep breath. A scorching look flashed in her eyes, then slowly approached towards Yemo, trying to see if the other party was teasing her. However, Yemo's eyes were flat, as if he was stating the truth. Yemo. Your suggestion, sister. I adopt it. I will prepare those materials you mentioned. If what you're saying is true, it really does make Karina evolve into the blood angel. Then I, Lin-In, owe you a heavenly favor. Lin-Yin's beautiful eyes gazed at Yemo, her tone filled with excitement. Yemo sniffed, glanced faintly at Lin-In, and said expressionlessly, it's not necessary to owe me a favor. I'm short of money, so I might as well hit it. Good. If Karina really evolves into a blood angel, I'll give you $100 million in thanks. What do you think? Then thank you in advance. Rich woman. Just as Yemo and the two of them finished chatting about the White Phantom's evolutionary path, Monkey and Xindong also set up their tents next to each other. In the wilderness, especially in the middle of a dangerous place, most coffin suppressors would rarely choose to spend the night outside. They dared to directly set up their tents in a place infested with magic creatures, obviously very confident in their strength. Just then, the monkey only felt his stomach rumble. He then frowned and turned his head to Xindong, saying, Dongzi, are you hungry? Xindong sniffed and nodded as he lightly glanced at the other party. Why don't we go out and do some hunting? I've heard that the meat of the mutant beasts in this Valley of Doom is extremely good, so I think it would be a bit of a shame if I don't try it. Hearing you say that, I'd like to give it a try. Xindong held up his glasses as a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Soon, the two of them found a pile of firewood nearby and moved it to the boulder where Yemo and Lin-In were, then lit the firewood. Sister Tone, Yemo, Tuzi and I are going to go out and hunt some mutant beasts. Let's have a barbecue picnic later, Monkey said with an excited face. Seemingly thinking of something, the monkey hurriedly admonished again, you guys watch the firewood here first. Don't let it go out. Otherwise we won't be able to find our way back later, and that'll be the end of it. Good. You guys go early and be careful not to go too far. If there's a special situation, just release a flare and I'll see that I'll go to support you. Lin-In nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Don't worry, Sister Tone. It's not like you don't know. As long as Dongzi and I team up, as long as we don't encounter a swarm of demons, even if we encounter a level 30 demon, we will be able to retreat safely, Monkey swore, his tone filled with a color of confidence. On the side, Xindong also nodded slightly, a look of confidence in his eyes as he said, Monkey and I will return as soon as we go, so you guys just wait here for our good news. After saying that, the two of them each summoned their coffin spirits and headed towards the nearby woodlands. As the two left, Yemo and Lin-In fell into silence for a while, each lying on a rock looking up at the starry sky, not knowing what they were thinking. And on the opposite bank of the Blood River, 6 black-robed figures carrying coffins quietly appeared. These 6 people exuded a strong fury aura, and their eyes glowed like ghostly flames, as if they were evil ghosts, appearing incomparably terrifying. One of them was holding a telescope, observing Yemo and Lin-In on the rock from afar. Deputy Chief, the 2 young men who looked a bit threatening have gone. Only the target and another weak-looking woman remained. Should we do it now? The man with the binoculars asked out loud. When the deputy leader sniffed, a cruel smile appeared on his face and said, after tracking these 4 guys for 2 hours, we finally have the chance to do it. After saying that, he turned his head to look at a few members of the troop and said, brothers, that kid called Yemo. There is a bounty on his head from 3 clients. We must kill him first thing. If the woman next to him dares to obstruct, you should not show any mercy. Just kill her directly. Anyway, with the headmaster above us, even if we mess with the big powers, we'll be safe and sound. Deputy Chief, what if those 2 young men go and come back? Oh, don't worry, the kid's head would be on the ground before they even got back. If our 6 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters can't take down that brat quickly, then our fierce ghost tomb hunting troop should simply disband where it is. The evening breeze is quiet and the silver moon is cool. There was a hint of putrid odor in the air now and then, though. However, it would not affect Yemo's leisurely interest in the slightest. At this moment, Yemo was quietly lying on the stone. His mind had quietly sunk into the contract space. Perhaps because of the situation of using the template, Chi-Chi's character was extremely well behaved. Not far away, Tyrant was sitting on the ground as usual, not knowing what he was thinking. Instead, Chi-Chi sat on the Tyrant's shoulder, cradling its head and whimpering, seemingly sensing Yemo's presence. Tyrant hastily looked up. It then slowly stretched out a hand without sharp claws and gently tickled Chi-Chi while emitting a low voice. Only 7-7 yawned, as if she hadn't woken up, and reluctantly wiped her eyes. When Yemo saw this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a hint of a smile as he beckoned. Chi-Chi, come over here. Hearing a familiar voice coming from the, originally somewhat lethargic, Chi-Chi was instantly energized, only to see her propping up the Tyrant's head, her legs slightly bent, stepping on the Tyrant's shoulders and jumping towards Yemo. Next, her figure quickly flashed through midair and appeared on Yemo's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Master, take me out to play. It's too stuffy here. Chi-Chi scratched Yemo's face and said, with a hint of thirst in her tone. When Yemo heard this, he first froze, then reached out and touched the other party's head and said with a smile, these few hours should have bored you to death. Now I'm going to take you right out for some air. Really? Chi-Chi asked with wide eyes. Really? Lying as a puppy. Yemo laughed. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately jumped up in excitement, looking extremely excited. Yay! Finally we can get out of here. Seeing this, Yemo once again rubbed the other party's head and immediately withdrew his mind from the contract space. Immediately following, without any hesitation, he directly mobilized his spiritual energy. With a burst of the 8 trigrams formation, a coffin flickered instantly, and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ding! Your coffin spirit, the child of rising death and returning Rex, is extremely pleased with you and has increased its intimacy by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully raised the affinity of the child of raising the dead and returning the wreckage to 60. Word of obedience. The system mission is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Received rewards, rare skill stone *2. Space warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Tyrant has gained plus 1000 experience value, and Chi-Chi has gained plus 1000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV 9 servant level. Experience required to level down 1300/3240. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV 4 servant level. Experience required to level down is 240/1040. The continuous ringing beeps immediately sent Yemo into a state of surprise. Ha! Finally finished the mission. Yemo was extremely shocked in his heart. Originally, he thought that after contracting the spirit symbol jumping child, it would be extremely difficult to increase his intimacy with the other party. After all, the spirit symbol jumping child's character was too naughty and defiant. But Yemo did not expect that after drawing the template of 7-7, everything has become so simple. Just 2 simple interactions. The intimacy has gone up 10 points directly. 30 cubic meters of space storage. That's almost the size of a careful bedroom. Totally enough for me to drop off tons of supplies. And these 2 rare skill stones. I don't know what kind of skills can be opened. Yemo secretly said. These 2 rare skill stones were undoubtedly a huge reward for him. If he wanted to maximize the use of these 2 rare skill stones, Yemo's primary consideration was still Tyrant. Tyrant was now ranked higher than 77, and if he used a skill stone, it would be equivalent to a bird's eye view, and he would be able to get a great boost. As for 7-7, as an S-rank coffin spirit, the strength of her skills would always be there, and even if she got a rare skill, it would just be icing on the cake. After thinking for a while, Yemo decided to use these 2 skill stones first. He wouldn't be stupid enough to force Tyrant to learn if he did open one that suited Chi-Chi very well. Use. Yemo murmured in his heart. Next, the 2 ink black skill stones within the space warehouse began to shine with fire and electricity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the rare skill stone. Gain the fire rare skill of Flame Light Step. Gain the thunder rare skill, Accumulated Thunder Chop. Flame Light Step. After learning this skill, you can turn into a flame and move instantly, not taking any physical damage during the movement. There is no racial restriction, and when learned by a non-fire coffin spirit, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Accumulated Thunder Chop. After learning this skill, you can gather lightning out of thin air and turn it into a long knife to chop. There is no racial restriction, but when learned by a non-thunder spirit, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. There's actually only a 1% success rate. Emo was shocked in his heart. But he didn't panic. It was because the divine-level corpse breeder talent allowed the contracted corpse coffin spirit to comprehend 100% of the skills. This means that any skill that doesn't restrict race can be fully learned. Thinking of this, Emo didn't hesitate and directly handed these 2 skill stones to Tyrant. These 2 skills could be said to be tailor-made for the Tyrant, directly making up for the Tyrant's lack of speed and his shortcomings of only being able to rely on physical combat. Moreover, these 2 skills were somewhat conflicting with 7/7's instant step and sword chi slash. So even if they were given to 7/7 to learn, they wouldn't get much of a boost. According to Emo's thoughts, Chi is so lively and cute. Charging into battle is a bit inappropriate. It would be better to be a full-time nurse. Emo, is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? It's so cute. While Emo was thinking, Lin had already carried Chi over at some point. Looking at Chi's lovely appearance, Lin Yin's doubts about Emo's contracting 2 coffin spirits had long been forgotten, and only a motherly glow flowed from her eyes. When Emo saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. It's true that women have no resistance to cute things. Originally, he was thinking about how to explain that he had contracted 2 coffin spirits, but realized that the other party actually didn't ask, which saved him a lot of trouble. If you have anything you want to ask, you can communicate directly with Chi. Her intelligence is no different from normal people, Emo said indifferently. When Lin heard this, she only felt her heart flutter. Her white chimera was able to communicate with people normally, but it was more like a servant only. There was not much else to think about other than following her orders. However, the small zombie in his arms, actually wisdom and normal people are no different, but also able to autonomously communicate with people. This also meant that this little zombie's potential completely crushed the white phantom, and its potential had at least reached the A-class level. At this point, Lin looked at Emo as if she was looking at a freak, with a shocked look in her eyes, and slowly said, Emo, are you really a 20-year-old who only graduated from high school? Why do I feel that you are even more demonic than our Zhengnan Jingwan Academy's Pride of Heaven? Emo, are you really a 20-year-old who only graduated from high school? Why do I feel that you are even more demonic than our Zhengnan Jingwan Academy's Pride of Heaven? Hearing Lin Yin's words, Emo just faintly looked his gaze into the distance. If he hadn't activated the system, he would probably still be staying home and sleeping right now, not to mention becoming a coffin suppressor master. It was estimated that he would never be able to take a step out of the inner city of Fengyu City. There's a saying that a great weapon comes late. I don't know if you've heard of it? Emo laughed and laughed at himself. If I had graduated 2 years earlier, I would have been running around for a living and become one of the ordinary people by now. Lin Yin sniffed, but did not take Emo's words to heart. It's not clear why the other guy stayed back for 2.5 years, though, but judging from the various incredible performances of the other party, this was definitely a super genius. It seems like 9 times out of 10 he's not wrong about the evolutionary materials. Maybe Karina can really evolve into a blood-clothed angel. Essence flashed in Lin Yin's eyes, while in her heart, she admired Emo even more. Just then, Emo's gaze looked toward the riverbank and his brows furrowed. In his sights, he saw 6 silhouettes dressed in black robes appear and were rapidly walking in the direction he was in. Lin Yin, we seem to be in trouble. Emo's faint voice came out with a hint of gravity in his tone. When Lin Yin heard this, she hurriedly followed Emo's gaze and an alarm bell rang in her heart. These guys seem to be coming at us. Lin Yin's eyebrows clustered. Then she summoned the white phantom out, a flash of battle intent in her eyes. Back in the daytime, she hadn't been able to get her hands on the demonic creatures to slaughter them, holding a desire to fight in her heart that she hadn't been able to unleash. And now, having encountered so many coffin suppressors coming to pick a fight, she naturally wanted to see some blood before she could do so. I don't remember me and Monkey and the others messing with anyone. These people's target shouldn't be you, right, Emo? Lin Yin had a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, and a faint blood light emanated from her eyes, making her look extremely demonic. Emo sniffed and nodded faintly, saying, unsurprisingly, these people are probably rushing towards me. While speaking, Emo went through the people he had offended in his mind, none other than the meat stall owner, the innkeeper, and the captain of the inner city law enforcement team. Cut the grass and not the roots. The spring breeze blows again. Intense killing intent flashed in Emo's eyes, and he said fiercely in his heart, it seems that in the future, I can't leave anyone alive who is in conflict with me. The strength of these people seems to have reached the middle stage. It seems a bit tricky. Lin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone filled with gravity. Middle rank? It looks like we are indeed difficult to defeat. Emo raised his eyebrows and prepared to run away with the bucket. Realize that the opposite side had 6 middle-ranked coffin-suppressing masters, and even if it was one-on-one, It would be hard for Emo to get a bargain from the opposite side. Of course, if Lin Yin and the others were pulled down, it would be perfectly possible to fight, but that's a bit of a big favor to owe. Come to think of it, Emo glanced at Lin Yin and said indifferently, I'm ready to run. My suggestion is that you run too, and then go meet up with Monkey and the others. Having said that, Emo leapt down from the boulder and rushed in towards the mountain forest on one side with Chi-Chi in his arms. When Lin Yin saw this, her face changed and she hurriedly got up and chased after her in Emo's direction. At the same time, she advised the other party, Emo, why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's a big night and I don't know the way. How could I possibly find Monkey and Qin Dong? Why don't you take me to Monkey and the others? They are not much weaker than me in the slightest. It's completely possible to go over the level against them. The four of us together may not be unable to defeat those 6 black-robed men. Hearing this, Emo was slightly hesitant. And right at this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Emo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a life and death dilemma. System mission activated. Please choose. 1. Choose to escape and retreat without a fight. After successfully escaping, you will gain the Coffin Spirit skill, Escape. 2. Choose to fight with your back to the ground and single-handedly cross the level to take on 6 opponents. After successfully killing all your opponents, you will gain the Coffin Spirit talent, War God. 3. Choose to accept the help of your friends and work together against your enemies. Upon successfully killing all enemies, gain the special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Crap, there's actually another mission. This decisively chooses option 3. Without any hesitation, Emo directly chose the third option. He then looked at Lin Yin and said seriously, this time, it's considered that I owe you a favor. If Monkey and their Coffin Spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them quite a bit of advice. We'll talk about these things later. Let's meet up with Monkey and the others first. Deputy Leader, that kid seems to have spotted us. He's already run away. Let's hurry and chase after him. And that woman. Brothers, don't let go. On the river bank, a black-robed youth with a lewd face put down the binoculars in his hand, then pointed in the direction Lin Yin had fled and said, it's impossible for them to escape. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Vice Leader Zhao Long's mouth as contempt flashed in his eyes. This time, they had come with 6 people just to deal with a beginner-level coffin suppressor. Zhao Long naturally had 100% certainty. To him, killing Emo was just an easy task that seemed somewhat insignificant. Originally, he didn't want to cause so much trouble, which was why he avoided Monkey and Qin Dong and chose to strike when there were fewer people. But when Zhao Long got a good look at Lin Yin's face reflected in the firelight, his originally meticulous mind was instantly ignited by desire and turned into nothingness. This was the first time in all his years of living that he had seen a woman whose temperament and appearance had reached the top. At this moment, he was instantly overwhelmed by desire. He only wanted to take Lin Yin down at all costs. Cripple, immediately release the vampire bats to track that woman and tell me the exact location. The other brothers will each split up to search that area, and it's best to surround that side. If you come across the 2 youths who left earlier, then kill them without mercy. I'm sure you're under no pressure to deal with 2 quasi-middle order coffin suppressors. If you really can't be defeated, then go together or notify me immediately. Greed flashed in Zhao Long's eyes, and his tone seemed extremely cruel. Several members of the troop heard the vice captain's order and hastily summoned their respective coffin spirits, then ran towards the foot of the mountain at the end of the plain. Zhao Long, on the other hand, directly summoned a golden coffin. As he let out a whistle, the golden coffin instantly opened, and a skeletal centaur that was covered in black mist and had 4 hooves on spectral flames appeared in front of him. Ha! I'd like to see where you can hide. Zhao Long looked at the distant mountains with a deadpan look, then immediately leapt forward and sat on the back of the skeletal centaur and galloped away. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Qin Dong were walking through the mountain forest by the light of the moon. Soon they had moved away from the riverbank to an open depression. Tuko, this shouldn't be. Are there so few mutant beasts in the Valley of Doom? How come we haven't met one in such a long time? Monkey looked around and scratched his head, unable to resist asking in confusion. Qin Dong sniffed and held up his glasses in thought. After a few seconds, he seemed to think of something, then looked at the coffin spirit beside the monkey. It was a tomb guardian white ape that was 3 meters tall, with an incomparably robust body type. Its entire body was covered in long white hair, revealing a pair of eyes that emitted a blood-red color, and its fangs were exposed at the corners of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. Is there a possibility that it was caused by the too much commotion emitted by your coffin spirit? An odd color appeared in Qin Dong's eyes. Along the way, the tomb guardian white ape opened the way in front, making an extremely terrifying commotion. Regardless of whether it was a large tree or a mountain or rock that stood in the way, the tomb guardian white ape exploded it with a single punch, emitting a deafening ringing sound. Hearing Qin Dong's words, the monkey froze. The other side seems to be saying something like that. This place was located in the middle of Doomsday Canyon, and the level of mutant beasts and magical creatures was not high. He directly summoned the Tomb Guardian White Ape with such a powerful aura, which naturally attracted the surrounding demons to avoid from afar, not daring to show themselves. Tell you what then, I'll let the White Ape go back to the contract space first. I'll let the mutant beast out when I see it. Monkey thought about it and hurriedly let the Tomb Guarding White Ape back into the coffin. Just then, a subtle voice came. Chen Dong's ears twitched and he hurriedly turned his head to look into the bushes 20 meters away. Only two figures dressed in black robes pushed aside the bushes and walked out from them. As soon as these two black-robed men saw Chen Dong and Monkey, an annoyed look appeared on their faces. Oh, what a bummer. So it's you two. I thought I ran into that kid and that woman. One of the black-robed men said coldly. Another black-robed man sniffed and agreed. If we encountered that woman, our brothers would still be able to have some fun. Since we've come across these two, we might as well slaughter them first. Saying that, the two black-robed men began to summon their respective coffin spirits. As the ground trembled, the two silver coffins suddenly straightened out from the ground and stood on the ground. A goat-headed demon with a bone club came out of one of the coffins, and a ghost with a scythe floated out of the other. When Chen Dong saw this, a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes as he coldly asked, "Who are you guys? Our brothers don't seem to have offended you, do they?" "Oh, it is true that you have not offended us, but it seems like you guys are in league with that kid named GMO. He killed the families of members of our mighty ghost's grave hunters. Now that he has escaped, you, as the boys' partners, it is naturally your turn to pay the debt he owes." Chen Dong was shocked when he heard this. Then he shouted, "Monkey, do your best to kill them, then go find Lin Yin." As he spoke, he looked at the monkey again and prepared to summon the coffin spirit once more. Only a booming sound could be heard, and the two golden coffins instantly drilled out of the formation. Immediately following, the Tomb Guardian White Ape stopped directly in front of the two of them, letting out a furious roar. Chen Dong, on the other hand, summoned a wizard with a hunched-over body and a skeleton staff in one hand. When one of the black-robed men saw this, a look of panic appeared in his eyes as he rushed to his companion and said, "Damn, these two boys are really not simple. The coffin spirits are actually C-ranked. Let's stop them first. When the captain finishes with that woman, he will naturally come over to help us." After saying that, the two of them commanded the coffin spirits to charge towards the two monkeys. When Chen Dong saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face as he said indifferently, "Sorcerer, use the retardation technique." With these words, a green light flashed instantly from the skeleton wizard's staff, which then shone on the two oncoming coffin spirits. For a moment, the speed of the sheep's head demon and the scythe ghost slowed down instantly. "Monkey, I'll leave that goat-headed demon to you. I'll deal with the ghost," Chen Dong shouted. Monkey sniffed and nodded his head, commanding the Tomb Guardian White Ape to charge up. As the lowest level of existence among the demons, the goat-head demon was not strong in terms of ability, but its physique was extremely dominating, even a few points stronger than an ordinary tyrant. If the two were in a physical fight, an ordinary tyrant would be instantly torn apart by a sheep's head demon. However, the sheep-headed demon now encountered the even more powerful and physically imposing Tomb Guardian White Ape. Even though the two coffin spirits had a difference of a few levels in their level, the impact of the potential was extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the Tomb Guardian White Ape rushed to the sheep-headed demon's front, stretching out his hands to hold a pair of sheep horns. Like swinging a sandbag, he frantically slammed the goat-headed demon towards the ground. In just less than half a minute, the sheep-headed demon was abused to the point of being powerless. Not only was the ram's horn on his head broken off by the Tomb Guarding White Ape, his body was even more bruised, and blood continued to gush out. The scythe ghost, on the other hand, is too restrained by the sorcerer to form an effective fighting force. "Che, just you guys dare to make a move on us? Simply tired of living." Monkey looked towards the two black-robed men, his tone filled with mockery. Seeing this, the two black-robed men did not hesitate and directly took the coffin spirit back into the contract space, then threw a smoke bomb towards the two monkeys, and directly scattered his legs and ran away. No wonder the deputy chief said these two guys are tricky. It turns out to be really this strong. It's a good thing we're of a higher rank, or else the coffin spirits would have all died there, the two black-robed men said with palpitations. On the other end, Yemo took Lin Yin and ran frantically, and behind the two, 100 meters away, they were being followed by a silhouette riding a skeletal horse, as well as 3 black-robed men with coffin spirits. "Ha ha, kid, where else are you going to run to? If you offend our mighty ghost tomb seekers, you'll only end up dead." Vice Leader Zhao Lon looked at the fleeing EMO in front of him and his tone was filled with excitement. "I don't know where the monkeys and the others have run off to." Lin Yin's eyebrows were locked and her tone was filled with suffocation. Right now, the strength of this person riding a skeletal horse was extremely terrifying. reaching the high rank 2-star level. This skeleton centaur he sat down on was even higher leveled at 32, belonging to the level of a commander, and its potential was comparable to Lin Yin's White Phantom, both of which were gold level seals. Behind him, he was even followed by 3 black-robed men of around 5 stars of the middle rank. With this terrifying lineup, Yimo and Linin had absolutely no power to fight back. On the side, Yimo was also running at full speed. His face, however, looked relatively calm. Send out a flare. If we can rendezvous with Monkey and the others, these few people are not enough to fear, Yimo said indifferently. It was an error in judgment on my part. I didn't realize that this leader was actually a high-level coffin suppressor. Linin didn't know where Yimo got his confidence, and an ugly smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. Even if the 4 of us join hands, we won't necessarily be able to defeat him. When Yimo heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes and said, how can I know if I don't try? Yimo. High-level coffin suppressor masters completely crush us whether it's their spiritual power or destructive power. Although he's only a high-rank 2-star, if he strikes, he can destroy a 3-story residential building with a single blow. Linin hastily shook her head, vetoing Yimo's idea. The difference between the town coffin masters in the early stages is not too great, but after reaching the higher ranks, the strength would change significantly with each star difference. The coffin spirit under a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor was able to bulldoze a 10-story building with the use of a normal skill. The attack range also reached a diameter of tens of meters. Even though the skeleton centaur behind him was only level 32, its attacks were no longer something Linin could resist. Yimo looked at the grave expression that appeared on Lin Yin's face, and after thinking about it, he decided to reveal his bottom card. I have a means of being able to kill a commander-class coffin spirit, but I need your full cooperation to do so, Yimo said in a calm tone. Linin knew that Yimo wouldn't joke at a time like this, but a look of disbelief still appeared in her eyes as she asked doubtfully, you say the method first, if it's feasible, we can give it a try. Yet just then, an angry shout came from 100 meters behind him. Oh, you kids still want to run? Die for me. Yimo and the 2 of them turned back in a hurry when they heard the angry shouts. Next, only to see the skeleton centaur sitting down on Zhao Long swinging the lance in his hand, directly pulling out a ghostly blue gun astral deity, attacking in the direction of the 2. A whistling sound rang out, and the 10 feet high gun astral deity was like a crescent moon, flying sharply against the ground, slicing a half-meter deep gully into the ground. Duck! Yimo lightly drank and directly leaped towards the side, rolling several times on the ground in a flip and leaving the original spot. Linin saw this and did the same, and at that moment, the gun gang instantly attacked. Only a loud boom could be heard. The ground steeply cracked. Flying sand and stones, countless violent air currents were pushed out horizontally towards the surroundings, twisting all the surrounding shrubs into smithereens. So close, it's worthy of being a high-ranked coffin suppressor. This attack is too strong, Yimo said with a palpitating heart, panting violently. Aside, Lin Yin's face was also as wretched as it could be. Without much thought, she directly took out a flare and fired it out into the air. Monkey and the others will come right over when they see it. You tell us your plan first, Linin asked seriously. Yimo glanced at Chi-Chi in his arms and placed her on the ground. Then pointing at Chi-Chi, he said, if I say that Chi-Chi is an S-ranked coffin spirit, able to revive a dying coffin spirit in full state, wouldn't that give us a chance to kill this high-level coffin suppressor? When Linin heard this, her heart was suddenly shocked, looking at the other party with a face full of unbelief, and asked with a trembling voice, are you telling the truth? Do you think I would joke with my life? Yimo nodded and said, it's actually an S-class coffin spirit. This is too demonic of you. Since that's the case, why are we still running? Might as well battle it out. A burst of battle intent erupted in Lin Yin's eyes. Realize that her White Phantom had unrivaled speed. Even a commander-level skeleton centaur would have a hard time keeping up, as long as she fully commanded the White Phantom to attack that high-ranked coffin suppressor, forcing the other party to only order the centaurs to defend. In this way, the threat from the other few black-robed men would be much smaller. Yimo. I'll hold back that high-level coffin suppressor. The others are yours to fend off, as long as you can block it for 2 minutes. When the monkeys and the others arrive, we'll be able to relax a lot. Linin looked at Yimo and urged. Good. Yimo agreed out loud. And just then, Zhao Long rode his centaur to the front of the 2 in an instant with a disdainful look on his face. Your name is Yimo, right? You're really good. Not only did you kill the family members of our Tomb Raiders, even more so, you've offended 3 employers. You've died an unjust death today. Offended 3 employers? Yimo's brows immediately frowned, and his face became incomparably ugly. He clearly remembered that, counting the words of the meat stall owner, he had only offended 3 people in total. But now the news from Zhao Long's mouth was that there were 4 in total. including the meat stall owner. So, who's the other one? Right now, Yemo couldn't afford to consider so much, and could only take into account everything that was going on right now. No hesitation. A burst of spiritual energy emanated from his hands at once, summoning the tyrant that had stayed within the contract space. Roar! A violent roar rang out, and the tyrant's body exuded an extremely violent aura, then blocked in front of Yemo's body. On the side, Linine was once again confused when she saw this scene. Yemo, you can actually summon 2 coffin spirits at the same time? What kind of monster are you? When Zhao Long saw this, he first froze, then let out a burst of laughter with the few black-robed men beside him. Ha ha ha, boy, a level 9 zombie dares to summon it, are you letting it come to die? Deputy head, this kid is actually only a beginner-level coffin suppressor. I feel like I can crush him to death with one hand. Yeah, want to crush me to death with one hand? Yemo smiled coldly, then with a movement in his heart, he said in a cold voice, Tyrant, try your new skill. With these words, the tyrant let out a roar at once, only to see its arms with sharp claws flashing with a burst of thunder. In the blink of an eye, a long blade condensed from thunder energy was formed, slashing towards the black-robed man who had just spoken. Only a boom was heard. The thunder blade was as fast as lightning, and before the black-robed man could react, it even instantly split on the black-robed man's body, directly blasting it into charcoal and shattering it to the ground. When the crowd saw this, there was a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Zhao Long was also shocked in his heart. When an employer told him earlier that Yemo's coffin spirit was able to cross the level and take seconds, he didn't quite believe it. Although Yemo was now relying on sneak attacks, the fact was that he had crossed over a dozen levels to kill the enemy. However, it was good to know that this kind of attack wasn't enough to injure a high-level coffin suppressor, so Zhao Long didn't take it too seriously. Kid, how dare you sneak up on my brethren? Looks like the price of your head is going to go up several times, Zhao Long said with a strong killing intent emanating from his body. Immediately following, he then barked towards the remaining 2 black-robed men. This brat is in your hands. As long as you guys aren't careless, he's definitely no match for you. Chief, just don't worry, we won't make such a low-level mistake. You can clean up that woman first, and we'll bring the boy's head to you then. Hey, Chief, when you get tired of playing, remember to give us a piece of the action. Lin Yin's eyebrows couldn't help but tighten as she heard the conversation between the 3, as well as seeing the lewd look in their eyes. Obviously, even if he parted ways with Yemo in the beginning, these people would not let themselves go easily. Thinking of this, Lin Yin's face was covered in frost and killing intent filled the air. Karina, use Trickster Shadow to attack and give me full suppression of this centaur, as well as its coffin suppressor, Lin Yin said in a cold tone. Hearing this, the White Phantom nodded slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Immediately after that, her figure instantly disappeared into the air, entering a state of invisibility. When Yemo saw this scene, he didn't stay idle, so he directly voiced out, Chi-Chi, use cold sickness ghost differences and set them on White Phantom and Tyrant. As soon as the words fell, a burst of extremely pure aura erupted from Chi-Chi's body. Only a few orb-like ghosts instantly flew out and surrounded the White Phantom and Tyrant. As the White Phantom had become invisible, the ghost was likewise hidden with it. Lin Yin sensed that the skill unleashed by Chi-Chi was extremely extraordinary, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. This was because she had seen from the feedback given by the White Phantom that the power brought by these ghosts was extremely powerful. And just then, the White Phantom was as fast as lightning and instantly appeared behind Zhao Long like a ghost. Immediately afterward, the White Phantom extended a pair of sharp claws that emitted a terrifying cold aura and ruthlessly slashed towards Zhao Long's neck. Feeling the Mori-killing aura behind him, Zhao Long's heart was first shocked. Then he coldly shouted, Phantom Blue Fire Shield. Next, violent flames flared up from underneath the skeleton centaur's feet, instantly wrapping Zhao Long up and forming a ghostly blue flame shield with extremely high temperatures. And at that moment, the White Phantom's attack landed hard on the flame shield. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the White Phantom's arm instantly exploded, as if it was a kite with broken strings, flying backwards for more than 10 meters and smashing on top of the ground. The original white uniform was also stained with a lot of dust as a result, making it look dowdy. It actually has a damage rebound shield? We're in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils shrunk, and a rare drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. But this next scene instantly settled her heart. This was because the ghosts that surrounded the White Phantom began to emit strange energies that quickly repaired the shattered arm. In the blink of an eye, the White Phantom's destroyed arm had been restored as good as new. When Zhao Long saw this, his face became extremely ugly and he shouted, This is impossible. The centaur's flame is the flame of the undead, which has an erosive effect. How can a tiny ghost ignore erosion? Can't it be that this zombie has high potential? Zhao Long hurriedly turned his head to look at Chi beside Yemo, with an incomparable greed in his eyes, and said ruthlessly in his heart, I'll kill this brat first, then take away his coffin spirit. Seemingly noticing Zhao Long's gaze, Yemo's face became extremely gloomy. Yemo. I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit to have a shield. It looks like the White Phantom can't do much with him. Lin looked at Yemo, took a deep breath and said helplessly, it seems like this guy will strike at you first. I can only try to stop him. After Lin finished speaking, she once again bellowed delicately, explode all your speed to suppress the centaurs. When the White Phantom heard this, his body immediately flickered, turning into a residual shadow that made it impossible to see, and launched a continuous attack towards Zhao Long and the centaurs. Just a few seconds, the White Phantom then sent hundreds of attacks towards Zhao Long, and as if it was like glass, the Phantom Blue Fire Shield was blasted with many small holes by the cold ice immortal power attached to the White Phantom's sharp claws. Finally, little by little, the Phantom Blue Fire Shield was consumed. Zhao Long watched as the centaur's fire shield was broken bit by bit and also became irritated. Woman, if you tie your hands, I promise I won't torture you. It will only make you happy. You're dreaming. A hint of anger flashed in Lin Yin's eyes as she once again let the White Phantom charge up. Aside, Yemo also made Tyrant tangle with the coffin spirits of the other two black-robed men. Due to the huge difference in rank, the Tyrant could only be forced to fight with 1 against 2. And Yemo didn't dare to let Tyrant use supermatter penetration. Because let's not talk about the need to build up power for a supermatter penetration. What's more, without control, this move was more difficult to hit the enemy, and with that huge spiritual energy consumption alone, Yemo was a bit overwhelmed. Soon, the White Phantom was heavily injured by the centaurs one after another, but with the presence of the cold sick ghost differential, these injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, making the White Phantom an undefeatable little powerhouse. Seemingly sensing that Chi-Chi's ability was tricky, Zhao Long then directly stopped caring about Lin Yin and rushed over in Yemo's direction. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. It seems like it's better to finish you off first. Zhao Long's tone was filled with killing intent. And just then, a deafening footstep sounded, only to see 4 figures running out of the mountain forest not far away. Among them running at the front was a 3-meter-tall white ape and skeleton sorcerer, while it was being followed by monkeys as well as Qingdong. Sister Tone, we're here to help you, Monkey shouted. Lin Ying turned her head to take a look. Her beautiful eyes immediately flashed with surprise, and she hurriedly said, you guys first help Yemo finish off those 2 black-robed men. After that, we'll work together to kill this high-ranked coffin suppressor. Hear this. Monkey and Qingdong instantly targeted the 2 black-robed men. When the 2 black-robed men saw this, their faces couldn't help but flash with fear. Realize that the woman in front of him alone was able to hold their deputy chief in check. And now there were even 2 coffin suppressor masters whose strength was not weaker than this woman's in the slightest, which caused them to feel a great deal of pressure. Chief, those 2 brats. It seems like we can't beat them. One of the black-robed men took 2 steps back towards the rear. When Zhao Long heard this, a surge of fury emanated from his heart, followed by a roar of rage. What a waste! Disgraceful to our mighty ghost tomb hunting group. Since you 2 losers are scared, don't get in my way. Go to hell. Centaurs, use death charge on me. Give me an indiscriminate attack. After Zhao Long finished speaking, he frantically mobilized his surrounding spiritual energy. For a moment, spiritual energy surged into the centaur. An oppressive feeling of death radiated out at once. Only a ghostly blue flame emanated from the centaur's eyes, and rows of tall silhouettes appeared around him. Looking around, all of these were its doppelgangers, as many as hundreds of them. Next, bursts of soulfire erupted from these shadows and rushed out in all directions, directly burning the 2 nearest black-robed men into ashes. As the centaur void charged, countless flames began to ignite on the ground, as if a corridor of flames. In the blink of an eye, the area within a 100-meter radius was flooded and turned into a monstrous sea of fire. Run! Yemo shouted. When several people saw this, they quickly pulled their legs out and ran. And at this moment, as if these shadows never stopped, they chased after Yemo and the others in their direction. Crap, is this a high-level coffin suppressor? We can't even get close. Hurry up and run. Don't think about getting close. The flames set the ground on fire. It's fucking terrifying. Soon, several people rushed towards the mountain forest. Along the way, Qingdong had the skeleton wizard release more than a dozen mist spells, briefly blocking Zhao Lon's line of sight. The spells were minimally effective, though, lasting just under 2 seconds against the searing flames. Let's a few of us hurry up and hide in the mountain forest to survive this round of attacks before discussing our countermeasures. A few drops of cold sweat appeared at the corners of Qingdong's forehead. The large amount of letting the coffin spirit unleash his skills had almost drained the spiritual energy from his body. Now that his remaining spiritual energy had almost bottomed out, he was afraid that if he forced the coffin spirit to use its skills again, he would only faint. Tuko, hard work, get some rest. Seeing this, the monkey immediately asked the tomb-guarding white ape to carry Chen Dong on his back. Mo. Now that there is only this one high-level coffin suppressor left, do you still have enough spiritual energy? If we can't get Chi-Chi to continuously assist us, then we'll continue to drag it out and wait for you to recover your spiritual power before killing him. Lin Yin's face showed a look of gravity. With these words, Monkey and Chen Dong both froze. A look of incredulity flashed in his eyes. Crap, Sister Tone. Are you kidding me? That guy in the back is a high-level coffin suppressor. Even if we join forces, we're definitely not his match. Lin Yin, we'd better call for rescue. As long as we enter the mountain, that guy, even if he's a high-ranked coffin suppressor, will have a hard time finding us easily, unless he is heartless enough to set the mountain on fire. Chen Dong met and advised. Lin Yin sniffed and didn't say anything, only placing her gaze on Mo. And that's when Mo also calmly said, my spiritual energy doesn't have much effect. In fact, if your coffin spirits can control that guy for 10 seconds, that's enough. My Tyrant has a skill that takes a few seconds to build up. The power of this skill bursting out has reached the commander level, and is definitely capable of killing skeleton centaurs. Crap, this is too perverted for you, isn't it? A level 9 Tyrant can actually have such a terrifying skill. Now I'm beginning to wonder if you're the son of a big family in some mega base city, Monkey said in astonishment. Lin Yin was already not surprised by this, because in her perception, Mo belonged to the type that had endless undercards, and he could not be treated as an ordinary person at all. Chen Dong was also incomparably shocked when he heard Mo's explanation, only he wasn't as exaggerated as the monkey had shown. Seemingly thinking of something, he then spoke out. The three of us definitely can't stop it in 10 seconds. There's no way for us to resist that flame he's emitting. Think of other ways. And right at this moment, Lin Yin directly interrupted him, then pointed to Chi-Chi, who was held in Mo's arms, and explained, Chen Dong, you don't have to worry about that. This coffin spirit in Mo's arms is S-ranked, able to continuously heal our coffin spirit's injuries and allow our coffin spirit's attacks to have an additional cold ice attribute. What's more, it can restore a dying coffin spirit to its full strength. It's just that we don't know how long the vapors of the centaur death charge will last. If that split flame dissipates, we can do it. At that time, when we control the centaur, Mo will be able to kill it. A frantic color flashed in Lin Yin's eyes. With these words, the two of them, Monkey and Chen Dong, were once again shocked to say good. The two began to look at Mo with terror in their eyes. S-class? Monkey took a glance at the little zombie in Mo's arms and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Mo, are you going against the grain? Actually contracted an S-class coffin spirit. Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's wait for the centaur's skill to disappear first, Lin Yin said indifferently. Soon, several people came to a steep hill. This is the perfect defense position for them. In a place like this, it's hard for centaurs to use all their strengths. Moreover, several people also believed that the death charge just now was most likely the centaur's big move, and it would definitely not be able to be used a second time in a short period of time. Ha ha ha, you guys to run? Let's see where you guys can run to? Down the hill. Zhao Long rode a skeleton centaur and looked at Mo and the others with a disdainful look on his face. At this point, Mo looked towards the skeleton centaur, and a clear data panel began to emerge. Coffin Spirit, Ghost Rider. Race, Undead. Level, LV. 32 Ruling Level, 31 to 39. Seal Level, C Grade Golden Coffin, Level Cap 49. Talents, Ghostly Fire. Soul Enslavement, collects dead souls and spirits below one's own rank and enslaves them. Skills, Rush Attack, 3rd Level. Gun Gang. Elemental Shield, 3rd Level. Instant Step. Trample. Intermediate Healing, 2nd Level. Flame Scorch, 3rd Level. Stance, Death Charge, summons all the dead souls' shadows and launches a continuous charge at the target. When charging, it is in an unblockable state and generates a sea of ghostly fire. Flaw, after the dead soul's shadow dissipates, it takes a lot of time to regroup. Intimacy, 60, Obedient. Current status, Exhausted. Number of times it can be evolved, 2 times, route can be checked. Introduction, from the Isle of Spectres. Monitor among the skeleton knights. Nemesis of the undead and evil spirits. Average strength. Average attack. Seeing the Ghost Knights panel, Mo only felt relieved. So this guy is already exhausted. To use Death Charge again, it's simply impossible to do so in a short period of time. Mo's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. And that's when Zhao Long once again called out, not putting Mo's few people in his eyes at all. You guys come down and die. After saying that, he directly commanded the centaurs and swung a several feet wide gun dang towards the hillside. In the blink of an eye, the boulders on the hillside were instantly blown to pieces by this attack. Seeing this, Emo and the others backed up, narrowly avoiding the attack. We can't avoid the battle anymore. He can't use Death Charge again now. This is an opportunity for us. Emo looked at the three people beside him and said seriously. The three of them sniffed and nodded their heads. Good, then we'll let the coffin spirit go on. Emo. We're leaving it to you to save the lives of our coffin spirits. Don't let the group down, Linin said in a grave tone. Don't worry, as long as I control it, I will never miss. A confident look appeared on Yemo's face. Next, the four of them directly commanded their respective coffin spirits and charged towards Jiaolong at the bottom of the hillside. Due to the fact that it had Chi-Chi's escort, the cold ice immortal power unexpectedly directly resisted the burning of the phantom flame. And the coffin spirits of several people were like madmen who did not want to die, ignoring any attacks they received, and fighting for their lives against the centaurs. The white phantom kept sneaking up on Jiaolong, making him tired of defending. The tomb-guarding white ape, on the other hand, used his size and strength to his advantage and swung his fist hard on top of the centaur's skeleton. The skeleton sorcerer, on the other hand, summoned a cloud of black mist that enveloped the surrounding area, creating an opportunity for the tyrant to attack. Emo, this guy can't get out for a while. You can prepare your big move, Linin hurriedly urged. Monkey also said with an anxious face. Emo, hurry up. I've already told White Ape to hold the centaur in a death grip. It can't move now. Emo sniffed and nodded. Next, a blood-red energy fluctuation appeared steeply in the black mist, and an extremely terrifying might was brewing. When Jiaolong felt the power of this energy, he only felt a chill at his back and a wave of fear came over him. What kind of tactics are you guys using? How dare you threaten me? Jiaolong roared with rage, commanding the centaurs to fling their lances wildly. For a moment, countless limbs and broken arms flew out from the black mist, and the white phantom and the tomb guardian white ape were directly stabbed into a hornet's nest by the lance, and were thrown down dozens of meters away. Ha ha, you guys still want to stop me? Delusional, Jiaolong roared, and immediately prepared to attack Emo and the others in his spectral night. However, before he could take half a step out of the black mist, the blood-red energy began to become restless. Only a boom was heard, a sky-high pillar of blood-colored light rose, a violent storm spread out in all directions, and the black fog was blown away by the storm. At the original location, Jiaolong as well as the Phantom Knight were nowhere to be seen at this time, only leaving behind a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters, emitting a burst of destructive aura. Looking at the large pit in front of them, the crowd was finally relieved. Emo gasped for air, a look of excitement on his face. The tyrant's strike had almost drained 80% of the spiritual energy from his body. Consuming so much spiritual energy, the power of this strike of supermatter penetration was naturally incomparably terrifying, directly causing the Phantom Knight and Jiaolong to die to the point of no return. It was also at this moment that several mechanical-like system sounds rang out in Emo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system mission and obtaining the special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Experience Sharing, when any of your own coffins kills a demon, the other coffins gain the same experience. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV. 32 Ghost Knight, doubling his experience and gaining plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing is in effect. Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has gained an experience value of plus 5,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV. 10 Servant level. Experience required to level down 3060/3800. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV. 7 Servant level. Experience required to level down 1000/2240. Hearing the system's prompt, Emo only felt incomparably shocked. Ha ha ha, it's worthy of being a level 32 coffin spirit. It actually added 5,000 experience points directly. One tops the experience of 100 or so demons. This experience sharing is also too fierce. Emo was unusually excited in his heart. For all coffin suppressors, it is incredibly difficult to improve the experience of the coffin spirit. Many coffin suppressors rarely chose to cultivate multiple coffin spirits together when they weren't strong enough because it was too resource and time consuming. They would usually specialize in picking a coffin spirit with good potential and use it as the main battle coffin spirit. Only after the main battle coffin spirit is leveled up to full level will you go for other high potential coffin spirits to train. That's why most coffin suppressors who have contracted multiple coffin spirits will always have other coffin spirits under their hands that are too much less powerful than the main battle coffin spirit. Of course, there were quite a few children of large families who were not included in this list, as the resources provided by their families could completely withstand their squandering. Even if they contracted multiple coffin spirits, the strength of these coffin spirits wouldn't be too different from the main battle coffin spirit. In that case, I won't have to pull them out one by one to practice individually. With Coffin spirit sharing, the experience of killing a demonic creature doesn't have to be shared equally by the Coffin spirit anymore, but instead, you get the same amount of experience. Yemo's heart was unrestrained. It was important to realize that without experience sharing, this kill of the Ghost Rider would have resulted in Tyrant and 7-7 splitting the experience equally into two. 500 points. Having it is the equivalent of doubling your experience again in disguise. This is just awesome. Aside, Lin and the others showed anxious faces as they looked towards the White Phantom and other Coffin spirits tens of meters away. Their Coffin spirits were severely injured at this time, and had almost reached a state of near death. If he had delayed for a few more minutes, he would have been absolutely certain to die. However, Lin didn't rush Yemo, but waited nervously on the side for Yemo to recover his spiritual energy. In their opinion, Yemo's attack this time had consumed too much. It is normal for a Coffin suppressor to feel in a trance, fatigued or dazed after their spiritual energy has been drained. However, they didn't know that Yemo was dumbfounded because of the rewards given by the shock system. It seemed to be sensing that the atmosphere around them was a bit heavy. Yemo instantly withdrew his thoughts and turned his head to look at a few people. And when Lin and the others saw Yemo recovering, their faces became more and more tense. Yemo, how much of your spirit power has been restored? Can you let Chi step in to save our Coffin spirit? Lin eagerly inquired. Brother Yi, this time it's really up to you. Don't screw over the brothers. Be sure to bring back the coffins of the brothers, Monkey said nervously, revealing a look like he was on the verge of tears. When Yemo heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face and he gave several people a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, they'll be alive and well in no time." After saying that, Yemo hurriedly looked at Chi who was on the side, then touched the other party's head. Chi, it's up to you next. Hearing this, a cute smile appeared on Chi's face. She then performed an instantaneous step, leaving a residual shadow behind in the blink of an eye. Crap, this little guy can actually instantly step? How many levels is she at this? Is this an S-class Coffin spirit? The potential is truly heaven-defying. Several people were incredibly shocked and murmured. And just as a few people were discussing a burst of extremely pure and cold power erupted around Chi's body. For a while, the ground around them was tinted with a layer of white frost, and as the temperature got lower and lower, the air became a little bit harsh, only to see the white frost spreading rapidly, turning into thick cold ice, causing a 10-meter diameter to be covered in solid ice. And the White Phantom, the Tomb Guardian White Ape, and the Skeleton Sorcerer, all of them were frozen by the cold and transformed into ice-3 bubbling ice coffins. Seeing this, Monkey's face instantly became alarmed and he hurriedly said towards Yemo, "Crap, Brother Yi, your Coffin spirit wouldn't have released the wrong skill. This isn't saving them, this is freezing them all to death." The two of them, Lin and Qin Dong, also had their hearts tightened for fear of any accidents. Let's get over there and check it out. After saying that, the three of them ran in the direction of the ice coffin. By the time the three of them approached the range covered by the cold ice, they only felt their bodies shivering. But the coldness didn't hurt. Rather it made the spirit clear and active. Crap, you guys, look in the ice coffin. The monkey moved closer to the ice coffin and couldn't help but shriek when he saw the strange movement in the ice coffin. The two of them, Lin and Qin Dong, also hurriedly leaned up, only to see a burst of strange energy emanating from the ice coffin. The three coffin spirits that were originally injured by the Phantom Knights in 1,000 ways were healing at an extremely high speed. In just a few seconds, the injuries of these three coffin spirits had already disappeared, becoming as good as new, as if they had never been injured. Next, with a bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. Three figures emitting a vigorous aura jumped out directly from the ice coffin, letting out roars of excitement. "Thank you so much, Chi." Lin looked at the White Phantom that had returned to its full state and hurriedly thanked her towards Chi. Seeing this, Monkey and Qin Dong also revealed excited smiles. Yemo saw that the coffin spirits of several people had recovered, and a faint smile appeared on his face. As if thinking of something, he shifted his gaze to the location of the large pit. Then he walked straight towards the big pit. At this moment, Tyrant was lying in a large pit, looking somewhat exhausted. "Tyrant, hard work." A faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. Tyrant sniffed and growled softly in response. "Well, get some rest. It's safe now." Saying that, Yemo's hands flashed with spiritual power, summoning the silver coffin out and putting the Tyrant into the contract space. I don't know if that high-ranking coffin suppressor left anything useful behind just now. It shouldn't be destroyed by all of Tyrant's skills, right? Yemo pondered and turned his gaze to the bottom of the big pit. Looking around, only a scorched blackness was seen in the large pit, emitting a foul odor. Yemo searched carefully and suddenly realized that somewhere under the dirt in the big pit, There was a leather backpack as well as a ball of crystals flashing with ghostly blue flames hidden right underneath. This isn't supposed to be that guy's space backpack, is it? And this mass of flame crystals, it should be the energy core of the Ghost Rider. Yemo was slightly stunned and jumped down directly towards the big pit. Immediately following, he peeled the dirt away and took out the backpack that had been pressed underneath. Then dug out the flame crystals. Small space backpack, with 10 cubic meters of storage space. There are unexpected rewards when you open it. Soul Crystal, 4th Order, contains powerful soul energy. One of the core materials for the evolution of undead coffin spirits. Can also be used to enhance the strength of the coffin spirit's skills. The information of the two items appeared in Yemo's eyes, and an excited smile appeared on Yemo's face once again. The space backpack of a high-level coffin suppressor should have quite a few goodies, Yemo muttered. He glanced at the spectral flame soul crystal in his hand, and with a sudden movement of his mind, he placed it into his spatial warehouse. This thing was a material left behind after the death of a commander-class coffin spirit, and it was also the 4th-stage evolutionary core of an undead-type coffin spirit, so its value was absolutely incalculable. If taken to the market to sell, this thing could definitely sell for more than 1 billion dasha coins. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart grew hotter and hotter. When I level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, I must find time to sell this phantom fire core for next week's coffin spirit appraisal meeting. Yemo had always had quite a few ideas. At first, because he didn't have enough money, he naturally didn't have the means to buy an unidentified coffin spirit, not to mention the qualifications to pick up the pieces. And now, if he was allowed to get 1 billion dasha coins, then he would be able to pick up at least 2 unappraised coffins. It was important to know that any coffin spirit with a B-grade potential or higher was worth far more than 500 million, and an A-grade was even more difficult to measure in terms of money. As long as I am able to auction off a B-grade or higher coffin spirit and resell it to someone else, then I will have the qualifications to compete for a higher potential coffin spirit, Yemo thought in his heart. Just then, Lin and the others brought their respective coffin spirits to the edge of the large pit. Chi-Chi also jumped down from the big pit at some point and climbed onto Yemo's shoulder. The crowd couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in their eyes as they looked at the spatial backpack in Yemo's hand. Crap, brother Yi. Is that the space backpack left behind by that high-level coffin suppressor in your hand? Monkey's face showed excitement. Open it up and see what goodies are inside. Yemo was also a bit stunned when he heard this. However, since the high-ranked coffin suppressor was killed by the 4 of them together, the contents of this spatial backpack, as well as the spectral fire core, should be shared equally with Lin and the others. Without much thought, a faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. Then he jumped onto the deep pit and opened the space backpack directly in front of the crowd and poured it out towards the ground. There was a loud clatter. In the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with hundreds of various items. Most of them were coffin spirit cultivation materials as well as various weapons, while a few were crystals emitting various rays of light as well as rare evolutionary materials. Crap, that's a lot of material. This is straight up fucking rich. Monkey's face was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Xindong's eyes were also staring at the pile of materials with a shocked expression on his face. Lin looked at her partner, and couldn't help but lightly grunt and say, "Have you two never seen the world? You can't take your eyes off this material? Yemo, keep these materials. They won't be of much use to us." As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Xindong instantly reacted, followed by a look of embarrassment on their faces. When Yemo heard this, he looked at Lin strangely, with a hint of doubt in his tone, and said, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure." Lin nodded. Hearing this, Yemo became even more appreciative of Lin. You know, they had worked together in life and death though. However, after killing the enemy and obtaining so much loot, the greatest fear was to develop greed, leading to an unequal division of the spoils and ultimately killing each other. Yemo also admitted that he was greedy, but without the help of the few people in front of him, not only would he not be able to complete the system mission, he would more than likely lose his life. So Yemo wouldn't take advantage of them no matter what. Thinking of this, Yemo took the spectral flame soul crystal out of the spatial warehouse again. Actually, that centaur also left this behind. Yemo had a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. When Lin and the others saw this, shock immediately flashed in their eyes, while at the same time, they gave a high degree of affirmation to Yemo's character in their hearts. Crap, Yemo, can you give me this sapphire soul crystal? Xindong became no longer calm as he looked at the crystal in Yemo's hand that was emitting light blue flames. Bah, it's not for me. It's for sale to me. I'm willing to pay $1 billion to buy it, Xindong said somewhat incoherently, although his skeleton sorcerer had already completed its evolution. However, this phantom fire soul crystal was also the most important evolutionary material when it came to the skeleton sorcerer's next evolution. Moreover, the skeleton sorcerer's attack ability was not strong. If the spectral flame soul crystals were used to enhance the skeleton sorcerer's skills, it would also undergo a qualitative change. Straight away, you can make the skeleton sorcerer leap into a powerful attacking coffin spirit. We can split this stuff equally. Just give me 2.5 billion, Yi-Mo said indifferently. With that, he directly tossed the spectral flame soul crystal to Qin Dong. Qin Dong received the soul crystal and his face became extremely excited. Then he looked at Yi-Mo and revealed a look of gratitude and said, "A billion is a billion when you say so. Without you, all four of us would have died. That said, it's a good thing you saved everyone's lives, because we didn't put in too much effort in killing this high-ranked coffin suppressor." The moment these words came out, a hint of a smile appeared on both Lin Yin and Monkey's faces. "Yes, brother Yi, we won't share these things with you. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be corpses now," Monkey said seriously. "This isn't too good. In the end, that high-level coffin suppressor is rushing towards me." Yi-Mo shook his head. Lin Yin thought for a moment. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yi-Mo and said, "Yi-Mo, how about this? If there's an item we need in this pile of materials, you'll just sell it to us at a friendly price. This will also save us a lot of effort in searching for materials." Seeing that several people had been pushing back, Yi-Mo agreed. "In that case, I won't push it. This time, it is considered that I owe you guys a favor. In the future, if you need my help, contact me directly," Yi-Mo said seriously. When Lin Yin and the others heard this, excitement appeared on their faces. One must know that Yi-Mo's talent was obvious to all. Simply a demon among geniuses. Although Yi-Mo's strength was not strong now, he could definitely become an existence that people would look up to in the future. Having the other party's favor, and getting the other party's friendship. After Yi-Mo grew up, they would be able to walk horizontally in the Great Summer Country completely by then. Lin Yin, the materials you need to evolve your white phantom into a blood-clothed angel seem to be in here. You quickly look for it. Yi-Mo looked at Lin Yin, whose face was excited, and pointed to a pile of materials on the ground and said. Hearing this, Lin Yin hurriedly came forward and excitedly took Yi-Mo's hand and said, "Really? Can you help me find it?" Of course it's true. Could it be that you can't recognize these materials?" Yi-Mo looked at Lin Yin beside him. As Lin Yin sniffed, a rare flash of embarrassment appeared on her face, looking somewhat embarrassed. At the scene of the distribution of the stolen goods, Yi-Mo was a model of labor for a while. For the materials that Lin Yin and the others needed, Yi-Mo directly arranged them for a few people without saying a word. He only saw him pick out a few items that emitted a bloody aura from the large pile of materials and threw them to Lin Yin. Lin Yin couldn't help but have a bright smile on her face as she received the killing heart, bloody blade, and phantom tail that Yi-Mo threw at her. "Thanks a lot, Yi-Mo. These materials, I'll give you 100 million. Do you think it's appropriate?" Lin Yin's soft voice came out. Seemingly thinking of something, Lin Yin took out another black card in a hurry and handed it to Yi-Mo. "By the way, counting the conditions I promised you before, I'm going to give you a total of $200 million. This card will be yours. There's still more than $200 million in it." Lin Yin laughed. Yi-Mo sniffed. His face froze, slowly took the black card handed over by the other party and said excitedly, "Thank you, rich woman." Hearing this, Lin Yin just blankly glanced at Yi-Mo, seemingly disliking such a title as rich woman. She then took the materials in her hand and gave them directly to the White Phantom, preparing to let the other party evolve into a blood-clothed angel. A few minutes later, Yi-Mo also helped the monkey check out the evolutionary path of the Tomb Guardian White Ape. But unfortunately, although the Tomb Guardian White Ape had 4 evolutionary routes, it did not have a hidden route. So the evolutionary route of the Tomb Guardian White Ape could only be decided entirely by the monkey's preference. Fortunately, in the pile of materials left behind by Zhao Long, there also happened to be 2 materials that the Tomb Guardian White Ape needed to use for its evolution. So Yi-Mo didn't think much about it and directly handed it to the monkey. Since the value of these things wasn't very high, Yi-Mo didn't take the other party's money. As for the spectral flame soul crystals that Qin Dong had taken, they were considered to be the most valuable of the materials in the batch. Under the other party's strong demand, Yi-Mo finally accepted the 1 billion dasha coins transferred from the other party's father. 12 billion, TSK. It looks like we have to go back to the outer city of Fengyu City in the next 2 days. Yi-Mo was excited in his heart and pondered. I just don't know how much these unused materials can be sold for. It would be enough to sell for $200 or $300 million. Soon, as Lin Yin's coffin spirit evolved into a blood-clothed angel, the few of them then hurriedly walked 2 kilometers in the night, and finally found a cave at the edge of a canyon. They planned to rest here for the night. Well, it should be safe here. I think the group of people from the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group shouldn't have gotten the news so quickly, Yi-Mo said as he leaned against the wall in the cave. Lin Yin's few people nodded as they heard this. Immediately afterward, they sent their coffin spirits to walk to the entrance of the cave and act as vigilant guards. Early the next morning, a ray of light shone into the cave. Yi-Mo slowly opened his eyes, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on his face, because the system voice rang in his head. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, absorbing a large number of zombie crystal cores, all ordinary skill levels, has been raised to the second level. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has successfully absorbed the Moon Essence Stone *50, doubling its experience and gaining a total of plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, having successfully swallowed a large amount of Demon Blood Pills *300, has doubled its experience, gaining a total of plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Due to experience sharing, Chi-Chi gains an additional plus 3,000 experience value and Tyrant gains an additional plus 5,000 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV 12 Servant level. Experience required to level down is 2860/5040. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV 10 Servant level. Experience required to level down 800/3800. They're actually all above level 10. This upgrade speed is going to take off. Yi-Mo's heart was unrestrained. Before he went to bed last night, he gave them all the materials that Tyrant and Chi-Chi could use, while Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed next to Yi-Mo and quietly absorbed the materials. Originally, he wasn't sure of the value of these materials until he asked Linine. For example, the Moon Essence Stones, which were dug up in the corpse-raising grounds in the Secret Realm, contained a small amount of Moon Essence, and were suitable for cultivating zombies as well as demonic coffin spirits of this type, and a single one was only about 200,000 Daxia coins. The Devil's Blood Pills, on the other hand, are much more common and are pills made by fusing the flesh, blood and essence of a demon as an extract. Although this item was sold in every coffin spirit cultivation store on the market, and the price was only a few thousand Daxia coins apiece, it was a must-have item for coffin suppressors. This was because the magic blood pill had the effect of restoring the coffin spirit's physical strength, and it could also be used to breed coffin spirits below level 20. Rich people just need to splash money like crazy and feed their coffin spirits with tons of magic blood pills, and they will have a chance to quickly raise their coffin spirits to level 20. Of course, this process was extremely slow, and with each level, the experience boosted by the magic blood pill would weaken. To directly feed the coffin spirit from level 1 to level 20, you would need at least 100,000 of them. If it wasn't for Yi-Mo's divine corpse breeder talent that doubled experience, then at the current Tyrant's level, he would have to absorb at least a large few hundred of them to level up. Now that I have over $1 billion, if I take out 100 million and buy tens of thousands of magic blood pills for Tyrant to absorb, I should have a chance to raise it to level 20. By then, Chi-Chi's level will be close to 20. Yi-Mo's heart stirred and his face showed excitement. He was quite excited about the evolution of Tyrant and 7-7. Moreover, if he picked up the pieces at the appraisal fair in Jiangnan City next week, together with the rare evolution core of the corpse race that Chairman Chen had promised to give him, then he would be completely sufficient to gather the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi and Tyrant. Keep in mind that Tyrant's evolutionary materials are easy to find, but Chi-Chi is an S-class existence. The evolutionary materials she could use were definitely all in the billions, and couldn't even be measured in terms of money. Just as Yi-Mo was lost in thought, Lin Yin's voice suddenly rang out from outside the cave entrance, only to see her leaning against the wall of the cave entrance at an unknown time, displaying an extremely proud figure, causing Yi-Mo to look slightly stunned. Yi-Mo, I've discussed this with Monkey and the others. Not going to go to the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. Lin Yin looked at Yi-Mo and laughed shallowly. Yi-Mo sniffed and nodded. The evolutionary materials you need this time have already been gathered, so there's really no need to go to the secret realm. Why don't you come with us now? Lin Yin looked at Yi-Mo seriously, with a hint of concern in her tone. The deputy leader of that fierce ghost grave-seeking troop was killed by us. If you still stay in Doomsday Valley, I'm afraid that they will continue to send people to look for you. At that time, if the one who comes is the head of the fierce ghost tomb hunting group, you will definitely lose your life if you are found. Yi-Mo thought for a moment and nodded his head in response. Good. I was thinking of going back to sell those extra materials. Then it's not too late. Let's hurry up and move back to Fengyu City. This guy Yi-Mo, I don't know what he's doing. It's been a day, and he doesn't reply to messages. At the entrance to the highlands of the Valley of Doom, Yi Xiaoyao was absent-mindedly following the team of trainers as they were rapidly advancing. Every now and then she took out her cell phone and looked at it, and every now and then she clenched her fists, looking a little angry. To her, Yi-Mo's habit of not returning messages really made her feel tired. Front of the line, when Jing was leading all the trainees, teaching these trainees some things related to actual combat as they walked. At the same time, she was also observing Yi Xiaoyao from time to time. When she saw this angry look of Yi Xiaoyao, she couldn't help but see a glint in her eyes. Immediately after that, she instructed with the trainees at the front of the group and came to Yi Xiaoyao's side. "Student Xiaoyao, is there something on your mind?" With a soft voice and a hint of care in her tone, Wen Jing asked. "If there is something you are unhappy about, you can tell your teacher about it. Perhaps she can help you out." Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and hurriedly put down her cell phone, then deflated her mouth and said, "It's still not my annoying brother. It's been more than 10 hours. I've sent dozens of messages and he hasn't answered any of them. I don't know what he's doing. It's worrying." Wen Jing sniffed, and her heart couldn't help but be happy. "Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he's such an adult. He should be fine." Wen Jing comforted. "Let's hope so. Anyway, I called many times and he didn't answer." Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing that, Wen Jing's mind was shaken, and she briefly fell into a deep thought. Looks like those guys from the mighty ghost tomb hunters got it. With regards to Yi Mo, Wen Jing had only held the attitude of avoiding him, but when she thought of the fact that she had deprived Yi Mo of the right to take the test, as well as the series of small actions she had done, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. En route to Doomtown, she thought for a long time and finally decided to hire someone to settle Yi Mo to prevent any future problems, and she's one of the employers of the mighty ghost's grave hunters. Just then, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. Wen's brows furrowed when she heard the ringtone. "Xiaoyao student, who's calling?" Wen Jing asked coldly. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she raised an eyebrow and a puzzled look appeared in her eyes. She then picked up her phone and saw the name displayed on the call, and the resentment in the center instantly disappeared. "Teacher Wen Jing, it's my brother calling," Yi Xiaoyao said happily. Aside, when Wen Jing heard this, her face stiffened and became extremely ugly. How is this possible? How can Yi Mo still be alive? Didn't the mighty ghost tomb hunters say that there were a few employers who wanted to kill him? Sent out a high-ranking coffin suppressor? Why is he still alive? Can it be that the group of losers from the fierce ghost tomb hunting group haven't found him yet? Wen Jing was surprised in her heart. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to have noticed Wen Jing's face and couldn't help but take a look. She then looked at her cell phone again and hurriedly picked up the call from Yi Mo. "Yi Mo, I'm warning you, next time you can't go a long time without replying to my messages. If you make me worry again, I'll break your legs in place of my dead parents." Yi Xiaoyao shouted at the phone with a threatening tone. On the other end of the phone, Yi Mo was silent for 2 seconds. His voice seemed a bit perfunctory as he replied. "Okay, got it. Good to know. Quickly tell me what you did last night?" Yi Xiaoyao coldly grunted. "I came to Doomsday Valley yesterday to practice, and now I'm ready to go back to Fomu City?" Yi Mo's voice came from the phone. "What? You came to Doomsday Valley yesterday to practice as well? Then why don't you come with us, MS? When Jing said she agreed to you following us, you're really pissing me off." Yi Mo completely ignored Yi Xiaoyao's words. In his opinion, this sister of his was good at everything, but her housekeeper attribute was serious. No matter what she did, the other party would always have to ask questions. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao was very controlling, not to mention that she was 2 years younger than Yi Mo, but she completely treated herself as the head of the family. "By the way, have you already followed your teacher's experience now?" Yi Mo directly ignored Yi Xiaoyao's complaint and faintly asked. Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and didn't dwell with Yi Mo any longer, and hurriedly replied, "Well, I'm following the class right now, getting ready to enter the Valley of Doom. So are you guys on the left or right side of the river?" "Right, that's just as well. I'm on the right side too. Just stay close to the riverbank for a while and stay out of the mountains on the side of the canyon. I expect to meet up with you in about an hour, and I'll have some materials for breeding demons for you then." As soon as the words fell, Yi Mo's end hung up the phone. "Xiaoyao-san, your brother is also in the Valley of Doom? He's going to meet us later?" When Jing frowned, an ugly look on her face, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but become even more puzzled when she saw the other party's face. It seemed that this teacher of his had something on his mind, as if he didn't really want to see his oldest brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao said in a puzzled manner, "My brother said he'll come find me later. So, it's kinda dangerous for him to be alone then." When Jing said with a worried look on her face, she then thought for a moment and then looked at Yi Xiaoyao, the look of worry in her eyes intensifying as she said with a hint of urgency in her tone, "Your brother, a beginner-level coffin suppressor who has contracted a zombie, actually dares to be alone in the Valley of Doom. It's simply crazy. I'll go over and pick him up first later. You'll just follow the instructor of the 3rd class for now." After saying that, when Jing found the mentor of the 3rd class and after instructing her, she summoned the Raven Man and flew with her deep into the Valley of Doom. "Hey, what's the deal with you mighty ghosts grave hunters? Why hasn't the target of the bounty been killed after all this time?" In the sky, the Raven Man was grabbing one and flying rapidly. Instead, when called the mighty ghosts grave hunters operator with a questioning tone, "Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Our deputy chief arrived in the Valley of Doom last night, and found the target. The target of the bounty must be dead. There's no way he's still alive, the other end of the phone said in annoyance. Impossible? When Jing sniffed. Intense killing intent immediately flashed in her eyes as she said in a cold voice. The target sister is a trainee under me. And they even spoke on the phone just now. The man I wanted you to kill. He's not dead. You missed. How is this possible? Our deputy head is a high-ranking coffin suppressor. How could he possibly miss? Did it miss? Won't you guys investigate? You're still on the top of the list in Fengyu City. I didn't realize that you couldn't even do this well. What a waste. When Jing scolded angrily, completely losing her usual gentle and lovely image of a female teacher. Upon hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the line. Hold your horses. Miss, I'll go and confirm if the situation is true, and I'll get back to you in 2 minutes. No need. I'll kill the target of the bounty by myself. The mighty Ghost's Grave Hunting Group residence. At this moment, the wiring man's expression was extremely alarmed. After he made a few calls to Zhao Long, it kept showing the phone was off. Seemingly remembering that Zhao Long had taken 4 of his men to the Valley of Doom, he hurriedly dialed these men again. Finally, after he had made 3 calls, one of them got on the phone. At this point, the operator couldn't hold back any longer and questioned towards the phone. What's wrong with you guys? The phone has not been answered. And where's the deputy chief? Why didn't you complete the mission entrusted by the headmaster? There was silence on the phone for a few moments at this statement. The ones who answered the phone were the 2 black-robed men that Monkey and Qin Dong had fought off last night. At first they had thought of meeting up with Zhao Long and the others, but when he went back, he saw that Zhao Long had the spectral knights indiscriminately unleash their big moves and kill the rest of his companions. This caused the 2 to instantly break off the idea of meeting up with Zhao Long, choosing to preserve their own lives. The deputy chief is dead. A cold voice came over the phone. What? How could Zhao die? Are you guys kidding? He's a high-level coffin suppressor. Even in Fengyu City, he can be ranked. Who else in this Fengyu City doesn't know the great name of our fierce ghost tomb hunting group? How could anyone dare to kill him? The operator roared towards the phone. When the black-robed man on the phone heard this, he also snorted coldly and said, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I can only tell you that the deputy head was too careless and was killed by the target who joined forces with 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressors who possessed golden coffins. I'll report this matter to the headmaster. And if you guys took pictures of those 3, you should hurry up and send them back. If you don't, just go back to your quarters before you do. The operator barked. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, and then hurriedly ran over towards the compound where the headmaster was. On the bank of the river, Yi Mo and the others were running fast. Suddenly, a black dot appeared high in the sky not far away. Seemingly sensing the abnormality in the sky, Yi Mo and the others looked up in unison. Yi Mo. It seems like someone is coming over. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she surveyed the black figure high in the sky and said vigilantly. Yi Mo nodded, only to see a golden light flash in his eyes. The figure high in the air instantly appeared clearly in his eyes. It's actually her? How come she didn't bring her class and ran out alone? Yi Mo muttered. Yi Mo, you know this person? Lin Yin asked curiously. This is my former mentor and my little sister's homeroom teacher. So it's Ye's mentor. I thought it was the head of the mighty ghost's grave hunters coming over. It almost scared my heart out, Monkey said with a sigh of relief as he looked at the figure in the air. When Qin Dong heard this, he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes and said, Monkey, it's better for you to speak less with this crow's mouth. If we do encounter it, then we're going to be in a group. Hearing this, the monkey stopped talking at once, his heart shivering with fear. Along the way, several people's spirits were taught, and while running quickly, they also checked the surrounding movements from time to time. Due to the fact that it was too dark last night, the 2 black-robed men who had escaped from Qin Dong and Monkey's men had never appeared. Lin Yin also sent out blood-clothed angels to search the miles around. Never finding any trace of those 2, they guessed that these 2 people were most likely hiding somewhere in the Valley of Doom, and it was also very likely that they had already notified the mighty ghost's grave hunting group. At this point, when Jing had also spotted Yimo's several people early, she shot a glance at Lin Yin and the others from high in the air, and her face instantly became extremely ugly. How come there are 3 more middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters by this guy's side? And their coffin spirits. It's actually a gold-level seal? Can it be that the deputy leader of the fierce ghost tomb hunting group died under these 3 last night? When Jing was shocked in her heart, realized that, on the ground, except for Yi Mo, these 3 running middle-ranked coffin suppressors were all carrying a golden coffin with a glittering golden light on their backs, which appeared to be extremely blinding under the sunlight. At this moment, the doubts in Wen Jing's heart disappeared. 3 middle-ranked coffin masters with C-rank coffin spirits did, to a certain extent, have a slight chance of defeating a high-ranked coffin master. Of course, She wasn't aware that Zhao Long also possessed the golden coffin, so she rightfully assumed that it was the three people in front of her who had stepped in to help Emo through the calamity. I'm no match for these three. Looks like we'll just have to find a chance to take him away before we can do it. Wen Jing looked at the Lin trio with a scornful expression. Though her coffin spirit, Dark Raven Rumorbearer's big move was able to disassociate a few people, but without knowing what kind of coffin spirit existed in the golden coffin behind Lin Yin's trio, she didn't dare to act rashly. If they struck out rashly, it was very likely that they would be able to counteract than the other party. After all, these three people were able to kill high-level coffin suppressor masters. Their strength was absolutely strong. Thinking of this, when Jing looked at Emo, her eyes narrowed slightly and her expression became incomparably cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. However, her expression as well as her eyes were all captured by Emo, who was 1,000 meters away. Aha, how could she have such strong hostility towards me? Yemo's heart sank with some uncertainty. I don't think I've offended her. Have I? Emo thought and thought. Still didn't understand what was going on, so he could only act as he saw fit and figure out the situation. Half a minute. The Dark Raven Prophet flew ahead of Emo and the others with Wen Jing. After landing, she shot a glance at Lin Yin and the others, casting a kind look, followed by a quick walk to Emo. Wen Jing revealed gentle eyes and surveyed Emo. At this time, Emo had already internalized his breath and only emitted spiritual power fluctuations around his body with a strength of around 1 star at the beginning stage. When Wen Jing saw the current strength, she couldn't help but guffaw and said, "Fellow student Emo, I didn't expect you to really become a coffin suppressor. It's really something to be congratulated." Emo couldn't help but frown at his words. If it were normal, he would have chatted with the other party for a few moments, but just now he had seen the resentment the woman showed. That's why Emo's tone seemed extremely calm. "Sister Wen Jing, why did you come over to me?" Emo asked in confusion while staring at the other party, wanting to see what explanation the other party gave. Wen Jing sniffed and her tone instantly became concerned. Said, "I heard Xiaoyao's classmates say that you were over here as well, so I purposely came over to pick you up. After all, you're too dangerous in the Valley of Doom for someone who just contracted a coffin spirit, and she and I are worried about you. But I didn't expect that you actually have 3 friends who are middle-ranked coffin suppressors accompanying you. So it seems that my worries were a bit redundant." The words of Julia Wen had just fallen out of her mouth. The monkey on the side then had a hint of lewdness on his face and gave a thumbs up towards Emo. Seeing this, Qin Dong also revealed a faint smile. The young beautiful teacher in front of them looked just a few years older than them, and although her face value was a hair's breadth behind Lin Yin's, she was still a first-class beauty, especially since the other party's figure was extremely mature, more voluptuous than Lin Yin's, and even comparable to a blood-clothed angel. And the fact that this beautiful teacher was actually so attached to a student who had been repeating a grade for more than 2 years, and even came all the way to greet him, made the two of them have to admire Yemo's charm. "Brother Yi, this mentor of yours is treating you really well. He actually came all the way here to pick you up," Monkey said with a smile. Qin Dong thought about it and also interjected from the side. "Emo, why don't you just go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly, and her speed is more than 5 times faster than if we were to rush like this. You're going to save a lot of time if you go with her, and you'll also be able to return to Fengyu City faster. That way, you'll face much less danger and you won't run into the mighty ghost tomb hunters." Hearing this, Wen Jing's heart burst with joy. Originally, she was considering how she was going to prepare to take away Emo, and now these 2 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters had invariably helped her, which was an unexpected blessing. Seemingly thinking of something, Wen Jing's face changed rapidly, and she hastily revealed a look of surprise as she asked toward Qin Dong, "This little brother, what did you just say? Did you guys offend the mighty ghost's grave hunters?" As Qin Dong was about to reply, the monkey on the side hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to say, "Beautiful teacher, a few of us teamed up earlier to exterminate a squad of the mighty ghost tomb hunting group. Unfortunately, though, 2 members of the tomb seekers escaped. They should have called for backup by now, and I guess their leader is on his way here. So if you can take hurry up and take him out of the Valley of Doom." After this explanation, Wen Jing's face hastily became a bit nervous looking. She then turned her head to look at Emo. Her tone seemed extremely anxious. "Emo, is what he said true? If you have truly offended the Mighty Ghost's grave hunting group, then hurry up and come with me. The leader of the Mighty Ghost's tomb hunting troop is a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor, possessing the Scythe Demon coffin spirit. He kills without blinking an eye. You need to get out of here. You come with me now. I'll bring you to Doomsday Town and then arrange for someone to send you back to Fengyu City." Wen Jing's face was incredibly tense, her eyes filled with worry. In fact, her heart became extremely excited. When the time comes, Just have Black Crow bring him up to doomsday heights and throw him down from high in the air. Wenjing said in her heart, realize that even a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor would be pulverized if they were thrown down from 1,000 meters in the air. There are only 2 kinds of coffin suppressors who can survive high in the air. One type is having a flying coffin spirit, such as Julia Wen's Dark Raven Rumor Bearer. The other type was when the coffin suppressor's spiritual power level reached the transcendent rank, in which case he could travel in the air. Obviously, if Yemo went with her, when the Crow Man flew high in the air, Yemo would definitely die. Yet just then, Linin stood in front of Yemo with a cold face. A hint of killing intent flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her tone became extremely cold as she said towards Wenjing, Yemo, if you trust my words, don't go with her. This woman just erupted an extremely strong killing intent towards you. When these words came out, Yemo immediately glanced at Linin in surprise. As for the two of them, Monkey and Qin Dong, their faces also changed drastically as they looked at Wenjing with a wary expression. This beautiful woman. What the hell are you talking about? Yemo, when I was my former student, how could I have murderous intentions towards Yemo? Wenjing frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Linin sniffed and laughed coldly. Whether or not you have murderous intentions towards Yemo, you know it in your own heart. Anyway, here's my word on it. I won't allow you to take Yemo. Hearing this, even though Wenjing had a ghost in her heart, she couldn't help but start arguing. She looked at Yemo and said with sarcasm in her tone, Yemo, is this your girlfriend? She's jealous, isn't she? I want to take you away. I just want to get you out of harm's way, and I don't want to let Xiaoyao-san lose her brother. This girlfriend you found doesn't seem to have a very good personality and is a bit of an unknown quantity. You're being hunted by the mighty ghosts grave hunters now, and while I could have made you safer, she's here to get jealous and put you in harm's way. Such a girlfriend, teacher's advice to you is that it's better to split up. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wenjing's mouth. With these words, Lin Yin's brows furrowed. Her nature was thought to be rather cold and arrogant, and straight, not good at flinging words at people, only to see her directly place the golden Xian coffin on her back onto the ground. Her tone filled with indifference. If you don't leave, you'll die. Aside, Monkey and Qindong also directly put down the coffin and prepared to summon the coffin spirit. Yemo, it seems that your friend has a not-so-small misunderstanding of me. Wenjing frowned and her face became somber. Teacher will give you a piece of advice. This kind of indiscriminate friend is not worth making. In that case, I won't stay here. I'll tell Xiao Yao about your situation. Saying that, Wenjing's heart fluttered. The Dark Raven Prophet sensed her command and instantly transformed into a shadow, grabbing her and flying high into the sky. A burst of killing intent erupted in Wenjing's eyes at this moment, and she hurriedly took out her cell phone and secretly snapped a picture of Lin Yin and the others, then slowly disappeared in Yemo and the others' line of sight. Yemo, this teacher of yours? It seems like he took pictures of us. Lin Yin's soft voice came out. At this time, the indifference on her face had long disappeared, and instead, a trace of worry surfaced. Brother Yi, I saw it just now. This woman did take our pictures. I'm only afraid that she'll pass the photos to the mighty ghost tomb hunters because she resents us. Qin Dong analyzed. We'll have to change our route, or we'll be blocked when we get out of the Valley of Doom. Yemo sniffed and nodded. Actually, I had noticed her hostility a long time ago. It's just that I never thought of what exactly I had offended her. Yemo, you don't need to think about that. You just need her to be your enemy. The next time you encounter it, you will kill her. Linin looked at Yemo and said seriously, Brother Yi, Sister Tone is right. If we can successfully return to Fengyu City, we'll find a chance to kill this woman, Monkey said. At this point, Yemo looked over at Linin and instantly looked around curiously and asked, how did you find out that she has murderous intent towards me? Is it hard to believe that this is your gift? Linin glanced at Yemo, then nodded and explained. My gift is called Malicious Conversion. I am currently able to sense all malice in effect within a 20-meter radius and can absorb it, allowing the malice to be temporarily converted into psychic energy. Yemo was shocked when he heard the other party's explanation. No wonder from the moment they met Lin Yin's trio, these three had acted as if they were self-interested. It turned out that it was because Lin Yin had such a perverted talent, being able to recognize whether or not others were friendly. Lin Yin, thank you so much. I owe you another favor this time. Yemo said with a smile. Damn, how did that woman realize my killing intent just now? High in the air, one was somewhat unable to comprehend what was going on. It was obvious that he had disguised himself well, but he was directly seen through by the other side. Luckily, she was fairly calm, so as long as Yemo didn't see it, it wouldn't be a big problem. Speaking of which, I don't have any grudges against Yemo. On the contrary, I'm somewhat sorry for him. A tangle of colors flashed in Wenjing's heart. In the beginning, She just didn't want Emo to disgrace herself, so she deceived the other party and deprived them of their qualifications for the examination. However, when she realized that Yi Xiaoyao was Yemo's younger sister and also possessed an extremely powerful talent, she became extremely regretful in her heart. It was not easy for his own class to have such a gifted cadet like Yi Xiaoyao appear and have a pretty good relationship with him. In the future, when Yi Xiaoyao grew up, he himself would have a bright face and receive endless benefits, but the bad thing was that he had counted on the other's brother in advance. Due to the fear of the revelation of the matter, Wen Jing had no choice but to offer a bounty to Emo in a moment of feverishness. However, Emo actually had 3 friends who were good middle-ranked coffin suppressors, which was something she had not expected at all. I heard from the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Group that I'm not the only one who has placed a bounty on Emo, so I can completely brush it off as if I don't know anything, Wen Jing secretly said in her heart. Thinking of this, Wen Jing only felt a lot of relief in her heart. Why don't I go and explain the truth of the matter to Emo? Tell him that he can take the test, and apologize to him? Wen Jing frowned and muttered. No. How can I apologize to a repeat student? If he tells the truth about me being disqualified from the examination, then I won't be able to stay in Fengyu First Middle School and will have to face even more trouble. Wen Jing shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea she had just had. For a while, she only felt like she was riding a tiger, so she just did not do anything and directly handed over the photos of several people to the Mighty Ghost's Grave Hunting Group. Wait until Julia Wen returned to the line where her class was. Yi Xiaoyao directly approached her and hurriedly inquired. Ms. Wen Jing, where is my brother? Didn't he come back with you? When Wen Jing heard this, she first froze, then revealed a faint smile and said, Xiaoyao, your brother is currently with 3 middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters. They seem to be your brother's friends and will keep him safe, so you don't have to worry about your brother. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately revealed a surprised expression. She then gave a puzzled look, as if she couldn't quite believe that she had been able to make so many friends without her previous swinging old brother. Looking at Yi Xiaoyao's expression, Wen Jing instantly revealed a gentle smile. She then hurriedly turned her own cell phone on and handed Yi Xiaoyao the photo of Emo's several people that she had just taken. Xiaoyao, this is your brother and the coffin suppressor who stayed together. They seem to have a good relationship, so you really don't have to worry. When said as she pointed to the photo in her phone, Yi Xiaoyao looked at the 4 people on the photo and couldn't help but light up. It's actually 3 coffin suppressors carrying golden coffins. It seems that my brother isn't as simple as he thought, Yi Xiaoyao thought in her heart, and at the same time, she was a bit elated. On the photo, it could be seen from the standing position of Lin Yin and the others that these 3 people were centered on Emo, with the momentum of treating Emo as the backbone. Only, the expressions of these people seemed a bit wary, seemingly thinking of something. The corner of Wen Jing's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Then she sent this photo to Yi Xiaoyao and said, Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother here, and it's because this girl won't let your brother come with me. On a rugged mountain road near the edge of the Valley of Doom, Emo was rushing with Lin Yin and the others. This is relatively safe due to the choice of off-the-beaten-path roads, but it is much more time-consuming. Along the way, Emo held Chi-Chi in one hand, while on the other hand, he let Tyrant open the way, killing all the demons he encountered on the way. This directly caused Tyrant and 7-7 to eat hundreds of experience points again with pleasure. Lin Yin and the others followed behind Emo with shock in their eyes. This was because the strength of the spiritual energy emanating from Emo's body had already reached the level of 6 stars at the beginning stage at this point. One should know that from the time he met Emo yesterday, Emo's strength was only 3 stars at the beginning level, and the Tyrant was only about level 7. But just in the past one night, Tyrant's and 7-7's strength began to insanely skyrocket. To make the 2 coffin spirits level up so tremendously in one night was something that the 3 Lin Yin people couldn't even think of. Brother Yi, what kind of talent do you have? It's so terrifying. You've raised the coffin spirit by several levels in this one night's battle. This is almost worth a few months of our cultivation, Monkey marveled. Despite the fact that several of them had spent just over a year cultivating the coffin spirit to level 20 without using materials such as the demon blood pill, they belonged to the ranks of geniuses. But compared to Emo, it was simply a heaven and a earth. My gift is being a bodybuilder. You can only contract corpse coffin spirits, which can quickly cultivate zombies and zombies, or you can summon them out to fight at the same time, Emo casually explained. A few people were even more shocked when they heard this. In their opinion, though, only being able to contract a necromantic gift was considered a flaw, but it's possible to train them up quickly, which can make up for a lot of deficiencies. Moreover, they felt that Emo's background must be deep, with at least one supreme transcendent powerhouse backing him up at home. Because the person who gave a low-potential coffin spirit like Tyrant an insane amount of rare skills in the early stages and had an S-ranked coffin spirit was someone that no one else could even think about except for the sons of mega families. Just then, Yi Mo's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the name of the contact, he was confused and stopped in his tracks. Hey, Yi kid, are you in Fengyu City right now? You hurry up and come to the tomb-seeking guild. The old man is looking for you for something. President Chen's voice came out from the phone. Yi Mo sniffed and slowly said, Elder Chen, I was in the Doomsday Valley. It will take at least 3 hours or so to get back to Fengyu City. At these words, the voice on the phone grew a bit louder, looking a bit displeased. More than 3 hours? What's taking so long? You boys aren't running off alone into the depths of the Valley of Doom, are you? That's not true. I just encountered a bit of big trouble, and now I'm walking around the mountain road, so the return trip will take a bit longer. Yi Mo said indifferently. Come on, what's the big trouble you're in? I've got a bounty on my head. By the mighty Ghost's grave hunters. Outrageous. You'll wait in the Valley of Doom now. I'll go and bring the head of the mighty Ghost's grave hunting troop to you right away. I'd like to see if he dares to touch you. After saying that, Chairman Chen directly hung up the phone, leaving Yi Mo and the others to stay in place with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Brother Yi, who was that old man on your phone just now? He actually asked you to wait here and said that he would bring the leader of the Fierce Ghost Tomb hunting group over immediately. Monkey looked at Yi Mo and asked curiously. Can't it be that this old man is a transcendent powerhouse? Hearing the monkey's words, both Lin Yin and Qin Dong's eyes flickered with joy. It was important to know that the strongest person in their family was also a transcendent ranked coffin suppressor, so they knew just how powerful transcendent coffin suppressors were. The transcendental coffin suppressor is almost out of the realm of mortals and can be called superhuman. Their use of spiritual energy was extremely profound, and they were able to fly at low altitudes with the help of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, a transcendent coffin suppressor can simply fortify himself with his psychic powers, and can easily shatter a building with a single punch. But the most terrifying thing was the coffin spirits under their hands that had reached the Lord level or above. When these coffin spirits released their group attack skills, it was as if disaster had struck, and they were able to destroy a street hundreds of meters long with a single raise of their hands. Yi Mo, your background is really not simple. It looks like that transcendent coffin suppressor just now has an unusual relationship with you, Qin Dong said in surprise. You guys seem to have gotten one thing wrong. The old man I just talked to on the phone is not a transcendent order coffin suppressor, Yi Mo said indifferently. When Lin Yin heard this, she raised an eyebrow and said doubtfully, not a transcendent coffin suppressor? Can it be that it's a legendary powerhouse? When these words came out, Monkey and Qin Dong immediately snorted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Sister Tone, legendary powerhouses are almost always of the lord of a city kind of level. If Brother Yi had a legendary powerhouse behind him, he must have quite a few high-ranking level guards following him when he went out. Where else would it be our turn to team up with him? Monkey said with a smile. When Lin Yin heard this, she immediately felt that what the other party said was quite reasonable. Then she slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes looking at Yi Mo. When Yi Mo saw this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yin is right. That old man is indeed a legendary coffin suppressor. The words, Monkey and Qin Dong instantly revealed eyes that looked like they had seen a ghost. Shocked. What? Legendary coffin suppressor? How is this possible? Brother Yi, you're not kidding. You have a legendary powerhouse covering you. Then you can completely walk sideways in Fengyu City. How dare the Tomb Raiders come after you? Actually, I've only known that old man for a day. He's the president of the Tomb Hunting Guild in Fengyu City. Yi Mo seemed to think of something and hurriedly pulled out a hexagonal snowflake-shaped badge that emitted a chilling feeling from his pocket, then handed it to the three Lin Yin, the Snow Shadow Grave Hunters. Crap, it's really Fengyu City Tomb Hunting Guild President's Tomb Hunting Group. Looks like we don't have to run away in a mess. Ha ha ha, there's actually such a big shot personally coming to pick us up, Monkey said with a smile and gave a thumbs up towards Yi Mo, admiring him more and more. Well, let's just rest here for a while. I figure he'll be able to get here in half an hour at the most. Yi Mo waved his hand. Then he found a clean grassy area and lay down on it. The others, seeing this, sat down and rested in place. At this point, on the road leading to Doomsday Town outside Fengyu City, there was a black luxury private car speeding. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak with a green fierce ghost pattern tattooed on his ghastly white face was resting with his eyes closed. How much longer until we reach Doomsday Town? The middle-aged man's tone was extremely flat. Only as he spoke, he exhaled a breath of black air from his mouth, causing the temperature in the car to drop dramatically. The front driver felt the cold and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Chief, it will take another 20 minutes to reach Doomsday Town, the driver said shakily. 20 minutes is too long. Go faster. Chief, this is already the fastest speed. The road ahead isn't too good. any faster and it's easy to roll over. A drop of cold sweat emerged from the driver's forehead, seemingly fearful of the middle-aged man in the back seat. When the middle-aged man heard this, a black mist flashed in his eyes. In a flash, his eyes became extremely hollow, and the ghastly white skin on his face began to peel off as if it were paper, and what was originally a normal-sized mouth began to tear towards the sides, sprouting many hideous sharp teeth. Old Wang, you've followed me for so many years. You should know very well that I don't like being disobeyed, right? The middle-aged man's hoarse voice came out with a displeased color. I'm going to give you one chance to either hurry up or get eaten by my newly possessed ghost. At this point, the driver secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and realized that his headmaster had been possessed by an evil spirit, and his face instantly turned pale with fear. Headmaster, I was wrong. I'll speed up now. Old Wang held back his fear and stepped down hard on the gas pedal. Yet just then, an aura as terrifying as a mountain descended from the sky, directly enveloping the black sedan. The driver felt the oppressive aura and instantly fainted. The car, which had been traveling at a rapid pace, lost control directly and ran into a small hill on the side of the road. Only a loud boom could be heard as the sedan crashed into the rocks of the small hill, the hood bursting right off. The driver in the front row died instantly at that moment. The middle-aged man sitting in the back seat, on the other hand, was so strongly impacted that his forehead hit the seat, oozing a trace of blood. Feeling the aura outside the car that was like an abyss, the middle-aged man's entire body instantly stiffened, only to see the originally possessed evil spirit on him slowly return to his body, and his face turned into a normal one. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man was horrified. It's the old man, Chen Shuezong. A cold voice came from the air. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the tang-suited old man standing in the void in mid-air, his face changed drastically and he directly half-kneeled on the ground. Xian, who meets Mr. President. I don't know what your honor is looking for my little one for, Xian Long said with a trembling voice. I heard that your fierce ghost grave hunting group is going to make a move against old husband's descendants. I ask you if this is true? President Chen said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Xian, whose face immediately flashed with surprise as he said, President Chen, who in Fengyu City doesn't know that you only have one granddaughter? How could the villain's mighty ghosts tomb seekers possibly dare to make a move against the great miss? Then have you heard of the name Yemo? President Chen said. Yema? This? How is this possible? Hearing this familiar name, Xian, whose entire body was directly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected that the target of the bounty mission that his tomb hunting group had received would be President Chen's descendant. What's more, it caused President Chen to come to himself personally. For a moment, Xian, who only felt that the entire world had become dark. This was a complete unmitigated disaster for himself. Not only did he lose a deputy regimental commander as well as several members of his regiment, but it also cost him his life. Finished. It's finished. Old me is being punked. Xian, who trembled and muttered. Looks like you guys did take a shot at him. In that case, come with me. After saying that, President Chen emitted a burst of spiritual energy from his hands, instantly sucking Xian Hu over. He then grabbed the other party by the neck and quickly flew in the direction of the Valley of Doom. More than half an hour has passed. Elder Chen should be arriving soon. In the mountain forest, Yemo stood on a huge rock and looked toward the high ground on the outskirts of the Valley of Doom. On the side, Lin Yin and the others were also waiting quietly. Suddenly, a black dot flying at breakneck speed appeared high in the sky in the distance. A golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes as he looked towards the black spot. One could only see an old man standing with one hand negatively, while the other hand casually pinched the collar of a middle-aged man as he quickly flew towards the valley. Elder Chen is worthy of being a legendary coffin suppressor. This flying speed is many times faster than Wen Jing's Dark Crow rumormonger, Yemo secretly said in his heart. At the same time, Yemo was extremely envious of this means of traveling in the air. Perhaps when I become a mid-rank coffin suppressor, I should take in a possessed class corpse to use to save my life. Then take in a corpse coffin spirit that can fly and use it to catch up. A color of expectation flashed in Yemo's eyes. He guessed that this time, when Elder Chen came to find himself, the probability was that it was related to the appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. If one was able to know the approximate information of the coffin spirits in the appraisal meeting in advance, one could completely prepare in advance when the time came. This appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City is definitely an opportunity. If I can pick up a corpse dragon, then I'll make a fortune, Yemo thought in his heart. Yemo. Then quickly look over there. Is it the President Chen you said has arrived? Lin Yin had obviously also discovered the old man who was traveling high in the air, and there was a hint of doubt in his tone. Yemo sniffed and nodded, saying faintly, it's him. Just then, President Chen's figure instantly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Yemo. When he saw Yemo, he directly threw the black-robed man in his hand casually toward the front. Bang! only to see the black-robed man's face instantly smashed on the ground with a miserable scream. He was then pushed by a huge force and rolled several times on the ground, bringing up dust and falling in front of Emo. "Yi kid, you've got a lot of guts to provoke them. If I hadn't come over, you'd be dead." President Chen stroked his beard, pointed one hand at the black-robed man in front of Emo who was cloaked and covered in blood, and said with a smile, "Elder Chen, thanks a lot. I owe you a favor this time." Yemo's face instantly revealed a smile. Upon hearing this, President Chen became extremely excited and laughed openly, saying, "Ha, Yi kid, if you speak in this way, then I'll accept this favor. Later on, the old man will ask you to return this favor, so be prepared." Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately showed a speechless look. He was just talking and being polite. He didn't expect this old man to not follow the rules. However, Yemo didn't want to count so much. After all, the other party had actually helped him solve the fatal crisis. Aside, Monkey and Xin Dong both became formal when they saw President Chen, while Lin Yin, although she appeared extremely calm, her gaze never left President Chen's body. They all looked at President Chen with respect in their eyes. This was out of admiration for the strong. Seemingly noticing Lin Yin and the others, President Chen said with a smile towards Yemo after surveying them, "These three little guys with pretty good strength are your friends, aren't they?" Yemo sniffed and nodded. Hearing this, Elder Chen then turned his head towards Lin Yin and the others and said, "Since you are friends of Kid Yi, then I will take you all back to Fengyu City together. When the time comes, the three of you can come and sit in the Toon Quest Guild. Your qualifications are quite good, so if the old man has the time, he can give you some pointers." When these words came out, Monkey and Xin Dong immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. A brilliant light also flashed through Lin Yin's beautiful eyes, revealing a shocked expression. One must know that even being simply instructed by a legendary powerhouse could lead to great gains, and the strongest person in their family had been instructed by a legendary powerhouse when his strength reached a bottleneck. The transcendent realm was only achieved after the experience imparted by the legendary powerhouses had been blended together. But now, Lin Yin's trio also had the opportunity to be personally instructed by a legendary powerhouse, which made them become incredibly excited. "Many thanks to President Chen," the three said in unison. Elder Chen sniffed and smiled as he stroked his beard, then set his eyes on Emo again. "This guy is the leader of the Fierce Ghost Toon Hunting Troop. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask him." Elder Chen frowned and said as he pointed to Qianhu on the ground, whose face was covered in blood. "Sure, do whatever you want with him. After all, anyone who dares to touch a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Troop will only end up dead," Elder Chen said indifferently. Aside, when Qianhu heard President Chen's words, he only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the sky. "Mr. President, the little one is innocent. I didn't know that Ji Xiao is your junior. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have dared to take this bounty mission," Qianhu said in shock, with a sobbing tone in his voice. Granted, he was usually used to being a higher power and practically walked sideways in Fengyu City. However, when facing a real big shot like President Chen, he undoubtedly couldn't bring up the courage to face him. One had to know that the other party could almost crush him, a high-ranking 5-star coffin suppressor, to death with his breath alone. If you want to live, the only chance you have is to kneel down and beg for mercy like an ant. Seemingly seeing President Chen's indifference, Qianhu hurriedly knelt down again in Yemo's direction and begged, "Young Yi, I was wrong. Spare me. I should never have taken on the task of putting a bounty on you. I should have investigated your identity in advance. If I knew that you were a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking Troop, even if I were given 10,000 guts, I wouldn't have dared to take a shot at you." Hearing this, Yemo raised his eyebrows and thought, "Yi boy, his life is up to you, but I'll give you a heads up. It is better to snuff out any risk that threatens you until you are strong enough to be unrivaled, even if it's with the help of others. It's not something unseemly." President Chen looked at Yemo, who seemed to be shaken, and reminded in a deep voice. When these words came out, Qianhu trembled. Right now, President Chen treats his life like grass. His only chance to live was in Yemo's hands. The only thing that could be done now was to kneel down and lick Yemo. "Young Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Don't ever kill me. I am willing to serve you as a slave and a horse, to be your subordinate in the future, and to be at your disposal. Please let me off the hook. Give me a chance to live." Qianhu lost his voice and cried. Yemo glanced at President Chen, and then looked at Qianhu, who was crying in pain, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. "It's not impossible to give you a chance to live. Just name the people who put a bounty on me. Then summon your strongest coffin spirit and just stand still and let my coffin spirit beat you up. If your coffin spirit resists, I'll let you off the hook. If you didn't resist, then I'm sorry, I'll reluctantly take your life." Yemo laughed. The moment these words came out, Lin Yan's face immediately revealed an extremely brilliant expression. She knew that Yimo's Tyrant was that terrifying. Especially after rising to level 12. The blood-red energy that was released could definitely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Yi is trying to pit him to death, Monkey muttered in a low voice. Xindong sniffed and nodded as well, looking extremely expectant. When Chen Hu heard this, he was overjoyed in his heart. In his opinion, the people who were able to kill his subordinates vice-captains were undoubtedly Lin Yan's three. After all, these three were middle-ranked coffin suppressors who possessed golden coffins. And with such weak spiritual power fluctuations on Yimo, there was no doubt that he was just a jerk. It was undoubtedly a fool's errand to try to kill a side demon with a strong physique and a level as high as 35. Yi boy. You, how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? President Chen shook his head even as he heard this, his tone seeming somewhat helpless. Since he hadn't deliberately probed Yimo's hidden spiritual power fluctuations, he only sensed that Yimo's aura was weak, almost the same as when he first met the other party yesterday. Never mind. Kindness is good. Let's wait for him to experience more before he realizes the cruelty of this world. President Chen sighed in his heart. After President Chen handed over the disposal of Chen Hu to Yimo, he stood quietly with his hands behind his back, no longer meddling in the matter. Although he knew very well that Yimo's Tyrant was able to fight over the ranks, the Tyrant's level was just too low, and even with a skill like terrifying red energy pillar, he was unable to injure Chen Hu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yimo, President Chen still couldn't help but remind Yi kid, later on, you have Tyrant hit that attack with all his might on top of the side demon's heart. There is its weak point. If you can break through its defense, you will have the possibility to kill it. Yimo nodded at his words and said, don't worry, Elder Chen, I'm sure I can kill it. With these words, Chen Hu's heart became somewhat disdainful. A junior 3-star coffin suppressor who also wants to injure my side demon is simply dreaming. Chen Hu sneered in his heart. However, in the way of President Chen's presence, he kept a fawning smile on his face and appeared to be very respectful to Yimo. Xiao Yi, please raise your hand later, Chen Hu said with a compensatory smile. At the same time, his heart couldn't help but curse at Yimo. If it weren't for old man Chen being here, the one kneeling in front of me right now would be you. A waste of space. Thinking of this, Chen Hu hastily conveyed a command to the side demon within the contract space. Side demon, when you're attacked by that punk kid's coffin spirit later, try to act as if you've suffered a great deal of damage. Since he wants to pretend, let's play along and try to please him. It's also good to let this punk experience the joy of fighting at a higher level. Chen Hu barked towards the side demon. At this point, Lin seemed to sense Chen Hu's malice and hurriedly reached out and pulled the corner of Yimo's coat, coming close to the other's ear and whispering, Yimo, this guy seems to be cursing you. I feel his malice towards you. Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yimo's mouth. Let me ask you, which people put a bounty on me, and then commissioned your tomb hunting group to kill me? Yimo wanted to verify his previous guess, so he said with a deadpan stare at Chen Hu, Yi Xiao, there are 4 people who put a bounty on you this time. Chen Hu replied seriously. Aside, President Chen hastily widened his eyes and looked at Yimo incredulously, saying, there are 4 of them? Yi kid, you're quite the troublemaker, aren't you? What kind of hurtful thing have you done here? What's gotten so many people thinking? If I remember correctly, it seems like someone else offended me first. Yimo spat out as he looked at President Chen breathlessly. Then you're quite capable of pulling hatred. Elder Chen stroked his beard and smiled, then shifted his gaze to Chen Hu. Chen Hu trembled when he saw President Chen looking at him and hurriedly explained to Yimo, Young Yi, I wonder if you know a member of the law enforcement team named Su Feng? I didn't expect that there really is him. Yimo muttered, while nodding in response. However, before Chen Hu could continue, a majestic aura instantly erupted from President Chen's body, pushing out horizontally in all directions. Outrageous. I didn't expect this little enforcer to be so bold. Old me has already warned him, and he even dared to strike at you. It's simply defying old me. President Chen blew his beard and glared, looking extremely angry. Yi kid, when you will be in Fengyu City, you can hang the badge given to you by the old man on your chest. At that time, if you commit murder in the inner city, no one will dare to stop you, President Chen said. As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Xindong both brightened up with incomparable admiration on their faces. Worthy of being a legendary powerhouse? This is simply too domineering, too protective. If only we could also worship President Chen as our teacher. The two were excited in their hearts. At this point, Yimo has already put Su Feng on the must-kill list, although the other party was dismissed in their own related, but it was all Su Feng's own work. You go on, Yimo said indifferently towards Chen Hu. Yi Xiao, because you killed the loved ones of one of our tomb-seeking troop members. That member also placed a bounty on you. But don't worry, I'll order someone to finish him off right now to help you vent your anger. Young Yi. Saying that, Chen Hu directly picked up his cell phone and sent out a text message which undoubtedly decided the fate of that member. The third one is the owner of an inn in Doomsday Town, and I believe that you, Young Yi, have also met him. As for the last one, you and her should be very familiar. I'm afraid that you're a bit unable to accept it. Young Yi. Chen Hu's tone became stuttering. He was afraid that after Yemo knew this person's name, Yemo would become furious and then not keep the agreement he had just made with him. With these words, a puzzled look appeared on the face of President Chen on the side, and the three of them, Lin Yin, were suddenly shaken. Yemo. If I'm not wrong, it should be her. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes looked towards Yemo, her tone filled with certainty. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that woman to actually put a bounty on you. Is it hard to believe that you have some deep hatred with her? Monkey said in an atmosphere. Yemo sniffed. His brows slowly furrowed as he calmly said, I haven't had any conflicts with her. I don't know why she put a bounty on me. I'll find her later and ask her about it. Yi kid, who is the woman you are talking about? It couldn't be your ex-girlfriend, right? President Chen said with a smile. Chairman Sama, you're mistaken. That woman's name was Wen Jing, and she was a tutor at the first middle school in Fengyu City. It was also Yi Xiao's former teacher. As for why I personally came to Doomsday Valley, it was also because she provided information about Yi Xiao and the others. Chen Hu hurriedly explained. Just as Chen Hu wanted to continue, Yi Mo directly interrupted him, radiating a faint killing intent and said, Alright, there's no need to say anything. You summoned the coffin spirit. Yi Xiao. Then does that sentence you said before still count? Chen Hu asked nervously. Of course it counts. If your scythe demon can withstand the tyrant's attack, I'll let you off the hook. Never go back on my word. When Yi Mo finished his sentence, a brilliant light flashed in Chen Hu's eyes, with a great look of escaping from death. As long as the scythe demon carried the other party's attack, then President Chen couldn't say anything else and could only allow Chen Hu to leave. Young Yi, the scythe demon's physique is extremely powerful, so if you are trying to practice, you can attack it a few more times. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Hu's mouth. He didn't understand where Yemo got his confidence. A low-grade corpse clan still wanted to injure a demon? It was simply delusional. Seemingly hearing the complacency in Chen Hu's tone, Yemo just smiled coldly and said, If you still don't summon the coffin spirit, then I'm going to have to make a move to kill you. When these words came out, Chen Hu's back immediately went cold and he didn't dare to delay for half a minute. He hastily raised his hands, and the light of spiritual energy flashed in his hands, instantly condensing into a bizarre formation pattern with a blood-colored cross. Immediately following, with a light gulp, he directly pressed the bizarre formation that had coalesced in his hand onto the ground. Rumble! A violent sound rang out, and the ground began to emit a slight vibration as a cross-shaped crack appeared, only to see a 3-meter-high, hexagonal coffin emitting a dark golden glow and engraved with evil dragon decorations squeezing out of a crack in the ground. And at that moment, Chen Hu hurriedly looked at Yemo and said with a smile, Young Yi, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the scythe demon. With that said, the dark golden coffin boards fell down with a loud bang, and a hideous demon with black wings on its back, 2 horns on its head, holding a huge scythe, and its body being entwined with strange runes, appeared in front of the several people. Since Chen Hu's life and death was now in Yemo's hands, he didn't let the scythe demon explode its full aura. However, the strength of this demon still made Lin Yin and the others' hearts skip a beat. Hiss! It's actually a B-rank demon. It looks really scary. Monkey sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this. Worthy of being the most powerful existence of all races. I feel that its potential is already infinitely close to the A-class coffin spirits of other races. There was a hint of worry in Qingdong's tone, and he couldn't help but sweat for Yemo. Demon's physique was definitely the premier existence of all races, and they also possessed extremely powerful attacking abilities. Relative to other races, demons were hexagonal warriors. Although they had already seen Yemo kill the spectral knight in seconds, how could the weak physique of the undead be compared to a demon? Right now, it was still an unknown matter whether the tyrant could kill the side demon in seconds. On the side, President Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly watched Yemo's expression change. From his point of view, it was hard and difficult for a tyrant to kill a scythe demon, but when he saw that the corners of Yemo's mouth were still smiling, even with a hint of excitement, he felt a little confused. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that his strength has increased a lot after not seeing him for a day? President Chen muttered. In the next second, he began to fully probe Yemo's spiritual energy. Crap, Yi kid, after not seeing you for a day, your spiritual power has risen from 3 stars at the beginning stage to 6 stars at the beginning stage? Are you kidding? President Chen said in shock. When these words came out, Chen Hu's brows furrowed. From 3 stars of the first rank to 6 stars of the first rank in one day? This is absolutely impossible. Chen, who scoffed at this in his heart, only feeling that President Chen was a bit old and dim-eyed. Even if the opponent's coffin spirit had reached level 12, it would be impossible to hurt the scythe demon. Mo didn't care about President Chen's words, he just curiously sized up the scythe demon. Coffin spirit, scythe demon. Race, demon. Level, LV. 35 ruling level, 31 to 39. Seal level, grade B dark gold dragon coffin, level 59. Talent, upper demon bloodline, extremely powerful physical ability, while reducing damage taken by 50%. Life Reaper, when using a scythe to hit a target, it penetrates defenses, seizes life force equal to the damage to restore itself, and makes the target's wounds hard to heal, continuously losing life force. Skills, Breaking Slash, Special. Demon Flame, 3rd level. Instant Step. Primary Regeneration, 4th level. Sweeping. Rapid Flight, 2nd level. Advanced Intimidation, 3rd level. Jutsu, Scythe Devil's True Body, displaying the strongest demonic stance. Attack range and attack speed increased by 5 times, and attack power increased by 2 times. Defects, no. Intimacy, 45, follow orders. Current status, disdainful. Arrogant. Number of evolutions possible, 2. Introduction, from the demonic abyss. Managers in the upper abyss. Elites among demons. Not bad attacks. Fair strength. The upper level demon bloodline. It can actually mitigate damage. It does seem a bit powerful. Looking at the Scythe Demons panel, Mo couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. For others, this talent alone would be exceptionally tricky. Any attack made against a Scythe Demon is reduced by half damage. Tyrant's Hypermatter Penetration is an 8th order skill, capable of ignoring physical defenses and soul bodies. The skill level completely exceeds the upper limit of the Scythe Demon's potential. This upper level demon bloodline is completely ineffective against me. Tyrant can still kill it in one hit. Mo was extremely confident in his heart. This move was his bottom card, an 8th rank skill. It is important to realize that coffin spirits above level 80 are second only to gods, possessing the strength to destroy the world and are known as the king of the world, king of the realm. If a skill that could only be possessed by a realm king was mitigated by a small demonic talent, then it would truly be a joke. Seemingly seeing that Mo was frothing, Chen, whose heart was instantly delighted. Then he hurriedly invited towards the other party. Young Yi, you should quickly make your move. I want to see how powerful you are. On the side, Lin Ying couldn't help but frown as she looked at Chen, whose complacent appearance. Mo. That condition just now. You can't agree to him. There's no harm. I'm free to share. Mo gave a reassuring look towards Lin Ying. This beautiful woman. People with the status of Young Yi have always been a man of their word. How can you come up with random ideas and mislead an honorable being like Young Yi? Chen, who was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Ying, and there was a hint of panic in his tone. In normal times, he would definitely be able to force this woman to submit to him, but now that the situation was forced upon him, he could only hold back his anger and didn't dare to explode. Chen, who was afraid that Mo would change his mind, so he hurriedly smiled towards Mo again. Yi Xiao, you should quickly make a move. You can beat up the Scythe Demon all you want, as long as you have fun. Hearing this, an excited smile appeared on Mo's face. A level 35 demon, as long as it was killed. The experience that would be gained would definitely be able to allow Tyrant and Chi to level up another level, and Mo never intended to spare Chen, who from the beginning, he just wanted the other party to summon the coffin spirit out and brush up his experience. Good. In that case, I'll be polite. Mo had a smile on his face. He then summoned Tyrant and had Tyrant walk right up to the Scythe Demon. The Scythe Demon glanced at the Tyrant with disdain, then tilted its head in all contempt. Chen, who was frightened when he saw this movement of the Scythe Demon. Fuck, you guys. It's Young Yi's coffin spirit. You treat it with respect. Hurry up and kneel down and let it beat you up so that Xiaoyi can get rid of his anger. Chen, who roared towards the Scythe Demon. Humph, Covenanter, you are incompetent. This demon, such a lofty existence, would not kneel down to a zombie that is like an ant. The Scythe Demon completely ignored Chen, whose angry roar, and said with a lofty tilt of its head. Immediately following, the Scythe Demon moved closer to the Tyrant again, looking down at him with disdain. Griffin, come, take a shot at this demon. If you hurt this demon in the slightest, this demon will break off this pair of demonic horns from its head and give them to you. Hearing this, how could the Tyrant endure this humiliation? Only to see it roar angrily. A ball of extremely violent blood-red energy quickly condensed in its hands. In just a second, this mass of energy had already coalesced to its limit, reaching a state of extreme saturation. An endless sense of agitation distorted the air around them, and everyone was so surprised that they retreated more than 10 steps towards the back. At this point, a low, muffled voice came out of the Tyrant's mouth, roaring out in anger. Die! The words, the blood-red energy suddenly exploded. With a loud boom, the space around them shook. A burning sensation hit them, and red light erupted like the sun, stinging the eyes of the crowd. A few breaths later, when the blood-red light disappeared, the surroundings returned to calm. The crowd then looked toward the front. Where was the side demon still within sight? Only the Tyrant, standing next to a large pit over 10 meters in diameter, was left behind, as well as a scythe in its hand, and a pair of demonic horns. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV 35 side demon, doubling his experience and gaining plus 8,000 experience value. Ding! Coffin spirit experience sharing is in effect. Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has gained an experience value of plus 8,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV 14 servant level. Experience required to level down 100/6440. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV 12 servant level. Experience required to level down 600/5040. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the items, the Devil's Scythe and the Devil's Horn. The system's beep sounded, and Yemo only felt a rush of pleasure in his heart. This time, killing the Scythe Demon gained 8,000 experience points, which was one step closer to the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Open the Tyrant panel. Yemo's heart fluttered. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant T002, Tyrant. Race, Corpse. Level, LV. 14 Servant, level 1 to 19. Experience, 100/6440. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, maximum level 39. Talent, Total Virus Strengthening. Virus Absorption. Skills, Destructive Blast, 2nd rank. Rush Attack, 2nd rank. Tearing Claws, 2nd rank. Intermediate Healing, 2nd rank. Ultra Matter Penetration, 8th rank. Flamelight Steps, Special. Accumulated Thunder Chop, Special. Jutsu, Binding Release. Defects, no. Intimacy, 100, sacrificing his life to protect his master. Current status, excited. Evolvable times, 1 time. Introduction, from the City of Doom. A rare power monster among the zombies, with excellent language comprehension, and after being cultivated by a godly zombie breeder, his abilities have been drastically improved. Looking at this gorgeous skill panel of Tyrant, Yemo was instantly hyper. Keep in mind that yesterday's Tyrant was still just a level 1, and plain, D-rated potential zombie. However, with the system and Yemo's talent, he had risen to level 14 in just one day and had several more terrifying skills. If someone else could see Tyrant's panel right now, they would be absolutely dumbfounded. Immediately after that, Yemo took another look at Chi-Chi's panel. Other than the level reaching 12, nothing else had changed. However, with dual talents and 3 jutsu, Chi-Chi could at least cross over 10 levels or more to kill demons. This was the power of an S-class coffin spirit. Thinking of this, Yemo squeezed his fist, a look of anticipation on his face. Anyway, let's get Tyrant and Chi-Chi up to level 20 first, before we get them first chemicalized. At this point, the crowd on the sidelines hadn't even slowed down yet. They had all seen with their own eyes that Tyrant's move took quite a long time to build up. But now, the Tyrant, under extreme anger, had actually used only a second to gather all of his energy. This was extremely shocking to them. Ye kid, this silver level sealed zombie of yours, it's something. I'm afraid it's much stronger than a small dumpling of the same rank. President Chen sighed. Just as President Chen sighed, Chen, who staggered to the edge of the big pit, when he looked at the side demon that had already disappeared, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his face became incomparably pale. How is this possible? How could it kill my demon? Chen, who was in a state of insanity and roared with a cloak of rage. You know, this side demon was his heart and soul for more than 20 years. The cultivation materials and money he had paid on this demon was at least over $10 billion. However, how could he not expect that a B-rank demon with a level as high as 35 would be killed in seconds by a weak zombie, which was undoubtedly a mirage? But that was the case, and Chen, whose heart was dripping blood as if it had been torn apart. Put, kill my coffin spirit, I want you to die. Chen, who sprayed out a mouthful of blood and roared. Immediately after that, he clenched his fist with one hand, condensed a trace of spiritual energy, and rushed towards Yemo at an extremely fast speed. Humph, dare to make a move in front of the old man, simply looking for death. President Chen snorted coldly as a terrifying aura erupted from his body, directly pressing at Chen Hu. In an instant, Chen Hu was like falling into an abyss, and his entire body was pressed down by his aura to the point that he fell to his knees and fainted as his legs were broken. Yi kid, he's all yours, President Chen said with an expressionless face. Yemo nodded, then slowly extended a hand. The Tyrant saw this and brought the demon scythe over in his hand. Yemo caught it smoothly, then walked to Chen Hu and killed him with a slash. Half an hour later, in the outer city of Fengyu City, In the third-floor pavilion of the Tomb-Seeking Guild, Guillermo was browsing the information about the materials for cultivating zombies and zombies with interest. Suddenly, the door in the attic slowly opened. Only President Chen walked in with a figure wearing an ancient official uniform. Guillermo slowly raised his head and surveyed the figure beside President Chen, and a flash of astonishment flashed across his eyes, because this silhouette is, to be precise, a zombie. This zombie just stood there, making people's hearts balk, and it exuded an aura if nothing else. However, Guillermo was very sure that this aura was more than several times stronger than the aura President Chen had emitted before. This zombie, whose coffin spirit is this? It's so terrifying. Guillermo was extremely shocked in his heart. Guillermo, this is Lord Xian Kuei. President Chen pointed at the zombie and introduced it. Xian Kuei? Guillermo's heart shook and he only felt extremely familiar with this name. He was very clear about what this name stood for. However, he was not sure if the person behind this Xian Kuei in front of him was the same as what he perceived. However, it was very certain that President Chen was a legendary 9-star big brother, and since he could be called an adult by him, Xian Kuei was at least a monarch-level existence. Old Chen, there's no need to be so respectful. Now you can think of Xian Kuei as poor Tao. Xian Kuei said expressionlessly. President Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard this and punched Xian Kuei twice towards his chest. Complaining. I'll go. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Had I known it was you, would the old man have needed to be so nervous? Seeing this, Xian Kuei directly pushed President Chen away with one hand, revealing a look of a stranger. There are juniors around. You don't want an image. The poor Taoist still wants it. Xian Kuei said in a serious manner. Watching their conversation, Guillermo only felt confused. 1 second President Chen was being respectful. The next second he started pounding people's chest. This operation is simply a bit of a fascination. However, this kind of situation Guillermo had also seen from Xiaomei, because the uttered words from this zombie's mouth were conveyed by someone else. Seemingly seeing that Guillermo was a bit confused, President Chen hurriedly explained. Yi kid, this is a means that can only be comprehended by a legendary coffin suppressor or above. It's called soul passing conversion, and it allows the coffin suppressor's soul and the coffin spirit's soul to be switched. When these words came out, Guillermo was like opening the door to a new world. Passing soul transformation means that the legendary coffin suppressor can personally control the coffin spirit's body to fight, without the need to give orders from the sidelines. In contrast, after the coffin keeper's main body was occupied by the coffin spirit soul, he was free to enter the coffin to rest, and was under the absolute protection of the coffin. Legendary powerhouses are as terrifying as they are. This tactic is simply countless times stronger than a possessed coffin spirit. Guillermo marveled in his heart. At the same time, he was overwhelmed with anticipation. If one reached the legendary rank and could personally manipulate the coffin spirit's body to fight, the feeling would be far more exciting than commanding the coffin spirit from the sidelines. Just as Guillermo was fantasizing about the scenes to come, President Chen suddenly pointed at Xian Kuei beside him and said, Yi kid, the reason why old man is looking for you today is actually because of him. Anyway, if he wants you to do anything, you try to fulfill him. This guy will never treat you poorly. President Chen barked out another admonition. He then walked over to a side desk and began to take out a jar of tea and brewed it for himself. When Guillermo heard this, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Then he stood up from his seat and looked at Zombie King Xian Kuei. And at that moment, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Guillermo. Little friend, the poor Taoist's surname is Lin. With a single name of 9 characters, you can address me as Taoist Lin. Xian Kuei introduced himself. The poor Taoist has come this time because there is something he wants to discuss with little friend. When these words came out, Guillermo was instantly filled with dismay. This big brother wants to discuss things with me? Guillermo was astonished in his heart. He hadn't expected that a supreme monarch would personally come looking for himself to discuss things. However, it appeared as if President Chen was a close friend of the supreme-level coffin suppressor behind Xian Kuei, Taoist Master Lin. Perhaps President Chen had already told the other party about his ability to see through coffin seals and such, and that was why the other party had come to him. I don't know what Supreme Lin wants to discuss with the kid. Guillermo was not humble and his tone seemed extremely calm. Seeing this, Xian Kuei glanced at Guillermo in surprise. If a normal person had seen a monarch-level existence, they would have long been unable to remain calm. But Guillermo was merely a beginning 7-star coffin-suppressing master, yet he was able to talk to himself in a natural manner. This junior has a good heart. Supreme Lin gave Guillermo a more satisfactory evaluation in his heart. I wonder if little friend has already contracted the little dumpling he gifted? If little friend has not taken it in, can you cut your losses and hand it over to the poor Taoist? Xian Kuei said bluntly. Hearing these words, Guillermo's face stiffened. He hadn't expected that the other party wasn't here for the ability of the evil breaking golden pupil. Rather, it's for Chi-Chi. Of course, the current Chi-Chi was not the previous spirit symbol jumping child, having fused the templates, belonging to the S-class Coffin spirit, and being contracted by himself. No matter what, Yemo would never be able to break the contract with Chi-Chi. Supreme Lin, by chance, my kid has already contracted the spiritual symbol jumping child, Yemo explained with a difficult look on his face. Aside, President Chen, who was making tea, saw Yemo's face and hurriedly said with a smile, I said ye kid, this guy is a zombie professional and has a terrible liking for zombies. If the little dumpling doesn't have the affinity for you above the word obedience, the old man still suggests that you pass it on to him, and you can knock him off while you're at it. When Xian Kuei heard this, he also nodded and said, little friend, in exchange, the poor Taoist can provide you with one other A-class corpse coffin spirit, while the poor Taoist personally instructs you for half a year and gifts you with materials capable of nurturing the coffin spirit to lord level. When these words came out, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being a supreme level powerhouse, this kind of handiwork was simply astonishing. One must know that the total value of the materials cultivated to the lord rank had completely surpassed the value of an A-class coffin spirit by more than 10 times. Moreover, if there was a supreme exalt instructing them, as long as they hung the title of registered disciple, no one would dare to mess with them even if they were a pig. It could be seen that President Chen's words were not wrong. This Supreme Lin in front of him did have a terrifying fondness for zombies. If I get this material, I can totally make a big splash at the appraisal fair and bid like crazy for high ceiling grade coffins, Yemo thought in his heart. That thought, though, was a flash in the pan. He had managed to obtain a high-ranking template with great difficulty, and had turned the spirit symbol jumping child into the so cute and heaven-defying potential of Chi-Chi. So how could he possibly trade it away? Besides, it didn't seem too difficult to get Tyrant and Chi-Chi to reach the lord level on their own. Maybe it only takes 6 months? At this point, a trace of apology appeared on Yemo's face as he shook his head and said, Supreme Lin, it's not that the kid is unwilling, but the kid has already taken the jumping boy under his wing, and the intimacy has reached the level of obedience. The words, President Chen, who was beside him, shook his hand and dropped his teacup on the ground with a clang. He then turned his head and looked at Yemo with a hellish look on his face, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Ye kid, you're not kidding us. You've only contracted the little dumpling for 1 day. How is it possible to raise the intimacy from 0 to over 60 points? Xian Kuei also couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart when he heard this, and then frowned as he sized up Yemo. Old Chen, he's not lying. Xian Kuei's tone carried a hint of incredulity. President Chen was momentarily speechless. Boy Yi, you have truly refreshed old man's cognition time and time again. How can your talent be so unbelievable? Seemingly thinking of something, President Chen added smugly towards Xian Kuei, Elder Brother Lin, this kid's talent is remarkable. Oh, Xian Kuei instantly became interested and looked at President Chen suspiciously, asking, tell me instead with the poor Taoist what makes this little friend so outstanding. Ha ha, you let him speak for himself. This kid likes to hide things, and old me only knows part of his talent. Anyway, old man is sure that this kid's talent is definitely much better than you, old brother Lin, because for next week's large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting related to the fourth sacred ruin, World Sky Ridge, I'm going to rely on him wholeheartedly, President Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing President Chen's words, Xian Kuei became even more curious about Yemo. His eyes even flashed with a flash of anticipation, and he hurriedly spoke out and inquired, little friend, can you tell us about your talent? Yemo sniffed, nodded, and began to speak slowly. Kid's talent is a corpse breeder, able to contract double the number of coffin spirits, able to summon all of them at the same time, has a chance to mutate the skills that the coffin spirits comprehend, and can quickly increase the intimacy with the coffin spirits. The point is, the ability to quickly level up the coffin spirit. With these words, Xian Kuei's mouth was slightly open, and a stunned look appeared in his eyes. The body breeder's talent Poor Tao has seen it before, and one of the latest disciples Poor Tao received has such a strange talent, but he's a high-ranking necromancer, and his talent effects are so much worse than yours. Poor Taoist guesses that the strength of little friend's talent is at least at the rank of king class, or even higher, right? Xian Kuei said in surprise. His own talent was also a top-notch existence among the super ranks, infinitely close to the king rank, so while shocked at Yemo's talent, he managed to remain calm. But the next second, President Chen was a bit impatient because he wanted to see Supreme Lin shocked to the point where his scalp went numb. Yi boy, you're hiding and grading again. Lao Fu said it for you. President Chen glared at Yemo. This was followed by a direct drop of a bombshell. Elder Brother Lin, this kid only contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. Not only did his zombie rise to level 12 this morning, He was also able to kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon in seconds, and he also has the sensory ability to see through coffin seals, as well as to distinguish the race and type of coffin spirits in the seals. This time, for the large appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City, he has promised to help my old man take at least one S-class coffin spirit, as well as all the A-class dragon coffin spirits. You wouldn't believe him if he said he's a king-ranked talent, would you? From what I've seen, this kid is at least a saint-ranked talent. He promised to help you take down an S-class coffin spirit? A look of extreme shock appeared in Xian Kuei's eyes. At this moment, he realized how heaven-defying Yi Mo's talent really was. Let's not talk about the talent of a bodybuilder that surpassed the king's rank. Just this sensing ability alone of being able to see through seals had already made Lin Zhou a supreme-level coffin suppressor, unable to sit still. Yi Mo deserved his full attention. Little friend, this time, regarding the World Heavenly Ridge S coffin spirit appraisal meeting, can you go with the poor Taoist? A stiff smile appeared on Xian Kuei's stiff face, his tone filled with anticipation. Hearing this, Chairman Chen immediately pointed at Xian Kuei, blowing his beard and cursing. Lin Jiao, you newbies don't go too far. Kid Yi has already promised Lao Fu, so how can he travel with you? You're trying to steal the S-class coffin spirit from the old man. You are simply unforgivable. The old man would never agree to that anyway. Chen Shuezong, are you trying to talk to the poor Taoist from a position of strength? In that case, you'll have to say yes even if you don't. Xian Kuei's tone was cold, emitting a strong aura that shook the entire tomb-seeking guild's attic. Newbie, you are too deceitful. Feeling the powerful oppression, President Chen's face instantly turned red as he roared unwillingly. Aside, when Yi Mo saw this scene, the corner of his eyes twitched a little. Alright, two big brothers. I'll accompany you. Kid promises to take down all the Swire crystal coffins. Would it be okay for you two to distribute the ownership of the S-rank coffin spirit at that time? Upon hearing this, both bigwigs carried their hands behind their backs and snorted coldly towards each other. Then he looked at Yi Mo with a kind smile and nodded his head in agreement. An hour later, Yi Mo left the tomb-seeking guild and prepared to make a trip to the largest trading market in the outer city. This time, when he returned to the city, he had wanted President Chen to bring Lin Yin and the others along, but it was rejected by the other side. Because of the destruction of the mighty ghost tomb seekers, Lin Yin and the others were safe in the Valley of Doom. At the very least, if the high-ranked coffin suppressor didn't come out, they could walk sideways in the Valley of Doom when they joined forces. However, before they left, several people also knew that Yi Mo's sister was still in the Valley of Doom, and immediately decided to secretly protect Yi Xiaoyao. For the decision of several people, Yi Mo did not object, but only took this favor and kept it firmly in his heart. As he followed Chairman Chen out, he also didn't forget to hand Lin Yin the keys to the black heavy motorcycle he had bought earlier. After all, it's too much of a luxury to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on something if you only use it once and then throw it away. Just then, Yi Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his cell phone only to see a text message from Lin Yin. Lin Yin, we've met your sister. And we've met the woman too. Lin Yin, that woman is quite close to your sister and doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Lin Yin, if the situation is not right, we'll just go for it. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yi Mo's brows slowly wrinkled. No malice towards Xiaoyao? It seems that Wen Jing is just targeting me. Since that's the case, we'll see what explanation she gives then. Yi Mo didn't plan to find trouble with Wen Jing right now, because the other party was still leading the team in their training, and Yi Xiaoyao was among them, and there is support from other class instructors nearby. Anyway, everything still had to wait until the end of his own oldest sister's experience. As long as she waited until the training was over, Yi Mo would definitely take her life. Of course, before taking her life, Yi Mo would let her release her coffin spirit for a battle. It was important to realize that the experience of a level 28 coffin spirit was not as good as that of a commander-level coffin spirit, but it was still very lucrative. As long as you kill all of your opponent's coffin spirits, you can gain a large amount of experience. Yi Mo was quite excited about this. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly sent a message back to Lin Yin. Yi Mo, then thank you for these 2 days. After you guys go back to Fengyu City, remember to send me a message. I'll come over and look for you then. Lin Yin, aha. Soon, Yi Mo brought a spatial backpack of materials and arrived at the largest trading store in the outer city, Wanbaolu. The store was large in scale, and it was also a large 3-story pavilion with ancient colors. Not much better than the tomb-seeking guild. The door of the pavilion was open, and from time to time, there were coffin suppressors coming in and out, appearing to be bustling with activity. Yi Mo directly stepped through the gate and arrived in the store. The trading hall on the first floor was huge, the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center there was a gilded corridor that divided the hall into 2 large and 2 small areas. The area to the right was slightly smaller, with a huge sign, low-level material trading area, the slightly larger area on the left. On the other hand, was the intermediate material trading area. Guillermo took a glance at the coffin suppressors in the trading area on both sides, and a trace of consternation appeared on his face. Because of the smaller trading area for low-ranked materials on the right and the reason that there weren't many receptionists, all of these coffin suppressors could only stand in several lines, making grumbling noises from time to time. On the other hand, the trading area on the left had a relatively higher specification, and there weren't many coffin suppressors who could trade intermediate materials, so it was almost a one-on-one reception. Guillermo thought for a moment, then looked towards the intermediate material trading area. The only thing I saw nearest to me was a beautiful young woman of about 18 years of age. "Hello, I'm here to trade materials. Please help me arrange it." Guillermo looked at the beautiful receptionist in front of him who was standing with a proper posture and a smile, wearing a black high heel and uniform set of skirt, and directly waved and said. When the beautiful receptionist heard Guillermo calling her, a professional smile appeared on her face and she hurriedly walked over. "Sir, my name is Xiaoyu. I'm glad to serve you. May I ask if Sir is trading intermediate materials?" the beautiful receptionist asked with a smile. "Yes," Guillermo said faintly, although he didn't know why the material trading area was so clearly divided. The one in his spatial backpack was left behind by a high-level coffin suppressor, and intermediate-level materials were definitely rare. "Then sir, you quickly follow me over here to appraise the value of the materials." Xiaoyu pointed to a spacious compartment in the intermediate trading area and said, "As long as we finish appraising these materials, we will directly purchase them at the market price and transfer the money to you face-to-face without charging any handling fees." After saying that, the beautiful receptionist led Guillermo towards a side compartment. Just then, suddenly an unkind voice appeared from the side, surely a newcomer with no eyesight at all. The one who spoke was a woman of slightly lesser stature than Xiaoyu, probably in her mid-20s. She was standing right next to the two of Guillermo with a look of extreme disdain in her eyes. You can't even tell the difference between a beginner and intermediate rank coffin suppressor. This job doesn't suit you at all. You might as well quit while you're ahead." When Xiaoyu heard this, her eyes became slightly flustered. "Sister Zhang, what are you talking about? Are you saying that this gentleman is a beginner-level coffin suppressor? Or else, if it's a middle-ranked coffin suppressor, where else would it be your turn to receive it?" Sister Zhang said coldly. When these words came out, Xiaoyu's face showed a look of embarrassment. One thing is clear to all the receptionists here. That is, it's almost impossible for a beginner coffin suppressor to get their hands on intermediate materials. This is because most of the mid-level materials are generated from level 20 to 30 magical creatures, as well as various otherworldly secret areas. And Guillermo looked so young, like a fresh graduate. How could he be a middle-ranked coffin suppressor? "Mister, excuse me, I'd better take you to the low-level trading area." Xiaoyu still had a professional-like smile on her face as she softly said, "I'll talk to that side and ask them to arrange for you as soon as possible. He's just a guy who doesn't want to stand in line and wants to speculate. And you're treating him with such deference? What a disgrace to our mid-level receptionist. You'd better hurry up and resign and vacate your position to let my sister have it," Sister Zhang said disdainfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face became even more ugly. She was just a newcomer who had been here for a few days and became an intermediate receptionist because of her excellent image, so she applied for the position by chance. You can face dismissal at any time if you can't get things done. She cherished the work, but didn't dare to refute anything in front of these old receptionists, much less offend a coffin suppressor. For a moment, a mist of water rose in Xiaoyu's eyes, a little at a loss for words. Guillermo seemed to have guessed the other party's thoughts. His brows couldn't help but frown. Then he revealed a hint of a smile and said towards Xiaoyu, "Don't worry, I won't find you in trouble." Xiaoyu was relieved when she heard this and showed a grateful look towards Guillermo. At this point, Guillermo looked at the sneering woman on the side again and laughed coldly. "Intermediate receptionist seems to be very impressive. You can look down on a beginner-level coffin suppressor? Is there a possibility that soon I'll be able to become a middle-ranked coffin suppressor? And then you'll have to receive me with respect?" The woman sniffed and burst into laughter, revealing a look of contempt. "Excuse me, due to my outstanding work performance, I will soon be going to the second floor as a senior receptionist, and my husband is a middle-ranked 7-star coffin-suppressing master. So what if you become a middle-ranked coffin-suppressing master? Is it hard for me to be afraid of you? Want me to receive you with respect? Do you deserve it?" The woman's look was arrogant and her voice was loud, drawing sideways glances from the trading area on both sides. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area and the handful of intermediate-ranked coffin suppressors saw the scene and casually glanced at it. It's the kind of thing that used to be common around here. There were many beginner coffin suppressors with no status and no position who were unwilling to queue up in order to hurry up and wanted to speculate to go to the intermediate material trading area. As a result, These coffin suppressors could only take out low-grade materials during appraisal. And in the end, they attracted the appraiser's dissatisfaction and were directly blown out, and were blacklisted by Wan Baolu. One must know that the price given by Wan Baolu was definitely the fairest in the entire Fengyu city. Most of the other stores on the ancient streets that acquired materials were very blood-sucking, and would suppress the prices of low-grade materials by at least half. That's why beginner coffin suppressor masters would rather queue up at the manpower building than go to those small stores on the streets. In the hallway, a man with a black evil spirit badge on his chest and a strength of 9 stars of the middle rank just happened to see the scene, and then walked over with quick steps. When he saw Xiao Yu's good-looking face, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't realize that I hadn't been here for a few days and that such a beautiful beauty had been recruited among the mid-level receptionists, but he seems to prefer Ms. Zhang. After all, the other has a husband and a good relationship with him, and the fact that Xiao Yu wasn't very old, and didn't seem to be married, didn't interest him at all. He glanced at Yemo, a look of disdain in his eyes, and said helpfully, "What era is it? I didn't expect there to be trash playing this. If you don't want to stand in line, why don't you fuck off and go to one of those little stores out there?" As he spoke, this middle-ranked coffin suppressor pulled out a money bag-sized spatial backpack from his pocket. It was a 1 cubic meter spatial backpack worth tens of millions of dollars, but very few of the ordinary beginner coffin suppressors could afford it. "Kid, do you have a space backpack? You wouldn't only be able to pull out a few first-order zombie crystals from your pocket, would you?" the middle-ranked coffin suppressor taunted. After saying that, he glanced towards Sister Zhang again, a smug look appearing on his face. "Miss Zhang, I have 10 third-order intermediate materials in this backpack, as well as quite a few second-order low-grade materials. Please take me to the appraisal area. I'm ready to sell them." As soon as these words came out, Miss Zhang's face instantly revealed a flirtatious smile, looking at this middle-rank coffin suppressor with eyes full of spring, as enthusiastic as she wanted to be. "Captain Wang Xiang, are you leading the members of the mighty ghost tomb hunting troop to fight through a level 25 plus otherworldly secret realm this time? Oh, that's natural. Then you quickly follow me to the appraisal area." Miss Zhang hurriedly pulled Captain Wang's hand, her voice soft and enthusiastic. Seeing this, Captain Wang smoothly ran his hand over Ms. Zhang's soft hand, revealing a lewd smile. When Emo saw this scene, a stunned look flashed in his eyes. He didn't realize that this person was actually a member of the Mighty Ghost's grave hunting group as well. If he took out Zhao Lon's spatial backpack and the materials left on the side demon, how would he feel? "Kid, what are you still looking at here? Why don't you get your ass over there?" Captain Wang pointed at the low-grade material trading area and said coldly. On the side, Sister Zhang also looked at Xiao Yu with disdain in her eyes. Originally, his own face value was among the highest among the receptionists on the first floor. However, after Xiao Yu arrived, many people's gazes were directed at Xiao Yu, which made her extremely upset. However, as long as she completes this reception for Wang Xiang, her performance meets the qualifications for promotion and she can be directly promoted to the second floor. When the time comes, she will have the power to just fire Xiao Yu and put her own sister in the other's place. Good Captain Wang, why are you still wasting your words with such a small person? Hurry up and go with others, said Ms. Zhang, linking her wings towards Wang Xiang. When Wang Xiang saw this, a pleasant expression appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, seeing that you are so impatient, Mr. Wang will fulfill you." Wang Xiang laughed, turned around and followed Ms. Zhang towards the cubicle appraisal area, no longer looking at Yemo. "Sir, I'll arrange a low-level material appraisal for you now." Xiao Yu still had an unnatural smile on his face and was very respectful to Yemo. "No, you take me directly to the second floor," Yemo said in a calm tone. With these words, Xiao Yu trembled and her face became a bit ugly. Wang Xiang as well as Ms. Zhang, who had just taken less than 2 steps away, also stopped in their tracks, and not far away, some of the beginner-level coffin suppressor masters who were watching the scene let out a burst of laughter. "Crap, this kid is really brave. This is here to cause trouble. It's been said that he's not qualified enough to go to the intermediate trading area, but it turns out that he doesn't follow the rules. He's going directly to the high-level trading area? This kid is either out of his mind, or he's here to make things difficult for other little girls." Someone also suggested to Xiao Yu, "Little girl, you can just ask the security personnel to blow him out. Don't be afraid to offend him." That's right, a beginner 7-star coffin suppressor. What's the point of putting up a front here? Only bullying the weak? There was a lot of chatter in the group. Seeing that Yemo was making things difficult for Xiao Yu like this, Ms. Zhang couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking extremely happy, while Wang Xiang, who was on the side, looked at Yemo and said with a cold snort, "Kid, Lazi hasn't even been up to the second floor. Even you want to go up there? You're not daydreaming that you're coming up with 4th order materials, are you?" When Yemo heard this, He raised his eyebrows and sized up the other party for a couple of moments, then faintly laughed. Sorry, I really do have fourth order materials. When these words came out, all the melon eaters were dumbfounded. What did they hear? A beginner coffin suppressor saying he can come up with fourth order materials? Is that funny? Ha ha ha. Interesting? Is it hard to believe that you are still the son of some big family? Or perhaps that you have a powerful background? Wang Xiang snorted. You know, who else could be a beginner coffin suppressor who could take out high-grade materials, other than the scions of the big families? As for the children of the big families, all the materials or money they needed were provided by their families. Would you come to a place like this in person? On the side, Ms. Zhang was laughing her ass off by now. In her opinion, Yimo was an oddball. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area were ready to call the security personnel to blast Yimo out. Sir, you should leave now, or you'll be blackballed by Manpower House, Xiao Yu said hurriedly. However, Yimo still shook his head. The corner of his mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, and said softly, Don't worry, I won't harm you for no reason, just watch from the sidelines. Having said that, Yimo looked at Wang Xiang again and said coldly, You come and see if this is a fourth order material. He pulled out a leather backpack. Immediately after, Yimo reached out his hand towards his backpack and pulled it out. Next, a huge scythe that shone with a sharp aura and had black lines wrapped around its body, emitting a terrifying bloody aura, appeared in his hand. The scythe did not look like a dead thing, as if it had a spirit, and there was a protruding blood-red vertical pupil on the end part of the blade. The blood-colored vertical pupils blinked from time to time, like the eyes of a demon, as if they would lose their lives if they looked at them, appearing incomparably terrifying. Everyone who felt the scythe's aura trembled and sucked in a breath of cool air. Crap, this weapon is so strong. It can't really be a fourth rank, right? This little brother, to actually be able to take out something like this, there must be someone behind it. As soon as Miss Zhang saw the scythe, a look of uneasiness flashed in her eyes and her body trembled violently. She had also seen high-level materials a few times, but those high-level materials seemed extremely ordinary compared to this scythe. The scythe in front of him was definitely more than just a fourth-rank material. Yimo would be treated as a guest if he went to the high-level material trading area. For a moment, regret and fear came straight to her mind. As for Wang Xiang, who was on the side, he only felt his scalp numb. A cool air rushed from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and his pupils contracted violently, because this scythe he seemed to recognize. It seems to be a companion weapon to their leader's coffin spirit, a B-rank scythe demon. This can't be. How did you kid get a scythe demon's companion weapon? Where did you get it? Wang Xiang's legs went limp, his face pale with fear, and he retreated a few steps towards the back, his eyes full of unbelief. However, when he thought of his headmaster's strength, his face instantly recovered. The headmaster is a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor. Absolutely nothing will happen. The weapon that this kid took out is definitely not the head coffin spirits. Wang Xiang reassured himself in his heart. When Yimo heard this, his face was calm and he said coldly, Is this considered a fourth-order material? With these words, Wang Xiang's face became extremely ugly, while Miss Zhang, who was on the side, immediately revealed a look of panic. Sir, this is fourth-order material. I was wrong about the dog's eyes just now. Please don't complain about me yet. Ms. Zhang said nervously. Oh, there's still a complaint? Thanks for the reminder. Yimo laughed. Hearing this, Ms. Zhang's legs immediately went weak and her entire body fell to the ground. She didn't really know how much the scythe could be worth, but she was well aware of how powerful the demon was. The materials that were stripped from the demons, even worse, were quite a bit more expensive than those of the other 5 major races. Kid, where did you get this material? Did you pick it up from somewhere? Or did you steal it from someone else? Wang Xiang took a deep breath and stared at Yimo's spatial backpack with a deadly stare as he questioned the words. A flash of greed flashed across the eyes of all the coffin suppressors in the trading area. They had just thought that Yimo's background was strong, but overlooked was the fact that the sons of the big families would all have a Dao protector behind them at the beginner's coffin suppressor stage. And Yimo didn't. This meant that the other party, even if the transaction was successful, would still be missed after walking out of the Gate Wanbao building. Yimo felt the greedy eyes around him, and instead the corners of his mouth rose slightly. I did pick up this material. By the way, I also picked up a fourth-order material. I picked up this space backpack as well. Saying that, Yimo shook the leather bag in his hand, then took out a pair of devil's horns from it. Crap, this kid is so lucky. What the fuck is this? Someone killed a demon and he picked up the slack? I guess he still has fourth-rank materials in this spatial backpack. Wouldn't that be him picking up a backpack and raking in billions? Crap, crap, crap. Countless coffin suppressors went crazy with envy and jealousy. The color of greed in his eyes increased. As long as Yemo dares to leave this door, they will dare to take money and kill people. Looking at the devil's horn in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelids fluttered and his heart jumped a little. At this point, however, he had completely forgotten about the leader's side demon, and his mind was occupied by greed. Kid, give me your material. I'll give you $50 million, and guarantee your safety. Wang Xiang had an undeniable look on his face. Hear this. Yemo instantly revealed an incredulous look, looking at the other party as if he was looking at a stupid beep. He didn't expect that this Wang Xiang couldn't even recognize the coffin spirit of his own leader. Looking at Yemo's expression, Wang Xiang's face suddenly smiled freely. Apparently he had misinterpreted the other party's eyes and thought that Yemo had compromised. Everyone, I am the Fierce Ghost Tomb Hunting Regiment, the 2nd Brigade's brigade leader Wang Xiang. Later on, please don't make things difficult for this little brother and let him go. Wang Xiang looked around at the surrounding Jin coffin masters who revealed their greed, and with a threatening tone in his voice, if I knew that any ungrateful person dared to take a shot at this little brother, we, the Tomb Raiders, will never spare the person who did this, must kill his whole family. With these words, the coffin suppressor masters on both sides of the trading area were shocked, and the greed in their eyes immediately disappeared. They couldn't afford to mess with the mighty ghost tomb hunters. What's more, Wang Xiang was also a great captain. Since this kind of character made a move, how could they still dare to point at the 4th order materials in Yemo's hands? Wang Xiang looked at the people around him to return to normal, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He then looked at Yemo and laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, little brother. It was a misunderstanding just now. Mr. Wang apologizes to you first. Saying that, he hurriedly walked towards Yemo, and aside, Miss Shang had already stood up at some point, with spring waves in her eyes, wrapped her arms around Wang Xiang's arm, and leaned against the other party with her huge front bulge. With misty eyes, she said in a sticky voice, Brother Wang, can I take care of my business later? Wang Xiang smiled even more broadly on his face as he heard this. In this wave, he directly received both wealth and color, and it was as good as he wanted it to be. Ha ha, that's natural. Wang Xiang laughed out loud as he patted his opponent's rear end in front of the crowd. It's really annoying, Brother Wang. Miss Zhang blushed slightly. When Yemo saw this scene, he only felt his eyelids jump. You know, Ms. Zhang is married, but Wang Xiang still dares to be so wanton. Maybe, this is what comes from being strong? However, Wang Xiang is going to kick ass this time. Little brother, there's $50 million in this card. I'll buy those materials of yours. Wang Xiang pulled out a card from his pocket and gently tossed it to Yemo. Yemo received the card with an expressionless face, and directly put it into the 30 cubic meter spatial warehouse. Seeing this, Wang Xiang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Little brother, trade $50 million and your personal safety for these materials, and you can have a good time. Don't say that Wang Mao has treated you poorly. After saying that, he then directly reached out and grabbed the leather backpack in Yemo's hand. Seeing this, Yemo took a step back and with a shake of his hand, he put the leather backpack into the space storage. Then he said with a smile, Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you curious about where I picked up these 4th order materials? When Wang Xiang saw this, he couldn't help but frown, holding back his anger without venting it, and hurriedly asked, Where did little brother pick it up from? Picked it up in the Valley of Doom, in front of an old man. Yemo said with a smile, Valley of Doom, old man? Is it hard to believe that you robbed it? Wang Xiang froze, seemingly thinking of something. His face became extremely ugly, only feeling that Yemo was playing with himself. Oh, little brother, you mustn't joke. A coffin suppressor who can only upgrade in the Valley of Doom when he's old. What's that if not a waste? And how could he possibly have these materials? Whether he's a loser or not I'm not sure, but his name seems to be Qin Shuezong, and I don't know if you recognize him. You see, he gave me this Tomb Seeker's badge as well. Saying that, Yemo directly took out the badge of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group and threw it to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang took the badge. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes, and he threw it into the trash can without even looking at it. At that moment, his temper instantly erupted, with a hint of killing intent in his tone. Hee, what is Lauzi's status? And what is his status? Is an old punk worth letting me get to know him? Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you fool me again, you won't be able to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Kid, hurry up and hand over the materials. If you fool me again, you won't be able to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Wang Xiang's roar spread throughout the entire first floor of the Wanba building. Anyone could see how angry he was right now. However, Yemo didn't pay the slightest attention to the other party's angry roar, and his face instead showed a hint of doubt. You really don't know Chen Shuezong? Yemo asked with a frown. With these words, Wang Xiang's face became ferocious as he shouted, I've never heard of any bullshit Chen Shui sect, but anyone who has a bit of power in Fengyu City, I can name them all. Is it hard for you to say that this whatsoever clan is strong? Is it your backstage? Wang Xiang sneered. With these words, Yi Mo was a bit speechless for a moment. His brows slowly furrowed. Could it be that not many people know Elder Chen's name? Yi Mo thought in his heart. It was no wonder that Elder Chen was in a position of power. Within Fengyu City, other than a few people who had heard of his name, others had no way of knowing his name at all. But if the 3 words President Chen were thrown out, then no one would know about it. After all, there was only one person who dared to call himself President Chen in Fengyu City. Come to think of it, Yi Mo looked at Wang Xiang with an expressionless face. His tone became extremely cold and slowly said, if I say that the old man with the shit in your mouth is known to everyone as President Chen, and what are you going to do about it? With these words, like a storm, it directly swept through the entire trading hall. The originally noisy trading area instantly became a pin drop after Yi Mo uttered the 3 words President Chen. Wang Xiang bore the brunt of the shock of these 3 words, and his legs unconsciously trembled a little. And when Miss Shang, who was on the side, heard these 3 words, she hurriedly shook off Wang Xiang's hand and retreated towards the back in a panic. Realize that President Chen's strength as a legendary coffin suppressor was incomparably terrifying. Not only was he revered by the entire city, the divine sense he released could envelop the entire outer city. So no one dared to joke about the 3 words President Chen at all. Do you know what you are saying? Wang Xiang's eyes revealed a look of horror as he stammered. You kid, don't talk nonsense. The chairman-sama is not someone you can touch. After saying this, Wang Xiang hurriedly exhaled out a long breath of turbid air. In his opinion, Yi Mo was indeed bold and daring, and in order to get out of the situation, he actually moved even President Chen out. However, he still didn't believe that a beginner coffin suppressor like Yi Mo could climb up to a superpower like President Chen. Seemingly thinking of something, Wang Xiang hurriedly turned his head to look at Miss Zhang, who had retreated to the back. Why don't you go to that trash can and take out the badge I just threw away and take a look? Wang Xiang looked puzzled and pointed to the trash can not far away and said, Hear this, MS. Zhang hurriedly walked to the garbage can, plopped her whole body on top of it, buried her head in it, and reached out her hand to earnestly rummage through the dirty garbage. The smell was a bit on the nose and a pungent odor came out from it, making Miss Zhang unable to stop herself from frowning. Where else would she have done this kind of dirty work? And now she had this encounter. All thanks to Yi Mo. If this badge has nothing to do with the chairman-sama, then you're dead, MS. Zhang revealed a murderous look and muttered. Then, forcing back the nausea, he rummaged through the garbage more vigorously. Soon, she felt a round piece of metal-filled iron at the bottom of the trash can. I found it, MS. Zhang's excited voice came out of the trash can. But in an instant, her mood grew tense again. And at this point, all eyes were focused on the svelte figure sprawled out on the trash can. Just now, Wang Xiang threw the badge so fast that they didn't even see it. And now, these people began to hold their breath with anticipation in their eyes. They all wanted to know whether the badge that Wang Xiang had thrown away was bestowed on that kid by the Lord President or not. If so, Wang Xiang will die. If not, Yi Mo will die. This is undoubtedly a delightful thing for the melon eaters. After all, it is human nature to watch the fun. Hurry up and show it to us. Still dawdling? Some coffin suppressors were so anxious that they even began to arch their fires. In my opinion, 9 times out of 10, this badge is real. Captain Wang and this woman are dead. I think so. That little handsome guy had a very calm demeanor and definitely had a bottom line. And he shouldn't be joking with his life. When these words came out, everyone looked at Wang Xiang with a gloating expression. Normally, the mighty ghost tomb hunting group was arrogant and accustomed to it. But now that they had offended President Chen, it would be something to see. MS. Zhang seemed to have heard these people around her talking, and her face couldn't help but look ugly. Wang Xiang, on the other hand, became incredibly panicked. Quickly take it out and show it to me. Wang Xiang stared at the silhouette on the trash can, and there was some trembling in his tone. At this point, a surprised voice came out from the trash can at once. Brother Wang, it seems like what you just threw wasn't the badge of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troop. That boy is lying to you. The words. Miss Zhang backed straight out of the trash can, cupped a most ordinary black round badge in her hand, raised her dirty arm, and showed it to the crowd. Everyone became clamorous after seeing this badge. They didn't expect the reversal to happen so quickly, and it turned out that the kid was indeed making a fool of himself. Crap, this kid is really brave. How dare he make up the name of the chairman-sama, and a fake badge to fool people. This kid's a little less than brainy, isn't he? He could have gotten $50 million and run away, but now he not only lost his life, but also teased Captain Wang. I'm afraid his whole family is doomed. They looked at Yi Mo with gloating in their eyes, mocking out from time to time. Yemo only felt a little amused in his heart, and was momentarily confused by this whole operation by Ms. Zhang. And that's when, after seeing the badge, Wang Xiang also breathed a sigh of relief and was ecstatic. He looked at Yemo with devouring eyes and a sense of anger quickly surged into his heart. Kid, dare to tease me? If you have the guts, you'll leave this door today. How dare you make up the name of the chairman-sama? You don't think that a name like Chen Shuezong, a cat or a dog, can be worthy of the honorable status of Lord President? Do you? Yemo. Brother Wang, you mustn't let this kid go. You must let him spill his blood outside the door. Ms. Zhang said through clenched teeth. Immediately afterward, she looked at the security personnel on the side and said in a cold voice, "Someone come, blow this kid out of here." Suddenly, an extremely loud voice rang out from the crowd, and many people looked sideways, only to see a big and thick man squeeze out from the crowd and immediately run to Miss Zhang's side, snatching the badge in the other party's hand. While cursing under his breath, he said, "Shit, I've been looking for my badge for half a day. Why didn't I think it was picked up and thrown in the trash? Ms. Zhang, you are still weirdly good. I can't believe I found my lost badge for me. I thank you." The Hanyu scratched his head in embarrassment, revealing his large white teeth as he smiled at Miss Zhang. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Reversal, the ultimate reversal. Since this badge was not the one Wang Xiang had just thrown away, then wouldn't the one he just threw away still be in the bucket? Seemingly sensing the strange gazes around him, Wang Xiang's face suddenly turned gloomy. He was seen walking quickly to the trash can and kicking it down hard. With a loud bang, the trash can burst open instantly. Trash was scattered and smells permeated the area. And out of the multitude of trash, a hexagonal snowflake badge that emitted a chilly aura and shone with a crystalline luster under the hall lights flew out from it. It fell straight to the floor of the hall with a crisp buzzing sound. For a moment, the room was filled with silence. And at this time, Wang Xiang approached to take a look, and the whole person was like falling into an abyss. A wave of fear instantly rushed through the nerves of his brain, and the feeling of suffocation almost strangled him to death. He confirms the fact that this crystal-edged silver and white snowflake badge is the very symbol of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunters. In the center of the badge, the word Zong appeared in black. "It's over. It's really over," Wang Xiang muttered, and then his eyes went white as he fell backward. In full view of everyone, he was actually scared to death on the spot by this badge that fell out of a trash can. The third floor of the marble house. In a luxurious one-room apartment, there was a middle-aged man wearing formal attire and looking extremely laid back. His name was Tang Yi. His strength was at the quasi-transcendent level, and he was one of the supreme heads of the 10,000 Treasures building, as well as the second in command of the 10,000 Treasures building. Suddenly, a burst of panicked footsteps sounded, and the originally closed door was instantly pushed open by a Cheongsam woman with brown curly hair and a charming face. Tang Yi looked up, his brows slowly furrowed as he asked, "Yes, she? What's so panicky? Mr. Tang, it's not good. There's been a scuffle on the first floor and there's a dead man. You hurry down and deal with it." Yeshi patted her chest and panted. "There was a clash? And a death?" Tang Yi's face became a little displeased. Back when Wan Baolu was established and had yet to build up its prestige, they had deterred those coffin-suppressing masters who wanted to cause trouble through bloody means. And the 10,000 Treasures building was known to be the safest area in the outer city besides the tomb-seeking guild. Whoever dares to make trouble over here will be blown out. Interesting. It's been 20 years. These people are afraid that they've forgotten the Wan Baolu's methods. Tang Yi lit a cigarette and took a drag, speaking in a bland tone. "Yes, she, don't talk to me about such things in the future. You can just directly tell people to beat the troublemakers to death in public and take them to feed the coffin spirits." Tang Yi flicked his cigarette ash, looking unconcerned about it. However, Yeshi's next sentence instantly made him nonchalant. "Mr. Tang, don't sit there. Hurry to the first floor. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunters." Yeshi stomped her feet in a hurry. With these words, Tanya stood up from the recliner with a mischievous thud. "Crap, what did you say? The people from the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunters?" Tang Yi lost his voice. In the next second, his entire body transformed into a residual shadow and directly disappeared in place, rushing towards the hall on the first floor. In the hall on the first floor, it was silent by now. Everyone didn't dare to question Yemo's identity anymore, much less talk nonsense. Yemo looked at Wang Xiang who had fallen to the ground. "This badge works so well? I should have known to wear it on my chest all the time. Come to think of it." Yemo directly picked up the badge on the ground and handed it to Xiaoyu who was at the side. "Help me go there and clean it up." Yemo pointed to an ornate fish tank in the hall and said with a smile. When Xiaoyu heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face and she nodded her head repeatedly. She then took the badge and headed towards the location of the fish tank. This fish tank was one of the treasures of Wan Baolu's store. in which a dragonfish containing a diluted auger dragon bloodline was kept, and its value was incalculable. But now, when Yemo told Xiaoyu to wash the snow shadow badge, no one dared to stop him, but instead, they stepped back and made way, because, in everyone's opinion, the value of this dragonfish was nothing compared to the snow shadow badge. Neglect. A windy sound. Yemo then saw a figure that quickly appeared in front of him. The visitor was Tang Yi. Tang Yi sized up Yemo with a curious look in his eyes. He also saw the scene just now when Yemo handed the badge to Xiaoyu and didn't make a move to stop him. However, what surprised him was that this member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking troop in front of him was so young, and was only a beginner 7-star coffin suppressor. Aren't the members of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group all transcendent 5-star or higher bigwigs? Can't it be that this is a new member? Tang Yi was puzzled in his mind. But no matter what, with his professionalism, he wouldn't question a person with a Snow Shadow badge. Moreover, if Yemo was really a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking corps, he must have superior skills and was definitely a 1-in-a-million genius. Never be offended. Hello little brother, I'm Tang Yi, the second in command of Wan Baolu. Tang Yi had a kind smile on his face and extended a hand towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo shook the other party's hand, nodded and said, Yemo, member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunting Group. When these words came out, everyone around them sucked in a breath of cold air. Tanya did the same, his hands becoming slightly stiff. Rather, he already knew Yemo's identity, but it still shook him when it came out of the other man's mouth. Ha ha ha, so it's Mr. Yi. A warm smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. Then he bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yi, please follow me and move to the 3rd floor. Mr. Tang will have to treat you well. Yemo also revealed a hint of a smile when he heard this and nodded. Then I'll trouble Mr. Tang. Mr. Yi please. Tang Yi extended his hand in invitation. Yemo sniffed without hesitation and slowly walked towards the stairway. At the same time, he didn't forget to wave to Xiaoyu, signaling the other party to go forward together. Tang Yi was relieved to see this. This new receptionist he had also seen before. Her face was outstanding, so she had a little impression. Now it seemed that Yemo seemed to be more satisfied with her service. At least, because of her existence, Wan Baolu did not offend Yemo to death. And there was still room for maneuver in everything. This little girl is not bad. Looks like we'll have to promote her in the future. If we can befriend Mr. Yi, when Mr. Yi grows up, in the future, why would Wan Baolu worry about not having materials of the 5th rank? Or even above the 6th rank? Tang Yi was in a happy mood, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. At that moment, he hurriedly took a quick step forward and came half a body length away from the back of Yemo's side. Greeting the other man, he headed toward the 3rd floor lobby. As Yemo and the others headed to the 3rd floor, the usual bustle was restored in the trading hall on the 1st floor, and discussions began. Everyone was shocked at Yemo's identity and at the same time gloated at Miss Zhang, who was sitting near Wang Xiang's body. Aside, after Tang Yi's assistant, Ye Shi, roughly inquired about the situation. Her face became a bit ugly. Immediately after that, she looked at Ms. Zhang, who was on the side. Her eyes were cold and her tone was filled with killing intent. Men, drag this woman and this corpse out to feed the coffin spirit for me. Hearing this, Ms. Zhang's eyes instantly turned white and she directly fainted. In a deluxe single room, Tang Yi had already greeted Yemo and sat down, while personally making a pot of good tea. On the side, Xiaoyu was extremely nervous and looked a little stiff as she stood next to him. You sit down too. Don't be so formal, Tang Yi said to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu sniffed and slowly shifted her gaze to Yemo, as if asking for his approval. Seeing this, Yemo nodded and said, since Mr. Tang gave the word, you can sit down. Hearing this, Xiaoyu then slowly walked over to Yemo's side and sat down in embarrassment. The remaining light in Tang Yi's eyes glanced at this scene, and his heart grew more and more delighted. Although it wasn't clear who was at fault for what had just happened on the 1st floor, he was by no means foolish enough to ask on the spot just what the cause was. Moreover, from Yemo's current behavior and talk, it didn't seem like an arrogant and domineering person. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? Mr. Tang will handle this properly and will definitely give you a satisfactory answer, Tang Yi said with a smile on his face and a kind tone. Yemo sniffed and said indifferently, since that's the case, thank you Mr. Tang in advance. Ha ha, Mr. Yi doesn't have to address Mr. Tang like that. You can directly address me as Little Tang. Tang Yi laughed and hurriedly brought a cup of tea and handed it to Yemo. Yemo received the tea and looked at the other party with odd eyes. The other party's strength status wasn't bad, and the fact that he was so respectful to himself now was also because of Elder Chen's existence. Yemo naturally wouldn't be so ignorant of the human condition as to actually address a middle-aged man who was about 20 years older than himself as Xiao Tang. Seemingly thinking about the next thing about materials, Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. Elder brother Tang. In fact, I came to Wanbaolu today because I need your help with a small favor. Tang Yi did not expect that Yemo did not put up a fight at all, but instead addressed himself as old brother Tang, and was immediately a bit flattered. Soon, he seemed to have figured something out and became casual. Since Mr. Yi addressed me as old brother Tang, then I'll have the cheek to call out old brother Yi as well. Afterwards, he asked smilingly, I wonder what kind of favor old brother Yi needs from me. Yemo sniffed and without any nonsense, he directly took out a leather space backpack. I need to sell something. At the same time, I also need old brother to help me find a large amount of materials for cultivating corpse coffin spirits below the 3rd rank. Yemo said indifferently. Hearing this, Tang Yi was stunned. He didn't realize that the favor the other party needed help with was so simple. Ha ha ha, old brother Yi. We here at Wanbaolu don't talk about anything else, but for materials below the 3rd rank, all the other stores in the entire Fengyu city combined don't have as much as we do. Tang Yi laughed. Since old brother Yi wants to sell the materials, then Mr. Tang will arrange it for you now. Having said that, Tanya hurriedly walked out of the solitary room and made a call to his assistant. Yes she, go to the 2nd floor and bring Master Lu from the appraisal area here. Remember to talk to Master Lu and say that the person selling the materials is a member of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. Have him triple the value of the material he appraises when the time comes. No, let's have Master Lu quintuple it. Seemingly thinking of something, Tang's heart hardened and he directly changed his words. A few minutes later, Yeshi led a white-haired old man wearing presbyopia glasses to the luxurious solitary room. This old man wasn't strong, only middle-class level, but his appraisal and valuation ability was the top existence in Fengyu City. This was because the materials left behind after the death of each demonic creature were almost always different, which meant that the types of materials were incomparably varied and could not be recorded in full, especially for magical creatures that appeared in gold level or higher coffins. The materials they left behind after their deaths were even rarer. So it's a lot of eye candy for valuing materials. When Tang Yi saw the old man arrive, he immediately got up and said with a smile, Master Lu, this is elder brother Yi. You quickly help him identify some materials. Hear this. The white-haired old man held up his glasses and sized up Emo. Then he said indifferently, young man, you quickly bring out the materials for the old man to appraise. Old man promises to give you a fair price and never screw you over. When Emo heard this, an excited smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he was looking forward to how much he could sell these materials left behind in the spatial backpack. And at this point, Grandmaster Lu had already sat down in front of a gilded table and waited for Emo to take out the materials. Seeing this, Emo directly pulled out a pair of devil's horns from his backpack and placed them on the table. Master Lu took the pair of devil horns and immediately smacked his lips. This was stripped off the head of a commander-level demon, right? It seems like it's a horn that only B-rank side demons have. It's really rare. Master Lu, you have a good eye. This pair of horns is exactly from the Scythe Demon, Emo said indifferently. Although the Scythe Demon is powerful, the essence material on it is that scythe as well as the demon's heart. This pair of horns can only be used to forge weapons. It can't act as an evolutionary material. The value isn't very high. Grandmaster Lu analyzed professionally, his entire being thrown into work. Emo sniffed and nodded. In fact, his eyes had already seen through the message of the devil's horn. The price of this pair of horns, however, cannot be found online. Then I wonder what this pair of horns can be worth? Emo asked curiously. 200 million, Master Lu said directly. And at that moment, the corner of Tang Ye's eye on the side twitched, and he hurriedly coughed lightly. When Master Lu heard this voice, he suddenly remembered what Tang Yi had just instructed. He immediately slapped his head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha, old man is really confused. The pair of horns could also be carved and used as a collector's item. Worth $1 billion. Worth $1 billion. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes lit up. With $1 billion in the bank, that's one more layer of confidence for himself at the big appraisal meeting next week. Ha ha, thank you so much Master Lu. You helped me look at this again, Yemo said excitedly. Immediately following, he hastily pulled out a long black scythe from the space storage. You actually have a devil's scythe. Young man, you really slaughtered a side demon here? Master Lu said in shock. When Tang Yi heard this, his heart burst with joy. He felt that Yemo's status in the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Corps was not low. Otherwise how could he have been assigned the devil's scythe? So it was well worth whatever it took for him to pull this together today. May I ask Master Lu, what is the value of this scythe? Yemo asked curiously. Grandmaster Lu thought for a moment and then burst out with figures that made Yemo feel extremely shocked. 10 billion. Soon, an hour passed. Yemo sold all the materials as he wished. Aside from the materials on the scythe demon that were more valuable, the rest of the materials weren't of high value. They were all second-order materials in favor of a few third-order materials. But the good thing was that there were quite a few of these materials, and Master Lu estimated the price to be around $2 to $3 billion. Yemo excitedly calculated the harvest of the past 2 days. It ended up with a staggering number, 15.5 billion. At this moment, Yemo's breathing became rapid, even taking out 200 million. It's more than enough to let Tyrant and 7-7 rise to level 20. Yemo looked forward in his heart and secretly thought, if he takes out billions more, he might even buy all of Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials. Soon, after taking Xiaoyu to take care of everything, Shi returned to the solitary room. Xiaoyu handed a flashy gold card to Yemo. Mr. Yi, here's your card. The money from selling the materials is in the card, Xiaoyu said seriously. Yemo sniffed. A hint of a smile appeared on his face and took the gold card, then put it into the spatial storage. That's right, elder brother Yi. Didn't you say you wanted to buy some low-grade materials? You quickly say something, so I can also start having people prepare. Tang Yi asked smilingly. After Yemo thought about it, he slowly said, I need 100 million each for the magic blood pill, the moon essence stone, and the second-order zombie crystal core. If there's a zombie virus such as the beginning virus, or a Xianin stone, then come to 500 million each. If he hadn't gotten these tens of billions, Yemo definitely wouldn't have been so generous. And now, there's money to be had. Hear this. Tang Yi was greatly surprised in his heart. This was because half of the materials Yemo needed were used to cultivate zombies, while the other half were used to cultivate zombies. Can it be that elder brother Yi's coffin spirit is of the corpse race? Tang Yi was puzzled in his mind. However, he didn't think too much about it, but directly instructed Shi and Xiaoyu to get started on this matter, and told them to deal with it as soon as possible. Evening, inner city. On the grass of the front lawn of a large villa, Yemo was lying leisurely. To his left, a tall zombie with a black cloak sat, and to his right, a drooling, cute zombie lowly lay on her back, and a few cargo crates had been piled up on the grass in front of them by now. Inside the cargo box was a large amount of cultivation materials, as well as some gourmet food. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, grab the upgrade. Yemo laughed. Hearing this, Chi-Chi instantly jumped up ready to take a hard bite towards Yemo. Seemingly shocked by her own thoughts, she hurriedly and shyly kissed Yemo on the cheek. After kissing Yemo, Chi-Chi dove headfirst into the cargo box containing food and feasted on it, instead leaving the cultivation materials out to dry. When Yemo saw this, he just smiled and shook his head, but his mood was extremely good. Aside, Tyrant is rather different from Chi-Chi. It looked extremely excited to see these materials. As the first coffin spirit under Yemo, its thoughts were simple. Because of his own limited potential, he was far inferior to Chi-Chi. When one reaches full level, one might lose the value of nurturing, but even so, it had to squeeze all of its potential out of the limited time it had to level up with all its might. Only by leveling up could they help Yemo clear the obstacles in the early stages and protect Yemo. Only to see Tyrant walk over to the cargo crates and unpack several of them all together, quickly devouring the cultivation materials in the crates. At this moment, it used the virus solution as wine, the magic blood pills as beans, and from time to time, it even picked up a piece of blood-drenched mutated ferocious beast meat to enjoy it. Ding! Tyrant swallows demon blood pill *10. Gains doubled experience value plus 80. Experience shared. Chi-Chi gains experience value plus 80. Ding! Tyrant devoured 10 pounds of mutated beef and gained doubled experience value plus 30. Experience shared. Chi-Chi gained experience value plus 30. Ding! Tyrant absorbs the originator virus solvent. Heart function is strengthened. Ding! Tyrant absorbs blacklight virus solvent. Overall physical capabilities are enhanced. Ding! Chi-Chi drinks ice cola *10 and gains doubled experience value plus 1. Experience shared. Tyrant gains experience value plus 1. Looking at the experience value that was constantly brushing the screen, Yemo's heart was incomparably happy. At this rate of progress, as long as the Tyranids digested at a rate that kept up, perhaps in one night, they could rise to level 20. And the Tyrant's gray skin began to glow blood red as he absorbed the viral solvent. The veins and muscles became even more hideous and looked extremely scary. Even its size began to undergo slow growth. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart retained a trace of anticipation. There was no point in staying here with them now, so it would be better to get some sleep and see what happened in the morning. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, you guys just stay here and upgrade. If you have reached level 20, return to the coffin on your own or stay home. Do not run out and cause others to panic. Yemo instructed towards them. Hearing this, the Tyrant stopped his hand movements and let out a low growl in a hurry. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, continued to rummage through the cargo box as if she hadn't heard. Yemo smiled faintly, then slowly got up and walked towards the villa. One night passed. Yemo sleepily opened his eyes. It was dark before my eyes, and it didn't seem to be light yet. Why did I wake up so early? Yemo scratched his head. Then he grabbed his bedside cell phone and took a look. 10 points. It's 10 o'clock? Yemo was a bit confused. Immediately afterward, he looked strangely toward the window. With this look, he noticed the anomaly. Only an extremely tall black figure stood directly in front of the window, blocking the window entirely and not letting half of the sunlight penetrate into the bedroom. After seeing the figure clearly, Yemo instantly sat up from the bed in surprise. Tyrant? Ho ho ho! Tyrant whispered in response. I'll go. How did you get in here at such a large size? Yemo asked in surprise. Hearing Yemo's words, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the Tyrant's body. The original size of about 4 meters began to rapidly become smaller, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to about 2 meters. Viral stance, special skill. After absorbing a virus like crazy, the torso gets mutated, gaining simple torso changes as well as limb mimicry. Yemo noticed this skill and laughed. He didn't expect Tyrant's comprehension to be so strong. It was quite a surprise. Immediately after that, he didn't hesitate to look at the Tyrant's level status and became even more excited. Level 20. Status evolvable. Right, and Chi-Chi. Yemo was a little excited. And that's when a little head suddenly burrowed out of his covers, was looking at him with a dumbfounded look on his face. I am. Yemo was speechless. Didn't we agree to let them go back into their coffins after they reached level 20? Why are they all in your room? Ding! Detected that Tyrant has reached level 20 and activated 4 evolutionary routes. Is it viewable? Ding! Detected that Chi-Chi has reached level 20, activating 1 evolutionary route. Is it viewable? 2 system beeps sounded, and Yemo was surprised while revealing an expression of dismay. Tyrant has 4 evolutionary routes. 7 actually only has 1? Yemo wondered, thinking that he had also checked the White Phantom's evolutionary path before. Yemo seemed to understand something. It seems to be the case that the higher the potential of a coffin spirit, the fewer the evolutionary routes. And no wonder. The lower the potential of a coffin spirit, the less stable its form is and the more likely it is to mutate. Mutation is undoubtedly one of the most important ways for them to become stronger. But unfortunately, they have a limited number of evolutions. As for the high-potential coffin spirits, they were already extremely rare and powerful existences. They were stable in form and would almost evolve in a most favorable direction, and would be even more perfect after evolving. So the higher the potential coffin spirit, the less you need to obsess over route selection, because they don't have many evolutionary routes. Thinking of this, Yemo was a bit impatient. Check. Next, the evolutionary routes of the 2 coffin spirits instantly surfaced before his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Primordial Tyrant Type T002. Evolutionary Route, Chaser, Normal. Cursed Tyrant, Common. Deadly Tyrant, Common. Blade Tyrant, Hidden, Rare. Coffin Spirit, Spirit Amulet Jumping Child, Acquired, Template of the child who raises the dead and returns to the wreckage. Evolved to improve abilities without affecting the template. Evolutionary Route, Spirit Symbol Flying Stiff Girl, Epic. Seeing these evolutionary routes, Yemo immediately brightened up. Sure enough, Tyrant has hidden routes too. Although Chi-Chi's evolutionary route is not much, it has reached the epic level. Yemo was in a great mood. Immediately following, he hurriedly checked up on the evolutionary materials needed for the 2 coffin spirits. Blade Tyrant, Hidden, Rare, a Ruthless, Cold-Faced Butcher. Evolution requirements, Killing Heart, Corpse, Eye of Sword Demon, Obsidian Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, 3rd level. Spirit Talisman Flying Stiff Woman, Epic, Flying Stiffs, not decaying for 1,000 years. Not transforming for 10,000 years, going up to the sky and fetching things through the air. Materials required for evolution, 1,000 years moon essence, precious. High-grade corpse suppressor talisman, cold pith of the underworld, precious. Underworld crystal stone *1, 3rd order. Looking at the materials required by the Tyrant, Yemo immediately brightened up. Fortunately, he had the foresight to leave behind quite a few corpse cores, as well as some 3rd order zombie crystals. Now Tyrant is only missing the Eye of the Blade and Obsidian Giant Blade to complete his evolution. And these 2 materials didn't belong to the category of high-level materials, which meant that Wan Baolu must have them. As for the material in Chi-Chi, Yemo wasn't sure if Wan Baolu had it. Maybe Chen Lao could get it. I didn't realize that the 1,000-year moon essence and the spectraline cold marrow were actually precious materials. I guess I'm going to hemorrhage. Yemo shook his head and sighed. Yesterday afternoon itself made a whopping $10 billion. But if you buy these 2 materials, you will surely squander them. But so what? Since he had chosen the high-potential coffin spirit, it meant that sooner or later, He would have to pay a lot of resources and money, and he was also looking forward to how powerful the S-Class Coffin spirit would be after it evolved. Thinking of this, a smile of anticipation appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Time-limited quest opened. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. Quest reward high-level corpse template raffle ticket *1. Skill random copy card *1. Current time remaining 9 days 23 hours. A sudden system sound rang out, and Yemo was suddenly dumbstruck. High-ranked template raffle tickets. Yemo's face was ecstatic. Mind you, it was one of the rewards he wanted most. Not only could it directly raise the coffin spirit by 1 potential level, but it could also allow the coffin spirit to gain unexpected and terrifying abilities. This mission must be completed as soon as possible, Yemo secretly said in his heart. Immediately afterward, he looked to another reward. Skill random copy card, randomly selects the normal skill of the contracted coffin spirit and copies it into the coffin master. Seeing this, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Is this to make me a human coffin spirit? This reward is too good to be true. However, the 10-day limit for the mission made Yemo become a bit urgent. Come to think of it, the evolutionary materials needed by Chi-Chi were definitely rare. Without hesitation, he directly dialed Tang Ye's number. A few seconds later, the call was answered. A surprised voice came out from it. Ha, old brother Yi. Are you looking for me for something? Yemo sniffed and hurriedly, elder brother Tang. I would like to ask, does your Wan Baolu have any 1,000 years moon essence and phantomine cold marrow? 1,000-year moon essence? Spectraline cold marrow? This is the material needed for the corpse coffin spirit? A hint of doubt appeared on the phone. Elder brother Yi. Wait, I'll go ask Master Lu. Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yemo received an answer that had been expected. Manpower House doesn't have these materials. It was no wonder, although Wan Baolu was the largest material trader in Fengyu City. However, the overall strength of the coffin suppressors in Maple Lake City is not strong. One of the Transcendents had broken off for some unknown reason, and now there was only one left in the entire city. Although there were many Transcendents in the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers, they didn't belong to a medium-sized base city like Fengyu City, but came from other regions. That's why it's hard for Wan Baolu to get materials above the 5th rank now, and the treasures it possesses are few and far between. Whereas there were not many people from the indentured corpse race, the 10,000 treasures building obviously rarely acquired corpse race materials, let alone corpse race treasures. It seems like we can only go ask Elder Chen. Yemo shook his head inside. But right now, there was one more extremely important thing he needed to do. That would be the evolution of the Tyrant. Come to think of it, Yemo once again set off for the House of 10,000 Treasures. In the Manpower House, Tang Yi silently noted down the materials Yemo needed, then took a space warehouse with him and traveled to Jiangnan City without hesitation. He guessed that a large base city like Jiangnan City might have what Yemo needed. Even if he didn't, he could still send out high-level commission missions in Jiangnan City, getting quite a few grave-seeking groups over there to mobilize. This warehouse has enough stuff to warrant the reward of sending out a high-level commission mission. Tang Yi took a deep breath. To help Yemo with all his strength, this was undoubtedly a 100% profitable investment for him. As long as the other party didn't die young and was able to grow up, the status of the House of 10,000 Treasures would definitely rise. President Chen's vision surely can't be wrong, Tang Yi thought in his heart. In his opinion, if Yemo only had the potential to become a transcendent, Chairman Chen would never have allowed him to join the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers. At the very least, Yemo's strength in the future would be at least legendary, or even at the same level as President Chen. Before he deserved to be looked at differently by President Chen. 1 hour later, Yemo arrived in front of the Manpower Building. When he stepped into the Manpower Building once again, he directly attracted the attention of all the receptionists. These receptionists got up and hurriedly came to stand in a row on both sides of the corridor, bowing respectfully towards Yemo, and the scene was a sight to behold for a while for those around them. Crap! Who is this kid? How dare he make such a big show? You hurry up and shut up. This is Lord Yemo, the newest member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers. Crap, I can't believe it's Chairman Sama's group. He looks so young though. It's amazing. Ooh, Lord Yemo is so handsome. I want to give him a monkey. The crowd murmured, but the words were all showing respect to Yemo. When Yemo saw this scene, his face became a bit unnatural. Just now, on the way to the outer city, there were quite a few people who saw themselves and acted startled, as if they had seen a ghost. There were even a large number of female coffin suppressors who came to get their autographs or contact information. This made Yemo's head spin for a while. Looks like I became famous in the outer city yesterday, Yemo said in his heart. Being famous was indeed considered a good thing for him to avoid many troubles. At least, no one in Fengyu City dared to trouble him anymore. Of course, these coffin suppressors, who knew him, acted too enthusiastically. For a moment it made Yemo a little less accustomed to it. Lord Yemo. Lord Yemo. What brings you here? Two surprised voices rang out. Yemo followed the source of the sound and saw two gorgeous beauties wearing cheongsams and stepping on high heels. From the end of the corridor, running towards him with quick steps, the visitors were Xiaoyu as well as Tang Ye's assistant. Yashi, I came over to buy some materials. You guys don't have to make such a big scene. Yemo waved his hand and laughed. When Yashi heard this, she immediately revealed a flirtatious smile and respectfully said, Lord Yemo, if you need materials, you can absolutely ask Mr. Tang to send someone over. Why bother traveling in person? I had nothing to do anyway, so I came out for a stroll. Yemo said casually. He actually didn't really want to trouble Tang Yi. After all, it wasn't good to owe more than one favor. It's just that he doesn't know at the moment. The materials he sold yesterday had been quintupled. He hadn't been able to check the low-level materials and wasn't sure of the prices, whereas the Scythe Demon material is nowhere to be queried. It's not too much to ask to sell it for that much. Maybe it's because someone is in a hurry to use it? Right. Where's old brother Tang? Yemo asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Yashi hurriedly explained, Lord Yemo, Mr. Tang has something to go out now. Now Manpower House is solely under the charge of Xiaoyu and me. You should come with us to the third floor soon to talk more about it. Hearing this, Yemo nodded and then walked directly towards the third floor. On both sides of the trading area, those who didn't recognize Yemo were even more shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that what these people around them were saying was actually the truth, and that this youth in front of them really had such a high status. It seems that Fengyu City will have another unmissable character from now on. Lord Yemo, this is the Blade Demon's eye you need. Please take a look. In a spacious high-specification trading area on the third floor, Xiaoyu carried a black wooden box and presented it to Yemo. The wooden box was carved with bizarre patterns that looked extremely creepy, and there was a blood-red cross tied to the front of the box, emitting a faint mist of blood under the light that seemed to seal an extremely terrifying existence. Yemo nodded and took the wooden box, a smile appearing on his face. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Eye of the Blade Demon. The first important material arrived, just one last step away from evolving the Tyrant. Right. What about the other material I need? Yemo asked suspiciously. The other material is a bit troublesome and requires you to wait for a moment. Xiaoyu's soft voice came out. A few minutes later, a footstep sounded outside the door, only to see several storage personnel wearing black formal dresses with white shirts inside, ties, black bowler hats, and somewhat tan skin, carrying a 6-meter-long black coffin, walked in. Yemo, you guys just put it here, Xiaoyu commanded. Several people sniffed and hurriedly put down the coffin, and after lifting up the coffin boards, they walked out of the solitary room. At this point, Xiaoyu looked at Yemo and said, Lord Yemo, please take a look. Seeing this, Yemo directly walked over. When he saw that a 6-meter-long, pitch-black long knife was being placed in the coffin, he immediately revealed a surprised expression. This sword is actually so handsome. Yemo was delighted in his heart. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Obsidian Giant Blade. System alert! You have gathered the required evolutionary materials for Tyrant. Does it evolve? Yemo sniffed without any hesitation and said excitedly, Evolution, Blade Tyrant. Next, the Blade Demon's eye in the wooden box as well as the Obsidian Giant Blade in the coffin directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the contract space within Yemo's body. Yemo sank down and looked towards the contract space. Tyrant had overtaken these materials and started to evolve, only to see its figure violently pull up into about 5 meters. The blood vessels and half of the heart that had been exposed outside the body began to hide towards the body. The muscles that had taken on a bleeding red color after absorbing the virus began to slowly change, as if they had been poured by steel, full of extreme explosive power. What was even more surprising was that the Tyrant's circumference exuded a strange black substance. As the substance wrapped around him, a huge and dominating black leather coat, and a black cowboy hat appeared on the Tyrant's body. Roar! The Tyrant roared, pulled up the Obsidian Giant Blade on the ground, and instantly chopped out towards the front with a move of Jaeger's Thunder Slash. Boom! A huge blade chi sliced through the contracted space, flying out at great speed like a thunderous crescent moon, and its power was astonishingly great. Master, I've evolved successfully. Blade Tyrant's low voice came out, only it spoke very unskillfully and sounded a little muffled. Congratulations, Tyrant, Yemo responded. Next, the Blade Tyrant twisted his wrist and danced the 6-meter-long greatsword out with a few knife blossoms, inserting it directly into the knife box on the back of his leather jacket, and then, along with the long knife, slowly regained his height of about 2 meters, and at that moment, Yemo directly opened Tyrant's panel to check it out. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant, Tyrant, Race, Corpse, Rank, LV, 20 Paragard level, Experience, 0/11600. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Ultra Viral Reinforcement, Overall Physical Reinforcement. Extreme Reinforcement of Attack Power. Virus Uptake. Skill, Destructive Blast, 2nd level. Rush Attack, 2nd level. Rending Claws, 2nd level. Intermediate Healing, 2nd level. Blade Aura Infestation, 2nd level. Focused Magic Eye, 2nd level. Advanced Knife Skills. Super Matter Penetration, 8th Order. Flame Light Step, Special. Thunder Chop, Special. Viral Stance, Special. Jutsu, Binding Release LL, upon release. Blade Tyrant assumes his ultimate form. Defects, no. Intimacy, 100, sacrificing his life to protect his master. Current state, exuberance. Excitement, confidence. Evolvable times, 0 times. Introduction. After being cultivated by a divine corpse breeder, his abilities have been drastically improved. Hidden evolutions provide a substantial increase in attack power, as well as excellent language skills and intelligence. After reading this, Yemo's mood was incomparably happy and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad for a hidden route. This is just awesome. On the way back to the inner city, Yemo inquired in detail about President Chen sniffing about the 1,000-year moon essence and the cyan cold marrow, and the response from the other side was that these materials are very rare. However, the Jiangnan City trading market happened to have these materials, and because they were expensive and the core of the corpse race's evolution, they were absolutely unattended. Hearing Elder Chen's tone of 100% certainty, Yemo was instantly relieved. However, he still wanted to hurry up and prepared to travel to Jiangnan City in a couple of days. Let's hope that these materials are really unattended, as Elder Chen said. Yemo secretly said in his heart. This time back in the inner city, he wasn't returning towards his own villa. Instead, he came to one of the most powerful organizations in the inner city, the Department of Law Enforcement. Looking at the law enforcement building in front of him, which was full of solemnity and angularity, Yemo didn't even think about it and directly put on the snow shadow badge and walked in the direction of the main door of the law enforcement building. In front of the gate, the two ordinary enforcers watching the sentry saw Yemo's arrival. The originally laid-back look instantly became serious. They were ready to stop Yemo and interrogate him. As Yemo approached, they immediately revealed a surprised expression, and the seriousness on their faces suddenly disappeared. It was because the gorgeous crystal badge that was hanging on Yemo's chest looked particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. "My lord, please come in." The two law enforcers reached out their hands and signaled, facing a respectful look. Although the law enforcement department managed the order of the entire inner city, it didn't dare to put up any airs when facing the members of the Tomb-seeking Corps, because they manage almost all civilians who don't have any power, as well as the coffin suppressors whose strength did not exceed 3 stars at the beginning level and who preferred to spend their days comfortably in the inner city. Therefore, most of the law enforcers, their strength would not exceed the beginner's level, and there were only a handful of them that could reach the middle level. When Yemo saw the gesture of the two, he nodded his head indifferently and walked straight into the law enforcement hall on the first floor. "Hello, I want to ask something," Yemo said as he looked toward a woman sitting in front of a computer not far away, wearing the uniform of the law enforcement team and working seriously. The woman sniffed and slowly looked up, a flash of surprise in her eyes. "So handsome." Immediately after, she noticed the badge on Yemo's chest and stood up nervously. "Your Honor, please, do you know Su Feng? I'd like to inquire about where his family lives," Yemo said indifferently. With these words, the woman's face instantly showed surprise as she said, "My lord, I know him. I don't really know where he lives, though." "Then pull up his file and run it for me." "Yes, my lord." Inner City, Sky Peak Supreme Hotel, 60th floor, top floor. In one of the most luxurious private rooms, a dozen or so powerful people from the inner city were gathered, talking and laughing, despite the fact that they were ordinary people, with strengths like that of a coffin suppressor. However, in their families, almost all of them had a high-ranking coffin suppressor sitting in their homes and supporting them all the time. Therefore, many middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters would not take the initiative to provoke them, even though they would scoff and treat them like ants when they learned of their identity. Of course, these inner-city dignitaries didn't dare to easily offend the coffin suppressor. After all, that would be no different from looking for death. The Lord's seat. Su Feng sipped his wine with a grave expression, his mind pondering. It's been 2 days since the bounty was posted. Why hasn't there been any news from the Tomb Raiders? Is it hard to miss? Come to think of it. Su Feng shook his head again, secretly saying, "I guess there were too many people offering rewards and they forgot to notify me." Originally, he was in the way of President Chen's backing behind Yemo, and did not dare to think about Yemo, but when he inadvertently learns that Yemo killed someone on the street in Doomsday Town, his vengefulness flares up. Moreover, upon ascertaining that Yemo had no one to protect him after he left the city, Su Feng understood one thing. That was that Yemo didn't carry much weight in President Chen's heart, so he directly launched a bounty on Yemo. Aside, an obese bald middle-aged man seemed to have noticed that Su Feng did not look too good. He hurriedly picked up a glass of wine and came to Su Feng's side. Ha ha, old brother Su, today is the day you break through as a quasi-high order coffin suppressor. Why don't we put aside any troublesome matters and let's have a drink first? When Su Feng heard this, his face instantly returned to normal as he faintly said, yes, since that's the case, then little brother will toast you first, the bald middle-aged man said with a smile. Congratulations on your breakthrough to quasi-high order coffin suppressor, little brother toasts you. Seeing this, the others also stood up and toasted towards Su Feng. Su Feng picked up the wine glass and didn't get up, just bumped it on the table before drinking it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts were looking extremely excited. This meal was hosted by that bald man, and it was undoubtedly extremely flattering for them to be able to sit at the table and accompany Su Feng for a sip of wine. In the inner city, Su Feng was the emperor of the land. Even if he wasn't the strongest in the inner city, he was now expelled from the law enforcement department. However, over the years, none of the ordinary forces he had enlisted were the top powerhouses in the inner city, and even the outer city had quite a few middle-ranked Coffin Town casket masters who had befriended him. Ha ha, old brother Su is a good drinker. Little brother toasts you again. The bald man was extremely pleased in his heart and once again added a glass of wine to Su Feng. Fawning, the others saw this and refilled their drinks. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded from outside the door of the private room. Add a glass to mine and I'll make a nice toast to him too. The words. The door was slowly pushed open, and a young figure with a smiling face suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. When the crowd saw this scene, a look of displeasure instantly appeared on their faces. However, they were all old farts and didn't directly start cursing. Instead, they suspiciously sized up Yemo, and at this point, Su Feng, who was on the main seat, stood up in a mischievous manner, his face becoming incomparably surprised. It's you, Su Feng said with an ugly face. What, not welcoming me? The corner of Yemo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, then slowly walked towards the table. Seeing this, a powerful nobleman hurriedly gave Yemo a seat. Yemo ignored the other party as soon as he sat down on the seat that was given out. Immediately following, directly picking up a bottle of wine, he said, "Come, Captain Su, I'll toast you with a jug of severed head wine." With these words, there was an uproar. When these dozen or so inner city dignitaries heard this, they hurriedly retreated to the side, a look of horror in their eyes. They didn't expect Yemo to actually come to pick a fight. As ordinary people, how could they dare to participate in the struggle between coffin suppressors? Ah, Lord Su, I suddenly remembered that there's something else going on at home, so I'll leave first, a man said nervously. Su, Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth and is now asking me to go back immediately. A dozen or so powerful men have been thinking of buggering off. Su Feng ignored the words of these mole crickets. Instead, his face turned blue and he stared at Yemo in death. He didn't expect the mighty Ghost's Grave hunting group to miss the mark and reveal his information. This meant that President Chen must have secretly made a move, and he would definitely die today. However, in his opinion, Yemo's guts were also really big. Daring to come alone, then he would pull Yemo down even if he died. You want to toast my severed head? With your strength it doesn't seem like you're qualified, Su Feng said coldly. With these words, Yemo backhanded a bottle of wine and threw it out, directly falling on Su Feng's face and bursting open. Looking at the blood flowing horizontally across Su Feng's face, Yemo said expressionlessly, "Is that enough now?" Su Feng touched the blood on his face, and his expression instantly became hideous. "Kid, you seek death," Su Feng roared. Next, spiritual energy rippled in his hands directly. A hexagram formation emerged, and a white-silver coffin drilled out from it. When Yemo saw this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, when he entered, he had the opportunity to directly assassinate Su Feng. As long as the opponent was defenseless, the tyrant could kill him with a direct slash. But then, the coffin spirit of the opponent would disappear with his death, waiting for no half experience. And now, a level 30 quasi-commander coffin spirit. It was perfectly possible to boost Tyrant and Chi-Chi's experience another notch. No hesitation. Yemo also instantly summoned Tyrant. Next, the Tyrant directly slashed out a terrifying blade chi. This blade chi was extremely terrifying, instantly splitting the large round table in the center and flying towards Su Feng at extreme speed. When Su Feng saw this, he broke out into a cold sweat and bellowed out, "Why is your summoning so fast?" At this point, he was too late to get the coffin spirit to open the coffin, because the moment the coffin spirit came out, there was a possibility that it would be cleaved to death by this blade chi. Solely, He directly stood the coffin in front of his body to defend himself against this blade chi of the tyrant. Only a boom was heard. The silver coffin was instantly dented, leaving a huge crack in the coffin board. A horrifying force emanated out, and Su Feng was blasted to fly several meters backward, and even the coffin slammed hard against the wall at the back, directly smashing the wall with countless spiderweb cracks. Pust! Su Feng coughed violently, spraying a mouthful of bright red blood mist from his mouth as his face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? Obviously the day before yesterday he was only a beginner 3-star. How can you hurt me now? The next second, however, another blade chi burst out. The coffin panels instantly exploded. If you don't open the coffin, I'll do it for you, Mo said indifferently. He hadn't wanted to waste time, wanting to seize the opportunity to directly second the other party the moment their coffin spirit came out. But Mo didn't expect the other party to have good resilience and directly changed to using the coffin to resist the damage. At this point, however, Su Feng had already lost some of his soul in fear. Where did he still have the desire to fight? Black Mist Ghost, use your skills to stall him, Su Feng shouted in a panic. Next, an evil spirit whose body was composed of black mist, whose limbs were bone claws and whose face was a white bone mask flew out of the coffin, only to see the Black Mist Ghost violently spewing out a mouthful of black mist, instantly turning the entire room into a sight of pitch black. Unable to reach out, take me to escape, Su Feng roared. Taking advantage of the black fog, he smashed the room's window guard with a punch and jumped straight down from the 60th floor. As he jumped, the Black Mist Ghost transformed into a black cloud that appeared at his feet, giving him a drastic reduction in the speed of his descent. Ha ha ha, kid, trying to kill old me, you're still a bit tender, Su Feng laughed out loud. The next second, however, two pillars of blinding golden light erupted from the room on the top floor, directly dispersing the black fog in the room. Looking at Su Feng, who had already jumped off the building, Mo's face turned blue. This guy is so crafty, but he would never let the experience that came to him disappear. Tyrant, give chase. With these words, Tyrant steeply turned into more than 5 meters tall, took the long knife in his hand, and slashed a wall directly into 2 halves, then jumped down towards the stairs. Seeing this, Mo directly leapt in a figure and stood on the Tyrant's shoulder, chasing Su Feng along with it. At this moment, Su Feng, who was already close to the ground, a popping sound was heard from the roof of the building, and he looked up at once. At this look, his pupils plummeted, revealing an incomparable look of horror. Shit, is this kid still human? How dare he chase after this? Only countless bricks and rubble were seen falling like rain, and while Tyrant jumped off the 60-story building, he thrust his giant blade into the wall with one hand, was able to mitigate the frantic rate of descent. At this moment, Mo was extremely calm because the Tyrant had a viral stance. A pair of bone horns sprouted from Tyrant's shoulders to keep him steady, facing the ear-piercing gusts of wind. Mo's eyes locked onto the Black Mist Ghost at Su Feng's feet. He hadn't had the chance to use the golden ray since he had obtained the ability to break the evil golden pupil in the past 2 days. But today, after his first taste of this evil-breaking golden light ability, he had become madly obsessed with this feeling. He was sure that he could kill demons in seconds with these eyes even without using the coffin spirit. Tyrant, speed up the descent, Mo said excitedly. With a roar, the Tyrant pulled out 80% of the giant blade that had been inserted directly into the wall. The speed picked up steeply, and at this moment, the Tyrant descended at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Mist Ghost as well as Su Feng. Black Mist Ghost, use a big move, Su Feng said with a trembling body. However, Mo could not give him a chance. A golden light flashed in his eyes. Die for me. Buzz. 2 terrifying golden pillars of light like lasers instantly burst out from Mo's eyes. The energy was so strong that it melted iron and refined gold. It directly pierced the Black Mist Ghost and killed it on the spot in seconds. Su Feng, on the other hand, was left with his feet in the air, directly falling from high in the air, being thrown to pieces and splattering blood on the spot. Ding, you have successfully killed LV 30 Black Mist Evil Ghost. Ding, as a contracted master, your kills remain valid. Ding, your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 3000 experience value. Your coffin spirit, 7-7, doubles its experience and gains plus 3000 experience value. Ding, the current coffin spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi, ranked LV, 20 Paraguardian. Experience required for next level 3000/11600. Looking at the experience that had skyrocketed once again, Mo's face instantly revealed an excited smile. Ha ha, it's true that killing someone else's coffin spirit is still better than killing demons. Tomorrow Xiaoya should be back soon. I also wonder how much experience value that level 28 Raven of Winds can give me? There should be at least 1000. Right? A hint of killing intent flared up in Mo's heart. Now, He was a quasi-middle ranked coffin suppressor and his coffin spirit was level 20. Those magic blood pills that I bought earlier to not provide experience and only serve as snacks for tyrants. The experience that the Moon's Essence Stone could provide had also been reduced to a few points, which didn't have much value. We'll find another time today and settle that innkeeper by the way, as well as the guy who ran away from Doomsday Town before we do so, Yi Mo secretly said in his heart. He considered resolving all the aftermath and then heading to Jiangnan City to explore the news of the evolutionary materials needed by Chi-Chi. In the Valley of Doom, Yi Xiaoyao had just commanded Inferno to finish blasting several low-level zombies with Hellfire, when she heard the continuous vibration of her cell phone as well as message alerts. Out of confusion, she curiously grabbed her cell phone from her pocket to take a look. Several eye-catching news pop-up messages appeared in her eyes. Big news for the inner city. Today, at around 12 o'clock noon, a rare high-ranking coffin suppressor battle took place at the Sky Peak Supreme Hotel, the highest building in the inner city. Former law enforcement chief Su Feng was forced to fall to his death. Inner City News Service, ultra-combustible high-ranking town coffin master battle video, high energy all the way. Inner City Gossip Club, shocker, that man is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunting Group. Clicking on these messages and videos one after the other. After reading it, Yi Xiaoyao instantly covered her mouth in surprise and sucked in a breath. This is actually brother. Yi Xiaoyao's figure trembled a little. These news were like a doomsday storm that continued to destroy her perception of Yi Mo. Realize that. Yi Mo decamped for 2.5 years before contracting a coffin spirit. Now, after just less than 3 days of contracting, he was able to kill Su Feng, and he had also become a member of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troupe that no one knew about. This is simply unthinkable. 2 minutes later, the shocked look on Yi Xiaoyao's face slowly disappeared, followed by a happy smile. Yi Mo is her brother and the only person she trusts in this world. So no matter how outrageous things happen to Yi Mo, she wouldn't question them or get to the bottom of them. My brother is awesome. Yi Xiaoyao's heart grew more and more elated. For the past 2.5 years, she was the one who was in charge of Yi Mo, taking care of the other party's life and living like a private nanny. But Yi Mo had now not only regained the confidence he had a few years ago, he had even become so powerful, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely pleased. Don't expect me to take care of you again, only you take care of me, Yi Xiaoyao thought in her heart. Just then, when Jing seemed to be sensing Yi Xiaoyao's incomparable excitement, she revealed a smile and walked straight over, softly asking, Xiaoyao, your Hell Inferno demon is really powerful, but you still need to work on adapting to the rhythm of battle and strengthening your battle awareness. Next week's examination is the only way for you to get the #1 score in Linhu province. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. It seemed like one was thinking that she was complacent after killing the demon. But that's normal. What person who contracted an A-class coffin spirit wasn't floating? I know, Sister Wen Jing. I'll work hard. Yi Xiaoyao nodded and said. Hearing this, Wen Jing's heart let out a sigh of relief. Last night she had gotten word that there were also students in the next base city who had contracted A-class coffin spirits. This was undoubtedly giving Yi Xiaoyao one more competitor. The original Outstanding Mentor title would have rewarded her with a $500 million bonus. These bonuses, combined with her savings, were enough to buy a coveted C-rank coffin spirit. But this time, the principal gave her the word that as long as she could make Yi Xiaoyao take first place, let's just quintuple the bonuses for good mentors. How does that not make her tick? Just get the $2.5 billion. Then I won't have to consider a C-rank coffin spirit anymore, but a B-rank coffin spirit. Wen Jing was in a good mood, a charming smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, an extremely surprised voice rang out from not far away. Geez, isn't this Xiaoyao's brother? So awesome. Many of the trainees looked over in confusion when they heard this voice. A cute girl was seen holding her cell phone, looking at the video with a shocked look on her face. Zhou Mengyu, what are you looking at? What Xiaoyao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao actually has a brother. How come we've never heard of it? Zhou Mengyu sniffed and hurriedly said, have you guys not been paying attention to the news pushes from the inner city? Just now there were several messages pushed about Xiaoyao's brother. You guys go and look. With these words, many people began to get curious and hurriedly took out their cell phones to search for it. When they saw these messages, all of them were incomparably shocked. Crap, Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-level coffin suppressor. He also beheaded the former captain of the law enforcement department. This is too awesome. There's even more awesome. His brother is actually a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb hunting troupe. It's unbeatable. At this point, everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Xiaoyao with envy in their eyes. Yi Xiaoyao was not only powerful in her own talent, but she also had an incomparably powerful brother above her. Who else would dare to mess with her in this Fengyu city? And at that moment, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. Do you not recognize this face? This guy is clearly the same oddball who made a joke at school 2 years ago. Everyone knows that he's a corpse servant talent. How could he be a high-ranked coffin suppressor? A pretty-looking girl said disdainfully. All along, she had been a rival with Yi Xiaoyao, and she didn't believe that the other party's brother was that powerful. Hearing this, many people also began to talk. This seems to be really the same oddball from before, but it still looks pretty cool. Could it be a special effects video? After all, every year during graduation season, the inner city makes kind of a high-flame battle promo for everyone to see. A girl with a flowery look in her eyes said, "The inner city has pushed the message, so how can it still be false? In my opinion, it can't be that oddball. How could that oddball have this kind of strength?" The crowd was talking, and at this point, the temperature around them seemed to have risen a lot. Yi Xiaoyao's double ponytails inadvertently turned into a fiery red color, then scattered in all directions, fluttering against the wind. "Anyone who dares to say another word about my brother being the odd man out, I'll rip out anyone's mouth." Yi Xiaoyao's eyes erupted with bursts of fire, and her voice was extremely cold, appearing very angry. The crowd turned around and saw that Yi Xiaoyao's body was covered in flames, emitting a violent burning sensation, living like a flame witch, emitting a terrifying might. The Hell Inferno demon beside her was even more incomparably excited, revealing a greedy and tyrannical expression. As long as Yi Xiaoyao's command was given, it would not hesitate to destroy everything in front of it. "Ah, sorry, Yao-San. We didn't know that lord was your brother. I'm sorry. The crowd apologized. A few breaths later, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath and faded the flames around her body. Her complexion became calm and would not pay any attention to these people. This flame baptism talent, as well as the company of the Inferno demon, has made my temper even bigger." Yi Xiaoyao frowned and said darkly, "But no matter what, as long as someone dared to speak ill of her brother to his face, she dared to turn the tables on them on the spot." Julia Wen silently watched this little interlude happening in front of her. In a normal situation, she would have gone ahead and interceded. But now, she only felt that her entire body was in a state of stagnation, and a trance-like color appeared in her eyes. Yi Mo, he's not dead? The leader of the fierce ghost tomb hunters didn't manage to kill him either? When Jing sucked in a breath of cold air, seemingly skeptical of the authenticity of the message, she hastily took out her cell phone and searched for it. The results that popped up shocked her to the depths of hell. How is this possible? Obviously he just contracted for less than 3 days. How does he have the strength to kill a quasi-high rank? Looking at the battle images in the video, Wen Jing suddenly lost her color. And what made her feel even more terrified? Yi Mo was actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave hunting troupe. It's over. Yi Mo must have known what I did. I'm dead. Wen Jing's heart panicked, and 10,000 emotions of remorse rushed into her heart. If he hadn't cheated Yi Mo for that little bit of selfish fame and fortune, then wouldn't he have taught 2 super geniuses? And his status has risen? And worst case scenario, one's fear of cheating the other party is exposed, and one ruthlessly takes things to the extreme and goes straight to the bounty. There is certainly no wiggle room left in this. I'm dead. Wen Jing's eyes flushed red. For a moment she almost cried in front of her students, almost removing her usual disguise of a gentle, knowing and mature teacher. In fact, she's usually extremely contrarian in private, and is polarizing and selfish. How about I kneel to him and beg for forgiveness, or become his slave? Will he spare me? Wen thought left and right, not daring to make a decision right away. If Yi Mo could really make her a slave, that would be the best outcome for her. When the time came for Yi Mo to become more and more powerful, then her position as a slave could be above the 10,000. Let's call and ask him first. Maybe he'll forgive me for old time's sake. Wen Jing thought in her mind, if I can't forgive me, I'll run away again. Anyway, the black crow flies fast, so he's sure he can't catch me. At this point, Wen Jing looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said with a forced calmness, Xiaoyao, you guys continue your training. The teacher has something to do, so I'll leave you for a moment. Having said that, Wen then headed towards the vicinity of a broken-down complex near the river. Soon, she then found a high wall that was still intact and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she directly dialed Yi Mo's number. No one answered the phone. A few minutes later, after hundreds of calls, Wen finally got through. Yi Mo, I'm Sister Wen Jing. Is it convenient to discuss something? Wen Jing said nervously. However, a cute lowly voice suddenly came over the phone and, inconvenient, my host is riding his bike. You can talk to Chi-Chi if you have something to say. Hearing this, Wen Jing first froze. Master? Wen Jing muttered, followed by a burst of ecstasy in her heart. I can't imagine that Yi Mo actually has this kind of hobby. Looks like I have a chance to live. Wen coughed lightly, then involuntarily clamped her throat and whispered, Can you give the phone to your master? The words. A puzzled male voice came from the phone. What do you want from me? Yi Mo. I came to apologize to you. I lied to you before, but you can actually take the graduation test. Wen Jing said nervously. The caller smiled faintly. Interesting. What else? Go on. At the back. I was afraid that you would know about this. So all of a sudden I had a brain fart and put a bounty on you. Wen Jing's tone was extremely soft, as if a little girl had done something wrong. Actually, I wanted to withdraw the bounty right away, but they wouldn't let me, and said they'd kill me if I dared to back out. You also know how scary those people are. I don't dare to offend them. Wen Jing lied, while carrying a hint of crying, trying to make Emo's pity kick in. Emo. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to try to put a bounty on you. If you can forgive me, I can be your slave and call you Lord like that little girl just did. Tick-tock. The phone was hung up instantly. Wen Jing's face became extremely ugly. Damn it. The teacher begged you like this and gave you a face. You're so far away from me now. What else can you do to me? Wen Jing spoke out in shame and anger, muttering to herself. I'm leaving Fengyu City right now, and you won't be able to find my mother for the rest of your life. When I'm rich in the future, I'll launch a commission against the tomb seekers who aren't afraid of the Snow Shadow Corps. I'm going to put a bounty on you for the rest of your life, Wen Jing said viciously. Suddenly, two cackles of laughter rang out from the back of the broken building. Ha ha ha, Tuko. Did you hear that? This woman seems annoyed. This kind of woman is still scary. Emo hadn't even messed with her, so she launched a bounty, which was simply heartless. If she doesn't die, Emo probably won't be able to sleep well for the rest of his life. Who is it? Come out here. Hearing the jeering behind the wall, Wen Jing was shocked and droned. Next, the wall next to him exploded with a bang, directly blowing apart countless bricks flying in all directions. Seeing this, Wen Jing went straight towards dodging the bricks. Wait until the wall has completely caved in, only to see a massive tomb guardian white ape appear before her eyes. And on one side of the white ape guarding the tomb is a bloody nurse suit walker, and on the other side is a black-robed skeleton wizard. Behind them, 3 young men and women facing sneering colors appeared. It's you guys are following me, Wen exclaimed in shock. Ha ha, of course I have to follow you. If I don't, what if you run away? Monkey said with a smile. On the other end, Emo rode a motorcycle provided by the Sky Peak Supreme Hotel and sped down the road. This call from Wen also gave him a direct indication of what breed the other party was. Originally, he was still thinking about the other party's coffin spirit and wanted to personally settle the other party's life. But now, all it felt was a wave of nausea. Hey, Lin Yin. Emo called Lin Yin's phone. What's wrong? Emo? Lin Yin's faint voice came. Don't follow that woman. Please help me kill her now. Emo's tone carried a sense of anxiety. I'm still on my way here. She's probably not going to make it back to town. She's going to run early. Meanwhile, Lin Yin looked at Wen Jing, who was caught in a siege, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but show a burst of teasing. Didn't you want to end her yourself? How come they're killing her early now? Should we capture her alive? Lin Yin said in a soft voice. But don't. I get sick and nauseous when you mention this woman. Killing her is too damn obscure for me to get my hands dirty. The phone call was tinged with disgust. Gee, really? Don't you need us to take her alive? She's right in front of us now, surrounded by the 3 of us. Lin Yin asked with a smile. Just kill it. As soon as the words fell, Emo's end hung up the phone. Hearing the voice coming from Lin Yin's phone, Wen Jing's face became grave. It's not that easy to kill me, she said with a cold snort. As long as she summoned the Dark Raven Prophet and used the jutsu to disassociate a few people, she would be able to leave in peace. Without any hesitation, the spiritual energy in her hand instantly surged, and a hexagram seal directly took shape. However, before she could get around to summoning the coffin out, a tall, bloody shadow, bringing up a burst of bloody light, appeared in front of her like a ghost. Next, clawed shadows too fast for the naked eye to catch flashed through the air. With a poof, Wen Jing's arm that had condensed the formation was instantly severed and thrown several meters. A sharp pain hit her, making her pale and trembling. The Scarlet Nurse Walker in front of him was too fast and wasn't about to allow himself to summon his coffin spirit. Then wouldn't he be unable to escape now and only die? Come to think of it, Wen endured the severe pain, a hint of murderous intent flooding her center, while holding a hint of fantasy at the same time. As long as he left the distance of 10 meters from these 3 people, he had every chance to summon the coffin spirit to escape. If not, he could make these 3 kill each other before he died. Can you take me to see Emo? I want to apologize to him face to face. It's me who has apologized to him. Even if I die, I still want to die under him, Wen Jing said with a face of remorse. Only the killing intent in her heart grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Lin Yin's face was indifferent and ignored it, her eyes instead looking at it as if she was looking at a corpse. For the malice in the other's heart had nothing to hide before her gift. Kill. 2 icy cold words spat out from Lin Yin's mouth. Only the angel in blood slowly raised a hand with blood-red sharp claws. Then with lightning-fast speed, He directly stabbed through Wen Jing's heart. Bang! As the other party's body fell to the ground, Lin hurriedly made a call. Already killed. Lin said indifferently. Thanks a lot. The voice on the phone rang out. I'll be over as soon as I'm done with Doomtown. You don't have to come over. We're going back now. Lin said. Alright then. You guys bring my sister back by the way too. We'll be in touch then. After saying that, Yi Mo Zhen directly hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Yi Mo once again arrived at Doomsday Town. It was simple to come here with only one purpose, and that was to kill the innkeeper. The escaped coffin suppressor. Perhaps he couldn't find it for a while, but one could do the same thing someone else did and then pull up the footage from the inn and put a bounty on that person. In the inn, the innkeeper was standing restrainedly beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a centipede-like, unhealed scar on his face, which looked a bit shocking. Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this in to me? This is the legacy Wu Yong left you. There are tens of millions of dollars coming in a year at least. Don't you run it down? Scarface looked at the innkeeper and asked suspiciously. An elementary one-star coffin suppressor. Can't suppress them either. So I can only beg and plead. And I can't make ends meet every day. Boss Wu hurriedly shook his head and said, if only my nephew were still around. Boss Wu's nephew was a middle-ranked 7-star coffin suppressor. Although his strength wasn't very strong, he still had a bit of means in a low-level area like Doomsday Town. And this Scarface in front of him, nicknamed Poison Dragon, is his nephew's teammate. Extremely good relations, belonging to the same tomb-seeking group. Hearing this, Poison Dragon's eyes closed tightly, and his face revealed an incomparable look of pain, saying, AI, Xiao Wu is so young. It's really a pity. It's just a pity that we have too many tasks in the tomb-seeking corps, or else I could have helped him take care of you for a while. When Boss Wu heard this, his face was instantly delighted. Previously, his own nephew had often mentioned in front of him that the relationship between this poisonous dragon and him was as if they were master and disciple, with a lifelong friendship, and could definitely be trusted. And although it was the first time Boss Wu had met Poisonous Dragon, after a brief conversation, he realized that every word Poisonous Dragon said came from his heart. With his experience, it was completely impossible for the other party to be faking it when he exuded a look of regret. At this point, Boss Wu seemed to think of something, and his mood looked a little anxious, but still smiled and said, Boss Poison Dragon, since Osamu is your good brother and has been taken care of by you many times, then I'll give you a 50% discount and transfer this into you for half price. Hearing this, Poison Dragon hesitantly nodded and said, alright then, count me as taking advantage of you this time. In the future, if you come across anything difficult to solve, you can come directly to me. Having said that, Poison Dragon handed a card directly to Boss Wu. When Boss Wu saw this, he hastily took the bank card with an excited look on his face. In this world, there really are such fools, but if he starts to be mischievous, he can rob me of everything. Boss Wu sneered in his heart. A few minutes ago, he noticed the news from the inner city and realized that the young man he had placed a bounty on was not only not dead, but also had an incomparably terrifying background and strength. It gave him the idea of running straight away. But before he left, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to make a buck. So he contacted this trustworthy person that his nephew had told him about. At that time, if Yi Mo came to seek revenge, there was a high probability that Poison Dragon would help him block the shot. Boss Poison Dragon, I suddenly remembered that I still have one thing left to do. I have to go out first, Boss Wu said eagerly. In his haste, he subconsciously threw the bank card into the space backpack left behind by his nephew. Now that he's got the money, he's ready to just take the family money and run. And just then, Poison Dragon lightly skimmed the other party's spatial backpack, and his eyes suddenly stared. Then a loud laugh suddenly rang out. Boss Wu, don't go yet. I suddenly remembered something I wanted to ask you. When Boss Wu heard this, he immediately frowned and said, Boss Poison Dragon, what is the matter you wish to ask about? Didn't Xiao Wu get a rare skill stone before? I want to ask if you know where he put it. Poison Dragon said with a smile on his face. A 10-meter long, thicker than a bucket, flower-spotted viper was then released from the silver coffin. When Boss Wu saw this scene, a look of horror appeared on his face. Where was he now that he didn't know what the other side meant? It's over. I should have known I shouldn't have coveted this small amount of money. It's a big loss this time. Boss Wu's face was incomparably ugly. A rare skill stone was worth so much that it was comparable to a B-rank coffin spirit, and he had now thrown away so much of his fortune for these tens of millions of dollars. Isn't this a proper clown? Boss Poison Dragon, I have the skill stone here. Can you let me go if I give it to you? Boss Wu said in panic. Immediately afterward, he fondly pulled out a bizarre crystal with a glowing red body that emitted a gust of burning heat from his spatial backpack. When the Poison Dragon saw this, greed suddenly erupted in its eyes and its face became incomparably excited. Ha 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 ha. That kid Wu Yong would rather be lynched by old me than say where the skill stone is. Turns out it was hidden in your guy's hands. If you hadn't taken the initiative to contact me, I really wouldn't have known that this guy had an uncle like you. It seems he values your life. With these words, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to spew flames as if he had lost his mind. So it was you who killed my nephew. He trusted you so much. You are simply an animal. Ha ha ha. So what if it is? Not only did I kill him, I even fed his corpse to the Snake King. Poison Dragon laughed and said, while patting the body of the flower-spotted giant snake with his hand. Seeing this, the flower-spotted serpent turned its head to look at Boss Wu. A ferocious color flashed in its vertical pupils, and its mouth spat out letters, ready to directly devour the other party. When Boss Wu saw this, his heart sank. Although he is a capricious, see the wind at the helm of the bullying villain, but Wu Yong, but he was brought up from childhood, comparable to his own son. Blood is thicker than water. How can I not be satisfied with this revenge? Right, stall the time. Stall until that youth comes over. As long as he comes over, maybe I can get my revenge. There's still a chance of survival. Boss Wu's heart was ruthless, so he grabbed the last bit of opportunity to utilize it. Next, he flopped to his knees and hastily begged for forgiveness. Boss Poison Dragon, just now it was my impulsive moment and I failed to control my emotions. I can give you the skill stone, but can you let me go? When Poison Dragon heard this, disdain flashed across his face as he said, let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Have you heard of the saying that you have to cut off the grass to get rid of the roots? Letting you go if you wait for you to put a bounty on me? And just then, not far from the door, two figures walked slowly. A figure over 2 meters tall, wearing a black leather coat, a leather cowboy hat, and a large sword longer than itself on his back. The other figure was a handsome-looking youth holding a child. The conversation inside the inn was heard clearly by Emo. There's actually a rare skill stone? Looks like the harvest this time won't be too bad. Emo secretly said in his heart. The Tyrant was then led to the front door of the inn. And that's when the two people inside the store seemed to sense something unusual and hurriedly looked out of the inn. When Boss Wu saw this, his heart was first filled with a wave of fear, which turned into a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect Emo to arrive so promptly. Ha ha, poisonous bug, don't you want rare skill stones? Go ahead and grab it. Boss Wu laughed and instantly threw the fire-red rare skill stone in his hand towards Emo's direction, ruthlessly. Seeing this, Emo made a smooth move and directly grabbed the skill stone in his hand. And when the Poison Dragon saw this scene, his face became extremely hideous. Kid, hurry up and hand over the skill stones and I'll spare your life, Poison Dragon said angrily. When Boss Wu, who was on the side, saw this, his face suddenly became wildly happy. Fight up, fight, Boss Wu said with anticipation in his heart. As long as the two made their move, he could find a chance to escape. The next second, however, a gushing blade chi directly blasted open the door of the inn, carrying an unparalleled momentum as it chopped towards Boss Wu. Put! A trail of blood slid down from the center of his brow, and Boss Wu's body was split vertically on the spot, splitting in two, dead beyond repair. Emo looked at this scene indifferently with no waves in his heart. He ignored the threats of the Poison Dragon on the side and instead paid attention to the system beeps in his head. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rare Skill Stone *1. Whether to use it now? Use. Emo said silently with some anticipation in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the Rare Skill Stone. Gain the Fire Rare Skill, Lance of Molten Flames. Lance of Molten Inflammation. After learning this skill, you can gather a Lance of Molten Inflammation out of thin air and project it to attack. There is no racial restriction, and when learned by a non-fire coffin spirit, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. It seems to be driving crooked. Emo's face froze. To him, this skill was nothing more than adding a means of attack, and could be learned or not. According to the skill description, the effect of this skill is estimated to be similar to that of Jaeger's Thunder Slash. And now that the Tyrant was focused on using his sword, Chi-Chi drew and danced with his sword, which obviously didn't go well with that skill. That's a good skill to give to Xiao Yao. Come to think of it, with a wave of his hand, Emo directly put the Molten Inferno gun into his spatial backpack. Are you looking for death? Don't force me to kill you with my hands. Poison Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly as he took everything in, killing intent wrinkling in his heart. In his opinion, Emo was only a quasi-middle rank coffin suppressor. Although Tyrant Slash just now was stunning, it was merely splitting open a door and was not very powerful. If this slash were to strike at one's own flower-spotted great snake, with the great snake's hard scales, it would definitely be able to easily withstand it, making it impossible for the other party to break through the defense. It seems like your words are a bit much, Emo said indifferently. Next, Tyrant slashed directly at Poison Dragon. Seeing this, Poisonous Dragon hurriedly had flower-spotted snake block in front of his body. Only a ding was heard. Sparks plummeted. The blade chi whistled like the wind and fiercely blasted at the body of the flower-spotted serpent, instantly tearing open a long wound that was dripping with blood. The defense is not bad. Yi-mo skimmed. He then said with an expressionless face, Tyrant, don't try it. 1/. With these words, Poison Dragon was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that the slash that nearly cleaved flower-spotted snake to death was actually just a test. Orochi, take me to the vanishing ground, Poison Dragon roared. Seeing this, the flower-spotted serpent took the poisonous dragon in its mouth with one bite, twisted its body, and viciously drilled towards the ground. Yet before it could burrow a few inches into the ground, a blade chi with lightning light struck, directly slicing a crack several meters deep into the ground. The poisonous dragon and the flower-spotted serpent were killed on the spot. Ding! Blade Tyrant has successfully killed LV. 30 flower-spotted serpent. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! The current Coffin Spirits Tyrant, Chi-Chi, ranked LV, 20 Paraguardian. Experience required for next level 6000/11600. Hearing the system's prompt, Yimo's mouth suddenly revealed a hint of a smile. 2 more quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressors and I'll be upgraded. By the way, this innkeeper as well as the Poison Dragon's space backpack have not been taken yet. I wonder what kind of goodies are inside, Yi-mo thought. He then had Tyrant dig up the corpse of the Poison Dragon in the ground, while he himself walked over to the inn and removed the space backpack from the innkeeper's hands. In the inn, Yi-mo was examining the items left in the innkeeper's spatial package with interest. After an inspection, Yi-mo just shook his head. The interior of this backpack was not very spacious, and it merely contained some cash, as well as several savings cards that could not be used to withdraw money directly. And Yi-mo didn't know the passwords of these savings cards, so it was useless to hold them. He could only let Chi-Chi draw a fiery talisman to incinerate the cards and the innkeeper's corpse. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Tough Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Viper's Guts. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item, Viper's Tooth. Several consecutive beeps rang out, causing Yi-mo's face to freeze. Is this the benefit of leaving the coffin spirit or demonic creature's whole body? Yi-mo was surprised in his heart. Realize that, before Tyrant evolved, his attacks weren't as powerful as they are now, so he could only be forced to use ultra matter penetration to kill high-level enemies. However, the effects of the super matter penetration are extremely impressive. With one shot, the target was blasted to almost nothing, and what material could be left depended on luck. Without much thought, Yi-mo hurriedly walked out of the inn and arrived in front of the deep pit dug out by the Tyrant. Looking at the large snake corpse, Yi-mo couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Tyrant, looks like you're in for a treat today. With these words, where did the Tyrant not understand Yi-mo's meaning? It hurriedly used its knife to split the snake corpse into several pieces of flesh and blood and began to feast on it. For a while, the experience brushed off. A level 30 snake corpse? Excluding those third-order materials dug out just now, the blood and flesh left behind was also an extremely precious resource. Not only could mutated beast meat be consumed by coffin spirits to increase their strength, but humans could likewise enhance their physical qualities quite a bit after consuming it. Chi-Chi, help me get a cut of snake meat and ice it. When the time comes, I'll make snake soup for you. Yi-mo laughed. Chi-Chi sniffed and drew a talisman in one hand and held a sword in the other, only to see her 2 swords chopping out, the sword chi with a cold aura streaking out, slicing right on top of the snake's body. With a buzzing sound, the hard snake scales were like tofu, instantly sliced through while being frozen by the cold air. Crap, Yi-mo's heart was shocked. He himself had always thought of Chi-Chi as an aide, but had forgotten one fact. The opponent was an S-class coffin spirit. The base attributes were too much higher than the Tyrant, and the gap in potential would only become more pronounced as the level increased. This sword chi chop from Chi-Chi just now is almost comparable in power to the accumulated thunder chop issued by the Tyrant. 7/7's attacks are also very strong, so won't I be able to double my killing efficiency in the future? You can even single-handedly enter a level 30 level otherworldly secret realm. A confident look flashed in Yi-mo's eyes. You know, the benefit of entering the secret realm is that you can upgrade and get materials. There is a chance to even come across a mausoleum and dig up all the coffins buried in it. With his current strength, if he were to face a coffin spirit of around level 35 in the secret realm, he would definitely fight without using the supermatter penetration. The materials obtained at that time were absolutely beyond imagination. My godly talent has tripled the full abilities of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Obviously Chi-Chi has more to gain. When she evolves, her strength will only become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi-mo became more and more eager to complete the evolution task issued by the system. The Tyrant's potential can only be reached after level 39 when I can make it break through to C-rank potential with specific materials by virtue of my God rank talent. This is a long time to rush, though by the later stages, I can develop Tyrant's potential to the top. But right now, it still has a gap with S-class, or even A-class coffin spirits, Yi-Mo analyzed in his heart. After seeing the power of Chi-Chi, Yi-Mo briefly fell into a misunderstanding. In fact, with the Divine Corpse Breeder talent boost, the Tyrant's potential could no longer be measured in terms of the apparent D rank. Currently, the Tyrant's potential was definitely comparable to the B rank coffin spirits of other coffin suppression masters, and the Tyrant's ability to comprehend was very strong, as well as the various powerful skills rewarded by the system. Putting it all together, Tyrant had a chance to suppress some even against an A-rank potential coffin spirit of the same rank. If you use a supermatter penetration, it's a straight second. After Yi-Mo figured it out, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he continued to check out the Poison Dragon's spatial backpack. After checking it out, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. There was no other reason. The Poison Dragon was really too poor, and there were only a handful of third-order materials in his backpack, as well as some survival items needed in the wild. Evening. In the inner city, in Yi-Mo's house, Yi Xiaoyao's brows were furrowed as she sat on the sofa without a word and watched the TV. There were two things that bothered her. For one, Yi-Mo had transformed too much. In just a few days he had gone from a person without a contract to an existence whose strength was comparable to that of a high-rank coffin suppressor. Could it be that Yi-Mo was pretending before, hiding his strength from himself all along? Secondly, the direction that Tutor Wenjing had left was exactly the direction that Yi-Mo's three friends had appeared, and the cold woman among them, wearing a black trench coat, exuded a faint scent of blood. Combined with the fact that Tutor Wenjing had not returned to the class after a long time, Yi Xiaoyao guessed that the other party had already suffered a tragic death. Why did they kill Tutor Wenjing? Let's wait for Yi-Mo to come back and ask him for clarification, Yi Xiaoyao muttered. And just then, a locomotive roared outside the villa. Yi-Mo was back. Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly stood up from the sofa and went to the window, looking towards the outside. Only Yi-Mo parked his car downstairs and walked quickly towards the villa. Yi-Mo didn't do anything all afternoon. First he took Lin Yin and the others to the tomb-seeking guild to test their strength. Immediately after that, he brought the three of them to casually stroll around the outer city, eating and drinking, and finally settled them down and headed to the Wanbao building alone. At this point, he was in an excellent mood, carrying a modest space backpack in each hand. It was almost full of materials for raising demons. As an old brother, while being powerful himself, he would naturally not forget Yi Xiaoyao as his sister. If he messed with a powerful force in the future, Yi Xiaoyao would be vulnerable to backstabbing if she was too weak. Doorway. Yermo knocked on the door and said, "I'm back." Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and directly opened the door. Then ignoring Yi-Mo, she turned her head and walked towards the sofa and sat on her butt. It seems like I didn't mess with her, right? Yi-Mo scratched his head and muttered. He then walked over to the couch and sat down as well. And that's when Yi Xiaoyao's conspiratorial voice rang out. Yo, isn't this the legendary Lord Yi-Mo? It's actually possible to kill a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. How awesome. Yi Xiaoyao glared back at Yi-Mo and snorted coldly. Yi-Mo. Cough. Speak properly. Don't be gloomy. Yi-Mo lightly coughed and said. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, her face was filled with displeasure and she turned back to Yi-Mo with a puff of anger. Quickly tell me the truth. Why are you so strong? Did you hide it from me for 2.5 years? You're so strong. Why did you need me to take care of you all the time before? What the hell are you doing? Yi Xiaoyao, like a frantic kitten, grabbed Yi-Mo's ear and said, Old sister, have something to say. Don't make a move. Yi-Mo was somewhat speechless. If someone else dared to treat himself like this, then he would definitely send the other party to meet the king of hell. But this is on the other hand his own old sister. Cannot hit or scold, can only spoil. Hearing Yi-Mo's words, Yi Xiaoyao once again coldly grunted before she reluctantly let go of her hand. Come on. Then I'll be honest. I actually didn't hide my strength. Yi-Mo said faintly. Yi Xiaoyao's face flashed with suspicion when she heard this. Are you really not hiding your strength? Then how did you become so strong all of a sudden? There's no hiding it. It actually has to do with my natural mutation. Alright, you don't have to say anything. Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo was instantly confused. He was just about to explain himself. Why didn't the other party listen to him? Is it possible that he's angry again? And that's when Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi-Mo and said with a serious face, I don't care what talent you have. You're my brother. And I just need to know that you won't cheat on me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll twist your ears fiercely. Yi Xiaoyao made hand gestures to threaten. When Yi-Mo heard this, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He then handed the two space backpacks in his hands to Yi Xiaoyao. What's in this backpack? Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. There are some materials for cultivating demons in here. You can take them and cultivate Hell Inferno demons. With these words, Yi Xiaoyao's face instantly revealed a look of surprise. Immediately after that, she hurriedly rummaged around in her spatial backpack, only to see her quickly take out a large pile of materials with a happy smile on her face. Just then, she suddenly touched a crystal that gave off a burning aura. Without hesitation, she took it directly from her space backpack. Looking at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened. It's actually a fire rare skill stone. Yi Xiaoyao lost her voice. Realize that, even when demons were in the early stages, there weren't many means of being able to directly blast their enemies, and they relied entirely on their demonic bloodline to crush them. Originally, she was still nervous because there was also someone in the next base city who had indentured an A-class coffin spirit, but now the appearance of this fire skill stone would undoubtedly give Inferno one more surefire technique. With this rare skill stone, then I'll definitely be able to easily defeat all my opponents in next week's assessment. A confident look flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. She had gotten her Hell Inferno because of Yi Mo, and now Yi Mo had provided her with rare skill stones. For a moment, Yi Xiaoyao's mood was incomparably excited. Older brother, I love you. Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and directly pounced towards Yi Mo. When Yi Mo saw this, the corner of his eye twitched and, with any other girl, he wouldn't necessarily hide. But it's his sister, it would be an animal not to hide. Without hesitation, Yi Mo directly dodged away. Yi Xiaoyao pounced on the spot. Yi Mo, what are you hiding for? What do you mean? Yi Xiaoyao huffed and puffed, unable to resist the urge to twist the other party's hand. Older sister, calm down. It's not just a stone. Why are you so excited? Yi Mo said indifferently, digressing from the topic. Cut. You're starting to learn to pretend now that you're rich. I don't know who it used to be that was looking for money from me for nothing. Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Yi Mo. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao put away the materials provided by Yi Mo. She was in a great mood, so she said towards Yi Mo expectantly, brother, I will definitely take first place in next week's examination. You remember to be there to cheer me on then. With these words, a stunned look appeared on Yi Mo's face. He then said with a regretful expression on his face, I'm going to head to Jiangnan Base City tomorrow. I won't be back until the end of next week, and I don't think I'll be able to make it in time for your test. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's originally excited mood instantly became low. What are you doing in Jiangnan City? Yi Xiaoyao whispered. I'm going to accompany President Chen to attend a large coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. Yi Mo said indifferently. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes gave a start when she heard this. Then she looked at Yi Mo admiringly and said, worthy of being my brother, actually befriending such a big shot like President Chen. Awesome. Go ahead, come back next week and wait for my good news. Early the next morning, Yi Mo brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front lawn of the villa. After a long conversation last night, Yi Mo also explained what Wen Jing had done. This caused Yi Xiaoyao to burst into flames, and she was almost so angry that she didn't sleep all night. I didn't expect Wen to be that kind of person. It really pisses me off, Yi Xiaoyao chanted from time to time. Alright, the person is already dead, so stop chanting. Yi Mo shook his head helplessly. He then looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, you summon the Inferno demon first so that it can comprehend the skill. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Mo added, if it fails to comprehend, I'll take you to the tomb-seeking guild and find Elder Chen to get one. Cut. Don't believe me, my Inferno can definitely comprehend it. Yi Xiaoyao pouted, only to see her hands flashing with spiritual energy. A huge cross formation drawn and carved by flames appeared on the ground. Next, the 3-meter-long True King Emerald coffin quickly emerged from the formation. Come out, Inferno. Upon hearing Yi Xiaoyao's call, the coffin panel opened steeply. A demon with a height of 3 meters, a head with 2 horns, an evil face with fiery eyes, huge wings on its back, and a body covered in flame magic patterns appeared before the eyes of the two. Coffin spirit, Inferno. Race, demon. Level, LV. 3 servant level. Seal level, True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Demon King's bloodline, extremely strong physical ability. Immune to fire damage, while reducing damage taken by 75%. King of Flames, consumption of using fire skills is drastically reduced while the power is increased by 2x. When absorbing the surrounding fire attribute elements, you gain a super speed regeneration effect that restores your physical abilities. Skills, Inferno Blast, Flame Shield, Deterrence, Elementalization, Special, Flight, Hellfire, Special, Stunts, Inferno Field, stimulates the fire element within a certain range, changes the geographical environment, and strengthens all of his own abilities, while possessing the Coffin Master. Defects, no. Intimacy, 80, thousands of obedience. Current status, like, evolvable times, 3 times. Introduction, from the demonic hell. Dictator in the gates of hell. King among demons. Not bad potential. Worth cultivating. Seeing the introduction on the panel, Yimo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. The intimacy has gone up ridiculously. Xiaoyao flame baptism comes with the fire element. It's simply a perfect match for Hell Inferno. It was foreseeable that Yi Xiaoyao would definitely be able to maximize her effect as long as she contracted a fire coffin spirit. And I wonder if there are any fire dragons in the sky ridge of the world? If there is one, maybe Xiaoyao can have one, Yi Mo thought in his heart. And at this point, Hell Inferno Demon instantly became a little excited when it saw the fire rare skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand. Without hesitation, it directly received this skill stone and then absorbed it. 2 minutes passed with no response. Yi Mo and Yi Xiaoyao's faces also stared more and more. Is it hard to believe that comprehension has failed? Yi Mo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Yi Xiaoyao's stony face. Immediately after that, the laughter grew louder and louder. Even so happy that he pulled Yi Mo's hand and jumped up. Aha! Brother, Yanjun, it comprehended. It's realized. Aha! Brother, Yanjun, it comprehended. It's realized. Yi Mo looked at the other party's excited look, and a faint smile appeared on his face, nodding his head and praising. Awesome! He. That's for sure. Yanjun was designated to me by you. Old brother, can it not be awesome? Yi Xiaoyao spat out her tongue and laughed. It was a moment of heartfelt joy. It was simply wonderful to have an older brother who was gifted with great strength and who took care of himself and looked out for him. It seemed to come to mind. Yi Mo turned around and walked over to the black heavy motorcycle parked against the wall near the front lawn of the villa. Then said faintly, "Get in the car and take you to meet someone." When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on her face. See who? You come up first. You'll know when you go. A hint of a smile appeared on Yi Mo's face. Yi Xiaoyao scratched his head, no longer asking more questions, and immediately took the Hell Inferno back into the contract space, and hurriedly sat on the back seat of the locomotive. He then followed Yi Mo and drove out of the villa. Since Yi Mo didn't know Jiangnan City very well, that's why before he left, he purposely came to the tomb-seeking guild to ask President Chen for some advice. As for why he brought Yi Xiaoyao here, as an old brother, Yi Mo naturally wasn't too worried about her being alone, which was why he wanted to entrust her to Chen Lao, so that the other party could keep an eye on her. Tomb Quest Guild Level 3. Yi Xiaoyao was sitting nervously next to Yi Mo, her eyes occasionally sizing up the plain old man in front of her. In her perception, this old man was admired by 10,000 people, and his strength was even more terrifying. But no matter what, she hadn't expected that her own oldest brother would act extremely casually in front of the other party, as if the relationship was extraordinary. This is your sister? Awakened the super-ranked talent flame baptism? President Chen raised an eyebrow, a puzzled look on his face. Obviously, President Chen had also long been aware of Yi Xiaoyao's awakening of her superorder talent as well as the fact that she had contracted an A-class coffin spirit. After all, such a genius would be rare to see in Fengyu City for decades. However, because Yi Mo had performed too brightly, President Chen had almost forgotten about Yi Xiaoyao, and had not bothered to take a closer look at the other party's information. Looking at President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Mo was instantly a bit puzzled and asked, Elder Chen, is there a problem? President Chen coldly ventured, or from afar. Yi Mo sniffed and was instantly confused. Naturally, it's strange. Why does it feel like it was picked up? President Chen muttered softly and fell into deep thought. With these words, Yi Mo's face instantly darkened a bit. Although his old sister was a bit short, but at least her face value was extremely rebellious, and would never hold back his own handsomeness. And how it was picked up. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she likewise changed her face, her temper instantly surging to her heart as she stood up from her seat in a mischievous manner. She also no longer cared if this old man in front of her was a legendary powerhouse, so she directly pointed at the other party's nose and puffed out. You're an odious old man, you just know how to talk nonsense. I obviously had a blood test with my parents when I was a kid. How could I have picked it up? At this point, President Chen reacted, looking at Yi Xiaoyao's action like this in surprise, and then looking at Yi Mo whose face was blackened. He understood what was going on. He then laughed and said, "Ha, little girl, don't get excited. Old man yawns. Just kidding, just kidding." Yi Xiaoyao heard these words. The temper slowly disappeared, somewhat regretting that he had been too impulsive, and then apologized in a small voice. President Chen, I was too impulsive just now. No harm. Young people, impulsive point normal. The old man back then was famous for his violent temper. President Chen seemed to think of something and waved his hand again with a smile. Xiaoyao, you don't need to call old man President Chen. Just call Grandpa Chen directly in the future. Yi Xiaoyao sniffed and hurriedly looked at Yi Mo. Seeing that Yi Mo didn't have an opinion, she nodded her head at once and said, Aha, Grandpa Chen. Ha ha ha. President Chen laughed out loud, looking extremely happy. He then stroked his beard and shifted his gaze to Emo with a smug look in his eyes. If I can't pin down a brat like you, can I not pin down your sister? President Chen was delighted in his heart, as long as he treated Yi Xiaoyao like his own granddaughter. In the future, if he needed Yemo's help, Emo would definitely look at Yi Xiaoyao's sake and be too embarrassed to still bargain with himself. Emo saw President Chen's smug expression and understood the other party's thoughts and didn't say anything more. Elder Chen, I'm going to head to Jiangnan Base City later. I'm not sure what there are some things to pay attention to over there. Please also tell me a thing or two. Emo said. President Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Coughing lightly, he said, the old man has long wanted to speak to you about this matter. If your boy hadn't mentioned it, the old man would have almost forgotten. Hearing this, a puzzled look flashed in Yemo's eyes. It seemed that Elder Chen was very attached to the matter of him traveling to Jiangnan City alone. You boys are so good at causing trouble. After you go to Jiangnan City, it's best to keep a low profile and don't mess with things you can, President Chen said indifferently. Yemo sniffed and revealed a look of surprise, then pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. This thing doesn't seem to work too well over there? With these words, President Chen's face suddenly snorted coldly as he said, you brat actually doubted the strength of the old man? Old me. Not to mention anything else, in the south-central part of the great summer country, there are definitely no more than 5 fingers that are stronger than old me, so other than these 5, there should be those who can fight against you. Elder Chen, right? Yemo asked curiously. Hearing that, President Chen was instantly somewhat dumbfounded, and a trace of gravity slowly surfaced on his face. Yi kid, there's a tomb-seeking group called Blade Court in Jiangnan City that doesn't deal well with Lao Fu. All 3 of their leaders are at the legendary 5-star level. Old me can easily fight 2 against 1, but the 3 of them joining forces can make it incredibly tricky for old me. President Chen shook his head and said, while a scornful look appeared in his eyes, so when you meet someone from the Court of Blades, try to avoid them a bit. While those 3 guys won't directly intervene against you, you'll be in quite a bit of trouble if you clash with the Blade Court's people. After all, Jiangnan City was the territory of the Blade Court. As for the other forces, the Snow Shadow Badge still has some effect, so it's up to you how you want to handle it. Yemo noticed Elder Chen's eyes and pondered in his heart. Could it be that Fengyu City's transcendent coffin suppressor fault? It's related to this Blade Court, isn't it? No. If that's the case, Elder Chen will definitely exterminate the Blade Court at all costs. At this point, Yemo only felt that joining the Snow Shadow Corps was as if he had gotten on a thief's boat. This was because the people of the Blade Court would definitely make a move to provoke them if they recognized their identity as a member of the Snow Shadow Corps. Once his talent was exposed, the Blade Court would probably not let himself grow, but he didn't think much of it. His own abilities had been observed by Elder Chen since the day he contracted the Coffin Spirit, so sooner or later, he's going to get involved with the other side anyway. I know. I will try to stay out of trouble when I get there, Yemo said indifferently. Why do you have to go over there now? You kid, it's not like you can lose those materials. When Lao Fu is done with his work, wouldn't it be good to go along with Lao Fu and old brother Lin? Elder Chen advised. With elder brother Lin present, as long as he casually mentions that you are his junior, even if you cause trouble everywhere, no one in the South Central region will dare to take action against you again. Yemo sniffed and after some consideration, he still shook his head. On the one hand, he was eager to complete the mission and wanted to get the mission reward as soon as possible. The other side of the coin was that Yemo had learned that Supreme Lin was upright in nature and prioritized upholding the righteousness of the human race, suppressing riotous and dangerous places, cutting down demons and evils in the world, and hardly ever interfering in the fights between coffin suppressors. So Yemo didn't want to use the other side's name to flaunt around. No, I'm worried that if I go over there too late, those materials will be bought up. It will take a lot of time to search again then, Yemo said indifferently. Alright then, you be safe on your way. If there is anything, you can contact Old Man directly, and Old Man will be the first to come to you, President Chen instructed. Wait until Yemo leaves. President Chen shushed Yi Xiaoyao for a while, as if he was treating his own granddaughter. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. As long as he cultivated it properly, the heights he could reach in the future would at least not be weaker than himself. But the other party was definitely far inferior to Yemo, because Yemo's talent was too perverse. A few hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyu City, Yemo leaned against the car window, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. As the human settlements were compressed by the magical creatures, the sides along the road presented a pristine scene. Giant forests, cool lakes, then barren plains. Fengyu City is not far from Jiangnan City in a straight line, but to avoid the secret and dangerous places beyond the wilderness, The railroads were built on relatively safe paths, so it takes 7 or 8 hours to get there. But most Coffin Town casket makers who ride the train find it completely unnecessary for the railroad to go around so much, because no demon that dares to attack an armored train has ever made it out alive from under them. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently, then slowed down abruptly. Countless coffin suppressors in the carriage were caught off guard and fell to pieces. Yemo, on the other hand, hastily stabilized his stance before he didn't end up in such a mess. By the time the train stopped, everyone's faces had become extremely ugly, and anger was rising. Fuck, what's wrong with you? Train, you also play emergency braking? What's the sudden stop? It's not the train that's broken down, is it? Didn't you check and repair it before you left? Now we're stopping in the middle of the road. Is it possible for me to walk to Jiangnan City? It's over. My tomb seekers are organizing a secret event in the wee hours of the morning tonight. If I don't make it here, the spot will probably be kicked right out by the headmaster. Countless people cursed, causing a ruckus in the carriage. And that's when Yemo noticed that the carriage had been vibrating, and a trace of gravity appeared on his face. It shouldn't have encountered a large-sized ferocious beast, right? Yemo was startled in his heart. Then he hastily opened his phone and checked the path the armored train had passed through. Just 3 kilometers outside the railroad protection zone was a huge map of the plains. On the map of the plains, there was a red area in it labeled with the danger symbol of the otherworldly mysteries. Wild plains? Demon level around 25? Seeing this, Yemo instantly understood what was going on. It must be that the demons in the plains have broken through the super grid of the railroad protection zone, blocking the way ahead. And just then, an urgent announcement came over the train. Passengers, a small wave of horizontal beasts has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. Weapon systems are on. Please remain in a calm mood and please do not cause unnecessary panic. Passengers, a small wave of horizontal beasts has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. Weapon systems are on. Please remain in a calm mood and please do not cause unnecessary panic. As soon as the broadcast came out, the faces of all the coffin suppressors instantly changed drastically. They heard something. Beast-tide, ferocious beasts, as a more common presence among the coffin spirit races, tend to travel in pairs in the wild. And the neighborhood was the wild plains, where most of the fierce beasts were around level 25. It was important to realize that ferocious beasts also belong to the category of coffin spirits. They not only have talents and skills, more than that, they have tricks. The impact of a beast tide formed by them was definitely much more terrifying than a high-level coffin suppressor. If the number exceeded 500, even a high-ranking 9-star coffin suppressor wouldn't be able to carry it. Half a minute later, the train was still vibrating, but the hearts of the crowd, which were in their throats, had dropped. Scared me to death. I thought it was a vertical beast wave. Fuck. Ravenous, don't talk. If it's vertical, we're screwed. I guess the train will be overturned and everyone will not escape being eaten. Yeah, against a small wave of level 25 beasts, only a high-ranked coffin suppressor would be capable of holding them back. We little shrimps can only wait for death, the crowd murmured. Suddenly, an incomparably terrifying vibration came, and the armored train shook sharply in the middle of the train as if it had been hit by an earthquake. And that's when an urgent cry came over the radio. Beast tide redirected. The tide of beasts is changing direction. I am the Demon Exterminating Legion. High Order 5-star Coffin Town Commander, Zhou Tong. All quasi-middle order or higher coffin suppressors should not panic. Listen to my orders. Follow me off the bus to the death. With these words, the armored train started with a round of heavy machine gun fire. Immediately afterward, all the doors of the train opened. When the originally terrified middle-ranked coffin suppressor heard the contents of the broadcast, he immediately gritted his teeth and rushed out towards the door. The coffin was then summoned and carried on his back, and rushed to the front of the train, ready to stop the wave of beasts outside the train. For them, if they didn't resist they would surely die, and with the presence of the super grid in the protection zone, they couldn't climb out. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to get off and fight. And now with the high-ranking coffin suppressor in the Legion leading the way, even in the face of the beast tide, there was a slight chance of survival. Yemo didn't hesitate and directly followed the crowd and rushed out. If it were usual, he would naturally stand alone in the face of trouble and would not step in to help people out. And right now, these coffin suppressor masters have united in order to stay alive. It even began to take it upon itself to get the train to close the doors tightly in an attempt to protect the weaker members of the train and allow the weaker members to take care of themselves. And such weak people showed nervousness and prayed for these middle-ranked coffin suppressors who got off the train. All of this was in Yemo's eyes. A few seconds later, Yemo followed the crowd to the front of the train, looking at the beast tide in the distance formed entirely by 2-meter-tall black giant wolves. Everyone's faces were incomparably pale and trembling, but none of them stepped back. On the other hand, Zhou Tong, the foremost Legion commander, had a flat face, having long ago put life and death at risk. Warriors, the beast tide is approaching 500. Either we die, or they die. Please fight to the death to stop them. Jotun's high-pitched roar came out and it instantly touched the hearts of the hundreds of middle-ranked coffin suppressors behind him, only to see all the coffin suppression masters roar with equal fury, all summoning out their respective coffin spirits. War is war. Those who are afraid of death are all grandsons. Brothers, there are still some of you alive later. Remember to collect my corpse. Old me has just become a middle-rank coffin suppressor for less than a week, and it made me encounter a level 25 fierce beast. I must skin a ferocious beast and taste the thrill of killing over the level. For a moment, all the panic instantly disappeared, and the emotions of battle climbed right to the top. Jotun looked at these middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters behind him who were battle-hardened and had already put life and death at risk, and fiercely clenched his fists, his heart extremely excited. Immediately after that, he instantly summoned a death swordsman of about 2 meters, wearing black armor bubbling with black mist and holding a giant sword. Then he yelled, "Warriors, bring the coffin spirits in charge with me. Hit them hard with your skills." With these words, all the coffin suppressor masters no longer hesitated and directly had their coffin spirits charge towards the wolves. In a flash, countless skills were blasted towards the blackened mass of wolves. It caused a series of explosions. The most conspicuous among them were the death swordsmen under Jotun, only to see the death swordsman, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, cross up the long sword in his hand and start spinning at extreme speed. At this moment, the death swordsman was like a god of death, and the outer area of his spinning longsword whipped up a greenish-black whirlwind several stories high, whistling through the wolves. These whirlwinds were incomparably terrifying and came with continuous sword chi, harvesting all the black giant wolves within tens of meters along the way. Only the skill of the death swordsman seemed to unusually consume Jotun's spiritual energy. After a few minutes, one can feel the lack of backbone. The smell of blood filled the air, and the black giant wolf inspired all of its wildness and began to charge towards the crowd in a brazen manner. A few moments later, dismembered limbs and corpses were all over the place, and half of the hundreds of black giant wolves were still left. Most of the dead giant wolves among them were decapitated by the death swordsman. Only a small portion was killed by the coffin spirits of these hundreds of middle-ranked coffin suppressors. At this point, Jotun's mouth was panting fiercely, and a trace of cold sweat flowed out from his face. The rapid loss of spiritual energy made it somewhat impossible for him to support the consumption of the death swordsman's skills. Right now, he could only have the death swordsman use normal swings to fight the black giant wolf, but such efficiency was extremely slow, and the death swordsman was already feeling a bit drained from the onslaught of dozens of black giant wolves. Even countless hideous wounds appeared on his body, and one of his arms was torn off. And naturally, the coffin spirits of other middle-ranked coffin suppressors were no better. In one round, they were almost all injured by the energy attacks released by the black giant wolf. It was important to realize that most of these coffin spirits were less than level 25, and facing a giant black wolf alone, they were already no match for the enemy. What's more, they were facing a torrent formed by these remaining 200 or so black giant wolves, and how could they possibly resist it? If it dragged on for a few more minutes, then the defense line formed by the coffin spirits under the middle-ranked coffin suppression masters would most likely collapse outright, and everyone here will be buried in the mouths of ferocious beasts. Shit, I just happened to have no teammates here this time and this happened to me. There is also an alpha secretly hidden in the wave of beasts. It seems that old me is really going to be accounted for here today. Jotun cursed angrily in his heart, his brows locked in some reluctance. For him, just one more high-level coffin suppressor would be enough to change the current battle situation. If his teammates were also there, then decimating the remaining half of the black giant wolves would not be a problem at all. But now, there was only one high-ranking coffin suppressor in the group, Jotun, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. All that could be done now was to return to the rear with the half-dead death swordsman and begin to loudly inspire and direct all the men to hold the defense in an orderly fashion. Brothers, shrink the defense line. Keep blasting these guys with long-range means. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll be able to recover some of my spiritual energy. Allowing the death swordsman to unleash the stance he just used again, Jotun roared with red eyes. Everyone's hearts were overjoyed when they heard this, and they began to desperately mobilize all the spiritual energy in their bodies, allowing the coffin spirits to frantically vent their skills out. And the black giant wolf pack in front of them felt the countless skill bombardment and seemed to be under some kind of order. Surprisingly began to gradually disperse to avoid it. No more mindless forward motion like before. Haha, I've killed my first level 25 demonic creature for the first time. It's so cool. A level 25 demon is nothing more than that. If only there were twice as many of us. Haha, these demons are probably scared. It actually doesn't dare to charge. Looking at the wolves in front of them that somewhat stopped in their tracks, countless people laughed out loud. For a while, it made them feel that the beast tide wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. At this point, at the very back of the crowd, Yemo looked at this scene with a heavy heart. Right now, he didn't make a move, just letting Tyrant and Chi-Chi stay by his side, not because he was cold-blooded. Rather, he was certain that there must be an alpha leading a beast tide of this size. If the leader wasn't killed, these black giant wolves would become even harder to deal with. A high-level 5-star coffin suppressor like Jotong couldn't even force out the leader of the wolf pack when his spiritual power was exhausted. Looks like I can only wait a little longer, Yemo muttered as a glint flashed in his eyes. If he rushed up to kill the black giant wolves now, he would certainly be able to kill hundreds of them, thus slowing down the battle. But the alpha in the wolf pack is obviously highly intelligent. If it runs off with all the remaining giant wolves, then inform out the rest of the pack to tail the armored train, then everyone still ends up dead. With the end of some skill bombardment, suddenly, an incomparably long wolf howl sounded. When all the giant wolves heard this voice, their eyes instantly filled with blood and radiated a killing light. The wolves, which had originally stopped at a standstill, suddenly became incomparably furious, recklessly charging in the direction of the crowd. When Jotong saw this, a flash of gravity flashed across his face. At this point, he had gotten a good look at one of the wolves in the pack, a much larger giant wolf with silver-gray fur, who was giving himself a provocative look. This was the leader of the wolf pack, with a level as high as 30. Fuck, this beast's intelligence isn't low, Jotong cursed angrily, immediately following. His heart was hardened, and he roared out directly that all the coffin suppressors with corpses and ferocious beasts, bring them to the top for me to use as cannon fodder. The ones with ghosts and goblins act as the second echelon and go up to harass. Demons, and undead act as the main force, and our last line of defense. I don't care if you guys are physically fighting or using skills. Anyway, please, brothers, stop them with all your might. With these words, everyone's faces were heavy with color. It is foreseeable that a large number of casualties of coffin suppressors and coffin spirits will follow, but there's no way around it. It's a dead end if you don't top it. However, everyone seemed to have underestimated the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps inspired by the Wolf King's encouragement, the strength of these giant wolves skyrocketed a notch. The echelon formed by the coffin spirits and the flesh of the coffin suppressor was surprisingly dispersed and torn to pieces by the wolves in an instant, as one coffin spirit after another, as well as the middle-ranked coffin suppression masters, fell. Everyone's faces revealed a look of horror. They're too ferocious. It's impossible to stop them. We're dead. I've done my best. The coffin spirit is also seriously injured and dying. You guys can top it as much as you can. Stall until Lord Jotong's spiritual power recovers. How does this top it? It's only been 10 seconds and we've lost so many people. It's over. We're all over. A sound of despair rang through the crowd, sending everyone's hearts to the bottom. A trace of sadness also flashed in Jotong's eyes. These Coffin Town masters were all very bloodthirsty, but after all, they had never worked together or been drilled by a legion. To be able to do this is the limit. They can probably hold out for another minute, but my spiritual power. If only there was someone who could help me stall a bit more. Jotong sighed with his head down, his heart filled with despair. Just then, at the very back of the echelon, a handsome young man with two figures squeezed through the crowd that stopped in front of him. Slowly, he walked towards the very front. In the echelon, it seemed that a few coffin suppressors from Fengyu City recognized him, and instantly let out an incomparably excited cry. Crap, this is Lord Yemo. Ha ha ha, it's really Lord Yemo. He's actually on the train too. My god, it's really him. With him around, it's definitely possible to stall until Lord Jotong recovers his spiritual power. We're saved. Hearing these words, everyone's spirits were shaken, and a light of hope emanated from their originally despairing eyes. Brothers, the Lord Yemo you guys are talking about is this young man? Isn't he only a quasi-middle-class subclass? Someone could see the handsome youth's level of spiritual energy and asked in confusion. Right, isn't this a quasi-middle rank? It's even weaker than us. How can it be dragged out? There were also people who questioned. Ha ha ha, you guys haven't seen Lord Yemo's strength, so it's natural to underestimate him. I'm telling you guys, he's only a quasi-middle class level though, but he was able to kill a high-ranked town coffin master with a single slash. The Fengyu City's coffin suppressor master roared loudly, obviously immensely worshipping Yemo. With these words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air as they shifted their gazes to the handsome young man in front of them. An unbelievable look appeared in his eyes. What did they hear? One cut in seconds. The youth in front of him was actually able to cross 10 levels in 1/second. How is this possible? Crossing 10 levels? Bro, are you telling a joke for the group to figure out while we're dying? Someone questioned. Ha ha ha, if you guys don't believe me, just wait and see. This is the super genius of our Fengyu base city. Hearing that, Everyone's not retorting. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. They wanted to see if this young man would be their savior or not. When Zhou Tong heard the conversation of these coffin suppressors, he also raised his head in confusion and sized up the young man walking towards the first echelon. Only after he took a look at it, a bleak look flashed in his eyes and he shook his head. This young man seems to have a great reputation. It's just a shame that, how is he going to hold back 200 giant wolves? Zhou Tong despaired. The next second, however, a figure in a leather jacket holding a giant blade leapt into the air, directly chopping out a blade chi with lightning that was incomparably terrifying. The blade energy shot out steeply, emitting a piercing sound as if it was tearing through the air, instantly cutting into the oncoming wolves. An explosion went off. Several miserable howls came from the wolves, only to see more than a dozen black giant wolves being split in half by the blade chi, splattering 10 feet of blood. Seeing this, the coffin suppressor of Fengyu City pointed at the tyrant and yelled out, "Ha ha, see that, that's Lord Yimo's coffin spirit. We are saved." When everyone saw this, their eyes lit up and their hearts were incomparably shocked. This quasi-middle-ranked young man had indeed cultivated the coffin spirit to be incomparably terrifying. If this coffin spirit were to slash out a few more slashes and exterminate half of the giant wolves, it would definitely be able to delay Zhou Tong until he recovered. Little brother, go for it. Brothers, be sure to stall. Whether we survive or not depends on you. With the chance to live right in front of them, the crowd cheered for the young man from the bottom of their hearts. However, Yimo's current intention, would he just think of dragging it out? The Wolf King had been locked onto him. As long as the Wolf King was decapitated, all the other giant wolves would be at a loss for words. When the time comes, destroy all these giant wolves. The experience that Yimo could gain then was definitely an incomparably terrifying number, enough to go up several levels. Since the Wolf King has already appeared, I will behead it, then destroy all the remaining wolves. Excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes, only to see his eyes glaze over as he frantically stimulated the aura in his body. An icy voice rang out at the front of the crowd. Tyrant, charge into the wolves and directly decapitate the Wolf King. Chi-Chi, stay with Tyrant, don't let any giant wolves go. With these words, the tyrant's size suddenly drew up to more than 5 meters, exuding a strong sense of oppression. It was only seen stepping on the flame light steps, turning into a flaming residue and rushing into the wolves. And on the side, Chi-Chi directly executed instantaneous step, her body emitting an ice blue cold aura following closely behind. Soon, miserable wails continuously resounded from the giant wolf pack. The tyrant seemed like a god of killing, his body surrounded by ice blue souls, and he could quickly recover from any attack he received. And with one slash, he directly split a giant wolf. Chi-Chi was likewise not weak, directly drawing various incantation talismans and doom true talismans out of thin air and throwing them towards the wolves, setting off rounds and rounds of explosions. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 3,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 400 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit. The countless experience swipes made GMO become a bit numb. Without realizing it, Tyrant and 7-7 had already killed the Wolf King. The other giant wolves were as easy to be chopped up as a dirt chicken or a dog. The number of giant wolves decreased crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, as Tyrant and Chi-Chi upgraded, the amount of spiritual energy that was fed back to EMO was also increasing, and there was a hidden tendency that it would not be consumed. Cool, this is simply too cool. EMO had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth and was excited in his heart. And behind him was a group of middle-ranked coffin suppressors, as well as Zhou Tong, who was recuperating, obviously already shocked beyond words, revealing a ghost-like look at EMO. There was no longer any sound from the crowd, and their coffin spirits froze in place, becoming as eerily silent. Only the continuous screams of giant wolves were left behind not far away. At this point, only one thought remained in everyone's mind. Is this really just a quasi-middle rank coffin suppressor? This is outrageous, isn't it? Due to Emo's outburst, it directly changed the entire battle trend. Most of the Coffin Town masters involved in the battle became relaxed and froze on the sidelines to watch the battle. And a small portion of those coffin suppressors who possessed healing coffin spirits had their respective coffin spirits take the injured members and return to the crowd for treatment. They looked at the front of the battlefield, at this man who was like a god descending from the heavens, and there was excitement, thrill, and respect in their eyes. More than anything else, there was gratitude. Back of the crowd, Zhou Tong's face showed a smile of excitement after the robbery. This young man's too strong. Unsurprisingly, in the future, the human race will produce another supreme being. Seemingly thinking of something, a flash of light flashed in Zhou Tong's eyes as he muttered, This matter must be reported to the head honcho to see if we can invite this young man into the legion of the giant wolves. Tyrant and Chi were like gods of killing, and were mercilessly decapitating these black giant wolves at a devastating speed. Only a few minutes passed, as a giant black wolf fell like a cut wheat. The protective zone of the railroad tracks was reduced to a sea of corpses and blood. It was important to realize that level 25 demons were hardly challenging for them, not to mention Chi-Chi's indestructible body. Even Tyrant's flesh that had been strengthened after absorbing the virus was able to withstand most of the damage from the black giant wolf. From this, it could be seen that as long as Yemo's spiritual energy was enough to support them in battle, even how many more giant wolves came would be useless. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 250 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 250 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirits, Tyrant, 7-7, leveled up to LV, 24 guard. Experience required for next level 0/15840. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo froze. He then scanned a circle of the wolves, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Although the experience provided by these black giant wolves had been decreasing as they leveled up, however, there were still nearly 100 giant wolves left in front of them, and the experience they could provide was at least 10,000. There are still over 80 heads left, should be just enough to level up to 25, Yemo said in his heart. And just then, a wailing sound came from behind Yemo. He looked back and his brow furrowed in disbelief. One could only see many severely injured coffin spirits as well as coffin suppressors lying on the ground in a dying state. Due to the extreme scarcity of healing coffin spirits, this leads to the risk of death at any time for those who fail to save the coffin spirit as well as the coffin suppressor. If we let all these wounded men gather together, 7-7 a safe suffering and doom is estimated to be able to save them all in full condition. Yemo pondered in his heart. Soon, though, he abandoned that decision. It's okay if you're bailing out 2 or 3, but if there were more than 40 full-blooded revived coffin masters and coffin spirits combined at one time, looking at the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom, that was a very explosive scene. The shocking effect was estimated to be more than 10 times more terrifying than the occurrence of a beast tide. At that time, Chi-Chi might be missed by some superpower. Yemo didn't want to get into too much trouble, and he wasn't a saint. Going out to kill all the giant wolves and letting these people live was already his limit. Since he wanted to reach Jiangnan base city earlier, this was one of the reasons why he had to strike. But saving the wounded doesn't seem to do him any good, and he has no obligation to save the day. Does anyone else have a healing coffin spirit? Hurry up and summon it, someone in the crowd shouted. A wounded man seemed to notice the situation on the battlefield and hurriedly said in surprise, "Isn't that coffin spirit of Lord Yemo able to draw talismans for healing? Wait for him to finish killing these giant wolves, then let him save us." Yes, Lord Yemo is so powerful, he can definitely cure my coffin spirit, someone chimed in. Hearing that, a coffin suppressor from Fengyu City, who was treating the injured, immediately retorted, "Are you guys crazy? Lord Yemo has been fighting all this time and his spiritual energy is so severely depleted. He's got us out of harm's way. Where's the time to save your coffin spirits when you should be resting later? Then what do you say? This treatment of yours is definitely not as effective as Lord Yemo's." If Lord Yemo would have made his move earlier, we wouldn't have gone up as cannon fodder, someone complained. It is, now that he's left you back row ones unharmed, there's no reason why he can't heal our first echelon. We're the ones who were hurt the most and deserve more credit than you guys, and he has to heal us to do it. With these words, many of the injured felt that there was some truth to it, and they turned their heads to look at Yemo in front of them. There was even a look of reproach in the eyes of some of the wounded. This person in front of him clearly had the strength to join hands with Jotong to decimate all the giant wolves. They can be protected from harm at the outset, but the other side insisted on waiting until a lot of people had died before coming out as saviors to Boomerang. So in their opinion, the factors that led to their injuries were partly from Yemo. In front of the battlefield, Yemo heard these people's conversation and just shook his head. For a moment he actually felt somewhat powerless to spit. At this point, Jotong also noticed their murmurs, and his face turned ironic. He hadn't expected that these people had been saved by Yemo 1 second, but the next second, they would directly change their faces. Damn! What a racket! Can't you see I'm wounded too? Did I say a word? As long as you're not dead, it's not like you guys can't recover, Jotong shouted, immediately following. He then explained, if elder brother Yemo and I were to go together, the Wolf King would never show his head and would just run away, waiting for it to escape and then calling out to the pack. We'll only die harder. So from now on, if anyone dares to question what old brother Yemo is doing, I'll blow you off the bus later. Jotong's face was extremely ugly. All of these middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters present today had indeed contributed a lot, but the one who played a decisive factor was still EMO, and these people wanted to morally kidnap on the basis that they had some credit, not even a door. You guys take the wounded to the train and ask the junior coffin suppressors if they have any healing coffin spirits. If there are any, tell them to treat the wounded. Zhou Tong calmed the anger in his heart and rushed at some of the people next to him to command. With these words, many middle-ranked town coffin masters nodded their heads in a hurry, then picked up the injured and walked in the direction of the armored train. Seeing this, these wounded men knew that they were in the wrong, and the resentment in their hearts disappeared quite a bit. An hour later, wait until the carcasses of the giant wolves in the railroad protection zone are cleared. The armored train departed again, and EMO did not return to the carriage he was in before at this time. He was sent by Zhou Tong to be placed in a carriage that was near the front of the train and was extremely luxurious. The interior of this armored carriage was extremely spacious, like a luxury hotel, and very well equipped. EMO took a shower to wash away the smell of blood from his body. He then pulled out a black casual outfit from the space storage and changed into it. Immediately afterward, he slumped down on the bed and began to check out the day's haul. Tyrant and 7-7 have risen to level 25. If you want to improve again, you can only go to the otherworldly secret realm. EMO pondered. The kind of beast tide that appeared today is usually extremely rare in the wild. However, EMO learned that in the otherworldly secret realm, this kind of riot scene with hordes of demons was very common. So when the coffin spirit appraisal meeting was over as well as after Chi-Chi's evolution was complete, EMO would definitely make a trip to the otherworldly secret realm. Tooth of the Crow Wolf * 300, Pale Wolf Fur * 220, Claws of the Coyote * 390, Heart of the Wolf King * 1. EMO looked at the number of materials in the spatial warehouse and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This wave of beasts was close to 500, and after decimating them, the materials left behind naturally piled up. Some of the materials that were of lower value and took up space, such as wolf blood and wolf meat, EMO did not pocket them. The materials of higher value were mostly taken by EMO. The Wolf King's heart seems to be pretty good, able to sell for more than 100 million. EMO checked the price. When he saw the prices of the rest of the materials, his face darkened. He did a simple calculation, and his face became more and more ugly. Holy shit, this is more than 900 materials, all together for less than $1 billion? This is too much of a pit. EMO was extremely puzzled in his heart. The scythe demon he chopped up earlier was casually sold for tens of billions of dollars in value. Even the spectral flame soul crystal left behind by that spectral knight was worth a lot. However, the total value of this mountain of materials in front of him couldn't even compare to a fraction of the scythe demon's value. This made EMO couldn't help but be a bit greatly disappointed. Forget it, it's not a loss anyway. After all, these black wind-pale wolves were only level 25 and were relatively common magical creatures. It's normal that the value is not high. EMO shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. EMO raised his eyebrows, slowly sat up from the bed and said flatly, "Come in." The door to the room opened. Just outside the door, at the carriage aisle, were standing two figures. One of them, dressed in standardized legionary attire, was Zhou Tong. On the other, a tall, beautiful woman wearing black-rimmed glasses and also dressed in legion garb. "Elder brother EMO, are you planning to rest? I'm not disturbing you, am I?" Zhou Tong said smilingly. EMO sniffed and smiled faintly. How could it be? If it wasn't for elder brother Zhou arranging for me to be here, perhaps I would still be staying in the noisy carriage, not even having a chance to rest in peace. That's why I still have to thank old brother Zhou a bit. Hearing this, Zhou Tong burst out laughing. He had originally thought that geniuses like EMO would all be incredibly arrogant. After all, the other party hadn't said a word to anyone from the time they got out of the car to the fight and then to the end of the fight. But he didn't expect a super genius like EMO to be so humble. Old brother EMO, you don't have to be modest. These are all things I should do. Zhou Tong laughed. EMO sniffed and quickly pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Both of you don't just stand. Quickly sit down." Hear this. Zhou Tong nodded, then pulled out a chair and gestured for the woman beside him to sit down. Then he respectfully stood aside and introduced elder brother EMO. "This is the chief commander of our demon-destroying legions base in Jiangnan. She has come here because there is something she would like to discuss with you." "Hello, my name is Xiaoya, Transcendent 5-star Coffin Suppressor. It was nice to meet you." Xiaoya didn't sit down. Instead, she walked over to the bedside and stretched out a flawless white hand with a spring-like smile on her face. EMO was stunned when he saw this. Originally, he thought that the woman was Zhou Tong's secretary or subordinate, but unexpectedly, this young woman in front of him was actually Zhou Tong's top boss, and the woman in front of her looked about 3 years older than herself at most. To be able to become a transcendent coffin suppressor in his 20s showed how terrifying his talent was. Hello, my name is Yemo. Yemo extended his hand and shook the other party's hand, then let go. Seeing this, Xiaoya slowly sat down and looked seriously at Yemo, then opened the door and said, Mr. Yi, I came here this time to invite you to join the demon exterminating army. I wonder if you'd be interested in considering it? Hearing this, Yemo was not surprised. It was normal that he had attracted their attention after displaying such amazing strength. Sorry, I don't want to join any organization for the time being, Yemo replied directly. According to his understanding, the Demon Extermination Legion belonged to an officially established organization and was stationed in almost every large base city. Upon joining, one would certainly be given a more supreme status than the Snow Shadow Corps, but accordingly, there would be many more duties. For example, in today's Beast Tide, a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor like Jotong could have completely escaped alone, but he chose to stay and protect the weak, willing to die, and that was part of his duty. If they encountered tasks such as demonic attacks, rescue commissions, guarding defense lines, and suppressing riotous and dangerous places, the Demon Exterminating Legion was at the forefront. And these things happen almost every day. This also means that once you join, you will be bound by all aspects. Mr. Yi, don't be in a hurry to reject it first, Xiaoya said gently. Then a brilliant light flashed in her eyes as she said seriously, do you know why I was able to become a transcendent 5-star coffin suppressor at the tender age of 24? With these words, Jotong hurriedly found a reason to leave the room. And at this moment, a flash of curiosity flashed in Yemo's eyes as he asked, why? Our Demon Exterminating Legion excavated an otherworldly secret holy ruin near the ancient capital 100 years ago. We call it the Emperor's Tomb. This holy ruin is full of spiritual energy, extremely suitable for coffin spirits to cultivate, and there are countless exotic treasures that can improve the coffin master's natural constitution. And the Demon Destroying Legion has 10 slots each year to allow extremely talented young men within the Legion to go in and train for 2 months. With a look of longing in her eyes, Xiaoya continued, you know what? I was just a mid-stage 2-star coffin suppressor the year before, but after I spent a total of 6 months in there, the coffin spirit went from level 22 to level 45. With your talent, just join the Demon Exterminating Legion. You'll have a great chance of obtaining a cultivation spot next year. So, think about it. Do you want to join us? A gentle smile appeared on Xiaoya's face as she sincerely invited. I'll think about it. Hearing this, Yemo didn't reject it right away and thought about it seriously. Not that he was interested in getting a cultivation slot. Rather, he was interested in this Emperor's Tomb, because, according to his understanding, this mausoleum must have the corpse of an emperor in it. I'll have to check it out later when I'm stronger. Maybe it's not certain that we can dig up an emperor's corpse, Yemo said in his heart. And at this point, Xiaoya still smiled lightly, waiting for Yemo to make a decision. And she felt that Yemo would definitely join the Demon Destruction Army, because it took her the equivalent of only 3 years to become a transcendent 5-star. This was already an extremely terrifying rate of improvement for someone in this world. Yemo would definitely weigh the pros and cons before joining without hesitation. However, how could she know that Yemo was open? Not to mention 3 years. Even if it was just for a year, Yemo's strength would most likely surpass hers. At this point, Yemo seemed to have considered it, so he directly spoke out. I've considered it. Hearing this, Xiaoya was immediately delighted and said with a smile, Yemo, welcome to the Demon Exterminating Legion. We'll be fellow officers from now on. However, Yemo's next sentence directly caused her face to freeze. Ahem, I was considering not joining. What do you mean? You don't even want to join this? Do you know that with a talent like yours, entering the sacred ruins is the fastest way to grow? Xiaoya said in surprise. I really don't want to join. Yemo nodded his head calmly, then added, but I have someone I can recommend to you for a bit. Her talent is also extremely terrifying. Who? You go to Fengyu City to find Yu Xiaoyao. She's a super-ranked talent with an A-ranked coffin spirit, the Inferno's coffin suppressor. Xiaoya and Yemo talked for a long time. In the end, there was still no agreement on the other party joining the Demon Exterminating Army. This caused Xiaoya to secretly feel pity in her heart. When she walked out of Yemo's luxurious room, she looked towards Jotong who was waiting outside, and a glum color flashed across her face. Commander-in-Chief, how's the talk going? Jotong asked in confusion. Xiaoya sniffed, and the corner of her mouth revealed a far-fetched smile as she said, he refused to join our Demon Exterminating Legion. With these words, Jotong's face instantly became incomparably surprised, and his tone trembled a little as he said, He refused? Aha. Showa nodded. Crap. This old brother Yemo is too capricious. That's a spot to enter the Emperor's Tomb to train. To actually reject it outright. This is too outrageous. Jotong's eyes were rounded and he said in a shocked voice, maybe he's not confident enough in his own strength. After all, those who were able to make it to the first 10 slots, the talents are all at least at the super rank, and there is even no shortage of characters who have contracted S-rank coffin spirits among them. Xiaoya sighed softly. Hearing this, Jotong immediately retorted, Chief Commander, you have never seen how exaggerated old brother Yemo is. I'm pretty sure these people can't be stronger than old brother Yemo. When Xiaoya heard this, she only revealed a faint smile and did not argue with it, and that's when she seemed to think of something, and hastened to say, that's right, old Chow. I'm going to Fengyu City first to run some errands. Just don't stay on the train. I checked the line ahead before I came here, and there shouldn't be any problems back there. You can rest assured that Coffin Spirit will get well. Good. Then, Chief Commander, you go early and come back early. Jotong nodded and said. Xiaoya responded, then walked over to the armored train's door and directly pressed the switch controlling the door. The car door opened and a violent wind pressed in, blowing her long hair. She saw her legs sink in and she leapt out of the car door in one long leap. The entire person then rose up in the air like a goose, spiritual energy surging under his feet, stepping on the air and flying, disappearing at great speed. Yermo didn't know how many hours he had slept. It was only then that he leisurely woke up from his bed. After stretching his limbs, he got out of bed and pulled back the curtains by the car window. Outside the window, the sun was by now obscured by the mountains in the distance. The remaining sun was like blood, and the afterglow colored the sky red. Evening? It should be almost to Jiangnan base city. Yemo propped up his lazy waist, looking extremely leisurely. The armored train wasn't fast, but for many of the town coffin masters, it was better than safe. This journey, counting the beast tide encountered before, almost took Yemo nearly 10 hours. However, it was good that nothing similar had followed, or else it would have been late into the night if they wanted to arrive in Jiangnan City. Just then, a knock sounded on the door. Jotong's voice rang out from outside the door. Elder brother Yemo, have you woken up from your nap? Hearing the ringing sound, Yemo turned around and walked over, opening the door. As soon as he saw Yemo, a smile appeared on Jotong's face and said, old brother Yemo, there are still 5 minutes to go before we reach the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Do you have any plans after you get off? Yemo sniffed. A puzzled look appeared on his face as he pondered. For the time being, there are arrangements that need to wait until tomorrow. Ha ha, in that case, why don't we all go out for dinner and drinks later? It's also good for me to repay you for saving my life. Jotong invited, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Yemo's face, and without refusing, he responded, it just so happens that I'm also a bit hungry. Since elder brother Joe invited me, I'll be polite. Seeing that Yemo agreed, Jotong immediately laughed and said, ha ha, old brother Yemo, then let's not get drunk tonight. Soon, a roar of a whistle came out and the armored train began to slow down. At the same time the train's radio blared the sound of an underground station outside of Gangnam City that was about to be reached. And at this time, the two of them, Yemo and Jotong, had already arrived early and waited in front of the door where they got off. As the armored train came to a stop, Yemo walked straight down the platform. Only this time, instead of doing what he did before, he followed the example of the other coffin suppressors and had a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. As for the reason for doing so, it was because of the Jiangnan base city's rule that those who did not carry coffins could not enter the city. Only a back coffin can reflect the identity of the coffin bearer. Aside, Jotong's face became extremely surprised as he looked at the silver coffin behind Yemo. He couldn't figure out how he could not understand the sword-wielding coffin spirit that had been so powerful amongst the giant wolves, resembling a god of killing. Surprisingly, it was only a D-grade coffin spirit sealed by a silver coffin. This scene directly refreshed his perception. It made his heart tremble. What kind of talent does old brother Yemo have? It was actually possible to summon 2 coffin spirits to fight. He also raised a D-rank zombie to be no weaker than an A-rank coffin spirit. This is just horrible. Jotong subconsciously felt that Yemo's other coffin spirit was even more uncomplicated, and was probably even much stronger than the Tyrant. At this point, the way he looked at Yemo became more and more admiring. But Commander-in-Chief has looked away this time. Hey, I can't believe I didn't talk to old brother Yemo, Jotong secretly said in his heart, looking extremely regretful. At the same time, he became more and more convinced that even the super geniuses in the other demon-destroying legion quarters were not as talented as Yemo at all. Yemo hadn't been able to join the demon-exterminating legion, which was undoubtedly a great loss for them. A few minutes later, Jotong led Yemo out of the dimly lit underground station, arrived at a parking lot exclusive to the Legion of Demon Exterminators. Jotong then found an extremely tough SUV and drove it out. Elder brother Yemo, Get on, Jotong laughed. Yemo sniffed and directly sat in the SUV. Immediately after, Jotong kicked the gas and directly drove out, leaving the parking lot, driving towards the city gates of Jiangnan City's outer city. In the car, Yemo looked at the towering city wall that stood on the horizon thousands of meters away, and a flash of shock flashed in his eyes. It's worthy of being the largest base city in the south-central region of Daxia. This outer city wall is simply 3 times higher than Fengyu City's. Yemo marveled. Hear this. Jotong immediately laughed and said, "Ha, old brother Yemo. This city wall is more than just high. It's still 30 meters deep underground, and incredibly tough. All of the stone used to cast it was shipped from the ancient secret realm. It can easily carry off the attacks of Overlord-level demons. It can carry off the attacks of hundreds of thousands of level demonic tides. That's why Jiangnan Base City is so strong. And a big part of the reason is this city wall. With it, we're incredibly safe living in the city." Jotong drove the car and brought Yemo all the way to the inside of the Demon Exterminating Legion's compound without any obstacles. At this time, Yemo probably had a clear picture of what was going on inside Jiangnan Base City. Unlike Fengyu City, the inner city could barely fit due to the overwhelming population of Jiangnan Base City. That's why the outer city has countless rows of streets lined with residential buildings, inhabited by ordinary civilians. There are even quite a few slums in some corner places, and there was a straight avenue right in the center behind the city gate that led to the inner city. Here, the inner city was the center of Jiangnan Base City, where all the Jin coffin masters as well as powerful people gathered. However, what was more interesting was that the Demon Exterminating Legion's residence was in a corner of the outer city, and it occupies an area the size of 2 soccer fields. Compared to those buildings in the inner city, the Demon Exterminating Legion residence was a bit shabby. It seems that the Demon Exterminating Legion has another duty, and that's to protect civilians, right? Yemo glanced at Jotong and said in his heart. At this point, Jotong parked his car next to a dormitory building within the premises, followed by an embarrassed smile on his face. "Elder brother Yemo, wait for me for a while." Wearing a Legion uniform in the inner city was too flashy and would attract a lot of attention and scorn. "I'd better go inside and change. I'll be right out." Yemo sniffed and nodded doubtfully, while Jotong walked towards the dormitory building in a flash. A few minutes later, Jotong changed into a set of extremely ordinary ground goods and walked out. Without saying a word, he once again carried Yemo and sped towards the inner city. Soon, he then brought Yemo to a barbecue stand in the downtown streets of the inner city. He then ordered many third-order fierce beasts meat and beer, and began to feast on them. The street is extremely busy with traffic and is filled with entertainment venues and restaurants, and most of the coffin suppressors on the road were in groups of 3 or 5, and all of them were wearing the Tomb Seekers group badge on their chests. This situation was extremely rare in Fengyu City. Yemo observed for a while, then smiled and said, "Elder brother Zhou, the law and order in this inner city seems to be very good. I can't believe I haven't seen many clashes." When Jotong heard this, he was first stunned, then he laughed and explained, "Ha, old brother Yemo, it wasn't that the law and order here was so good, but that behind all these people, there were some not-so-weak forces or families, so they are relatively restrained. For example, those few coffin suppressors who passed by just now, they had black badges with the word Chen on their chests. It proves that these people are clansmen or henchmen of the Chen family in the inner city, and the Chen family is considered an extremely powerful force in Jiangnan City, able to rank in the top 30. It's because their family head, Jin, is a transcendent 8-star powerhouse." Jotong took a sip of cold beer and said with a smile. Hearing this, the doubt on Yemo's face disappeared, but a new question came to his mind. "That's right, elder brother Zhou. Without the Tomb Seeker's badge, isn't it that you can't eat too well in the inner city?" Yemo asked indifferently. With these words, Jotong froze in surprise and asked, "Brother Yemo, you wouldn't have not joined the Tomb Seekers, would you?" Added, "But because of some reasons, it's not appropriate to flaunt my badge," Yemo said calmly. Jotong's brows slowly furrowed as he sniffed. Then he said gruffly, "If you don't wear the Tomb Seeker's badge, being seen by those coffin suppressors with family power, there is indeed the possibility of being picked on by them. Then this is really a troublesome matter." Yemo muttered. "Ha ha, old brother Yemo, you don't have to worry either. In fact, people from these big families usually don't make trouble. As long as you don't run into them, with your strength, you can completely take care of the people who are looking for trouble without knowing it." Late night, wine and dine. Jotong exited the inner city and returned to the Demon Destruction Legion's compound, and Yemo was introduced by him and found a hotel on the edge of the inner city, which was extremely cool compared to the downtown area, and stayed there. Go around the trading area first thing in the morning and take down Chi-Chi's evolution materials before it's too late. Yemo thought in his heart. Realize that. as long as Chi-Chi's evolutionary materials were taken care of. Then the task released by the system earlier could be completed immediately. Let's not talk about random skill copy cards. The power of the high-order corpse template raffle ticket was extremely coveted by EMO. If the drawn character template was given to Tyrant to use this time, Tyrant would surely undergo a radical change, though the potential for improvement is limited, only raising Tyrant to C rank. However, the potential level was nothing more than a measure of the pre-Coffin spirit's combat power to a god-level corpse breeder, because, as long as EMO didn't fall, he would have every chance to raise the potential of all Coffin spirits to the top in the future. Seemingly thinking of the appraisal meeting a few days later, another light of surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. If I get an S-rank Coffin spirit at the appraisal meeting, wouldn't you be able to become SS ranked after using the template? Come to think of it, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. It was obvious how terrifying Chi-Chi's stance was. If it was a Coffin spirit that was one notch stronger than her, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Thinking of this, Yemo's heart became even more elated. Then he simply turned off the lights and slumped toward the bed to get ready for bed. And at this point, the dimly lit street outside the hotel, a middle-aged man's shadow was covering his shoulder and stumbling along the street as he slowly escaped. It seemed that he was being chased, and he looked extremely wretched with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and blood in his eyes. Looking at the arm that had disappeared on his left side, the middle-aged man revealed a vicious look in his eyes before a mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth. Fuck, wait for me, Chen family, if I don't take this revenge, I won't be called Tang Yi. Tang Yi roared lowly. He had come to Jiangnan City this time, naturally to help EMO buy the evolutionary materials that the other party needed. However, he didn't expect the news that he had spent $10 billion and purchased 2 corpse race evolutionary treasures to be spread. It led to him being targeted by people with ulterior motives, and even attracted the pursuit of the Chen family dude. As for him now, he had already thrown out the phantom in cold marrow, luring away a portion of the Chen clan's children. However, there was a transcendent 1-star coffin suppressor who still refused to give up and was determined to bring him to his death. He had no choice but to fight his opponent. The result was that Tang Yi's coffin spirit was decapitated and seriously injured. Elder brother Yi, this time it's old brother who has apologized to you. I shouldn't have trespassed and come over early to buy materials, Tang Yi muttered with extreme regret in his heart. He had wanted to give Yemo a surprise and at the same time elevate his status. But in the end, it was just a favor. Now not only did he lose the evolutionary materials that Yemo needed, but he also lost his wife and his army. These materials are extremely important to old brother Yemo, and it's the only one in Gangnam City. I'm really sorry for him, Tang Yi despaired in his heart. And that's when a windy sound rang out from not far away, only to see a black-robed figure stepping on the walls of the tall buildings on both sides of the street, chasing towards Tang Yi's direction. He, a guest from Fengyu City's Wan Baolu. Where are you going with this? Why don't you follow me to the Chen family and discuss the ownership of the 10,000 treasures building? The black-robed man said with a smile, his tone filled with open-mindedness. Tang Yi was shocked when he heard this. That's when he realized. It turned out that the purpose of these people was not for the 2 corpse race evolutionary treasures in his hands, but the 10,000 treasures building in Fengyu City. Tang Yi looked at the transcendent 1-star coffin suppressor in front of him, monstrous hatred flashing in his eyes. He then endured the pain and said in a cold voice, it seems like I don't have any grudges with your Jiangnan City Chen family, right? When did you guys set your sights on me? Hearing this, the black-robed man immediately laughed even louder. Worthy of being a bumpkin from a small town. It's just as well that he hasn't seen the world, but he doesn't even inquire about the rules of this inner city. You, as a quasi-transcendent, don't wear a badge and have the audacity to make a huge plea for treasures. This is enough to prove that you are unfamiliar with the inner city and are definitely not from Jiangnan City. Even if our Chen family doesn't target you, there will be the Lin family, the Yun family, and even other forces from the tomb-seeking corps investigating your background. So you'd better obediently hand over the 10,000 treasures building in Fengyu small city. The black-robed man's tone was cold, his eyes revealing a color of confidence. To the Chen family, Fengyu City was considered a small city compared to Jiangnan City, but the value of Wan Baolu as the largest trading store in Fengyu City was definitely not low. As long as they could control this Wanbao building, they would be able to bring in a steady stream of revenue to the Chen family. Hearing the black-robed man's words, Tang Yi already understood that he couldn't escape. There's no way the other guy is going to let himself go, and there was no way he himself would hand over the manpower houses. As the corner of his mouth ripped open in a hideous arc, scarlet blood slowly flowed out from it. His tone became hoarse, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. Do you know that I'm only the second in command of Manpower House, not actually in charge? Even if I hand over the 10,000 treasures building, would your Chen family dare to go to Fengyu City to take over? Hearing that, The black-robed man pondered for a moment, then laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you don't have to care if the Chen family dares to take over. But I can announce that from now on you're the owner of Manpower House, because your boss was beheaded by our clan leader 8 years ago." With these words, Tanya's heart set off monstrous waves. No wonder he had been unable to contact his boss for so many years. I didn't expect the other party to die under the Chen family head. Come to think of it. Tanya's eyes turned red as he hissed, directly mobilizing his spiritual energy and fiercely blasting his fist towards the black-robed man. Only a light blue fist force shook out, and in the blink of an eye, it blasted in front of the black-robed man. When the black-robed man saw this, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he similarly mobilized his aura and blocked the punch with one hand. "You, who have lost your coffin spirit, want to deal with Lao Fu on your own strength? What are you dreaming about?" the black-robed man sneered. Next, the black-robed man steeply transformed into a residual shadow and attacked towards Tang Yi. When Tang Yi saw this, he was shocked and hurriedly pulled out his legs to run. The anger he felt just now caused him to lose his mind instantly, directly forgetting the difference in strength between himself and the black-robed man. Now that he not only didn't have a coffin spirit, he was still in an injured state. So how could he possibly defeat the other party, as well as the other party's coffin spirit? "No, it doesn't matter if I die, but the 1,000-year moon essence on their bodies must not be allowed to be taken away," Tang Yi thought in his heart. Immediately following, he steeply inspired his entire body's aura to converge under his feet, directly transforming into a gust of wind and throwing the black-robed man far away, then ran towards an alleyway on the side of the street. 2 minutes later, Tang Yi sealed the 1,000-year moon essence in an ancient wooden box and hid it in an inconspicuous sewer in the inner city near the city wall, in the northwest corner of the street. At the same time, he took a picture of the location where he hid the 1,000-year moon essence, attached a text and sent it to Yemo and his friends list. "Brother Yi, Mr. Tang is ashamed of you." Tang wanted to buy the things needed by the old brother to give, but unexpectedly by the treacherous assassination. Now the 1,000-year-old moon essence has been hidden here by Tang, while the Phantomine Cold Marrow has been seized by the Chen family in Jiangnan City. I hope that after you come to Jiangnan City, you will take away the Millennium Moon Essence as soon as possible, so as not to lose it again. Tanya deadpanned at the broken arm in order not to leave blood on the ground. At the same time, he resisted the urge to furiously spray blood and moved away from the sewer where the ancient wooden box was hidden. He then turned around and walked hundreds of meters in the same direction to a deserted street side and sat down against the wall. At this point, he was at the end of his rope and could only stay where he was. Looking at the cell phone in his hand, Tang Yi sent another message to Yemo, and then forcibly stimulated the only trace of aura left in his body and crushed the cell phone into smithereens. "Looks like I'm dead this time." Blood continued to gush from the corners of Tang Yi's mouth, a helpless smile on his face as he recalled the past. He had once been a genius, contracting a coffin spirit at the age of 18 and becoming a quasi-transcendent at less than 25. It was because the owner of Manpower House was his master and had raised him for a reason. So after the owner of Manpower House left, he took over Manpower House. Due to his obsession with business, he had not been out of town for a long time to practice. It caused him to use up his potential over the years, allowing his strength to stagnate. In Fengyu City, President Chen was the first person who deserved it, and there has been a break in the transcendental coffin suppressors in Maple Lake City. Tang Yi, a quasi-transcendent, naturally became one of the most honored existences in Fengyu City. That's why he had always held a couldn't-care-less attitude towards the strength of his own strength. After all, as far as he was concerned, money could also pull people in. Been comfortable long enough to forget how dangerous the outside world can be. If I could be given another chance, perhaps I could become a legendary powerhouse as well. Tang Yi smiled to himself. Just then, tap tap tap, a heavy footstep sounded from the corner of the street. When Tang Yi heard this, his face became extremely gloomy. These footsteps were like life-threatening death knells, ringing in his heart and sending him step by step towards the abyss of death. Once he thought of the other party being a member of the Chen family and what the Chen family had done, Tang Yi's heart once again flared with anger. How could I die in such a sorry state under the Chen family? Master's revenge has yet to be avenged. The materials that elder brother Yi needed were also taken by them. I'm not willing. I'm not happy. Just then, something suddenly occurred to him. That is, when he bought the corpse race treasures in the trading area of Jiangnan City, he also bought a few copies of the 6th order zombie virus solution on the way, preparing to give them to Yemo. Meanwhile, the manager of the trading area, seeing that he was more generous, gave him the companion product of the 1,000-year lunar essence, a black corpse bead that emitted a gloomy aura. Without the antiviral agents, transcendents would also turn into zombies within half an hour after being infected with the 6th order zombie virus. A bizarre color flashed in Tang Yi's eyes as he took out the black beads as well as the virus solution from his spatial backpack. He wanted a chance to use these viruses on the black-robed man. But soon, It occurred to him that the other party was no fool, and he abandoned that decision. Because even after being infected, the other party can use many means to destroy the virus, and one cannot escape death in the end. Maybe I can use it myself. With my strength, as long as I'm infected with these viruses, it definitely won't take half an hour for a mutation to occur. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Ye's eyes as he excitedly looked at the virus solution in his hands. As for this black corpse bead, it should be made from the corpse poison of a 1,000-year-old zombie. Come to think of it, a maniacal smile suddenly appeared on Tang Ye's face, only to see that he didn't have any hesitation and endured the pain, biting and bursting the test tube containing the virus solution and drinking all the virus through. He then put the test tube back into his space backpack and took the corpse bead in his hand again and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it directly into his body. This moment, Tang Ye only felt that his throat was like a knife cut, and the nerves in his body were being gnawed by millions of ants. The horrible lean chi produced by the corpse beads in his body mixed with the viral solution, causing him pain. The veins that were originally flowing with blood became stiff and gradually tinted with a pitch-black color. However, his face still forced a look of calmness, trying not to let his enemy see anything unusual. And at this point, the black-robed man arrived right on the street where Tang Ye was. He looked towards the wall, leaning against it, disheveled and bowing his head, seemingly in some despair Tang Ye, and couldn't help but sneer, "Hee, Boss Tang. So you're hiding here. Why don't you run? You run instead." Tang Ye sniffed and ignored the other party, still enduring the severe pain in his body. When the black-robed man saw this, his eyes stared. He then directly stimulated his spiritual energy and blasted his fist at Tang Ye, sending him tumbling several meters. "You're pretty tough." Seeing that Tang Ye didn't say anything, the black-robed man's face became more and more gloomy. For him, abusing someone who was too hardcore like this would only bring him up to speed. He likes to give hope and make people beg for mercy before finally backtracking and delivering a blow of despair. Oh, that's quite a spoiler. Since that's the case, then you press your handprint on this document and go to hell. The black-robed man took out a transfer document and said indifferently. Having said that, he then pulled a knife from his waist and rushed straight over, slicing Tang Ye's head off with a single slash. Immediately afterward, he swung his knife again and cut off the other man's arm. At this point, the black-robed man surveyed Tang Ye's corpse and once again added a few more slashes. A look of excitement then appeared in his eyes as he bent down to pick up his blood-stained arm and pressed a handprint on the document. Oh, the manpower house has arrived. The family head will definitely reward the old man this time. The corners of the black-robed man's mouth hooked into a smile before he turned around and left. Late night, the city of Gangnam became more and more silent. The blood moon that rose in the sky gave off an eerie glow, shrouding the entire downtown area with a layer of blood color. At this point, at the corner of the street in the northwest corner of the inner city, there was a headless male corpse covered in wounds lying. Suddenly, a strange black mist gushed out from the male corpse's body, only to see countless pitch-black blood and flesh tentacles appear at the wounds of this male corpse, instantly repairing the wounds on his body. And the cuts in its severed arms as well as its head were being repaired at an extremely frightening speed. A few seconds later, the body regenerated. Only, it looks very different from when it was alive. The corpse's skin was ghastly white and wreathed in eerie black lines. Its pitch-black hair also turned white, and its hands grew bizarrely sharp nails, looking extremely sinister. Jia. Tang Ye, didn't die. Tang Ye slowly opened his eyes, revealing sharp teeth in his mouth as he laughed eerily. At this time, its eyes are incomparably dark and empty, and its pupils are transformed into blood red, looking incomparably cruel and violent. A mutant ghoul mother? This is me? Tang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he suspiciously surveyed the changes in his body. GGG, immortal regeneration, devouring reinforcement, corpse demon stiff poison, my gift, infection manipulation, 1,000 faces in disguise? What a powerful force this is. Tang Ye's face grimaced as he looked up to the sky and laughed. Immediately following, with a stomp of its legs, its entire body transformed into an extremely fast white line, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared on top of the city wall of the inner city. Looking around the city on both sides of the walled city, it stretched out its long tongue and licked its cheeks, its eyes radiating endless greed. So much blood and flesh, as long as I devour it all, then my revenge will be avenged. So turn all of you into my sustenance. The words. The mutant corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person and leapt down in the direction of the outer city, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Early the next morning, Yi Mo climbed straight up from the bed. For what Zhou Tong had told him last night, he had kept it all in mind. He himself now had the Snow Shadow badge, but he couldn't wear it freely. After all, the Blade Court was the biggest force in Jiangnan City. The members were distributed everywhere, and once these people saw the Snow Shadow badge, they were afraid that they would attack themselves as a group. However, As long as you keep a low profile and minimize your dealings with others, then nothing is a problem. Just then, a phone rang. Yemo turned his head to see that it was Joe Tong calling. Hey, old brother Yemo, I'm really sorry. I won't be able to accompany you to the inner city trading area today. Something bad happened last night on this side of the outer city, and I have to go investigate it now. An urgent voice came from the other side of the phone. Yemo sniffed. A curious look flashed in his eyes, but didn't ask more questions. Elder brother Joe, don't worry about it. Go and get busy. I was able to take care of myself on my end. If I run into trouble I can't handle, I'll get back to you. Good, I'll get busy as soon as I can. Yemo old brother, you pay attention to your own safety. By the time both of us are done, then we will not get drunk again, the caller admonished. Okay. Yemo smiled and answered. Wait until the other person hangs up. Yemo's eyebrows couldn't help but raise as he muttered. Something bad happened in the outer city? What could have made old brother Joe so anxious? Yemo was curious. He then turned his phone on and did a search. Last night, an extremely tragic massacre took place in the outer city. Hundreds of civilians have been killed and their bodies are unaccounted for, leaving only dried bloodstains at the scene. Upon testing, it was discovered that the blood contained an extremely horrific zombie virus. According to expert speculation, this incident is suspected to be the work of outsiders who deliberately released the coffin spirit of a zombie. When Yemo saw this, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. This piece of news made him vaguely feel that Jiangnan City might become unpeaceful in the days to come. And just then, a few more messages popped up. Special notice from Gangnam City Law Enforcement Department. Invite all casket makers from other areas who have contracted a zombie casket spirit. Proceed to the Inner City Law Enforcement Department immediately for self-certification. Special notice, if those who do not follow the contents of the previous article, the Department of Law Enforcement will forcibly erase them. A coffin keeper from another region. Indentured to a zombie? I didn't expect this Jiangnan-based city to be so xenophobic. Looking at the two notices, a cold color flashed in Yemo's eyes. Jiangnan-based city, as a large city, had thousands of town coffin masters coming and going every day. If we were to gather all the alien coffin suppressors who had contracted zombies in the entire urban area, I'm afraid it would be more than thousands. If so many people went to the Department of Law Enforcement to testify against themselves, there would undoubtedly be long lines. The time consumed will take at least a day. Thinking of this, Yemo hastily glanced at the time of the time-limited quest. Only his face gradually became ugly. The mission shows 7 days left, and 3 days later, the Jiangnan-based city would hold a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting for a few days. At that time, the number of coffin suppressors rushing to Jiangnan-based city would at least multiply several times. If Yemo didn't find the evolutionary materials that Chi needed within these 3 days as soon as possible, then it was very likely that these materials would be bought by others. It ends up failing its own time-limited mission. No, the high-level template raffle ticket must be gotten as soon as possible. A look of determination flashed in Yemo's eyes. As he thought about it for a while, he immediately made a decision and prepared to immediately head to the largest trading market in Jiangnan City. First, go to the trading market and buy the spectraline cold marrow and the 1000-year moon essence into your hands. Then it should not be too late to go to the law enforcement department to testify against yourself. Yemo muttered. He then went straight to the trading market on the east side of the inner city after cleaning up a bit. A quarter of an hour later, Yemo took a car and arrived near the trading market. It was early morning, but the streets of the market were already crowded. Without hesitation, Yemo put the coffin of the sealed Tyrant on his back and accelerated his steps towards the most imposing trading store in the center of the street. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the plaque of the building hanging above his head, Yemo directly entered it. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was very different from the Wanbao building in Fengyu City, in which each area was carefully divided. The respective areas are used to trade materials of different races. Yemo looked around and saw an area with fewer people at a glance. This is the corpse material trading area. Hello, I want to purchase 2 materials, Yemo said as he found the reception in the corpse race's material area. Sir, you make the list first. I'll go take out the materials for you later. The beautiful receptionist smiled. She then took out a pen and paper and handed it to Yemo. Yemo took the pen and paper and immediately wrote down the 1000-year moon essence and the spectraline cold marrow. However, the beautiful order taker on the side couldn't help but frown when she saw the material written down by Yemo. The tone became a little awkward immediately afterward. Mister, can you switch to other materials? These 2 materials have already been sold. When Yemo heard this, his heart tightened and he quickly asked, already sold out? When was it sold? It was already bought out yesterday at noon, the beautiful receptionist explained. Hearing this, Yemo's face became extremely ugly. Can you tell me the name of the person who bought these 2 materials? What does it look like? Yemo asked out loud. The beautiful receptionist was shocked when she heard this, and she quickly shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir, this I cannot tell you, because our chamber is not allowed to disclose customer information. Tell me, I'll give you $50 million, Emo whispered. He was bound and determined to get these two materials, so he didn't skimp on them. $50 million was nothing more than killing several demons for him at this time, and for this beautiful receptionist of the junior class in front of her, $50 million counted as a fortune. Sure enough, when the beautiful receptionist heard Emo's words, her eyes lit up and her smile became incomparably charming. She hurriedly came to Emo's front to pull the other party's hand and walked towards a corner. "Sir," the beautiful receptionist hinted with a wink towards Emo. Emo sniffed and directly pulled out a card from the space storage. This card was obtained from the space backpack of the boss of Doomtown earlier. He had never used it, and it was just right for him to use it right now. "Check it out." Emo handed the card over. The beautiful receptionist saw this and immediately checked it out. When she realized that Emo was really so generous, her mood became more and more excited. Immediately following, as she took Emo's hand, she then used her fingers to write a few words on Emo's hand. "Fengyu City, Tangyi." After leaving the Zhongnan Chamber of Commerce, Emo became extremely happy in his heart. I didn't realize that the one who bought away the materials was actually Tangyi. As to what purpose the other side wants these materials for, Emo knew without even thinking about it that the other party came over to buy it in advance and was definitely helping himself. So it's old brother Tang. He really has a heart. Emo shook his head and smiled. In fact, when he was checking the prices of materials on the armored train, he had already found out that Wan Baolu had quintupled the price of the materials he was going to sell. This meant that Tangye had given himself a heavenly favor. And now, the other party was even hearing about the materials he needed. And then he directly moved to Jiangnan City. This kind of tripod helped move Emo a bit. "Elder brother Tang, how big a favor are you making me owe you?" A bitter smile appeared on Emo's face. Immediately following, he directly picked up his cell phone and made a call over towards Tangyi. After 10 seconds or so, however, a beep came from the other end of the phone. "The phone number you have dialed is turned off or is not in the service area." This, Emo was instantly a bit confused. He then called a few more times, and still got the same prompt. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly called up Tanya's assistant. "Yashi, Sister Yashi, do you have a way to get in touch with old brother Tang? I've made many calls, all of which prompted him to turn off his cell phone or not be in the service area." Emo directly inquired. With these words, the other end of the phone froze for a moment, and then hurriedly explained, "Tangyi, he turned off his phone? That's not possible. He said as long as I was alive, and he'll never turn it off. Then he's probably already on his way back to Fengyu City. It should be a bad signal," Emo said in a doubtful manner. However, the denial came straight from the phone. I'm pretty sure he's still in Jiangnan City right now." A few seconds later, Yashi's again voice on the phone became a bit puzzled. By the way, I got the feeling he was rather strange last night. He kept messaging me on his chat app saying he missed me, but when I said to make a video call, he said he was too busy to answer. At the time I was really tired from the day and he said to get some rest. I then listened to him and fell asleep. I woke up early this morning and he sent a message too, but he hasn't gotten back to me so far. As per usual, whenever he is glued to the chat app, he replies in seconds whenever I send a message." As she spoke, Yashi's voice on the phone became smaller and smaller, vaguely revealing uneasiness and worry. "Yi Xiao, I'll hang up first. I'll go call his phone and inform you after I get in touch." Yashi's voice looked extremely low, and she directly hung up the phone. And that's when Emo's brows furrowed at once. According to what Yashi had said, old brother Tang seemed to never turn off his phone and was extremely fond of using chat software. Maybe the other person had sent themselves a friend message as well? "We can't reach Donald now. Then there's a good chance something happened to the other side. Come to think of it." Emo slowly moved his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner on his cell phone, where there was a chat software icon. Only 99 plus red numbers are seen above the display icon. Emo was not surprised to see this, because Yi Xiaoyao would always post some meaningless emoji pictures as well as spit out boring things all day long. If one says one thing back to the other person can say at least a couple dozen things back. Solely Emo set the chat message to not alert and didn't bother to check it. Subsequently, Emo tapped on the icon to take a look. As expected, Yi Xiaoyao's avatar at the top of the row showed more than 500 unread messages. The latter had several messages from Lin Yin, as well as messages from the high school class group. And at the very end, Emo saw a few messages. It was from Tang Yi. "Affectionate old Tang, Yi old brother. If you need any materials in the future, speak directly to old brother, and old brother will help you get them. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. Affectionate old Tang, Yi old brother. When are you coming to Jiangnan City? Old brother has prepared a big surprise for you. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. Hashtag Canthus Teeth Smile. Deeply affectionate old Dawn. Pictures. Deeply affectionate old Tang. Ye old brother. Tang is ashamed of you. Fond old Tang. Ye old brother. Old brother wants to ask you for two things. I implore you, old brother, to help me guard the 10,000 treasures building and not let the Chen family take it away. The other thing is, take care of her for me. Let her forget about me and find someone to marry. Deeply affectionate old Dawn. Pictures. Old brother Tang. Looking at these messages sent by Tang Yi, Mo only felt like his throat was being pinched as his breathing became extremely heavy. How he didn't expect it. Tanya is dead. Because of himself. The other party was victimized by the Chen family in Jiangnan Bay City in order to keep the materials they needed. And that last one is beautiful. It's a picture of Yashi in her wedding dress. It was just that Tanya would never be able to see, with his own eyes, the scene he had been waiting for. Mo looked at these messages and couldn't calm down for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he took a deep breath and slowly put the phone in his pocket. Old brother Tang. Don't worry. I'll take care of sister Yashi. Mo sighed. At this point in his life, the face was expressionless, and no one could tell that he had any emotions. Only in his heart, he was holding back a monstrous killing intent that had a hidden tendency to erupt. Chen family, wait for me. When I become a transcendent, it will be enough. Mo clenched his fists deathly tight and said with an icy color flashing in his eyes. Immediately following, without any hesitation, Mo directly took a fast car and left the trading market. He remembered that the location where Tanya had sent the picture was not far from the hotel he was staying in. Now he just wanted to get there as soon as possible to check on the situation. If Tanya's body was still there, he would try to save it by all means. Being a godly bodybuilder and having a system, when he grows up, he will most likely have the ability to resurrect others. So the first order of business is to head for the northwest corner streets. A few minutes later, Mo reached the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. As soon as he got out of the car, he hurriedly searched for a location near the photo. Soon, he found a large amount of dried blood along a street wall. This should be old brother Tang's blood. Mo's face was grave. It looks like the Chen family took old brother Tang's body away. Mo looked around and didn't see Tanya's body. His heart filled with coldness. Just then, the two clumps of dark, paste-like substance nearby attracted Mo's attention. One end is like an arm, the other like a melted-off head. Mo saw this and frowned, then walked over and squatted down. His hand had a wipe, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Zombie Demon Stiffness Poison, a mutated active virus that is a perfect fusion of several high-level zombie viruses and a 1,000-year-old flying zombie poison. With unprecedented infectivity and vitality, this corpse poison cannot be dissolved by any anti-zombie poison agent, and once infected, it will be transformed into a zombie demon subbody and be manipulated by the zombie demon. Can it be that it was left behind by the coffin spirit of the Chen family? Mo was shocked in his heart. This level of corpse poison was the strongest he had seen so far. If a drop is put in the water plant of Jiangnan Bay City, it will directly erupt into an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't be the Chen families. If they had this kind of coffin spirit, they would either have already claimed the throne in Jiangnan Bay City or would have been exterminated long ago. Mo pondered in his heart. It's better to collect such a strong corpse poison first. When the time comes, it would be better to let the Tyrant absorb it, or contaminate the Chen family all over again. Come to think of it, ruthlessness flashed in Mo's eyes as he directly collected the black substance on the ground and put it into the spatial warehouse. He then walked over towards the neighborhood of the sewers Tanya had mentioned. The northwest corner street is relatively isolated, but there are still a number of badge-holding town casket makers passing through here in the morning. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Mo placed the silver coffin in front of his body and patiently leaned on the street lamp, quietly waiting for the opportunity to be able to take the ancient wooden box. After a few minutes, Mo twisted his head to observe a circle and realized that no one was there at this time. Without hesitation, he rushed straight to the sewer in the middle of the road, lifted the manhole cover and jumped. Sure enough, at the bottom of the sewer, there was a precious ancient wooden box. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Mo couldn't help but sigh, then picked it up and put it into the spatial storage. Meanwhile, a ripple rippled through the fence not far down the street. Only a strong and a thin silhouette could be seen, directly traveling out from this fence. These two had long been observing Mo from the other side of the fence for a long time. The eyes of the burly youth among them glowed white, like a see-through eye. He saw all of Mo's movements and also saw that Mo was not wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that alien fellow is really weird. He actually jumped inside the sewer. Also got a flashy wooden box inside. The burly youth with a fierce face grinned, looking extremely excited. Aside, the other skinny youth with hollow eyes and a black mist emanating from his body sniffed. and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. Oh. Standing on the side of the street in the middle of the morning and furtively observing passers-by, I knew at a glance that this outsider had a ghost in his heart. Lei Tian said coldly, "Brother Tian, what do we do next? Should we kill or seize the treasure and release them?" the burly youth asked. When Lei Tian heard this, a cruel look appeared on his face as he said, "Of course it's killing. There has never been a precedent of us Thundercloud Tomb Seekers striking out and letting go." The burly youth sniffed and instantly released a slaughtering knife evil demon, preparing to go and uncover the manhole cover. And that's when Lei Yutian stopped him with a hand and said smilingly, "It's no fun to kill just like that. Let's wait for him to come out first. Let's abuse him properly when he comes out." It seemed to be sensing some kind of movement on the manhole cover, as well as a vague conversation. Yi Mo's face suddenly became ugly. "Am I being watched?" Yi Mo muttered. At this point, with a movement in his mind, he summoned Chi-Chi, while the silver coffin under the street lamp by the street also suddenly opened, and the tyrant stepped out from it. "Chi-Chi, follow me up. If the situation is not right, directly chop them up," Yi Mo instructed. He then crawled towards the top of the sewer, and at this point, Lei Yutian and the burly youth were attracted by the commotion behind them. They turned around and saw a figure wearing a leather coat and hat and holding a giant long knife in his hand appear beside the coffin. "Brother Tian, this is that kid's coffin spirit. It seems to be a zombie." The burly youth could not help but take a few steps backward when he felt the tyrant's aura of killing. When Tian heard this, his face showed disdain as he laughed. "Isn't it just a guard-level zombie? What are you afraid of? Your slaughter knife evil ghost is a peak guard. Just do it?" With these words, before the butcher knife evil ghost could react, the tyrant struck first. A horizontal crescent-shaped blade chi flew towards where the two were to attack. The two men's faces suddenly changed drastically when they saw this. They didn't expect an outsider to dare to take the initiative. What's more, this outsider was also a coffin suppressor who had contracted a zombie, not going to the law enforcement department to testify himself and still dared to strike out and hurt people. It was simply an added offense. Without any hesitation, the two panicked and dodged towards the sides. Only a whistling sound could be heard, and the knife chi instantly split the butcher knife evil ghost in half, killing it on the spot and turning it into a small amount of experience value. And at this moment, the might of the blade chi did not decrease, and flew towards the wall of the inner city across the street at an extremely fast speed, chopping out a huge opening several meters deep directly into the wall, emitting a violent explosion. Nearby streets, many coffin suppressor masters heard the sudden explosion, and their faces showed surprise. "Crap, what's going on? How did it suddenly explode? I felt the fluctuation of spiritual energy. Someone should be fighting nearby. Let's go see the action then. In case it's a big family fight, it'll be wonderful," many people murmured, and for a while, they all ran towards the source of the explosion with the mindset of watching. And at this point, Yi Mo had already carried Chi-Chi to the pavement. He glanced at the damaged city wall, and then at the two people who were in a sorry state not far away, and a fierce color flashed in his eyes. "Kill them," Yi Mo coldly said. With these words, the burly youth was instantly shocked, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth, and Tian's body steeply erupted a cold ghostly aura, directly enveloping this section of the street, only to see that the surrounding streets became incomparably dim and filled with dead silence. And countless evil ghosts crawled out from the ground as if they were ghosts. "Boy, you've got some balls for an outsider, to actually dare to make a move against our Thundercloud tomb-seeking troops people. You're really tired of living," Brother Tian said coldly. At this time, he had been completely possessed by the evil ghost coffin spirit and was not afraid of Yi Mo in the slightest, because within his ghostly body, he had transformed himself into a spiritual state, and no physical attack could touch him. This was a special ability that his evil ghost had. Being able to shift between the real and the imaginary, has a strong recovery ability when in solid form, and while this recovery is not as strong as that of demons and devils, as long as it does not injure a vital part of the body, it is fully recoverable. While in the spirit state, a ghostly spirit is formed, locking yourself and your enemies in the spirit and unable to leave its range. You've trained this zombie well, but it's only a D rank potential, and it's still the weakest of the zombies. It's a bit delusional if you want to hurt me, Tian mocked. Yi Mo sniffed and looked at the other party with a retarded look in his eyes. Both Tyrant and Chi-Chi themselves have other types of damage skills. For example, Cold and Thunder. The fact that the other party chose not to run away and locked themselves together was no different from seeking death. This moment, Yi Mo didn't want to break bread with the other party in the slightest. Seemingly sensing Yi Mo's emotions, Tyrant and Chi-Chi struck out at the same time. Only an ice blue sword chi and a thunderblade chi were seen charging straight at Lei Yutian. The speed of the two chopping strikes was extremely terrifying, and the other party couldn't even react before they were chopped into several pieces on the spot. The evil spirits that crawled out of the ground before they could strike also turned into a black smoke and dissipated. Ding! 7-7 has successfully killed LV. 30 Earthbound Spirit. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant. Doubling your experience. Gains plus 1,500 experience value. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit. Chi-Chi. Has doubled its experience and gained plus 1,500 experience value. Ding! Current Coffin Spirit Tyrant. 7-7. Level LV. 25 guard grade. Experience required for next level 2200/17,000. The system beep sounded, causing EMO to faintly stare. He didn't pay much attention to the strength of the decapitated youth, and only felt that the other party was very, very weak. But I didn't expect the other party to actually be a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. However, it was somewhat unfortunate that as one's strength increased, the experience one could gain from killing level 30 demons had been reduced by half. Aside, the burly youth looked at Yemo's two coffin spirits in horror, only feeling some numbness in his scalp. Just now, they thought that Yemo was just a mole cricket that could be easily trampled to death. But how could they not expect that the other party was a great god that had crossed over to kill people? You're finished. You actually killed Tian. Do you know that he's the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group? The burly youth was horrified and subconsciously threatened. Lay what regiment? Yemo frowned and coldly said, never heard of it. Our Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group is a vassal of the Chen family. You've heard of the Chen family, right? One of the big families in the inner city. I advise you to hurry up and let me go, or else the Thundercloud Tomb Seekers and the Chen family will definitely not let you go. The burly youth roared. A vassal of the Chen family? Yemo's eyes turned cold and a murderous aura suddenly erupted from his body. What is the strength of the leader of your Thundercloud Tomb-seeking regiment? Hearing this, the burly youth was relieved, thinking that Yemo was starting to be jealous. Then with a happy face, he said, our leader is a transcendent 5-star powerhouse. Yemo's ice-cold voice came out. He then took Chi-Chi back into the contract space and directly turned to leave. When the burly youth saw this, he only felt joy in his heart. He thought that Yemo would let himself go. The next second, however, a blade chi swept out. The burly youth only felt a coldness in his brow, and before he had time to say anything else, he was directly cleaved in half by this blade and died violently on the spot. As Yemo left the area, many coffin suppressors who wanted to watch the fun also rushed here. When they saw the pieces of corpses scattered on the ground, and the ground that was stained red, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They apparently recognized one of the heads for what it was. Crap, isn't that Lei Xiao? It's only been less than half a minute, and they've actually been decapitated. This Nima, who is so rampant that he dares to behead him in the inner city. The Thundercloud Tomb Seekers have the Chen family's cover above them. It's over. First the outsiders released the walkers to attack the outer city. Now someone else had killed the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Corps. The appraisal hasn't even started yet, so I guess it's going to be a mess. We'd better hurry up and slip away, or else we'll be in deep trouble if the people from the Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group can't find the murderer later on and make an example out of us. When these words came out, everyone's hearts trembled and they hurriedly spread their legs and ran. A few minutes later, the other largest street in the northwest corner, Yemo was sitting on a bench on the side of the road, ready to wait for a ride to the law enforcement department. Since he was carrying a silver coffin when he entered the city, when Yemo entered the city to register, he filled in the name of the tyrant. If he didn't go to the Department of Law Enforcement now, sooner or later, the department would come to his door and might even detain him under various names. Yemo didn't dare to gamble because he didn't have the time to do so. Of course, he had thought about carrying the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi on his back when he entered the city, but the level of the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi was too terrifying. Once he memorized it, he was only afraid that it would directly attract the attention of the most powerful people in Jiangnan City. When out of the Department of Law Enforcement, I should only be able to contact Elder Chen if I want to get the Phantomine Cold Marrow. Yemo pondered in his heart. Although Elder Chen didn't have much say in the Jiangnan Bay cities, and was even less intimidating than some of the indigenous great families in the inner city, but he was at least a legendary 9-star powerhouse. As long as he personally descended on Jiangnan Bay City, I'm afraid that it would cause the legendary powerhouses in all of Jiangnan Bay City to feel chills on their backs and fidget. A small Chen family was like a mole cricket in front of Chen Lao, and could be destroyed with just one hand. However, Yemo wouldn't let Elder Chen make a move to exterminate the Chen family. Instead he wanted to exterminate it himself. After all, Tang Yi was also implicated because he wanted to help himself, so this revenge should be avenged by himself. One day at a time, Yemo almost always stayed in the law enforcement department. It seemed that the members of the law enforcement department looked down on them, and the investigation process began to be deliberately difficult. Many of these coffin suppressors from other areas were humiliated, and some who couldn't stand being humiliated struck out in anger. The result was obvious. He was directly beheaded on the spot by the law enforcement department's coffin suppressor. Yemo didn't suffer too many hardships, because he was hanging up his Snow Shadow Corps badge at the time. Perhaps some of the law enforcement members recognized the Snow Shadow badge. They were all avoiding far away, not daring to start a conflict with Yemo. And of course they don't have any preferential treatment, because Yemo went too late. They still made the other side wait in line for the whole day. After leaving the Department of Law Enforcement, Yemo went straight back inside the hotel. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun had gone down. Darkness had arrived, and unrest was revealed everywhere. Yemo was lying on the bed. After patiently reading the message sent by Yi Xiaoyao, he then unplugged President Chen's phone. Elder Chen, this is Yemo. After connecting, Yemo said indifferently, and a hint of smug laughter came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha ha. Yi kid, you've only been in Jiangnan Bay City for a day and you're calling Lao Fu. In my opinion, you should have hit a wall. Tell me what happened. Old man? Yemo smiled helplessly when he heard this, then replied, Elder Chen, the materials needed for the evolution of the little dumplings have already lost one of them. Now that I can't get it back, I'll have to ask you to help me out and ask for it. Ha ha, old me really underestimated your kid's ability to cause trouble. You should have messed with a certain family in Jiangnan Bay City by now, right? On the phone, Elder Chen laughed out loud. Yemo sniffed and answered ambiguously, sort of. Which clan? Quickly tell me about it with Lao Fu. Perhaps Lao Fu can find someone to help you get the materials out right now. Elder Chen asked suspiciously. Qin family. Yemo replied. The Qin family? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately following, Chen Lao laughed out loud and said, Yi kid, I thought you had messed with the Blade Court, or the top 5 forces in Jiangnan City. The Qin family you speak of. Where is that a cat or dog from? I've never even heard of it. In that case, I won't bother to help you find you. You should wait for the old man for 2 days, and when I come over, I'll help you destroy them with my hands. With these words, Yemo froze, then hurriedly explained, Elder Chen, I don't need you to help me exterminate them. When the kid becomes a transcendent coffin suppressor, he will do it himself. Now I just need you to find someone and help me take out the phantomine cold marrow. Yemo said. Right, Yi kid, you can't have forgotten that one of the 3 people you met in Doomsday Valley was surnamed Chen. Elder Chen reminded. Hearing this, Yemo was stunned and said doubtfully, Qin Dong? Yeah, that's him. Go ahead and ask him about the situation. If you can't solve it again, then you can wait for 2 days for old man. After President Chen finished speaking, he simply hung up the phone. Hearing Elder Chen's hint, a complex color flashed in Yemo's eyes. He thought for a moment, then still directly opened the chat software, found Lin Yin's avatar, and a video call was made. At this point, in a hotel somewhere in Fengyu City, Lin Yin had just finished her shower and was lying on the bed, having just changed into her pajamas before she had a chance to wrap them up tightly. A video call pop-up then went off. When Lin Yin saw that it was Yemo calling, a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she went straight to the video. Yemo. Good evening. Ah, what do you want to see me about? The corner of Lin Yin's mouth revealed a smile. When Yemo saw a snowy white screen, the corners of his eyes twitched and he coughed lightly. Indeed, I'm looking for you for something. What is it? You tell me, Lin Yin said. When Yemo heard this, his face suddenly became calm and said faintly, the Qin family in Jiangnan Bay City. What is the relationship with Dongzi? Hearing this, Lin Yin was stunned, and then replied in a puzzled manner. The Qin family in Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family. Ah. Yemo, why are you asking this? Did you have a conflict with the Qin family? The owner of our Fengyu City's Wan Baolu, Tang Yi you recognize, right? Recognize. He's my friend and I owe him many favors. This time, he went to Jiangnan Bay City to help me look for the evolutionary materials for Chi-Chi. As a result, the Qin family's people took away the materials and the 10,000 treasures building, as well as their lives. Yemo's voice was calm. However, when Lin Yin heard this, her face became very ugly, and she suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect the Qin family to mess with Yemo's head. It was no wonder that these clans were used to being dominant in the inner city of Jiangnan City, and almost stomped all over the external coffin suppressors. But now, the Qin family had clearly kicked the bucket. Realize that. Behind Yemo stood President Chen, who was a legend 9-star powerhouse. If President Chen wanted to exterminate a clan in Jiangnan City, the 3 legends of the Blade Court would definitely not be able to stop them either. If the Qin family couldn't give Yemo a satisfactory answer by the time President Chen left for Jiangnan City, they would definitely be exterminated. Come to think of it, Lin Yin hurriedly said, Yemo, Dongzi's old man is the 3rd oldest member of the Qin family. Your friend's death, And you're missing material. I'll ask Dongzi to pass it on to Uncle Chin-san, so he can investigate it for you right away. Don't worry, we'll give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow at the latest. In time, the person who started it, the person who did the murder, and the material you lost will all be delivered to you together, at your disposal. I didn't realize that Qin Dong's old man was actually the third oldest member of the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Yi Mo muttered. Although it was unclear how strong Qin Dong's old man was and how much say he had in the Qin family, but Lin Yin's words undoubtedly proved that the oldest member of the Qin family had the ability to pull this off. Even if the third oldest member of the Qin clan was unable to do this, that would still spread his identity background throughout the entire Qin clan, causing the entire Qin clan to feel fear. After all, with a legendary 9-star bigwig exerting pressure, even a power as strong as the Blade Court would definitely be fidgeting. At this point, inside the luxurious villa of a larger estate in the inner city, two middle-aged men were sitting in the hall discussing something. Third Master, my son, Yu Tian, was beheaded in the northwest corner neighborhood today. A country-faced man with gloomy eyes and a scar on his forehead had an extremely ugly face. His name was Lei Bao, the leader of the Thundercloud Tomb-seeking troop, a transcendent 5-star coffin suppressor. At the same time, he was also the right-hand man of the third master of the Qin family. Aside, another middle-aged man in a long black coat with an elegant face and gold-rimmed glasses heard this. His brows could not help but slowly frown as he asked, "What's going on? Is it hard to believe that your son has messed with another big family?" Third Master, I've investigated. It shouldn't be another family. Logically speaking, the other clans know that the Thundercloud Tomb Hunting Group is a vassal of the Qin clan, and since my son has some fame in the inner city, they definitely won't make a move. Lei Bao held back the anger in his body and said indifferently, "According to you, that should be an outsider." Third Master Qin said as he held up his glasses. "Third Master, it must be an outsider. There was no surveillance on the stretch of road where my son was killed today, and there were no eyewitnesses who saw the whole thing happen. That's why my subordinate would like to ask Third Master to send someone to help investigate and find out who actually struck down my son." Lei Bao pleaded on one knee. Third Master Qin sniffed and thought, although his position in the Qin family was not high, he had little power, and even belonged to the targets of suppression, but at least he had a certain amount of prestige. For him, investigating a murderer of his subordinate's son is all a matter of faith. Moreover, he had been in the inner city for so many years that almost no one knew that he had founded one of the most massive intelligence organizations in Jiangnan City. So no matter what happened in the inner city, it almost never escaped his intelligence network and was easily investigated by him. Okay, Thunderpaw, you follow Shadow Ghost to investigate the surveillance in the northwest corner neighborhood. He will give you an answer. Third Master Qin said indifferently. Immediately following, he flicked his hand and a shadow instantly appeared on the floor in the villa, only to see a figure with a pitch-black body, with only a faint white light glowing from its mouth and eyes, possessed by a coffin spirit float out from it, and then kneel on one knee in front of Master Qin-san. When Lei Bao saw this scene, his heart was shocked and he only felt his scalp tingle. He had heard the name Shadow Ghost countless times, and even though he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew that this was the #1 guard and assassin under Master Qin-san. Originally, he thought that Shadow Ghost's strength was at most similar to his own, but he never expected that the Shadow Ghost's strength had reached the transcendent 9 stars level. One must know that the strongest person in the Qin family was the family head, Qinjin, and his strength was at the transcendent mortal 9-star level. But no matter what, Qinjin would never be able to manage to make a strong person of the same level become a henchman, and would even feel jealous of such a strong person. And now, this transcendent 9 stars named Shadow Ghost was actually kneeling on one knee in front of Third Master Qin. This simply made one's scalp go numb. Third Master is too powerful. What exactly is his strength? Lei Bao gulped, his heart tense. At the same time, he was incredibly grateful in his heart, because this backer of his own doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Perhaps the oldest three in front of him, who had always kept a low profile and was unpopular in the Qin family, was a legendary powerhouse. Master San, thanks a lot. When you need to use the Thundercloud Tomb-seeking core in the future, my subordinates will definitely go through fire and water for you. Third Master, I will die for you. Lei Bao knelt on the ground and said with incomparable submission. When Third Master Qin heard this, he nodded indifferently and said, "All right, Lei Bao, go and get on with your business." "Yes, Third Master." After saying that, Shadow Ghost then grabbed Lei Bao's shoulder with one hand, and the two of them sank into the shadows and disappeared. Looking at the area where the two subordinates disappeared, Third Master Qin pondered in his heart, Big Brother should have no hope of advancing to quasi-legendary in this life. After so many years of dictatorship and suppression of other kinsmen, it's time to step aside, but I'm still close to a chip on my shoulder. And once I fight him, not to mention the fact that Ergo will join forces with him, The other clans are more or less meddling in this, trying to get a piece of the middle. With the power I currently have at my disposal, it's not enough to completely suppress it. If only I could still pull in some forces, Third Master Chen muttered. Just then, suddenly a phone rang from Master Chen San's pocket. Third Master Chen raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone to take a look. Then a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Son, why are you calling so late? Missed your dad? Third Master Chen picked up the phone and said with a smile. However, Chen Dong's urgent voice came from the phone all of a sudden. It's not good, Dad. Our Chen family has kicked the bucket. Hearing that, Third Master Chen frowned. One must know that his son, Chen Dong, was aware of his own strength, a quasi-legendary coffin suppressor, and it was still just one step away from being promoted to legend. But now, Chen Dong actually said that the Chen family had kicked the bucket. It also meant that the strength of this iron plate was at least at the legendary level, and could even overpower the entire Chen family with his own strength. Without much thought, Third Master Chen hurriedly asked, Son, tell me what's going on. Who did our Chen family mess with? Dad, it's that genius I met in the Valley of Doom earlier. Mo. You mean the one who distributed the spectral flame soul crystals to you? Third Master Chen was puzzled. That's right, it's him, Chen Dong said anxiously. Someone from our Chen family took away the evolutionary materials he needed and killed his friend, the owner of the Wanbao building in Fengyu City. Dad, you hurry up and find out who did this and then hand that person over tomorrow. Remember to get your hands on the materials as well. It has to be as soon as possible, or else our entire Chen family will be finished in 2 days. Chen Dong droned loudly, his tone filled with fear. With these words, a look of disbelief immediately appeared on Third Master Chen's face. The genius that his own son had spoken of was actually capable of bringing the Chen family to an end again. Unsurprisingly, the other party must have an extremely close relationship with Chairman Chen of Fengyu City. Normally, these clans in Jiangnan City wouldn't be afraid of President Chen because the bigwigs of the Blade Court were able to fight against him, and no one messed with President Chen. But now, he didn't expect that the Chen family, which he was a member of, had actually touched this mold, leading to the possibility of President Chen's personal visit. If it was not handled well, the Chen family could meet its doom. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on Chen Lasan's face. As long as he could make good use of this opportunity, or if he pulled Mo together and hooked up with President Chen, then Chen Jin stepping aside is the nail in the coffin. Son, you call and speak directly to your friend now. Wait for my notice tomorrow, and let him come to Chen's house to get the materials back then. Claim the head by the way, Chen Laosan said excitedly. Okay, Dad, I'll speak to Mo now. After saying that, Chen Dong hung up the phone. In a hidden underground intelligence room in the inner city, Lei Bao was standing next to Shadow Ghost with trepidation, not daring to utter a single breath, and off to the side, Shadow Ghost was maneuvering a computer. Soon, Shadow Ghost then pulled up surveillance from all corners of the inner city. With the light of hundreds of projections shining on the walls of the intelligence room, all the images became clear. Lord Shadow Ghost, my son died in the northwest corner block of the inner city near the wall, Lei Bao reminded respectfully. Time, Shadow Ghost sniffed and let out an incomparably hoarse voice. When Lei Bao heard this voice, his heart snapped and he said shakily, it should be between 8 and 9 o'clock in the morning. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost maneuvered again. After a few seconds passed, the image on the walls of the intelligence room shifted abruptly. In several images, Yemo's figure appeared at the same time. One of the images showed Yemo just leaving the inner city wall area, while the last few images showed Yemo returning to a nearby hotel. When Lei Bao saw this, his face instantly became incredibly ugly. It's this kid, it's definitely him, Lei Bao said angrily. I've arrested and questioned almost everyone who showed up in the northwest corner neighborhood today, and this kid is the only one who hasn't been questioned. And the time he left coincided with the time those passers-by went forward to gather around. The one who killed my son was definitely this kid, Lei Bao said with red eyes. The Shadow Ghost sniffed and a cloud of shadows appeared under his feet. Then he turned his head towards Lei Bao with a hideous smile and said, well, since I've found out, it's time for me to go. So you want me to give you a ride? The Shadow Ghost's voice was incomparably cold. Hearing Thunder Panther panic. No, Lord Shadow Ghost. I don't need you to send me off. I'll leave first. Lei Bao arched his hand towards Shadow Ghost and said, then hurriedly ran out of the underground intelligence room. After running hundreds of meters away from the underground intelligence room, the anger in Lei Bao's heart could no longer be contained. How dare you kill my son? I'm going to exterminate your entire family. I'll exterminate everyone who knows you. Lei Bao roared with rage and blasted his fist towards a 10-meter tall tree beside him, shattering it into pieces. Next, with a stomp of his legs, like a swift panther, he directly crossed over to the top of the nearby high-rise building. and then ran wildly towards the direction of the hotel where Yemo was. At this point, in a hotel in the northwest corner neighborhood, Yemo had just hung up the phone call from Qingdong. When he thought that he would be able to get the Phantomine cold marrow back tomorrow, a hint of a smile appeared on Yemo's face. Moreover, Qingdong his father also promised to help him find out the murderer who killed Tang Yi, and the person behind the scene, which made Yemo's mood instantly good. Elder Chen's prestige is really good. Since that's the case, let's make a trip to the Qin family tomorrow to settle these matters. Yemo shook his head and smiled. Just then, a wind suddenly rises in alarm outside the hotel. Immediately afterward, a silhouette with a terrifying aura hovered in front of the window outside the hotel. Yemo turned his head and saw a country-faced middle-aged man with scar marks on his forehead, staring at himself with a murderous intent. The leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking troop? Yemo raised his eyebrows, his face full of gravity, and guessed the identity of the other party at once. The breath emitted by the other party was like that of a giant, and it pressed at Yemo as much as it could, blowing the curtains inside the hotel hunting. This made Yemo feel an unprecedented pressure, and he hastily summoned Tyrant and Chi-Chi to protect himself. Previously, all of his opponents were around high rank, and almost all of them could be killed by Tyrant or Chi-Chi in a single blow. However, transcendent powerhouses were obviously dozens, if not more than 100 times stronger than high-level coffin suppressors. It was important to realize that all of the coffin spirits under the transcendent powers were above level 40, and a level 40 plus Lord level coffin spirit had changed drastically compared to those below level 40. Strength is also like a rift in the sky. The reason for this, on the other hand, was because the level 40 coffin spirit had already completed 2 evolutions. It had even reached its final evolution. With their absolute advantage in terms of level and evolution, these second evolved coffin spirits were enough to defeat dozens, or hundreds, of high-level coffin spirits. And, even if a transcendent coffin suppressor didn't use a coffin spirit, they were still able to kill a high-level coffin suppressor with their own hands by using simple spiritual power manipulation. Transcendent 5-star. A level 45 Lord-level coffin spirit? Yemo's brows furrowed as he quickly thought in his mind. His own current coffin spirit was only level 25, a full 20 levels behind his opponent. The gap in hard power might not be able to be bridged by even a god-rank talent coupled with an S-rank coffin spirit. Right now the only means he had to threaten his opponent was probably only the Tyrant's hypermatter penetration. But it was harder than climbing to the sky for a supermatter penetration to hit a transcendent coffin suppressor. Outside the window, in mid-air, Lei Bao looked at Yemo's unperturbed appearance. The killing intent on his face became more and more obvious, and he coldly said, "Kid, you're an outsider and you didn't even inquire about my name. Just dare to kill my son. I'll make you beg for your life and beg for your death." Lei Bao instantly roared out in anger. He only saw spiritual energy surging in his hands as he prepared to blast a fist in Yemo's direction. When Yemo saw this, his heart jumped wildly, an ugly color flashed across his face, and he hurriedly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to try to see if Chi-Chi's unbreakable body could take a hard hit from a transcendent. In this instant, Chi-Chi also immediately fed a message back to Yemo. That is, as long as it wasn't a skill attack from a Lord-level coffin spirit, then her unbreakable body, coupled with the body-protecting type of talisman seals that she had drawn with her cold ice immortal power, would be able to carry it off completely, only to see Chi-Chi appear in front of Yemo with an instantaneous step. At the same time, she coalesced a talisman with one hand, directly transforming into a circular shield of cold ice in front of her body. "Kid, you're even more ruthless than old me, to actually use a coffin spirit to die in order to stay alive. Since that's the case, I'll kill your coffin spirit first and make you an invalid, and then imprison you and torture you for the rest of your life." Lei Bao sneered. Next, spiritual energy suddenly erupted out of his hand, transforming into an extremely terrifying fist force that blasted straight towards Chi-Chi. All that could be heard was a boom. The power of the fist directly blasted through the hotel's window and rushed straight onto the cold ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. Click! The cold ice shield didn't last 2 seconds before it instantly ruptured and turned into crushed ice crystals, and it was as if the ice shield had absorbed all the power. The aftermath left behind by the power of the fist wasn't strong, but the blast on Chi-Chi still sent Chi-Chi flying backwards into the wall panel. When Yemo saw this scene, his face was unsightly, and in his heart, he hastily communicated, "Chi-Chi, is there any injury? Master, his attack can't hurt me yet." Chi-Chi transmitted a voice. She then jumped right out of the wall paneling like it was nothing. Immediately afterward, he patted the dust on his body and once again coalesced a larger ice blue shield in front of him. Outside the window, as Lei Bao looked at this scene, a look of dismay flashed across his face, and his entire body was dumbfounded. He was a transcendent 5-star powerhouse. Even if the spiritual attack was no match for the coffin spirit's skills, that's still not something a level 25 coffin spirit can resist. not to mention that the level difference of 20 levels was here. And the other party's coffin spirit actually said that it stopped it and didn't take any damage, which was simply too outrageous. This can't be. I don't believe I can't kill a coffin spirit that's 20 levels below me. I don't believe it. Lei Pao roared out in anger, only to see him frantically stimulate the spiritual energy in his body, transforming it into an uncountable fist force that blasted in the direction of Chi-Chi. And having the experience of resisting once, Chi-Chi calmly drew their respective incantation symbols into shields, making a strong effort to superimpose them towards her front. For a moment, dozens of shields appeared densely in front of her, as if they were incomparably tough walls, allowing the other party to exert their best efforts. They were unable to break through this solid line of defense. Dozens of seconds later, Thunder Leopard calmed down slightly and gave up his spiritual attack. Just as soon as he saw the mocking smile of the kid behind Chi-Chi, his face became more and more ugly. This zombie coffin spirit, surprisingly, it was able to withstand my attack. So what level of coffin seal is it really? Lei Bao surveyed Chi-Chi, who was covered in shields in front of him, and pondered in his heart. Although the power of one's own converged spirit attack was not as powerful as 1/10 of one's own coffin spirit skill attack, it could easily blow down a building, or even kill many coffin spirits of around level 35, with not much difference in potential. The little zombie in front of him, however, had completely absorbed the energy with his shield, which was simply unbelievable. As if thinking of a possibility, Lei Bao's heart was suddenly startled. Is it hard to believe that his coffin spirit potential is A rank, or even S rank? For a moment, a greedy desire filled Lei Bao's mind. If he could kill the other party, seize their coffin spirit and then pay homage to Third Master Chen, then one's position under Third Master Chen would undoubtedly be higher. Come to think of it, without any hesitation, Lei Bao directly surged aura in his hands, only to see a ceiling formation steeply set up in mid-air. An ancient golden-colored coffin drilled out of it and hovered in mid-air. Kid, this coffin spirit of yours is at least A rank, right? Remove its sealing contract and transfer it to me, and I will spare your life, Lei Bao said coldly, with an undeniable tone in his voice. Meanwhile, the golden coffin suspended in mid-air instantly opened. Click! A thunderbolt rang out, and rolling clouds began to roll outside the hotel. The sky above several streets was covered by dark clouds, and demonic winds gusted, as if an apocalyptic catastrophe had descended. When Emo saw this, his face couldn't help but become grave. He then looked down into the dark clouds and saw a vicious ghost with a fleshy winged back, green face and fangs, tattered and charred, emitting gusts of electricity appear among them. Coffin spirit, Julii heavenly ghosts. Race, ghosts. Demons. Level LV. 45 Lord level. Seal level, golden coffin, level 49. Talent, thunderbolt hardening, absorbs thunderbolts to enhance physical strength and soul strength. Thundercloud manipulation, creates a large number of thunderclouds out of thin air. Skills, speed flight, 4th level. Fierce thunderstrike, 4th level. Thunder penalty, special. Advanced stealth, 4th level. Paralyze. Chain lightning, 4th level. Evil ghost split, 4th level. Stunts, thunderstorms prison. Defect, deepening pain. Intimacy, 77, obedient. Current status, indifferent. Evolvable times, 0 times. Introduction, from the underworld peak. From the Thunderbolt Ghost after 2 evolutions, its potential is exhausted, and there is no way to advance after full level. A level 45 Lord. It's still a terrifying opponent. Yemo's face was full of gravity. Just now, Chi-Chi's casting of the talisman had already consumed most of his spiritual energy, and the remaining spiritual energy was merely able to allow Tyrant to use the supermatter penetration twice. This meant that if you wanted to strike back, you had to be taken by surprise, and there were only 2 chances. After 2 times, if he didn't kill the Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost, then he will definitely die. Kid, I admit that your coffin spirit has strong potential to withstand my attacks, but if I summon the coffin spirit out now, how can you deal with it? Lei Bao said coldly. I'll give you another 10 seconds to think about it. Just kneel down, then present its sealing formation with both hands, and I'll let you die a quick death. Otherwise, I will torture you for the rest of your life. Lei Bao pointed at Chi-Chi and threatened viciously towards Emo. This moment, Lei Bao only felt incomparably happy in his heart. Exchanging his own son's life for an A or even S-class coffin spirit. This falls into the solid category for him. After all, he could regenerate if his son was gone, but a coffin spirit with strong potential, if he didn't get his hands on it, he might rarely get that chance in the future. However, when Emo heard Lei Bao's words, his face was not the least bit panicked. It seems like we need to use the Snow Shadow Badge to deter this guy, Emo thought in his heart, then took out the Snow Shadow Badge from the spatial storage. Just as he was about to use the Snow Shadow Badge to shock his opponent, suddenly, a phone rang from Thunderpaw's pocket. When Lei Bao heard the phone ringing, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Kid, while I'm on the phone for all this time, you finally think this through. If you don't kneel down and hand over the ceiling formation when I'm done fighting, the consequences will be severe, Lei Bao said in a cold voice. After saying that, he directly took out his cell phone. Ha, it's actually Third Master calling. Lei Bao was puzzled in his heart, but at the same time, he was a little surprised. Realize that Third Master Chen had never taken the initiative to call him before, and now a sudden phone call, which made Thunder Panther feel a supreme honor. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone directly. Hey, Third Master, I'm Lei Bao. Is there something wrong with you calling little this late? Lei Bao said fawningly. Inside the room, when Yemo heard this and looked at the other party's fawning appearance, an odd color appeared on his face. This guy is on Chen Lao San's crew? Yemo was a bit confused, and the Snow Shadow Corps badge that he had just taken out in his hand was now stuffed back in. On the phone. At this time, Chen Lao San's voice also sounded. Lei Bao, have you finished avenging your son? When Lei Bao heard this, his heart was overwhelmed. He didn't expect Third Master Chen to be so concerned about his personal matters. For a moment, his voice rose a bit in excitement as he said excitedly, Third Master, I'm already in front of my son's murderer, was just about to strike him down. Since you found your enemy, don't waste any more time, just go ahead and kill him. Immediately after the kill, you go to a 5-star hotel in the northwest neighborhood and covertly protect a youth. I'll send you the photos later, so go down and take a look at them later. Chen Laosan's urgent voice came from the phone once again. Remember, never offend this youth. Once he is displeased, you and I may suffer extinction. Hearing that, Lei Bao was stunned. Wasn't he now next to the 5-star hotel in the northwest neighborhood? In other words, the youth that Master Chen-san wanted to protect himself happened to be in this hotel as well. Wouldn't he or she be able to avoid being in such a hurry? The time saved therein could be completely used to slowly torture this kid in front of him, and to make the other party hand over the ceiling formation. Ha ha, what a coincidence! Lei Bao was delighted in his heart and looked at Yemo with a tiger's eye. He then hurriedly explained towards the phone again, Third Master, I won't hide it from you. I'm here at the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will fulfill your orders properly, and promise not to offend the great man you speak of. I'll leave this mission to you. If the other person asks for something, you do your best to fulfill it. Anyway, make sure you please him. Zhang's voice came over the phone. After hearing this from Third Master Chen, Lei Bao's heart grew more and more elated. He didn't expect the Third Master to give himself a heavy responsibility this time. Seeming to think of something, Lei Bao immediately laughed and hurriedly said, Third Master, you don't hang up the phone first. I have great news that I want to tell you. I don't know if you are willing to listen, Lei Bao said with a smile. Speak. A curious voice came over the phone. Ha ha ha, Third Master, this murderer of my son actually contracted a small zombie with at least A rank, or even S rank potential. I'm now ready to force him to hand over the ceiling formation and then offer this high potential coffin spirit to you. Lei Bao laughed freely. He was certain that even someone as strong as Third Master Chen would not be able to remain calm after hearing about the chance to obtain an S-class coffin spirit. As luck would have it, there was an instantaneous backward breath on the phone. Hearing the movement on the phone, Lei Bao also became more and more pleased with himself. He understood very well that Third Master Chen was moved. Ha ha ha, Third Master, it's possible that this is an S-class coffin spirit. I believe that both you and young Master Chen Dong are eager to possess it, Lei Bao said in a fluttering manner. At this moment, his mind had already thought of countless possibilities for Third Master Chen to reward himself. For example, when he gave the S-class coffin spirit to Master Chen-san, the other party was so excited that he promoted him to be his beloved. It wasn't even too much to pay homage to him and call him a brother Thunder. Another example was when he gave the S-class coffin spirit to young Lord Chen Dong. The other party knew that his favor was as great as a mountain, and it was possible that he would directly worship him as his righteous father. However, an incredibly urgent voice came out of the phone. Thunder Leopard. What does that little zombie look like? Lei Bao was a bit confused when he heard this. He then said with a smile after sizing up Chi, Third Master. I didn't realize that you are still a face value controller. This little zombie had short purple hair and looked like a little girl. I'm sure you'll like it, Third Master. With these words, there was a thud on the phone and what seemed to be the sound of a teacup falling to the floor came out. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Laosan's voice came out again. Only, at this point, there was an overwhelming tension in his voice. Young Yi, Mr. Chen didn't know that you had a grudge against my men. What Mr. Chen said just now was Mr. Chen's fault. I hope Xiao Yi will forgive me. Hearing this, Yemo understood that the other party was apologizing because of the phrase killed directly just now. However, Yemo did not respond and instead looked at Lei Bao with a strange face, seemingly sensing that something was wrong. Lei Bao suddenly became a bit flustered. his smile fading away. Third Master. What are you talking about? Who is Yi Xiao? And that's when even the always elegant Qin Laosan couldn't help but curse angrily over the phone. Thunder Leopard, you're going to look at the pictures I sent you right now. Look who you and that son of yours have messed with. You are truly damned. Hear this. Lei Bao's heart was suddenly startled, and a wave of cool air suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, so frightened that he almost fell from the air. My son has messed with the big shot that Third Master was talking about? Lei Bao muttered. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the big shot that Third Master is talking about is this kid? Lei Bao looked at Yi Mo and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his figure trembling a little. Immediately following, he panicked and opened the photo sent by Master Qin-san. When he saw the familiar figure in the photo, a look of incomparable fear appeared in his eyes. It was because there were two people on the photo that Master Qin-san sent over, an old man and a young man. This old man and young man seemed to have a good relationship, and the old man he also knew. It was a big shot that even the three overlords of the Sword Court had to be incredibly afraid of. The president of the tomb-seeking guild of Fengyu City. As for the youth next to the old man, he didn't recognize him before, but recognize it now. You, Lei Bao pointed at Yi Mo, too shocked to speak. How could he not believe that this plain and ordinary youth in front of him actually had so much energy behind him? And his own son, he actually stabbed himself in the back. This little brute, he really is used to running roughshod over everyone. He dares to mess with anyone. Lei Bao felt remorse in his heart, cursing his already dead son. At this point, Yi Mo looked at Lei Bao, who was still pointing at himself. His brows suddenly furrowed and he said coldly, I hate being pointed at. With these words, Lei Bao withdrew his hand at once, while the sound of panic once again came from the phone. Thunder Panther, what have you done again? Let's see what I'll do to you when I come over. When Lei Bao heard this, he immediately explained with a bitter face. Third Master, I really didn't do anything. I'm 2 minutes away. Now you kneel in front of Yi Xiao and apologize to him all the way, until he is satisfied. Third Master Qin roared. Hear this. Where would Lei Bao dare to have any other thoughts? Only seeing his legs stomping, his entire body leapt towards the hotel's window and landed within the hotel. Immediately following, he looked at Yi Mo with a pale face, then lowered his head and kneeled on the ground in a hurry. Young Yi, I was wrong. The villain has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me. Lei Bao kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Yi Mo raised an eyebrow when he heard this. For a transcendent 5-star powerhouse to kneel down to himself, a middle-order 5-star coffin suppressor, was a rarity in this world. But no matter how much the other party apologized, it was impossible for Yi Mo to let the other party go. After all, the experience of a level 45 coffin spirit was extremely tempting to Yi Mo, so it must be killed. Of course it was not now, because Yi Mo did not want to force Lei Bao to jump over the wall, so everything still needed to wait until Third Master Qin came over. Young Yi, I was wrong. Seek forgiveness. Lei Bao kowtowed more and more vigorously. He knew very well in his heart that if Yi Mo could forgive himself, then his position would most likely remain the same. If he didn't forgive and tried to kill himself, then he would at least be able to save the lives of his entire family as well as the Thundercloud Tomb Seekers. But once he chose to escape or continue to make a move against Yi Mo, he would be doomed. 1 minute. Yi Mo looked at Lei Bao, who knocked the floor thumping in front of him, and just said indifferently, You're right. It's the world that's wrong. Lei Bao sniffed and froze at first. He then reacted that Yi Mo was flirting with himself and knocked harder. Young Yi, it's me who's wrong. It's really me who's wrong. Please spare me. Mr. Yi. No. How can you be wrong? It's clearly your son who is wrong. Yi Mo hastily shook his head. When Lei Bao heard this, his heart was instantly happy and he quickly followed Yi Mo's words. Right. Yi Xiao. It was my son who was wrong. It was my son who was wrong. Of course I'm at fault. I should have thrown that dog against the wall in the first place. Yi Mo. Just then, it seemed to be sensing a powerful aura approaching. The corner of Yi Mo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile. Because he could make a move on Thunder Panther. And when Thunder Leopard felt this aura, he was also delighted. As long as Third Master Qin saw that he was apologizing so vigorously, he would definitely plead for himself. So he knocked with more excitement. Alright, don't kowtow. Yi Mo interrupted Lei Bao's movements and said indifferently, It's not impossible to let me spare you, but there is one condition. Hear this. Lei Bao was instantly ecstatic in his heart and quickly said, Yi Xiao, I'll agree to whatever conditions you say. In this way, you release your coffin spirit, then leave it in place and get punched by my coffin spirit for 2 minutes. If he's not dead, then you're fine. If it dies, then you die. What do you think? Yi Mo said with a smile. Hear this. Lei Bao's heart became even more ecstatic and he directly bowed down to Yi Mo. Thank you for sparing Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao wants to beat up my coffin spirit for 2 hours. Or even 2 days. Thank you so much. Young Yi. Looking at the Lei Bao in front of him who had already worshipped his body and couldn't stop showing excitement on his face. Yi Mo just shook his head and said in a flat tone, "You get up first. There's no need to thank me. Come back and thank me again if your coffin spirit does survive." Hearing that, Lei Bao was first stunned. Then his face became more excited and his eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Yi Mo. Now he was very sure of one thing in his heart. That is that Yi Xiao wants to spare himself. In his opinion, although Yi Mo's coffin spirit had a strong defense, it was not strong enough at all to injure the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost. Even if the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost stood and let that little zombie slash it 100 times, it might just be scratching an itch. So Yi Mo's words were undoubtedly just a justifiable reason to let himself off the hook. Of course, Thunder Panther could see one of the layers of meaning. That was that Yi Mo seemed to be very confident in his own strength and wanted to forcefully pretend in front of himself and Third Master Chen. Looks like I'll have to make Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost please him, Lei Bao thought in his heart, while transmitting his voice to Jiao Lei Sky Ghost. Sky Ghost, after you get punched later, try to pretend to be seriously injured and act a bit more genuine. Anyway, act as real as you can. Immediately following, Lei Bao looked towards Yi Mo, an extremely flattering smile on his face, and said with a laugh, "Young Yi's strength is the strongest existence among the young people I've seen in my life. I believe that even the Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost cannot completely resist Yi Xiao's attack. Even if one survives by chance, then one has definitely suffered an unimaginably heavy blow." Hearing this, Yi Mo raised his eyebrows. It had to be said that Lei Bao's kind of flattering words were quite pleasant to listen to, but sadly, the experience of getting a Lord-class coffin spirit was more than 10,000 times more pleasurable. Just then, a residual shadow arrived at the hotel in an instant. Yi Mo looked at the figure and froze, because the person in front of him was too much like Qin Dong, simply a mold carved out. Only the other party's hair was a little white, appeared to have extremely old and heavy. "Young Yi, I'm Xiao Dong's father, the third oldest member of the Qin family, Qin Han. You can call me Qin Laosan." When old Qin San saw Yi Mo, he directly revealed a hint of a smile and arched his hand. Hear this. Yi Mo smiled faintly. "Uncle Qin doesn't have to be like this. Speaking of which, I am of the same generation as Qin Dong, and I still have some things I need to rely on Uncle Qin to do next, so just address me as Yi Mo." When Qin Laosan heard Yi Mo call himself that, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's true that Xiao Dong was right. Not only is this Yi Xiao good to get along with, he's also very humble. Qin Laosan praised in his heart. Immediately after that, he arched his hand once again and said, "In that case, I'll take Xiao Dong's light and boldly call Young Yi by his first name." At this point, Qin Laosan noticed that the room was incredibly messy and that the walls around it were cracked. "It's a good thing I made this call in time. Otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable." Seemingly remembering something, Qin Laosan couldn't help but emit a powerful aura from his body and pressed towards Lei Bao, who was standing on the side. "Lei Bao, look at what you've done. Who told you to stand up and get on your knees?" With these words, Lei Bao immediately flopped down and knelt on the ground again, and hurriedly explained, "Third Master, it was Yi Xiao who told me to stand up. Yi Xiao said he would let me go as long as he let my coffin spirit take a beating." Take a beating? Qin Laosan was dumbfounded and hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Mo, somewhat puzzled. He didn't expect Yi Mo to be so kind, that he would let his enemies go? "Little brother Yi, are you sure you want to let him go?" Qin Laosan asked incredulously. Yi Mo smiled faintly as he said, "I made a deal with him and was going to let the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost stand still to be beaten up by my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, then he dies. If his coffin is flexible, then he lives. So the matter still needs Uncle Qin to make a see. If his coffin spirit dies, I still ask Uncle Qin to protect me for a short time," Yi Mo said with a smile. With these words, Qin Laosan's face suddenly became a bit complicated. In his mind, wasn't this kind of agreement an obvious way to let Thunder Leopard live? This Yi Mo seems to think too highly of his own strength. How could his coffin spirit kill the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost? "Don't worry, I'm here. Even if his coffin spirit dies, he won't dare to do anything to you." Qin Laosan didn't refute Yi Mo's words. He didn't want to dampen Yi Mo's self-confidence, so he promised in one breath. He then turned toward Yi Mo and asked with a smile, "Little brother Yi, when are you going to make your move?" Yi Mo sniffed and said indifferently, "Now." Having said that, Yi Mo then summoned Tyrant to his body without any hesitation. A zombie? Lei Bao and Qin Laosan were both stunned. Immediately afterward, Thunder Leopard's face was ecstatic. He didn't expect Yi Mo to not use the S-rank potential Chi-Chi, but instead used a much weaker-looking zombie to beat up Jiao Lei Tian Ghost. Isn't that pure hilarity? If using Chi-Chi could injure the fur of a Jiao Lei Tian Gue, then this zombie in front of him probably couldn't even injure the fur of a Jiao Lei Tian Gue. Ha ha, Many thanks to Yi Xiao for opening up. Lei Bao laughed, then waved his hand towards the window Jiao Lei Sky Ghost and said, Sky Ghost, come over here. Stand properly where you are and let Yi Xiao's coffin spirit beat you up. Hearing that, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost's figure suddenly flickered and arrived directly in front of the Tyrant. Compared to the Tyrant, it was much smaller, not even standing as tall as the Tyrant's chest, but it was so much stronger than Tyrant, seemingly somewhat looking down on the Tyrant's strength. The Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost appeared somewhat unconcerned and even arrogantly stuck its head out. Come on, hit me in the head. If you're capable, just beat me to death. The Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost sent a message to Tyrant. The Tyrant's eyes narrowed slightly as he sniffed, and a wave of anger welled up from the bottom of his heart. Seek death, Tyrant roared lowly in his heart. Next, it directly held the head of the Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost with one hand and lifted it up. One could only see the violent blood-red energy in its palm begin to converge, as if it was storing up its strength, emitting a palpitating fluctuation. When Third Master Chen and Lei Bao felt the fluctuating energy, their faces immediately showed surprise. The strength of this energy. It's almost close to a level 35 or so coffin spirit skill, isn't it? Third Master Chen muttered. Lei Bao was also relieved to see this. Fortunately, it was just that with this level of attack, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost would easily be able to withstand it. Not even any minor injuries. The Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost could not help but show a scowl on his face as he felt the crispy energy on his scalp. It once again transmitted its voice towards Tyrant. You want to hurt me with just this amount of energy? Can you do it? Little brother. Hearing this, where could the Tyrant endure his opponent's provocation? Master, please use all your spiritual power to help me. Tyrant communicated Yi Mo and said angrily. Yi Mo sniffed and hurriedly nodded. In this moment, he no longer holds back. He directly emptied all the spiritual energy in his body to the bone, allowing Tyrant to use this move. Ultra Matter Penetration. At full power, only the Tyrant could be heard roaring. Boom! The blood-red energy in its original palm instantly skyrocketed. A terrible sense of restlessness came over the room, distorting the air throughout the room and causing the entire hotel to shake violently as if it were an earthquake. The originally relaxed and incomparable Lei Bao only felt some hair tingling after feeling the sudden surge of energy. This was because the energy had clearly reached the Lord level, and the aura was still rising. How is this possible? This kind of energy, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost wouldn't be unable to carry it. Lei Bao trembled in disbelief in his heart. He then turned his head with difficulty to look at Third Master Chen, only to see that Third Master Chen was similarly shocked. What a powerful energy fluctuation. This zombie is not simple, Master Chen-san said as he looked at Tyrant in surprise. At the same time, he no longer questioned Yi Mo's strength. As a little bit of time passed, the red energy in the Tyrant's hands had condensed to an extreme saturation state, emitting an aura of destruction. Master San, save me. Lei Bao's face revealed a look of incomparable fear as he transmitted his voice. He could now clearly feel that with this strike, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost would definitely die. However, Third Master Chen's next sentence directly plunged him into despair. You should pay for the kind of things you mess up. You might as well pin your hopes on your coffin spirit. If it carries on, I think EMO will inevitably not take your life. Having said that, Third Master Chen also hastily summoned a shadow mage with an ornate ruby staff and a cloak of raven feathers. A 200-meter-wide shadow barrier was then unfurled on the top floor of the hotel, sealing off the neighborhood. Realize that the full force of a peak lord-level coffin spirit was able to directly destroy the entire northwest corner of the street, turning the area of several hundred meters into an inferno on earth. And this next strike from the Tyrant was not as good as the peak of the lords, but it was still terrifying. If the shadow barrier wasn't used to fend it off, irreparable damage would definitely have to be done under this strike. And at this point, the coffin suppressors near the northwest corner neighborhood felt the terrifying energy fluctuations, and all of them were incomparably terrified as they ran out in all directions, away from the five-star hotels in the neighborhood. When they looked back at the top floor of the five-star hotel after running hundreds of meters, they were stunned. Only a huge black boundary enveloped the vicinity of the hotel, while a blood-red light flickered in the boundary. As the blood-red light became more and more intense, gusts of terrifying aura began to spill out from the boundary, causing everyone in the vicinity to feel somewhat suffocated. This is definitely Transcendence fighting in the inner city. Crap! Why are there Transcendence fighting furiously in the inner city? It couldn't be a conflict between any two major forces. Could it? Run! The aura is horrible. We middle-ranked coffin suppressor masters will die if we touch it. In the midst of the discussion, countless people began to desperately run wildly, just wanting to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Junction. Lei Bao was already sweating profusely at this point, and his face was incomparably pale as he knelt on the ground. The Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost, on the other hand, did not dare to move in the slightest, and on the side, Third Master Chen was also feeling full of gravity. This was because the tyrant in front of him had almost built up his power to the limit. They could easily feel that the violent energy fluctuation was completely comparable to a level 49 lord releasing a skill. Once he struck out, the Jiaolei Heavenly Ghost would surely die. Yemo's face showed excitement as he panted heavily. Although the spiritual energy in his body had been drained and his whole body was shivering as if he would collapse at any moment, he still persisted. It seems that the limit of the tyrant's transgression using the supermatter penetration is above 2 great realms, Yemo muttered in his heart. In a normal fight, there was absolutely no way he would let the hypermatter penetration build up for more than 5 seconds. And this time, with Qin Laosan on the side to protect him, he directly drained all of his spiritual energy at once, storing it for a whole minute. As long as this blow was struck out, not to mention the building under his feet, even everything within a 300-meter radius would be razed to the ground under this blow. Yi Xiao. I was wrong. Spare my coffin spirit's life. Lei Bao's face was filled with despair as he knelt on the ground and loudly begged for mercy. Yi Xiao, I beg you. Young Yi. When Third Master Chen heard this, his face darkened. Then he directly kicked towards the Thunder Leopard, while transmitting a threatening voice. And, shut up. This is something you've brought upon yourself, and you'd better accept that. If you make another sound, in case you break the big move of his coffin spirit, not only will the entire Thundercloud Tomb-seeking Corps be buried with you, even your entire family and even I will be implicated. Third Master Chen took a deep breath and reminded. Hearing these words, Lei Bao's heart immediately turned ashen. In his heart, he once again cursed his son's ancestors. How did I give birth to such a contraption? This is simply a pitiful thing. Lei Bao sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Next, the frenzied energy seemed to have built up. Immediately afterward, it suddenly erupted. Only a boom was heard. A blood-red light pillar instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier and shot straight up into the sky, reflecting the entire inner city in a blood-red color, just like hell on earth. Before the Jiaolei Heavenly Ghost could even squeak, it was torn to shreds by this energy, with not even dregs left. And the storm set off by the aftermath of the explosion even directly caused the shadow barrier to run down, sweeping towards several nearby streets. For a while, screams of misery were endless, and countless people frantically fled for their lives. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV. 45 Jiaolei Sky Ghost. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 80, 000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 80, 000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, 77, has been upgraded to LV. 29 guard level. Experience required for next level 6840/22150. Your coffin spirit level has increased, and you are receiving a large amount of spiritual energy feedback. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo instantly numbed his entire body in place. There were only 2 words in his head now. Crap! Yemo exclaimed in shock. 80,000 experience, straight up 4 levels. Sure enough, it's still cool to kill monsters over level. Yemo's heart was incomparably excited. How could he not expect to gain such a huge amount of experience from killing coffin spirits across 20 levels? This was undoubtedly a direct refreshment of his perception. If only we could brush monsters like this more often in the future. A hint of a smile appeared on Yemo's face. As if he had thought of something, he was instantly delighted. Didn't Elder Chen want to take me to the ancient mysteries? When the appraisal meeting is over, make a few trips with him to pick up the heads of Overlord-class demons. Wouldn't that be a blast for me? 2 minutes later, when the aftermath dissipated, Yemo looked faintly at his surroundings and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The surrounding walls had long since disappeared, and the upper floors of the hotel had long since been lifted off the ground. A number of nearby buildings close to the height of the hotel had a number of cracks in their walls, as if they were about to collapse, and it was as if he was next to the rooftop of a 12-story building, and if he took 2 more steps forward, he would fall down. It seems like it's not good to strike too hard, actually losing the material directly. Blood loss. Blood loss. Yemo muttered in a small voice, a look of flesh pain on his face, feeling an incomparable pity. Little brother Yi, this strength of yours is too. Third Master Chen wanted to speak, not knowing how to describe Yemo for a while. Realize that, for a middle-ranked coffin suppressor to be able to manipulate a coffin spirit to unleash an attack that was comparable to a transcendent mortal 9-star, this was simply more difficult than going against the grain. But Yemo's did do it. If he waited for Yemo to get quite a bit stronger, then I'm afraid he would be able to threaten legendary powerhouses. This kind of genius, coupled with the fact that President Chen is protecting, it seems like Fengyu City is going to rise in the future. Third Master Chen sighed in his heart. Aside, Lei Bao looked at the scorched thunder heavenly ghost that had disappeared without a trace and directly sprayed out several large mouthfuls of blood, as if he was stunned. His face was pale, his eyes were disoriented, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Okay, Chief Ray, it's time to fulfill our agreement, right? Yemo glanced at Lei Pao and said indifferently. Lei Bao sniffed, took a deep breath, and nodded in despair. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo's heart burst with joy and said expectantly, Head Lei, as a transcendent 5-star powerhouse, you should have contracted more than one coffin spirit, right? Your other coffin spirit levels shouldn't be low either, right? Why don't we bet again? With these words, Lei Bao was instantly terrified and directly sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. Just now, his strongest coffin spirit had been killed in seconds. The other side has other coffins in mind? Moreover, now Yemo had somehow regained his spiritual power and had increased his strength. Where would Lei Bao dare to fall for such a trick? Young Yi, things have come to this, so don't joke around. Please also give Mr. Lei a hard time. Lei Bao's face was ugly as he shook his head. He would rather have the coffin spirit in the contract space exiled to the secret mausoleum to be resealed after his death than to let Yemo humiliate himself like this again. Alright then. Yemo spread his hands and said expressionlessly. In the next second, a blade light flashed. Put. The thunder leopard was split in half on the spot by the tyrant's slash, and then slowly fell towards the building below. Third Master Chen watched the scene expressionlessly and didn't say much. Although Lei Bao was his henchman, the other party could only be said to have brought this upon themselves when they messed with someone they couldn't even afford to mess with. Yemo, let's put an end to this matter. Before, when Lei Pao struck out at you and gave you a fright, it was Uncle Chen's fault for not disciplining his men well. Uncle Chen is willing to compensate you $5 billion as moral damages. What do you think? Third Master Chen said towards Yemo. Yemo sniffed and a smile appeared on his face once again. Although he didn't get the materials of the Scorched Thunder Celestial Ghost, but if he could get 5 billion, it definitely wasn't a loss. So, Yemo hurriedly laughed. Haha, Uncle Chen, this isn't too good, is it? After all, I didn't lose anything. When Third Master Chen heard this, he was stunned and gave Yemo an odd look. Just now, he had clearly heard the other party muttering something like the material was out of blood loss, and now it says there's nothing to lose? In his heart, Mr. Chen Sanjiu only wanted to spit out a sentence right now. I'll believe the hell out of you. Just don't push it. This is Uncle Chen's compensation for you. Just accept it directly. Third Master Chen smiled and advised, then shoved a gold card into Yemo's hand. Yemo's heart grew more and more elated after receiving the card. He was now on mid-stage 9-star coffin suppressor, and was fully capable of contracting 2 more coffin spirits, and the wealth accumulated on him has exceeded $20 billion. When the time came, if a coffin of good quality appeared in the appraisal meeting, he would have a chance to compete for it. Once the scramble is successful, let him contract 2 more corpse coffin spirits with strong potential. Then his strength will be directly strengthened at an epic level. With Yemo being invited to the Chen family by Third Master Chen, the coffin suppressor masters who had originally fled out of the northwestern corner of the area were all relieved. They didn't expect that the ones who made this commotion were actually Third Master Chen and the head of the Thundercloud tomb hunting troop. Isn't Captain Lei Bao under Master Chen-san? Why did Master Chen-san kill him painfully? There was some confusion in the minds of the crowd. What's there to think about? Just now, Master Chen took away a young man. Didn't you see it? He must be Third Master Chen's illegitimate son. Lei Bao just made a move on Third Master Chen's illegitimate son. It will definitely offend Third Master Chen. With these words, the crowd all understood what was going on and talked frantically. Looks like there's another person in this inner city who can't be messed with. Yes, actually decapitating a transcendent level henchman for the sake of an illegitimate child. This is too heartless. Don't talk nonsense. If your words reach Third Master Chen's ears, then you're definitely dead. Pull back. Pull back. Let's pretend we don't know anything. With the crowd of onlookers mostly dispersed, the silence of the dark night once again returned to the northwest corner neighborhood. At this point, a white-haired man with blood-red pupils appeared on the corner of a street. Tang Yi looked at the thunder leopard's corpse and licked the corners of his mouth, greed showing in his eyes. After last night's killings, he had devoured a lot of ordinary flesh and blood, which only gave his body an extremely weak boost. This made him realize one thing: only by devouring the coffin suppressor could he quickly become stronger. Originally, he had planned to attack the inner city tonight, but he hadn't expected such a big commotion in the inner city. It made him stay on the sidelines and watch. TSK, the blood and flesh of a transcendent coffin suppressor. I wonder how much my strength can be boosted, Tang Yi muttered as he looked at the corpse below the hotel that had been split in half and whose blood had yet to dry up. Immediately following, with a stomp of his legs, he transformed into a white ray of light and quickly swept over the body of the thunder leopard, bringing it back. Devour. Tang Yi lightly drank, only to see the veins on his body steeply twist up and transform into several tentacles with sharp teeth. instantly devouring the Thunder Leopard's corpse. Feeling the incomparably large amount of energy surging into his torso, Tang Yi revealed a hideous smile, his body's aura steeply pulling up a few points. Transcendent 1 star now. It's true that only by devouring a powerful coffin suppressor can you quickly increase your strength. Jia. Tang Yi was incomparably excited. As if thinking of something, his face became more and more cruel. Might as well take advantage of this commotion. Devour all the coffin suppressors in this neighborhood. As long as I can increase my strength some more, I'll have a chance to take revenge. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Yi's appearance suddenly changed drastically into that of a thunder leopard. He then didn't hesitate, and directly took advantage of the night to prepare for a killing spree. Early the next morning, Shadow Ghost brought a piece of information within the manor where Third Master Chen resided. At this time, Third Master Chen and Yimo had long been waiting in the villa's lobby. Seemingly sensing Shadow Ghost's arrival, Third Master Chen had a hint of a smile on his face as he said, "Little Yi, it seems that Shadow Ghost has investigated the loss of your materials as well as the death of your friend." With these words, Yimo quickly revealed a look of delight and said towards Third Master Chen, "Thank you Uncle Chen." Having said that, a shadow then appeared on the floor of the villa, and the Shadow Ghost slowly emerged. "Greetings, Third Master." "Greetings to young Yi." Shadow Ghost bowed towards the two. "Hard work, Shadow Ghost. Quickly tell us what you found out," Third Master Chen inquired. Without hesitation, Shadow Ghost directly took out a recorder and released the footage from the northwest corner area that night. On the screen, a black-robed man was seen chasing after a middle-aged man, and Yimo's face was suddenly filled with gloom when he saw the scene, and a murderous aura filled the air. The middle-aged man inside, who was fleeing in a sorry state, looking incomparably miserable, was none other than Tang Yi. Aside, when Third Master Chen heard the familiar voice of the black-robed man, he was instantly a little shocked in his heart. "I can't believe it's really one of Big Brother's men." Immediately, Third Master Chen's heart burst into ecstasy. He had been displeased with Chen Jin's dictatorship, endured years of suppression, and secretly developed his power, only to find an opportunity to seize the position of family head. And now the other party had really sent people to kill Yimo's friends and take away the evolutionary materials Yimo needed. Invoking such a person with a powerful background was no different from committing suicide. Yimo looked at everything in the picture. His face became more and more ugly and coldly asked, "Uncle Chen, do you recognize this person? Is it someone from your Chen family?" Third Master Chen sniffed and reacted, then hastily nodded his head. "Recognize. He is a vassal member of the Chen family and the leader of a small grave-seeking group under my elder brother. It seems to be called something like Eagle 6, just a transcendent 1-star coffin suppressor master," Third Master Chen explained. Hearing this, a murderous aura flashed in Yimo's eyes. It turned out that the Chen family head who had taken away his materials and caused Tang Yi's death. It seemed that this matter that the previous Chen-san master had promised that he would deliver the materials and heads to himself would become tricky. "Looks like we can only wait until Elder Chen comes over," Yimo secretly said in his heart. And that's when Third Master Chen seemed to view that Yimo's face was a bit ugly. Then he lightly coughed and ordered towards Shadow Ghost, saying, "Shadow Ghost, immediately gather all members of your men above Transcendent and follow me to the Chen family's head manor. I'm going to ask for an explanation for Xiaoye." With these words, the aura of a quasi-legendary powerhouse instantly erupted from Third Master Chen's body, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. Feeling this powerful aura, Yimo's face was suddenly startled. "Uncle Chen is actually a quasi-legend? It is said that the strongest person in the Chen family head Chen Jin, is only a transcendent mortal 9 stars. I didn't expect Uncle Chen to hide so deeply," Yimo secretly said in his heart. Hear this, the Shadow Ghost also no longer retained his strength, radiating a transcendent 9-star aura to withstand Master Chen-san's pressure, and then kneeling down on one knee, he said, "By the order of the Third Master." At this point, Master Chen-san nodded. He then looked towards Yimo, and a weak burst of spiritual energy emanated from his body, dragging Yimo up out of thin air. Taking Yimo with him, he quickly flew in the direction of the Chen family's head manor. Meanwhile, inside the Chen family's garden, a clearing at the foot of a 100-meter-high hill, a dark-haired old man with a serious face and wearing a black practice suit was leisurely practicing boxing, only to see his fists clenched. As his spiritual energy gathered, he blasted his fist towards the small mountain in front of him. Only a boom was heard. The terrifying fist power suddenly erupted, shaking the entire hill violently. The rocks exploded, and directly collapsed at the waist. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Old me has finally become a legendary rank. Ha 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 ha." Just then, suddenly a black shadow flashed by, only to see a figure whose body was covered tightly by a black robe, directly kneeling down in front of Chen. My subordinate congratulates Lord Family Head on his promotion to legendary rank powerhouse. Lord Family Master's divine power is overwhelming. The magic power is boundless, the black-robed man said with incomparable excitement. Ha ha ha, what an old man. It's only right to be promoted to legend. Qingjin laughed out loud, his tone filled with extreme arrogance. Seemingly thinking of something, Qingjin quickly asked towards the black-robed man. Eagle Ghost, those 2 messages that came out of the inner city last night, are they true? Family Master, my subordinates have already ascertained it clearly. The leader of the Thundercloud Tomb Seekers, Lei Bao, was indeed killed by the Third Master. As for that young man, he was definitely not the Third Master's illegitimate son. Rather, he is a member of Fengyu City Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Troop and has a close relationship with President Chen Shuezong. Eagle Ghost replied respectfully. Hearing that, scorn immediately flashed across Qingjin's eyes, and then he sneered, hee hee, Lao San, ah Lao San, to actually endure killing his own right-hand man in order to curry favor with a power far away in Fengyu City. That's pretty vicious. You've been hiding for so many years, and the forces under your hand have long been clearly mapped out by the old man. You want to be the head of the family? It's really delusional. Qingjin muttered to himself. Besides, it's hard to believe that you really think that old me doesn't have a backhand and would be afraid of that existence in Fengyu City. Qingjin smiled coldly, looking extremely confident. Aside, when Eagle Ghost heard this, he seemed to be extremely shocked, and hastily asked in a loud voice, Master of the house, is it hard to believe that you have joined that organization? Ha ha ha, that's natural. Qingjin laughed. Speaking, Qingjin directly took out a round, exquisite badge that was blood red in color and was penetrated by 3 short black swords side by side, and wore it on his chest. Seeing this, the Eagle Ghost seemed to recognize the badge and was so surprised that he directly sucked in a breath of cool air. Blade Court. Eagle Ghost shivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Realize that, in Jiangnan Bay City, the Blade Court was the absolute king. Moreover, the Blade Court was extremely protective, and as long as one was able to join, they would enjoy absolute shelter. It seemed to be extremely satisfied with the shocked gaze of his subordinate. Qingjin laughed again and said, in the future, our Qin family will be a vassal of the Blade Court. An old man's strength in the Blade Court can be ranked in the top 10. In other words, of these 30 clans in the inner city, other than the other few that had joined the Court of Blades, the Qin family doesn't need to give face to any other family in the future. They can step on them if they want to. Master of the house, my subordinates have investigated. The owner of the Mapleview City Wanbao building that Eagle 6 beheaded the night before last was a friend of that Snow Shadow Corps member. In case Third Master brings that Snow Shadow Corps member and comes to trouble us, how should we respond? Eagle Ghost mentioned this matter in a hurry. Hearing these words, Qingjin first froze, then let out a cold laugh. So what if you're a member of the Snow Shadows? The Qin family was sheltered by the Court of Blades. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. So what if you're a member of the Snow Shadows? The Qin family was sheltered by the Court of Blades. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Qingjin's incomparably rampant words echoed in the sky, and at that moment, several wind sounds suddenly rang out in the sky. Only a dozen or so transcendent powerhouses with powerful auras emanating from their bodies were seen descending from the sky. It then slowly landed in a position more than 10 meters in front of Qingjin. The leader of the group, Third Master Qin, observed the small mountain that was collapsing next to him on the side, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Only the smile had a hint of stiffness in it, as well as a bit of gravity. Third Master Qin didn't expect his intelligence to be wrong. At this time, Qingjin's strength was clearly not transcendent mortal 9 stars. Instead, it was a legendary 1 star that was a step above himself. Big brother, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to break through the legendary realm. It's really congratulatory. Third Master Qin arched his hand and said with a smile. Qingjin sniffed and looked with his hands behind his back at the dozen or so transcendents in front of him, and immediately sneered and said, Oh, Lao San, what is your business in bringing so many people to my old manor? You've brought a group of people here in such an aggressive manner, but do you have a problem with Lao Fu as the head of the family? Qingjin's eyes glazed over as he questioned towards Third Master Qin. When Third Master Qin heard this, he immediately frowned. Then he said lightly, Big brother, you're joking. Little brother has come here just to let big brother return some things to their rightful owners. Returning things to their rightful owners? Has old me ever touched your things? Qingjin said in a cold voice. With these words, Third Master Qin instantly showed a gloomy look on his face, and his tone instantly went cold as he said, Big brother, you sent someone to take away an evolutionary material called the spectraline cold marrow before, right? If so, then please hand over this material and Eagle 6. Old 3, you've gotten a lot better at believing things, so what if the old man took it away? if you really want it back, then I'll just have to see what you're capable of. Chen let out a cold snort, followed by the sudden eruption of spiritual energy from his body, only to see that without any further ado, he directly clenched his fist with one hand, and with one punch, he smashed over in the direction where Third Master Chen was. Seeing this, Third Master Chen's face instantly stared, and without any hesitation, he instantly summoned the Shadow Mage. Shadow Barrier. Black boundaries sprang out, enveloping everyone around them. Only a booming sound could be heard as the Shadow Barrier suddenly collided with Chen's inspired fist force, emitting a deafening sound. The shockwave that erupted from the impact was like a tsunami, pushing out horizontally in all directions, blowing the flying sand away from the rocks and breaking all the trees, flattening the nearby area of 100 meters. A few moments later, the storm dispersed, leaving those within the boundaries unharmed. However, the dozen or so transcendents who had followed Master Chen-san over couldn't stop the look of fear in their eyes. Third Master. Family Master, he's too strong. What should we do? One of them trembled. Third Master. If we really fight with the Family Masters, we might lose all of our troops. Why don't we think long and hard about it? The crowd was talking. These transcendents, in front of the many coffin suppressors in the inner city, all belonged to the supreme, unoffendable existence. But when it really came to the face of a legendary powerhouse, it was like an ant. Chen couldn't help but chuckle when he saw some of these goods that were like dirt dogs. Old Third, your strength doesn't seem to have grown over the years. Ha! The old man only used 20% of his power, and you're having trouble fighting back. Look again at this bunch of goods under your hands. Do you still expect them to help you? Chen eyes revealed a sneer as he said. When Third Master Chen heard this, his face instantly turned iron blue, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Big brother, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you really don't want to return the phantoming cold marrow? You don't want to hand it over? Ha ha ha. So what if you don't hand it over? It's hard not to think that you still want to snatch it back from the old man's hands. Chen argued. At this point, Yemo stood by Third Master Chen's side, also with a hard look on his face. Originally, he had thought that this time, he would not only be able to retrieve the pixie in cold marrow, but also be able to uncover the person who had killed Tang Yi. However, in accordance with this current situation, Third Master Chen seemed to have underestimated the strength of the Chen family head, and the other party likewise did not place Third Master Chen in the slightest. Uncle Chen, why don't we withdraw first? Yemo said in an extremely flat tone. For him, although he was anxious to get back the spectraline cold marrow, but now the situation was not right, and there was no way to solve it, so we could only wait until Elder Chen came over. When Third Master Chen heard Yemo's words, his face also recovered temporarily. He then took a deep breath and said, "There's no harm in it. I'll help you get the materials back today no matter what." Yemo sniffed and didn't say anything more, because his own strength was too weak. He was no longer able to personally intervene in a fight at this level. And with these words, Third Master Chen undoubtedly had his own cards. At this point, Third Master Chen suddenly exuded an incomparably strong aura all over his body as he coldly said, "Big brother, if you're still obsessed, after that big shot from Fengyu City comes over, you'll die for sure. Hear this." Chen face showed even more disdain as he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Lao-san, is this your bottom card? Could it be that you think that the people of my sword court would be afraid of that great man you speak of?" Saying that, Chen directly removed the badge pinned on his chest, and then threw it towards Third Master Chen. Third Master Chen received the badge, then spread his palms out, his face becoming more and more ugly. "It's actually really the badge of the Blade Court." Third Master Chen gritted his teeth. When the surrounding transcendents saw this blood-colored badge, all of their eyelids jumped wildly. "Third Master, Family Master, he has joined the Blade Court. What should we do?" Shadow Ghost inquired in a low voice towards Third Master Chen. "Now that we're here, there's no turning back. Even if we retreat now, he will take revenge on us later. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that he's just now joining the Blade Court, is not yet of high standing, and has little say in the matter. Let's do it directly and get rid of the aftermath." Third Master Chen's face showed a vicious color, his tone filled with killing intent. Hear this. Even those transcendents who wanted to retreat just now were feeling fear in their hearts. They were already extremely dissatisfied with Chen, and now the other party had even joined the Blade Court. If they didn't rebel against Chen now, then in the future they could only be reduced to slaves to be bullied by Chen's lineage. "Third Master, the Chen family master has been promoted to legend. Are you sure you can defeat him?" one of the transcendent 8-star coffin suppressor masters asked. When Third Master Chen heard this, his brows frowned slightly, his face looked incomparably grave, and he said indifferently, "I'm not sure, but my main battle coffin spirit, the potential is a level above his and has something to restrain him. If we fight to the death, it is not without hope of victory." Having said that, Third Master Chen then ordered towards the rest of the group. Shadow Ghost, you guys protect Xiao Yi, while finding Eagle 6 and retrieving the Cyan Cold Marrow. If anyone else dares to intervene and block the way, kill without pardon. The moment Third Master Chen's words fell, all of them had grim looks on their faces. Shadow Ghost sniffed and nodded his head, arching his hand and saying, "Don't worry, Third Master, we will definitely protect young Yi." Having said that, only a swirling mass of shadows appeared beneath the Shadow Ghost's feet, emitting a gust of strange spatial fluctuations. This shadow vortex is an ability similar to fixed teleportation. As long as the situation was not right, Shadow Ghost was perfectly capable of leading a group of companions beside him to get away from this right and wrong area first. When Third Master Chen saw this shadow vortex, a smile appeared on his face, looking quite relieved. Because of the presence of Shadow Ghost, his powerful subordinate, he could now fight Chen desperately without fear. "Big brother, little brother, I'll advise you one last time to hurry up and hand over the Phantomine Cold Marrow. If you are obsessed and insist on not returning things, then don't blame little brother for me tearing my face off," Third Master Chen said in a cold, murderous tone. With these words, Chen's face once again showed disdain as he said in a cold voice, Chen Han, don't say these grandiose words. Do you think I can't see your wolfish ambition? After being suppressed by the old man for so many years, you finally couldn't help but show your fangs today? Since that's the case, then I, as a big brother, need to teach you a good lesson today. The words, Chen instantly opened his hands, and as his spiritual energy was stimulated, a hexagram formation emitting terrifying fluctuations quickly coalesced in his hands. Only when he reached out and pressed his hand, the hexagram formation quickly crashed towards the ground. Boom! The pattern of the formation suddenly spread out along the ground, becoming more than 100 meters, emitting an endless soul pressure. "Come out, spectral shadow wolflord," Chen snorted coldly. Next, only a soul-shattering wolf howl could be heard, and at the same time, within the 100-meter diameter Six Mangles formation, a dark golden, dragon-printed coffin that was more than 10 meters wide slowly drilled out from the ground. The enormity of this coffin was beyond everyone's imagination, tens of meters high, standing straight ahead as if it was a 10-story building. When they saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and even Yemo was shocked, but not before they had time to discuss it, only to see the coffin board suddenly blasted open, in which appeared a dozens of meters high, emitting a ghostly blue cold flame. The whole body was like a soul shadow of a giant werewolf, and the ghostly blue flames on the werewolf's soul silhouette dripped down onto the ground, and unexpectedly began to slowly wriggle, transforming into a hideous and incomparable giant spectral wolf with the strength of a transcendent mortal 8-star level. When Third Master Chen saw this scene, his face became more and more grave. Although one was still certain of resisting the spectral shadow wolflord summoned by Chen, however, his own men were not necessarily a match for these giant ghost wolves in front of him. "Shadow Ghost, I can't distract myself from these ghost wolves. I can only leave it to you guys. If the situation is not right, immediately evacuate with Xiao Yi," Third Master Chen hurriedly instructed. And just then, Chen seemed to have been furious for a long time, and let out a cold snort. The old man's manner, "Is it for a group of you mole crickets to come and go as you please? Now that they're here, all of them are going to die." Only Chen could be heard roaring angrily, and his entire body fought to leap, transforming into a stream of light that flew directly over the head of the phantom wolflord. Next, his spiritual energy sparked out, and the shadowy wolflord's silhouette instantly raised its sharp claws high and slapped in the direction where Master Chen and the others were. Only a few huge streams of ghostly blue light flew out, attacking with terrifying might at extreme speed. When Third Master Chen saw this, his eyes suddenly stared. From his point of view, it was clear that Chen's strike was somewhat heartless, disregarding any consequences. This was because if this strike from the other party landed, there would be no grass within a 500-meter radius, and it would be turned into a ruin. Even the energy from the impact would ripple through most of the residential areas of the estate, causing unimaginable casualties. "Shadow banishment," Third Master Chen murmured in his heart, and the shadow mage beside him instantly sensed his thoughts and directly activated the staff in his hand. Then, in midair directly in front of him, a huge portal of incomparable darkness was summoned, blocking the attack sent out by the spectral shadow wolflord and diverting all the attacking energy out of sight. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw that the phantom wolflord's attack was absorbed as much as it could be without a single ripple. "Old 3, the old man takes back what he said before. You've really grown in strength. But, that's all you'll get," Chen said gently. When Third Master Chen heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and with a cold light in his eyes, he said, "Big brother, after so many years, you are still as arrogant as ever. In that case, we brothers have nothing to talk about. Why don't we battle somewhere else?" Old me naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Since you want to challenge Lao Fu, then as you wish. Follow Lao Fu out of the city to fight. Qin Jin sneered. Qin Jin then glanced at the black-robed men under his command and said with intense killing intent in his tone, Eagle Ghost, don't let any of these people who came over with Qin Han to pick a fight off let go. The old man's ghost wolf is temporarily under your control. When I return, I want to see the bodies of all of them. Otherwise, you cut yourself where you are. When Eagle Ghost heard this, his face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly knelt down and asked, Family Master, what about that young man from the Snow Shadow Regiment? None of us dares to touch him except you. Qin Jin sniffed and glanced at Yemo. A hint of scorn flashed in his eyes as he transmitted his voice. You guys don't need to care about him. If he dares to take the initiative, you will return the favor and take him alive when the old man comes back to take care of him. Hearing this, Eagle Ghost was relieved and said sternly, Family Master, my subordinate will definitely do his best to kill these rebellious fellows. Don't let the Qin family estate suffer any repercussions. Well then, old me will go ahead and settle this little trouble of Qin Han. I'll leave this place to you for now. Qin Jin nodded and said. After saying that, the spectral shadow wolf lord under his feet stomped its legs and rose up into the air, directly carrying Qin Jin and disappearing in the same place. Seeing this, Third Master Qin once again barked out an admonition towards Shadow Ghost and the others, and then turned around and flew towards the direction that Qin Jin had just left. When the two legends, Third Master Qin and Qin Jin, had left, the Qin family estate was instantly plunged into a state of sword fighting. Quite a number of transcendents from Qin Jin's lineage seemed to have received Qin Jin's orders and all gathered towards the vicinity of the small mountain. For a moment, the entire Qin family head's manor was once again filled with 10 more transcendents. When Shadow Ghost and the others saw this, their faces showed a look of gravity. The strength and number of transcendents in Qin Jin's lineage was not as good as theirs though, only at the transcendent 5-star level, but the pack of giant ghost wolves left behind by the other party was a solid transcendent 8 stars. If they were to fight head-on, they would definitely have a hard time fighting and would not have time to distract themselves from protecting Emo. Brother Shadow Ghost, why don't you take young Yi to leave first? One of the transcendents said in a deep voice. Yeah, Brother Shadow Ghost. This time, we're following the third master. And there's no turning back. This battle will be fierce. Yi Xiao is not yet at the high level. Staying here will be dangerous. Someone else chimed in. When Shadow Ghost heard this, he slowly turned his head to look at Emo, as if he wanted to ask for Yemo's permission, and said, Young Yi, why don't I take you to a safe place first? No need. I have the ability to defend myself. You guys don't need to take me into consideration. Emo said indifferently. Previously, when Chi was only level 25, she could easily withstand the Thunder Leopard's attack. Now that she had reached level 29, she was close to quasi-commander level strength. Naturally, she could deal with what was in front of her, and that Qin Jin and Master Qin San have left. Even if other Transcendence Coffin spirits used ranged skills to ripple into Emo could withstand it. Hearing Yemo's words, the surrounding Coffin suppressors immediately changed their faces, feeling that Emo was a bit arrogant. However, once he thought that Emo was a member of the Snow Shadow Corps, his face recovered quite a bit. Young Yi then put the Snow Shadow badge on. Although the Qin family head was not afraid of the Snow Shadow Corps, but other than him, his men don't have the guts to take a shot at you. As long as you don't get waves of power, you're perfectly safe, Shadow Ghost persuaded. When Emo heard this, a smile appeared on his face and said, Alright, then I'll watch from the sidelines. Seemingly thinking of something, Emo added another sentence. By the way, if their coffin spirit is on the verge of death, you guys can throw it next to me so I can patch it up. Hearing this, everyone was confused and didn't understand what Emo meant. They subconsciously thought that Emo had a fetish for abusing coffin spirits. However, Yemo's next sentence directly made them suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, your coffin spirits can be thrown in front of you if they are on the verge of death. Maybe my coffin spirit can bring them back to full condition, Emo said with a smile. Crap, Yi Xiao, are you telling the truth? Crap, does your coffin spirit have a life transfer type skill? This is too perverted. No wonder Yi Xiao was able to join the Snow Shadow Corps. So the coffin spirit is so terrifying. Shadow Ghost was also incomparably excited. Yi Xiao, really? Of course. Emo nodded. The words, Third Master Qin's gang of henchmen became incredibly exuberant as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Brothers, with Xiao Yi here, this battle will be won. Recapture the treasures for young Yi. Retake the family headship for Third Master. With the promise in Yemo's mouth to back it up, the transcendents under Master Qin San no longer had any scruples, and all of them summoned out their respective coffin spirits. Qin Jin's men saw this and did the same. A few moments later, nearly 30 powerful coffin spirits descended into the middle of Qin's manor, opening up an incomparably terrifying melee. Only explosions and shockwaves were constantly resounding in the middle of Chen's manor. The entire manor shook violently as if a violent earthquake had occurred under the coffin spirit's skill bombardment. In just less than 3 minutes, the ground cracked and the buildings collapsed within an area of nearly 500 meters, directly turning into a ruin. At this point, Yemo was running outside the battlefield, observing what was happening in front of him with a palpitating heart. Who the hell is throwing skills at me? Luckily, brother reacted quickly, or else he would have really gotten killed. Yemo gasped and muttered. Just now, he had sat leisurely nearby and observed, thinking that no one would dare to touch him. However, at some point, among the two sides of the melee, there was suddenly a coffin spirit that raised its hand and aimed at Yemo, directly blasting towards him with a terrifying wave of black light. Fortunately, Yemo's reaction was fast enough to directly let Chi condense several shields and block in front of himself, which prevented him from receiving any damage. This moment, Yemo also realized a truth. That's trying to pick up missed heads and not act so arrogant. Because of his own promise at the beginning, saying that he could restore the coffin spirit to its full state, this led to some enemy coffin suppressors getting the idea of trying to kill him. After all, these people had already killed their eyes in the battle, and could even give up their lives. So where would they still be afraid of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers? It seemed to have noticed that Yemo was being sneak attacked. These transcendent powerhouses under Third Master Chen were instantly enraged. Fuck, how dare they sneak up on Xiao Yi? Really tired of living, one of the transcendents roared. As he spoke, he burst out his entire body's spiritual energy again, causing the coffin spirit to frantically vent its skills. Brothers, pay more attention later. If anyone on the other side dares to make a move on Yi Xiao, let's just all concentrate on getting that guy killed. A cold color flashed across everyone's face when these words came out, and Shadow Ghost also noticed that Yemo had retreated far away, and hurriedly transmitted his voice to inquire. Young Yi, are you alright? It's fine. Just a bit of a shock, Yemo said casually. It's good to be okay. Shadow Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. Seemingly thinking of something, Shadow Ghost hurriedly said again, Yi Xiao, the coffin spirit that made a move on you just now. Did you see which one it was? If you see it, then let us know. We'll have it dead in no time. Hearing that, Yemo only felt a burst of joy in his heart, and a hint of a smile suddenly hooked up at the corner of his mouth. He didn't think he'd be treated that way now. This meant that as long as he said which coffin spirit had struck out at him, Shadow Ghost and the others will cripple whichever coffin spirit. Ha ha, where is this still picking up the slack? This is simply taking me to brush my experience. Yemo snickered in his heart. At this point, he didn't hesitate either, and then directly pointed at a bat coffin spirit in the battlefield that was ranked around level 41. It seems like that bat made a move on me. You guys quickly cripple it and throw it in front of me so that I can finish it with my own hands, Yemo said with a feigned look of anger. Hear this. Shadow Ghost hurriedly turned his head to look in the direction Yemo was pointing. He instantly erupted his entire body's spiritual energy, condensing an extremely terrifying black shadow lance that shot towards the bat coffin spirit, only to see the black shadow lance instantly cut through the void, like a cloud-piercing arrow, directly piercing through the bat coffin spirit. Subsequently, the Shadow Ghost's figure directly disappeared in place and brought the bat coffin spirit to Yemo's body and threw it at Yemo's feet. When Yemo saw this, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face and he laughed. Shadow Ghost, hard work, Yi Xiao. Later on, if anyone dares to make a move against you again, I guarantee that he will die without a burial place, Shadow Ghost said coldly, then returned to the battlefield once again. And that's when Yemo looked towards the dying bat coffin spirit at his feet and directly summoned Tyrant. I also wonder how much experience a level 41 coffin spirit can provide me with. There should be 10 or 20,000, right? Yemo secretly said in his heart. He then smiled at Tyrant and said, Tyrant, do it. With these words, Tyrant instantly drew out his long sword and slashed it directly onto the bat coffin spirit's body, splitting the bat coffin spirit in half. Ding, Tyrant has successfully killed LV 41 green-winged demon bat. Ding, your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 20,000 experience value. Ding, your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained an experience value of plus 20,000. Ding, your coffin spirit Tyrant, 77, has been upgraded to LV 30 quasi-commander level. Experience required for next level 4690/26700. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo's face immediately revealed an extremely excited smile. Although the experience given by the slaying coffin spirit was not as shocking as the previous Scorched Thunder Heavenly Ghost, but it still allowed Yemo to move up a level. Now that he had stepped into the ranks of a high-level coffin suppressor, he was considered a party of experts when looking at the entire Fengyu city. If you counted the full strength, It would be enough to defend yourself in front of all the transcendents. Thinking back to a few days ago, he could only frantically flee when facing a high-level coffin suppressor like Zhao Long, and now, even if 100 Zhao Longs came to surround and kill him, he would still not be afraid. With my current strength, it might still be a bit difficult to easily kill a transcendent, but beheading a high-level coffin suppressor is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. A confident look flashed in Yemo's eyes. It seems to have come to mind. Yemo hurriedly looked at the coffin spirit corpse on the ground. Tyrant, go find out what materials on it can be used, Yemo said excitedly. It was obvious that he was feeling immense anticipation for this complete green-winged demon bat corpse. Hearing this, Tyrant nodded his head in a hurry. It then instantly unsheathed the long blade on its back, only to see the long blade instantly become shorter, transforming into a boning knife-like shape. Emitting a sharp light, Tyrant shook the boning knife in his hand with some excitement, and hurriedly walked over to the green-winged demon bat's corpse, squatted down, and meticulously dissected it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item A Demon Core, 5th Order. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item A Demon Bat Flesh and Blood. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item A Demon Bat Tooth, 4th Order. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare item Green Wings, 5th Order. Ding! Congratulations! A series of system beeps rang out, causing Yemo to freeze in place on the spot. He had killed many powerful coffin spirits before, and he had almost always had the Tyrant use a supermatter penetration blast to kill them. This resulted in the direct destruction of the materials available on the coffin spirit. Counting, this was the first time he had kept a powerful coffin spirit in its entirety, which was why he had left behind an extremely generous amount of materials. There's actually a rare material of the 5th rank. Yemo only felt elated. Ha ha, this is the rhythm of getting rich. He could almost envision that if he sold these materials, their value would definitely not be low. It might even be more than his entire body's worth right now. Looks like I really made a wise decision to spectate here. If we can really kill a few more bloodied coffin spirits, it would really take off, Yemo muttered. At this point, Yemo looked toward the distant battlefield that was constantly erupting with terrifying sounds, and a color of infinite expectation flashed in his eyes. The third master of the Chen family is fighting with the head of the Chen family today, even though he is using his name to try to seize the position of the head of the family in advance. But the other side is equally interested in helping them take back their materials and befriending them. The fact that the other party was now able to achieve this level was undoubtedly beneficial to Yemo. If he was able to recapture the spectraline cold marrow today and then kill many lord-level coffin spirits, Yemo naturally didn't need to bother Elder Chen to personally take action. If Third Master Chen lost the battle, then Yemo would definitely invite Elder Chen out and make the entire Chen family estate suffer the retaliation of a legendary 9-star powerhouse. Let's hope Uncle Chen can win. Yemo shook his head and laughed. Come to think of it, he looked to the battlefield with another smile on his face, then stayed at the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for the benefits to be delivered to him. 1 hour later, Yemo remained where he was, only his face now, instead of the same joy that he had before, he had a look of displeasure, because, at that moment, he was standing in front of him with a flustered face, fat as a round ball of a transcendent, and in this transcendent's arms, he was holding a white female ghost with extremely superior posture and blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yi Xiao, my coffin spirit is seriously injured, quickly help it recover. Please, this transcendent fatty cried and begged. Yemo sniffed and a few black lines flashed at his forehead. This transcendent was the 8th person to come to himself. The coffin spirits of the previous 7 transcendents were indeed very badly injured. Almost all of them were half crippled and incapable of fighting anymore. But the coffin spirit of this transcendentalist in front of him was not missing an arm or a leg, nor was his soul traumatized. There was just a trace of blood coming out of the corner of his mouth. So what kind of injury was that? Xiao Yi, please, come out and save my family. Xiao Qian, transcendent fatty howled. When Yemo saw this, his eyes suddenly narrowed slightly and said faintly, you're afraid of the battle and want to come over to paddle, right? With these words, transcendent fatty stopped crying at once. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, and he gave a thumbs up towards Yemo, saying, Yi Xiao, you are indeed awesome. Nothing escapes the gaze. Yemo sniffed, lightly glanced at the other party and said, then do you want to rest here for a while? I'll talk to Shadow Ghost, he should agree. No. I'm going to keep going to fight. Having said that, this transcendent then directly hugged the white female ghost in his arms and returned to the battlefield in ashes. Seeing this scene, a helpless look flashed across Yemo's face. Originally, he thought that he would be able to personally kill several Lord-class coffin spirits. However, during this period of time down the line, the Chen family heads men seemed to have gotten a message. That was the fact that Third Master Chen had been pressured by Chen the entire time, and had been in an absolute disadvantage. and these transcendents who had gotten the news began to become incredibly exuberant. Their auras all rising quite a bit as they gradually revealed their advantages in the battle. As for Third Master Chen's side, everyone's hearts were a little low, and many of them even had no desire to fight, because they knew that if the result of waiting was that Chen returned, then none of them, including Yimo, will be able to escape. So this led to the fact that during this hour, Yimo's side had been experiencing injuries. It looks like the battle on Uncle Chen's side isn't going well. Maybe I'll just have to think about getting the Phantomine Cold Marrow back first. For the rest, let's wait for Elder Chen to come, Yimo secretly said in his heart. Just then, a somewhat excited voice appeared beside Yimo without warning. Young Yi, I've found where the Phantomine Cold Marrow is. Come with me now. Yimo sniffed and hurriedly looked down. Only a black shadow appeared on the ground in front of him, and in the shadow there was a pitch-black human head looking respectfully at himself. Who are you, Shadow Ghost? Yimo frowned slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. At the same time, his eyes flashed with a faintly undetectable golden light as he observed the demonic creature in front of him that looked exactly like a shadow ghost. Name, Shadow Ghost, real. Race, ghosts. Level, LV. 49 Lord Class. Seal level, grade a true King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Shadow Twin. Shadow ghosts can coalesce into a true body and a doppelganger, both of which can be practiced and have completely different abilities at the same time. Skills, Undistant Surveillance, Special. Absolute Concealment, 5th level. Shadow Portal, Special. Shadow Escape, 5th level. Stunts, Shadow Escape. Flaw, no combat power. No defense ability. Current status, respectful. Excited. Trustworthy. Evolvable times, 0 times. Introduction, divided from the soul of a shadow ghost. The real body is used exclusively for scouting and surveillance of targets, and does not possess any combat abilities of its own, and is prone to death and dissipation after being wounded. The bilocation is used exclusively for fighting, and will not suffer any damage. When the real body dissipates, the bilocation will also disappear. Young Yi, I'm the Shadow Ghost True Body. The one fighting over there is the Shadow Ghost Split. The Shadow Ghost True Body said respectfully, and that's when the Shadow Ghost in the middle of the battle similarly transmitted his voice, proving his identity. Yi Xiao, go over with him. He did find it. Yi Mo's face instantly recovered when he heard this. Realize that, through the probing of the evil-breaking golden pupil, the abilities of the Shadow Ghost's true body were at a glance. And now that the other party dared to appear in front of him in such a grand manner, it was obvious that he trusted himself extremely. Because, once one's heart was raised to kill, the Shadow Ghost's true body would surely die. Alright then, Shadow Ghost, you take me there, Yimo said indifferently. Having said that, the Shadow Ghost immediately stretched out a shadow tentacle and tied it to Yimo, then carried Yimo into the shadows of the ground and disappeared. A few moments later, two figures appeared in the corner of the wall outside a luxurious villa in Qinjiayuan. Yimo looked at the guards walking back and forth near the villa. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Shadow Ghost, the spectraline cold marrow you said is here? Yimo asked indifferently. When Shadow Ghost heard this, he quickly nodded and said, Young Yi, this is Qinjian's residence. I spotted Eagle 6 earlier and saw him walking towards the villa with an iron box in his hand that emitted a cold aura. If there's no accident, the Phantomine cold marrow in his hands is hidden in this villa. Hear this. A trace of gravity immediately flashed in Yimo's eyes. If he wanted to reclaim the spectraline cold marrow, he would inevitably get into a battle with Eagle 6. Once the people in the vicinity sensed the commotion, they themselves would surely be besieged by many clansmen from Qinjian's lineage. The Shadow Ghost's real body next to it didn't have any fighting ability, and it would die if it was injured, so it could only stay hidden. This meant that Yimo would be alone in a bitter battle. Come to think of it, Yimo's brow slowly furrowed as he pondered in his heart. If I get my hands on the Phantomine cold marrow and want to leave Qinjian's villa, the only way to do so is to go on a killing spree. But if Qinjian finds out what I've done, it will definitely cause his anger, resulting in me definitely not being able to stay in Jiangnan City for the next 2 days, Yimo thought in his heart. Because the divine sense of a legendary powerhouse was extremely powerful, it was absolutely easy to find someone in a base city. Previously, Yimo also did not intend to directly clash with Qinjian. That's why both sides are mutually jealous of each other's identity, and that's why they're at peace with each other. And now, Yimo had a reason why he had to mess with Qinjian. In the end, it was Qinjian who first sent someone to take away my things. Now I'm just taking it back. If anyone dares to stop me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold color flashed in Yimo's eyes and a burst of killing intent emanated from his body. Just then, Shadow Ghost seemed to have discovered something unusual and said hurriedly, Young Yi, Eagle 6 seems to have entered a basement. Then he put down the box he was holding and left. Should we go over there now and take that box away? Hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Yimo's face. the Shadow Ghost's true body had the skill of distance-less surveillance, so it was able to see every move of the person being watched. So naturally, Eagle 6 couldn't escape Shadow Ghost's eyes. "Take me to the basement to take a look. We'll withdraw after we get the Phantomine Cold Marrow," Yemo said excitedly. The Shadow Ghost sniffed and once again unfurled a shadow at his feet, then pulled Yemo and disappeared in place. In the basement, Yemo looked at the surrounding like a museum exhibition hall, displaying many valuable items. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes, because there's just so much material in here. Is this hardly Shinjin's treasure trove? Why are there so many precious materials? Yemo looked towards Shadow Ghost and asked in confusion. When Shadow Ghost heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile as he said excitedly, "Xiao Yi, I've heard Master San speak about this before. This man Shinjin is extremely fond of collecting treasures, so it's not something unusual for him to have so many precious materials." With these words, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, roughly estimating the things placed in the basement. The smile on Yemo's face grew more and more excited. "If we take all these things away, Shinjin would only die of anger on the spot," Yemo said in his heart, seemingly seeing Yemo's thoughts. Shadow Ghost hurriedly spoke out to remind him, "Young Yi, if these things you want to take away, don't miss a beat. I'm afraid that Shinjin will return directly. If he sweeps with his divine sense that it was us who did it, that will surely hunt us down without a second thought, and we'll die for sure then. Hear this?" Yemo nodded at once. Immediately after that, he hastily scanned the materials in the basement. Then he found a black iron box emitting a strong cold aura sitting on a tray in a corner position. Seeing this, Yemo did not hesitate and directly walked towards the black iron box. As he opened the iron box, he saw a piece of black foggy, as if 10,000-year-old cold jade appeared in the iron box. Spectraline Cold Marrow, treasure, originally a cold jade that froze 1,000 years of flying stiffs. After being affected by a large amount of Yin energy, it transformed into the most Yin and evil thing, which can be used to increase the potential of zombies. The Spectraline Cold Marrow, it's finally in hand. A trace of excitement flashed in Yemo's eyes. This time, when he traveled to Jiangnan Base City, the most important thing he had to do was nothing more than finding the Phantomine Cold Marrow, as well as the 1,000-year moon essence. And now, these two materials have finally been found in full. This also meant that 7-7 would not only be able to complete the evolution, but also allow for the completion of the system quests. Come to think of it, Yemo didn't hesitate to throw the high-level corpse suppressor talisman, Yin Underworld Stone, and 1,000-year moon essence that he had collected earlier into the contract space. He then directly picked up the Phantomine Cold Marrow in the iron box and threw it in together. Next, the familiar system's beep sounded steeply in Yemo's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Spectraline Cold Marrow, precious. System prompt. You have gathered all the evolutionary materials required by Chi-Chi. Does it evolve? Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Spectraline Cold Marrow, precious. System prompt. You have gathered all the evolutionary materials required by Chi-Chi. Does it evolve? Evolution. Yemo didn't even think about it and directly said excitedly. Having said that, his consciousness instantly sank within the contract space. At this moment, Chi-Chi was sitting on the ground with her eyes closed, a cold aura surrounding her. It seemed to have affected the surroundings, only to see the cold and gloomy winds whistling throughout the contracted space, causing the temperature within the space to directly drop by dozens of degrees, freezing the ground within the range of 100 meters into a patch of snowy white. Feeling the temperature within the contract space, Yemo couldn't help but shiver. However, what made him curious was that the aura on Chi-Chi's body had been increasing, but his entire appearance hadn't changed in any way. True to form, the template completely stereotypes the appearance. It's just a bit of a pity that I can't see what it looks like after evolution. Yemo shook his head, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. At this point, Chi-Chi seemed to have sensed something, and slowly stretched out a hand, stimulating the cold and ice immortal power in her body. And then condensed and evolved phantom image evolved from the immortal power around her. Only the evolved phantom looked almost not too different from what she had been before, but it didn't appear as childlike as it had been at first. However, her original short lavender hair had morphed into shoulder-length locks, and she was even more different from before in terms of height. This phantom image was much taller than Chi-Chi, seeming to grow into a beautiful young girl, with a concave and convex figure and extremely distinct lines. The original small short legs turned into a pair of long, slender and well-proportioned snow-white legs, and the upper half of the official uniform also appeared to be a lot smaller and became extremely tight, as if it was going to be held open by something. Is this what it looks like to evolve into a spirit rune flying stiff girl? It's quite pretty, Yemo said with a smile, looking extremely happy. Yemo watched this with interest. However, after tens of seconds had passed, Chi-Chi was still sitting in the same place, Can't it be that the time needed for Chi-Chi to evolve is a bit longer than Tyrant? Emo raised an eyebrow and said in his heart, when Tyrant evolved before, it only took more than 10 seconds. The whole time the enhancement was visible to the naked eye, and the image directly changed drastically. And now, after almost a minute, Chi-Chi had not changed too much, but had only actively evolved an illusion of a successful evolution. This meant that it might take some time for Chi-Chi to finish evolving. After all, she was also an A-rank coffin spirit before she put on the template, and the evolution time and difficulty of evolution was definitely a bit more than the D-rank potential Tyrant. Once he thought that the time-limited mission that the system had issued to him still had several days left, Emo was not in a hurry for this moment. He also didn't believe that Chi-Chi's evolutionary stage would be delayed until the end of the time-limited mission. Never mind, the evolution has already started anyway, so I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's imperative to leave this place first. Emo shook his head and laughed. Now that he had found the phantomine cold marrow and had allowed Chi-Chi to start evolving, staying in the basement for too long would instead become more and more dangerous. But before leaving, Emo decided to take all the collections in the basement with him. Shadow Ghost, I'm going to take all of this with me. How far is the limit of your teleportation portal? I want you to teleport me directly to the furthest point away from the Chen estate. Emo looked at the Shadow Ghost, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. The Shadow Ghost's eyes instantly shrunk at the words, looking extremely fearful. Young Yi, do you really want to take these materials away? In case Chen noticed, the third master wouldn't necessarily be able to stop him. If he comes back and uses his divine sense to search for you with all his might in the inner city, it's absolutely impossible for you to escape. Shadow Ghost hurriedly persuaded. If I really piss him off, I'm afraid of striking out in anger. When that happens, the Snow Shadow Badge won't even be able to protect you. Hear this. Yemo's brows suddenly furrowed as he pondered in his heart. Perhaps it was because Qingjin had become a legendary powerhouse and had joined the Blade Court. That was why he felt disdain for a weak Snow Shadow troop member like Yemo. Although he was still somewhat afraid of President Chen behind Yemo and would not directly strike at Yemo, this premise was that Yemo would not mess with him. However, Qingjin's men had seized the phantomine cold marrow and killed Tang Yi, which had undoubtedly angered Yemo. If he just left naked, then Yemo absolutely couldn't swallow this breath. Now that Qingjin had been blocked by Third Master Qin, he couldn't return for a while. How could Yemo not crave for these collected materials? Shadow Ghost, can you teleport me to the outer city? Yemo frowned and faintly inquired. Seeing that Yemo's mind was made up, Shadow Ghost didn't say anything more and replied, Young Yi, my shadow portal can only teleport as far as the inner city walls from here. It's enough to reach the inner city walls. Yemo nodded and said. Then a slow smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because he had already thought of a good place to go, and that was the Demon Extermination Legion base. Zhou Tong had chatted with him quite a bit about the Demon Extermination base before. Yemo also learned that the status of the Demon Exterminating Legion was extremely special, and the founding father behind it was far more than just one supreme being. Therefore, no matter what forces, they didn't dare to make trouble within the Demon Extermination base. Even an existence as strong as the Sword Court shied away from the members of the Demon Extermination Legion. If I take away all of Qingjin's materials and he finds out, I think he wouldn't dare to chase me into the Demon Extermination base to make a move on me, Yemo thought in his heart. He then looked at Shadow Ghost at the side and said indifferently, Shadow Ghost, open the teleportation portal. Later, you'll send me directly to the inner city gates. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost nodded and didn't refuse. Only a strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and the position under his feet instantly transformed into a shadow as black as ink. Yi Xiao. Then let's move faster, Shadow Ghost said with a grave expression on his face. Yemo sniffed and without any further hesitation, he directly summoned Tyrant out. Tyrant, pack these away, Yemo said with a smile, only to see the Tyrant quickly extend his hands, displaying a viral gesture that caused his arms to transform into countless tentacles like blood red. Immediately afterward, these tentacles quickly entangled all the materials in the basement and threw them one after another in Yemo's direction. Seeing this, Yemo directly took the materials thrown over by the Tyrant and threw them in one by one towards the spatial warehouse. 2 minutes later, the basement, which had originally held a large number of treasures, was now empty. Yemo looked at everything in front of him and instantly revealed an excited smile. He could almost foresee Qingjin vomiting blood afterward. Yet just then, a transcendent aura suddenly appeared, and a rush of footsteps came from outside the basement door. Next, the footsteps disappeared abruptly, and the stone door of the basement seemed to be pushed by someone, and was opening towards one side little by little. When Yemo saw this, a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes, and he hastily reminded towards the Shadow Ghost at the side. Shadow Ghost, quickly go! However, the Shadow Ghost seemed to have received an incomparably horrifying shock. and its entire body trembled, only to hear the shadow ghost speak in a very fast voice. Shivering, Yi Xiao. It's too late. The inner city gates are too far from here. Once we enter the shadow portal, it will take 10 seconds to teleport. The portal cannot be destroyed during this process. If it is destroyed, it will cause me to die from my injuries. And you, Yi Xiao, will be traumatized to no small degree. We shouldn't be able to get away. Yi Xiao, you try to hold on as long as you can. I'll hide for a while, then find a chance to call for backup, Shadow Ghost said with an ugly face. He then directly performed shadow escape, sinking his entire body into the ground and disappearing. Looking at the shadow ghost that disappeared in front of him, Yimo's face became more and more grave, and then told Tyrant to get ready for battle. There was no way around it. The shadow ghost's true body was almost certain to die after receiving an injury, so it was only wise for the opponent to escape. And now what Yimo had to do was to try to block this transcendent outside the door and wait for Third Master Chen's men to come and help him out. 1 second later, the stone door was finally opened, and at that moment, a black-robed man with a transcendent 1-star aura appeared outside the door. When Yimo saw this familiar figure, endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, because this person was the one who had struck down Tang as murderer, Eagle 6. And when Eagle 6 opened the door, he found a young man emitting a strong murderous aura, as well as a coffin spirit with an incomparably terrifying aura. He immediately sucked in a breath of cool air and hastily roared in terror. Who are you? How did you appear here? Who am I? I'm the one who killed you. Yimo snorted coldly, not bothering to talk nonsense with him. The golden light in his eyes flashed, and he directly lashed out at Eagle 6. Only 2 incomparably terrifying golden lights exploded out of Yimo's eyes, instantly blasting towards Eagle 6's head. When Eagle 6 saw this, he was instantly scared out of his wits and retreated violently towards the back. While retreating, he hurriedly inspired his entire body's spiritual energy to wrap around his entire body in an attempt to resist Yimo's evil-breaking golden light. The next second, however, only a boom was heard. The entire basement was illuminated by a dazzling golden light. The limit-breaking golden light instantly ran through the entire basement passageway and blasted onto the wall at the end of the passageway, melting the wall into a huge crater. That's all dodged? Looking at the disappearing silhouette in front of him, Yimo's eyes flashed with even more killing intent. Since the space inside the basement was small and not conducive for the tyrant to fight, Yimo directly rode on his success and chased after him towards the passageway beyond. At the same time, he also wanted to see if this move of his, the evil-breaking golden light, could injure a transcendent. At this point, on the first floor of Qinzhen's villa, Eagle 6 was gasping for air as he frantically escaped from the tunnel. With a palpitating heart, he looked at his arm that was scorched to the point of emitting a charred odor, and an incomparably puzzling question appeared in his mind. Who the hell is he? Why did he make a move to kill me? Why is he allowed to enter the family master's treasure trove as well? Realize that, as Qinzhen's most favored henchman, Eagle 6 coffin spirit under his command was a C-rank Toon Gold Seeker. Since 80% of the materials in Qinzhen's treasure trove were collected by him, that's why Qinzhen gave him the power to enter and exit the basement treasure trove at any time. But he couldn't figure out how a stranger had actually appeared in the treasury of the family head. And this stranger was surprisingly hostile and murderous to himself. Who the hell is he? It's hard to believe that this is one of Qin Laosun's men. Eagle 6 had an ugly look on his face. Right now, Qinzhen was fighting with the oldest member of the Qin family, while all of the transcendents under Qinzhen had been transferred away, leaving only him, a transcendent 1-star coffin suppressor, in the entire villa area. Other than him, the others were all high-ranking coffin suppressor masters, so how would they be able to block the guy who had just attacked them? Thinking of this, Eagle 6 became more and more frantic to escape. Yet just then, a terrifying blade chi flashed and whistled directly towards Eagle 6's front. Eagle 6's face sank when he saw the blade chi chasing behind him, and he condensed a terrifying spiritual energy and blasted his fist towards the blade chi. Only an incomparably terrifying explosion could be heard, and the blade chi was instantly dispersed by this punch. And when Eagle 6 saw this scene, he froze in place. It was then that he realized that the person coming after him behind him was actually just a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. What am I running for? Eagle 6's face became incredibly ugly. As a 1-star transcendent, although his coffin spirit wasn't too strong, he was able to easily kill quasi-transcendents with his own strength and the cooperation of the gold-seeking rats. However, he didn't expect that he, a transcendent, would be scared to flee by a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. It's just a strange shame. Kid, who the hell are you? Why did you strike at me? Eagle 6 turned his head to look at Yimo, who walked out from the villa, and said coldly. Having said that, he then directly summoned the Toon Gold Seeker, allowing the Gold Seeker to vanish into the ground and sneak towards Yimo's direction. When Yimo saw this, a trace of indifference flashed in his eyes. Just now, when he struck the evil-breaking golden light, he was able to directly blast away the Transcendent's spiritual power shield, which meant that his current strength was not at all weaker than a Transcendent 1-star. Moreover, the combat power of this gold-seeking mouse in front of him seemed to be extremely weak, completely unable to withstand his own attacks, so Eagle 6 must die. It seemed to feel a vibration coming from the soles of his feet. Yemo understood that this gold-seeking mouse of Eagle 6 had appeared at his feet. Without any hesitation, a golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes once again, and his whole body concentrated on feeling everything under his feet. Next, only the sound of breaking ground could be heard, and a half-meter-long grave gold-seeking rat instantly rushed towards Yemo, attempting to break Yemo's neck with a bite. Looking at the toon gold-seeking mouse that appeared steeply in front of him, the golden light in Yemo's eyes suddenly burst out, directly killing this coffin spirit in seconds. Ding! You have successfully killed LV 41 Grave Gold Seeker Mouse. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 10,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 10,000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, 7-7. Current level is LV 30 Quasi-Commander level. Experience required for next level 14690/26700. Ignoring the system's beeps, Yemo raised his head to look at the terrified Eagle 6 not far away. Killing intent surged in his heart, only to see Tyrant instantly slash towards Eagle 6, directly cutting Eagle 6 off at the waist. Who the hell are you? Why did you kill me? Eagle 6 spewed blood from his mouth and asked in horror before he died. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that if you kill Tang Yi, that means you will die. Only after Yemo finished killing Eagle 6 did Shadow Ghost nervously burrow out of the ground. He glanced at Eagle 6, who had collapsed on the ground and was split in half, as well as the Toon Gold Seeker that had been roasted into charcoal by the golden light, and a look of extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Crap, Yi Xiao, you actually killed a Transcendent 1-star powerhouse in seconds? Shadow Ghost said dumbfounded. Although Third Master Chen had been mentioning how heaven-defying Yemo's talent was and how terrifying his strength was in front of the doppelganger since last night, but Shadow Ghost was far from expecting Yemo to be so terrifying. One must know that the other party's current spiritual power was only at the quasi-high level. If it were any other quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor, 100 of them combined wouldn't be enough to kill a single Transcendent, and it was extremely rare in the world for someone with quasi-high-rank strength to kill a Transcendent over 10 levels. Even some king-ranked gifted demons who had contracted S-rank coffin spirits would find it hard to do so. Just then, suddenly many footsteps sounded, only to see that there were now more than a dozen high-level coffin suppressors outside the villa, wearing the Chen family members' costumes and carrying their respective coffin spirits, with strong killing intent on their faces. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Chen family head's residence? Are you looking for death? One of the leading high-level 5-star coffin suppressor masters pointed at Yemo and asked. Hearing that, Yemo raised his eyebrows as killing intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect these guards to catch wind of it so quickly, so he just did not do anything and killed all of them. Tyrant, kill, Yemo said coldly. The words, only to see the Tyrant waving his long blade with one hand. He preemptively swept a pike-like blade chi directly towards the leader of the crowd. The leading coffin suppressor saw the blade chi that was flying towards him like lightning in mid-air. The pupils in his eyes suddenly tightened, and he hastily summoned a huge weasel demon to fend off his body. However, the Tyrant's encroaching blade aura was bitingly cold and pervasive. Surprisingly, he directly ignored the defense of this weasel coffin spirit, and after penetrating through the body of the weasel demon, he disappeared into the body of the leading coffin suppressor. All you hear is a poof. The leading coffin suppression master only felt severe pain all over his body. His eyes widened, and several mouthfuls of blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. How could you be so strong? The leading coffin suppressor said in agony. Next, the invading blade chi instantly erupted within his body and began to wreak havoc crazily. In the blink of an eye, it cut his body into countless pieces, accompanied by scarlet blood that slowly slid down towards the ground. Ding! Tyrant has successfully killed LV 35 Yellow Skin Spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 1000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 1000 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, 7-7. Current level is LV 30 Quasi-Commander level. Experience required for next level 15690/26700. Hearing the system's beep, Yemo's brows slowly furrowed. The experience gained this time did not give him much joy. This was because he hadn't expected that he would only be able to gain 1,000 points of experience by killing a coffin spirit that was now 5 levels higher than his level. This meant that in the future, if he were to kill a level 30 plus coffin spirit, He would have to kill at least a few dozen of them before he could move up a level. It just so happens that there are more than a dozen high-level coffin suppressor masters in front of us. It's not a loss after killing their coffin spirits. Yemo's heart once again flashed with strong killing intent. At this point, the other guards were clearly shocked by the tyrant's slash, and all of them stood still with an incomparable look of horror in their eyes. How is this possible? This zombie is too terrifying. It was actually able to instantly kill the leader with a single slash. What to do? Do we still have to fight him? What the hell? Can't you see that the leader has been killed in seconds? Let's hurry up and run away. Run away. Just remember what he looks like. And when Lord Family Head returns, he will naturally clean him up. The people summoned their coffin spirits in unison to guard behind them, while vigilantly looking at Yemo and turning to run. However, would Yemo give up this opportunity to improve his experience? Tyrant. Slaughter them all, Yemo said coldly. With these words, a burst of searing flames erupted steeply underneath Tyrant's feet, and immediately afterward, he directly transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the crowd. Only constant screams could be heard, and the area around the villa was directly turned into an inferno on earth. Each swing of the Tyrant's sword could instantly kill one person. However, due to Yemo's reminder, the Tyrant prioritized killing the coffin spirits under these high-level coffin suppressors. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 900 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit, 7-7, has doubled its experience and gained plus 900 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, doubling your experience, gains plus 800 experience value. Ding! Your coffin spirit 7-7. The constantly ringing elevation tone appeared in Yemo's mind, instantly causing Yemo to feel a hint of excitement. The last time the screen was constantly bristling was a few days ago when we encountered a wave of beasts on an armored train. And this time, it was only that the target of the kill had been changed to a coffin spirit under a high-level coffin suppressor. It's a pity that there aren't enough high-level coffin suppressor masters guarding the villa under Chinjun, or else I could have killed them all, Yemo secretly thought in his heart. A few moments later, the Tyrant had killed all these guards and was only 2,000 short of level 31 in experience. This means that as long as one reaches level 31, one is at the true commander level, and one's strength is a few points higher than it is now. Aside, when Shadow Ghost saw this scene, his entire body went a little numb. He could no longer use words to describe how heaven-defying Yemo was. Yi Xiao, this is too strong for you, Shadow Ghost praised from the bottom of his heart. Just then, suddenly a telephone rang. Yemo raised his eyebrows and looked over towards Shadow Ghost and said in a hurry, Uncle Chen called? Shadow Ghost sniffed, his face suddenly startled, and he quickly took out his cell phone to check it up. When he saw that the contact on his cell phone was Third Master Chen, he didn't hesitate to pick up the phone. Third Master. Shadow Ghost picked up the phone and eagerly voiced out an inquiry. After 2 seconds, there seemed to be a coughing fit on the phone. Ahem. Shadow Ghost, I've lost. A heavy voice came from Third Master Chen over the phone, seemingly in an extremely bad state right now. Third Master, how could you lose? Why? This is impossible. Shadow Ghost roared loudly, a dull look in his eyes. I'll talk to you when I've recovered from my injuries. You now immediately take all of your men, as well as Xiao Yi, and head to the Lin family to seek the short-lived refuge of the Lin family's head. After the urgent instructions on the phone, he simply hung up. At this point, Shadow Ghost hurriedly turned his head to look at Yemo. His face was incomparably grave and anxious. Yi Xiao, we should go. The Third Master has given the word, so follow me to the Lin family. Don't go to the inner city gates. Looking at the incomparably anxious Shadow Ghost, Yemo's brows suddenly furrowed. Although he had guessed that the Lin family was Lin Yin's family, if he took away everything in Chinjun's treasure trove now, Chinjun would definitely jump over the wall. If he went to the Lin family now, perhaps by then Chinjun would come straight to his door and force himself to hand over all the materials, or even take action against himself. At that time, the Lin family would not necessarily dare to protect themselves when they were in the way of the Blade Court. Come to think of it, Yemo didn't hesitate and said directly, Shadow Ghost, I'm not going to the Lin family. You escort me to the inner city gates. A few minutes later, Yemo went out of the gates of the inner city of Jiangnan Base City, and then directly called a fast car and asked the driver to furiously race towards where the Demon Extermination Base was located. Since he was heading to the Demon Extermination Base to escape Chinjun's pursuit, Yemo first had to obtain Jotan's permission before he could directly enter the base. Otherwise, he would be directly blown out by the guards guarding the Demon Extermination Base. Without hesitation, Yemo directly dialed Jotan's phone. A few seconds later, when the phone was connected, Yemo directly opened his mouth and said, Elder Brother Zhou, where are you now? I have a matter that needs your help. Ha ha, old brother Yemo, old Zhou, I'm in the middle of something. What do you need my help with? Speak out directly. Old Joe I can help must help you do well, Jotong said with a smile. Yemo was relieved when he heard this, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Elder brother Zhou, I've encountered something tricky and need to stay at your demon extermination base for 2 days before I can do so. So that's it. Ha! I'll go talk to the guard later. When you get to the entrance of the base just walk straight into the gate. He won't stop you then. After my old brother's business is finished, I'll bring some tipple back to the base, and then we'll get drunk at night. Jotong's tone seemed extremely excited. Good. Then thank you, elder brother Zhou. Ha ha, old brother Yemo. Old Zhou won't talk to you now. I'll continue to investigate that matter first. Let's talk about it later. After saying that, Jotong directly hung up the phone. That coffin suppressor who let the zombies out to do evil hasn't been caught yet? Yemo secretly thought in his heart. Too many things had happened in the past 2 days, making Yemo feel a little tired. Now it was finally time to get the materials together so that Chi-Chi could start evolving. It was only a bit of a pity that Tang Yi had thrown his life away in order to help himself to these materials. Thinking of this, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. It's better to stay in the demon extermination base and not go out for the next 2 days. Just wait for Chi-Chi to evolve successfully. Yemo pondered in his heart. Soon, Yemo got out of the car and arrived at the gate of the demon extermination base. Because of Jotong's greeting, Yemo walked into the base unhindered. Yet just then, he suddenly realized that 2 rather familiar figures were standing on the training ground not far away. They were summoning their respective coffin spirits and seemed to be discussing battle-related knowledge. One of the figures, with an extremely tall figure, wore the uniform of the Demon Exterminating Legion, looking somewhat valiant. This person Yemo had met 2 days earlier, and it was none other than Xiaoya. The other one, Yemo was even more familiar. It was a little girl who was less than 1 meter 6 in height, wearing the uniform of Fengyu City's first high school academy, with a double ponytail. It seems to have realized that someone was coming not far away. Xiaoya hurriedly turned her head towards Yemo's direction and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Xiaoyao. Look, who is that? Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile and pointed at Yemo. Hear this. Yi Xiaoyao turned her head in a hurry. When she saw Yemo's familiar figure, she froze in place. Yemo. Yi Xiaoyao shouted loudly, then brought the Hell Inferno demon and rushed over in a hurry in Yemo's direction. When Yemo saw this, the corners of his mouth also revealed a smile. He didn't think he would be so excited to see this ninny after only being away for a few days. The next second, however, Hell Inferno instantly inspired a fireball to strike in his direction. Holy shit, murdering your own brother? The corner of Yemo's eyes twitched and he directly dodged towards the side. Only a thud was heard. The fireball burst suddenly, scorching a large hole of over a meter in the ground. Yemo, my Inferno is awesome, isn't it? It's now level 90. Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yemo with a smug smile. Although she couldn't compare to her demonic brother, her upgrades were far stronger than those of her age. Realize that. It had only been a few days, and she had been able to train a level 1 Inferno to level 9. If it were anyone else, it would have taken at least a month or 2 to do so. Yemo looked at Yi Xiaoyao's smug look, and instantly walked over, flicked the other party's brain with his finger, and said indifferently, indeed, it's powerful, but you still need to work hard, because your brother I'm already a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor. Ha ha ha, Yemo laughed out loud. Normally, he didn't like to show off anything in front of others, and would instead hide all aspects of his strength. But in front of Yi Xiaoyao, he didn't need to. When Yi Xiaoyao heard Yemo's words, a hint of contempt appeared on her face. Humph, you just know how to brag. You were only quasi-intermediate when you left Fengyu City. It's only been a few days, and you say you're a quasi-high rank. I don't believe it anyway, Yi Xiaoyao said with a cold snort. And at this point, Xiaoya, who was walking not far away, heard the conversation between the two clearly. She shot a glance at Yemo. When she looked at Yemo's body emitting quasi-high order level spiritual power fluctuations, her heart immediately trembled, and an incomparable look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Xiaoyao, what your brother said seems to be true. He really is a quasi-high rank, Xiaoya said in horror. Forgive her for having seen countless geniuses, but she had never seen the likes of Yemo. Previously, he had even tempted Yemo with a place in the Emperor's tomb, but in the present, it had become a complete joke, because, a few days earlier, she had personally seen that Yemo was only at the intermediate 5-star level, but only 3 days had passed, and Yemo had actually become a quasi-high-ranked coffin-suppressing master. This kind of upgrading speed had completely crushed the upgrading speed in the Emperor's tomb. It was simply terrifying as hell. And aside, Yi Xiaoyao also looked at Yemo with a face full of stupefaction. However, the color that flashed in her eyes was not one of strangeness and suspicion, but one of incomparable excitement. Immediately following, As if she had gone crazy, she directly jumped up with her arms around Yi-Mo. Yi-Mo, have you actually really become a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor? Aha, Yi-Mo nodded. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my old brother. So awesome, really awesome. This excitement in Yi Xiaoyao lasted for about 3 minutes before it subsided, and Yi-Mo smiled and rubbed the other's head. Only what made him feel a bit surprised was that Yi Xiaoyao actually stood still and didn't dodge. Instead she looked incomparably well behaved. It seems to have come to mind. Yi-Mo had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Yi Xiaoyao and asked suspiciously, "Old sister, why did you come to Jiangnan Bay City? You're not taking the graduation test this time?" Hear this. Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly revealed her head held high and said excitedly, "Sister Xiaoya has already invited me to join the demon-destroying legion, so of course I won't go to the graduation test." Aside, Xiaoya also saw Yi-Mo's doubt, and hurriedly walked over, softly explaining, "Yi-Mo, our demon-exterminating legion has a training camp that specializes in training new members. The teaching ability is countless times better than the Xinguan Academy in any mega base city, being able to grow the trainee quickly. And you should know that our trainees are almost always the strongest top students recruited from all the major Xinguan academies. So those Xinguan academies are practically serving our demon-exterminating legion. Xiaoyao's talent is strong, and so is the contracted coffin spirit. There's no need for her to go to Xinguan Academy to waste her time. It's better for her to be directly cultivated by our demon-destroying legion." A color of confidence flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. Realize that a training camp slot in the Demon Destroyer Legion was an incomparably desirable place for the trainees in the Great Xia's major Xinguan Academy. In order to join this training camp, countless trainees who had contracted a B-rank coffin spirit would fight to the death, because the minimum standard for joining the Demon Exterminating Legion training camp would also have to be a high-ranked talent, a B-ranked coffin spirit. As for Yi Xiaoyao, her talent was a super-rank flame baptism, and with the addition of an A-rank coffin spirit, she was fully qualified to be able to compete for the top 10 geniuses, so Xiaoya would have invited Yi Xiaoyao no matter what. After listening to Xiaoya's explanation, Yi-Mo was also slightly stunned. He didn't realize that the trainers of the Demon Exterminating Legion were all selected from the top students of the major Xinguan Academy. This undoubtedly also proved how powerful a force from the officialdom, with several supreme beings in attendance, was. Yi-Mo looked at Xiaoya. A gentle smile suddenly appeared on his face and said, "Commander Xiao, then in the future, Xiaoyao's matters, I'll have to trouble you more." "It's no trouble. It's the right thing to do. Since Xiaoyao has joined our Jiangnan resident, she has naturally become one of us. In the future, all the coffin suppressors within our base will only treat her as their closest relative," Xiaoya said with a smile. Yi-Mo sniffed and hastily nodded, once again expressing his gratitude to the other party. At this point, Yi Xiaoyao seemed a bit curious about Yi-Mo's arrival and asked with a smile, "Yi-Mo, did you know that I was coming here? So you purposely came to the demon-destroying base to look for me?" Hearing this, Yi-Mo froze, then shook his head. "No." When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she let out a cold snort and said with an irritated face, "Is it because you didn't read the message I sent you?" She had sent a message to Yi-Mo long before she came here. However, after Yi-Mo had returned quite a few messages from last night, he was as if he had evaporated again throughout this morning, which made Yi Xiaoyao extremely annoyed. "Yi-Mo, your habit of not reading messages really needs to change. In case you miss something important, you won't be able to regret it. At least let me know if you're safe when you're out there." Yi Xiaoyao held her mouth and said. With these words, Yi-Mo recalled Tangya's message, and his body suddenly trembled. Then he let out a heavy breath and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll look at it in time in the future." As if to digress, Yi-Mo hurriedly looked at Xiaoya and asked, "Commander Xiao, may I ask if there are any extra dormitories in the demon extermination base? I would like to stay here for 2 days." "Stay here for 2 days?" Xiaoya raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi-Mo suspiciously. She didn't understand that there were simply not too many luxurious hotels in the inner city of Jiangnan Bay City, so why didn't Yi-Mo live in the inner city and come to such an extremely monotonous place like the demon extermination base? Is it possible that Yi-Mo has encountered something troublesome, or did he want to come over to keep his old sister company? However, Yi-Mo's next sentence directly caused both Xiaoya and Yi Xiaoyao to freeze in place. "I have encountered a very difficult matter. I need the demon extermination base to shelter me for 2 days." Yi-Mo looked straight at Xiaoya and said without hiding anything. Xiaoya returned to her senses and didn't ask Yi-Mo why. A confident smile appeared on her face as she softly said, "Then Yi-Mo, you found the right place. The demon extermination base is indeed the safest area in Jiangnan Bay City. If you want to stay here, let alone for 2 days, even for 2 months, realize that." Yi-Mo was the strongest genius Xiaoya had ever seen. She couldn't wait for Yi-Mo to stay as long as possible. If Yi-Mo stayed here for as long as possible, Then he would have plenty of opportunities to persuade the other party to join the demon exterminating army in the future. If it was not possible, at that time, Yi Xiaoyao could also be sent out, so that she could persuade her own oldest brother to join. Yi Mo. It just so happens that the place where Xiaoyao lives has 3 rooms and 2 halls. You can live with her. Xiaoya revealed a gentle smile, then said towards Yi Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, you quickly take your brother to the dormitory. I suddenly have something to do, so I'll leave you siblings alone for now. If you guys aren't familiar with this place, feel free to wander around the base, Xiaoya said with a smile. Afterward, before Yi Mo had time to thank him, he saw Xiaoya's legs stomping and disappeared into a residual shadow. A few minutes later, Yi Mo followed his old sister to the dormitory. Once the two of them sat on the sofa, Yi Xiaoyao turned her head to look at Yi Mo without blinking, her brows furrowed revealing a worried look. Brother, did you encounter something tricky in the inner city? Yi Xiaoyao asked worriedly. When Yi Mo heard this, he first froze, then smiled and said, there was a big family that offended me. Then I just ransacked their family head's treasure trove. With these words, Yi Xiaoyao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Before she came to Jiangnan Bay City, Xiaoya had given her a rough overview of the inner city of Jiangnan Bay City. To summarize, transcendence is everywhere, and high order is less than a dog. The big families in Jiangnan City, on the other hand, all had at least one transcendent 9-star, or even legendary powerhouse in their ranks. She didn't expect her own old brother to be able to do something so heartless as to directly ransack the hidden treasury of a great family head. Brother, are you immortalizing yourself with that family? Yi Xiaoyao said with a frown. Yes, a faint killing intent emanated from Yi Mo's body. Hearing that, Yi Xiaoyao immediately clenched her fists, looked seriously at Yi Mo, and said, Brother, then you must ask Grandpa Chen to help you destroy this family. If that's not possible, at least exterminate someone who can threaten you. Otherwise, you'll join the demon extermination army and won't be allowed to go anywhere. When Yi Mo heard this, he nodded, put away the killing intent on his body, and said indifferently, don't worry, as long as we wait for Elder Chen to come over, all things can be easily solved. The city of Kananki, high in the air not far from the outer city. At this time, there was a black-haired old man with a blood-stained body, messy beard and hair, and tattered clothes who was flying at a rapid speed. Humph. I didn't expect this old fellow to hide so deeply. It almost all caused old me to suffer serious injuries. Chen carried his hands behind his back, intense killing intent radiating from his eyes. A few hours ago, he and Third Master Chen had traveled to a duel in a huge mountain range hundreds of miles away from Jiangnan City. The battle had been fought for more than 2 hours, directly obliterating the mountains within a kilometer radius, leaving not an inch of grass. Originally, Chen thought that he would be able to crush Third Master Chen with his hard power. However, he never expected that Third Master Chen was even trickier than he had imagined. This was because the Shadow Mage had not only learned a large number of 5th rank normal skills, but also several special skills. In the face of the endless bizarre spells unleashed by Third Master Chen's Coffin Spirit, Chen's spectral Shadow Wolflord was almost completely restrained, causing him to be suppressed exceptionally miserably by Third Master Chen for the first half of the day. As if he had thought of something, an extremely disdainful expression appeared on Chen's serious face. This old third fellow actually used up all his belongings to buy some trash skill stones for the main battle Coffin Spirit. What folly! Chen sneered in his heart. Realize that, the higher the level of the Coffin Spirit, the more skills it can learn. And in order to defeat Chen, Master Chen-san paid a large amount of wealth to purchase various skill stones suitable for the undead to learn. Although Chen was somewhat disdainful of this practice of Third Master Chen, he had to admit that there were still benefits to having more skills. It was because of the number of skills that the other party had caused themselves a lot of trouble with a strength that was one level lower. Humph. Even though this old third fellow was stupid, he did make the Coffin Spirit raise its strength quite a bit. Chen was thoughtful. Then he turned his mind to a really fragrant thought. Why don't old me sell those collections of mine as well? Give the Spectral Shadow Wolf Lord a large number of 5th rank skill stones to comprehend. Or special skills? Chen carried his hands behind his back and murmured with a frown. Just then, a phone suddenly rang, interrupting Chen's thoughts. A look of displeasure appeared on Chen's face as he hurriedly picked up the phone, and a shaky voice came at once from the other end of the line. House Master. Something big is wrong. Humph. Eagle Ghost, if you have something to say it and let go, Chen said with a cold snort. With these words, the Eagle Ghost's voice on the phone instantly became fearful as he shivered and said, Lord Family Master, you might get angry with what I'm about to say. You must calm down after listening. Oh, the old man has always been calm. Old me would like to see what could be worth old me getting angry about. Chen said indifferently, Master of the house, we are just advising you to prepare yourself first. If you hear something bad, please don't get excited. The eagle ghost's voice carried a sense of persuasion. When Qingjin heard this, his brows immediately wrinkled. An intense killing intent radiated from his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Humph, don't give old me any crap. You've been with me for so many years. When have you ever seen me get agitated over something trivial? Just say it straight," Qingjin said in a cold voice. A brief silence fell over the phone as Eagle Ghost heard it. Seemingly organizing his words, Eagle Ghost's voice came over the phone again. "My lord householder, there's a small problem with your treasury. You come back and see." "Something wrong with my treasury?" A look of doubt flashed across Qingjin's face, and he froze in place. Realize that he and Master Qin-san are two extremes. If Master Qin-san was a hobbyist squanderer, he was a hobbyist saver and collector. And this time, there was a rare large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan Bay City. He just happens to be able to use the treasures he's accumulated over the years and is ready to make a splash at the appraisal fair. According to his estimation, the treasures he had accumulated over the years were completely enough to bid for 2 swift crystal coffins. However, now his most trusted henchman was actually telling him that something was wrong with the treasure trove. It straight away made him giggle. "Eagle Ghost, what the hell is going on here? Hurry up and explain the reason to old me," Qingjin roared towards the phone. At the same time, incomparably terrifying spiritual energy erupted from his body, transforming into a stream of light as he flew towards the family head's manor. "House Master, your treasury has been ransacked. Eagle 6 is also dead." Eagle Ghost's trembling voice came over the phone. "Hear this." Qingjin immediately felt only a salty lump in his throat. Put. Several mouthfuls of blood spurted wildly. Eagle Ghost. Qingjin was like a madman. His eyes were streaked with blood. His body's murderous aura exploded and he became more than furious. "Eagle Ghost, how dare you deceive old me? Old me wants you dead," Qingjin roared. How could he not believe that his treasure trove had been ransacked? Obviously, in this battle with Qin Laosan, he had the upper hand and held on to the position of the family head. And he had the transcendence under his hand suppressed Qin Laosan's men. But in return, not only was the family's main manor destroyed in general, many of his men died. The treasure trove, which he regarded as important as his life, was even ransacked. "House Master, you must not be impulsive. I didn't steal your treasury. Don't kill me," the Eagle Ghost was horrified and hurriedly explained. "I don't care. I want you to find out who did this in a minute, or else you die for me," Qingjin roared out in anger. With these words, the Eagle Ghost was like grasping a lifesaver as he hurriedly said, "Family head, don't get excited. I know who did it." "Fuck, then why don't you tell me if you know? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. I say, House Master. It was actually that Snow Shadow Corps member who did it. Just now, I got the news that a guard said that the monitors in your villa are monitored." On the phone, Eagle Ghost sighed in relief and said in a hurry, "Hear this." Qingjin's face immediately looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. All along, he had been a bit wary of Yi-Mo, because even if he was from the Blade Court, he didn't dare to completely offend the legendary 9-star powerhouse behind Yi-Mo. Previously, he was at most just Chung Cheng's tongue, wanting to simply teach Yi-Mo a lesson. But he didn't expect that Yi-Mo would actually give an inch. He actually directly ignored him, a legendary powerhouse, and stole his lifeblood. How could Qingjin tolerate this? It's actually this kid. The old man must skin him to the bone. The old man is going to kill him. Old man must kill him. Qingjin roared angrily, his spiritual energy pouring out wildly around him, distorting the air currents high in the sky and emitting bursts of sonic booms. In a matter of tens of seconds, he arrived in the air above the Qin family estate. Yet Eagle Ghost doesn't seem to realize the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly persuaded over the phone. "Family head, calm down. Behind him is the legendary 9 stars. You have to bear with it and focus on the big picture." And that's when Qingjin's divine sense instantly swept to the Eagle Ghost inside the manor, who was making a phone call near the hill where he was practicing boxing. Immediately following, he broke off into a tirade, directly toward the phone. "I put up with you? The greater good is the greater good for you. I'll kill you first now." Having said that, he directly condensed incomparably berserk spiritual energy, and his fist directly blasted towards the Eagle Ghost near the small mountain. Only a boom was heard. All the strength of a legendary powerhouse was revealed. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters was like a nuclear explosion, erupting with incomparably terrifying energy fluctuations, destroying everything around it, and blasting a deep pit close to 1,000 meters in diameter on the ground. And before the Eagle Ghost could react, he was directly obliterated on the spot by this terrifying strike. Seeming to vent his anger a little, Qingjin's face immediately became extremely ugly. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That was to kill Yi-Mo regardless of all the consequences. "How dare you ransack old me's treasure trove? I am bound to skin you," Qingjin said through clenched teeth. itching to eat Emo alive. As he swept through the villa area with his divine sense and discovered the corpses of a large group of high-ranked guards outside the villa, as well as the dead Eagle 6, his face became even more ugly. Although Eagle 6's strength was weak, he was Qingjin's most trusted henchman, and now he was actually killed by Emo. Without any hesitation, Qingjin's spiritual energy around his body surged once again, transforming into a weaving stream of light as he cruised high in the air of the inner city. His divine sense was fully open, and every time he flew over a place, he would check them out cleanly without any discrepancies. Even in the Jiangnan base city, where the forces that were equally as powerful as the Qin family, he did not miss the opportunity to probe. Half an hour later, Qingjin's face suddenly turned ugly. There's actually no figure of that kid in the inner city. It's hard to believe that he's left the city, Qingjin said in a cold voice. Immediately afterward, he flew in the direction of the outer city without hesitation. However, the results of this search were not as good. Throughout the 2 hours, Jiangnan City, inside and outside, including the dozens of miles near the train station, was searched by Qingjin, but no news of Emo was found. Where the hell did this brat go? Qingjin was furious and could only return to the outer city in anger. At this point, he suddenly flicked his gaze to one of the bases in the outer city. An array of cold light flashed in his eyes. Is it hard to believe that this kid is at the demon extermination base? Or maybe another legend has taken him away? Qingjin's heart fluttered. Realize that, within the entire Jiangnan city, even a single passerby was not left behind by him. All of them were looked at carefully. If Emo wanted to escape, there were only two possibilities. One was taken away by a legendary powerhouse, and the other was hiding in the demon extermination base. It would be troublesome if it's in the demon extermination base. It seems that we can only beg the Sword Exalt to send someone to look for it in the demon exterminating base. Qingjin's face became incredibly ugly. For anyone, the demon extermination base was one of the forces that all the clans in Jiangnan City as well as the Blade Court were most afraid of. As for the extent of the scorn, it was that even as a legend, he did not dare to easily sweep with his divine sense, because the demon extermination base expressly prohibited any forces from probing. If it was discovered by the personnel in the demon extermination base, it would definitely be reported by them. At that time, the Demon Destruction Legion headquarters would definitely send out legendary powerhouses to investigate the matter and eliminate any personnel with bad intentions. Come to think of it, Qingjin was so angry that he spat out blood once again, and then flew back in the direction of the Qin family estate in an unwilling manner. In the inner city, at this time, many of the great clans were extremely dissatisfied with Qingjin just releasing their divine sense to search. However, other than the few clans with quasi-legends sitting on their side that dared to go find trouble with Qingjin, the other clans without legends sitting on their side did not dare to nibble their voices. Realize that the battle for power that took place in the inner city today was a direct shock to everyone. No one had expected to see a large number of transcendents, as well as legendary powerhouses, fighting in a place like the inner city in their lifetime. This battle came down and almost wiped out half of the entire Qin family villa. This was still the case where the legend had not made a move. If the two of them, Qingjin and Qin Laosan, had fought in the inner city, it would definitely have triggered an incomparably terrifying disaster. However, there were countless transcendents with more guts who watched the entire process from afar across the Qin family estate and recorded the scene. It caused the news to spread wildly throughout Jiangnan City. Some of the great clans that were entangled with the Qin family were also sniffing around, ready to take advantage of Qingjin's injuries and extort a fortune while they had the chance. Qin Jiao Yuan, the family head's villa. Three old men with white hair were standing in the void in midair. At this moment, their faces were icy cold, and a faint killing intent emanated from their bodies as they looked toward Qingjin, who was resting and recuperating inside the villa. Family Master Qin, you were the one who searched our Zhang family with your divine sense just now, right? Do you have a problem with our Zhang clan? The Zhang family legend questioned towards Qingjin. Old man Qingjin, how dare you probe our Shi family without authorization? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, don't blame Mr. Shi for taking action against you. The Shi family quasi-legend roared. Qingjin, if you have offended our Ho family today, I will definitely not let it go. If you are willing to take out a few materials from your treasure vault as compensation, then today's matter will end here. Does that look good to you? Inside the villa, Qingjin was recovering his spiritual energy. When he heard that a few incoming quasi-legends wanted to hit the treasure trove, his originally suppressed anger once again instantly skyrocketed. You three old pikers, get the hell out of here. If you guys don't get out, I'll be immortal with you all right now. Kill all the descendants of your family. Qingjin roared out in anger, seemingly losing his mind. Hearing that, three old men with white hair flashed infinite scorn in their eyes. They knew Qingjin's character very well, because when this guy got angry, he could really do quite a few heartless things, and the three of them were only quasi-legends. Joining forces, they couldn't say that they could kill Qingjin, but they were still enough to severely injure each other. But the consequences of doing so will, inevitably, be severe, because if you can't kill the other party and the other party escapes, you will be erecting a super strong mortal enemy. Old Zhang. What to say? This guy seems to be a bit rampant, the Sure family legend asked out loud. In my old man's opinion, it's better to follow the original plan and extort him. The Zhang family legend frowned slightly, a cold color appearing on his face as he said indifferently, if we leave just like this, then where will our family's face end up? And it was the old man who offended us first. He actually dares to threaten us? How about we join forces to suppress him first, and then each of us can take away his treasures based on our abilities. With these words, all three nodded. The three of them then suddenly erupted extremely powerful spiritual energy from their bodies and threatened towards Qingjin. Qin family master, you are now seriously injured. If you don't use your fortune to buy your life, then don't blame us for being ruthless, the Zhang family legend said coldly. Hear this. Qingjin's face instantly became extremely ironclad. He didn't think that the treasures he had collected for so many years would be remembered by so many people. If he had treasures now, he wouldn't mind giving a few of them away, but he really doesn't now. For a moment, Qingjin only felt anger attacking his heart, and he sprayed out several mouthfuls of blood in a row as he roared. And, get out! Get the hell out of here! I'm a member of the Blade Court. Don't you dare touch me! Having said that, he was only seen flashing the insignia of the Blade Court and storming out of the villa. When the Zhang family legend and the other three saw the badge, a flash of surprise flashed across their eyes. It's really a sword court. No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Looks like we can't do anything about him. It's a shame that the trip was empty and didn't fetch half as much as it could have. I should have known to send a few transcendents to steal it while this guy was away just now. The three men shook their heads and murmured. Afterwards, they revealed lingering eyes towards the direction of Qingjin's villa and slowly flew towards the direction of their respective families. Half an hour later, an ancient complex covering a huge area in the inner city. Inside the luxurious hall at the center, three middle-aged men who were roughly around 40 years old with extremely domineering faces were sitting on the main seats. These three people had similar faces and exuded an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as if they were able to exterminate everything with a raise of their hands and a throw of their feet. And at this point, in the center of the great hall, there was a figure who seemed to have vomited too much blood, causing his face to be pale. This person was none other than Qingjin. Sword Father, I have a favor to ask of you. I hope that Blade Esteem can come to my aid. Qingjin trembled as he said towards the middle-aged man right in the middle of the main seat. The center of the main seat, a middle-aged man wearing purple robes, hair draped over his shoulders, and a bearded man heard this and wrapped his arms around himself, his face bland and seemingly unable to raise any interest. And aside, when a black-robed middle-aged man heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Qin family master, what is it? But you can say anything. Upon hearing this, Qingjin hastened to explain out towards the black-robed middle-aged man, Blade King, I want you guys to help me go to the demon extermination base to capture someone. Qingjin said somewhat nervously. With these words, the pupils of the three people on the main seat suddenly shot out, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from their bodies, directly pressuring Qingjin to the point where his legs fell to the ground. How dare you make fun of us? Another red-robed middle-aged man angrily rebuked. Qingjin, are you kidding me? A hint of killing intent flashed in the Blade King's eyes as he said coldly, only to see his spiritual energy instantly transform into a long blade that appeared in the void, as if it would decapitate Qingjin in the next second. When Qingjin saw this, a look of incomparable fear flashed across his face. Originally, he thought that he was a legendary 1-star and could still be bland in front of a legendary 5-star. But as soon as he entered the Great Hall he directly felt an extremely terrifying oppression. And now, his own words seemed to have angered the three captains of the Blade Court, causing their chi to erupt wildly. Qingjin only felt like falling into an abyss, and hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. The three lords, Mr. Qin is not seeking your happiness. Listen to Mr. Qin's explanation. Say, I'll give you a chance, the Blade King said coldly. When Qingjin saw this, he took a deep breath and hurriedly explained. Today there was a riot at Mr. Qin's home, and a petty thief took the opportunity to steal the treasures that Mr. Qin has treasured over the past few decades. Originally, these treasures, Mr. Qin was prepared to gift them to the three lords, wanting to give the three lords more confidence to participate in the appraisal meeting. But Qin never expected that after stealing something, this little thief would hide directly in the demon extermination base. Mr. Qin is at his wit's end about this and can only come to seek the help of all of you lords, Qingjin said through clenched teeth with an angry expression on his face. With these words, the three men in the main seat looked at each other at once. You have the habit of treasuring treasures this seat has heard of. However, This seat would like to know if these treasures of yours are worth the effort. The Blade King was cold in his eyes as he asked suspiciously towards Qingjin. Hearing this, Qingjin instantly came to his senses. Other than that, he didn't dare to talk big, but when it comes to collecting treasures, no one in the entire Jiangnan city is better at it than he is. Only Qingjin could be heard saying excitedly, "My lords, there's no shortage of 6th order treasures in Mr. Qin's collection over the years, or even existences of the 7th rank. These add up to as many as 200 pieces. And their value is able to buy at least 2 swift crystal coffins at the coffin spirit appraisal meeting," Qingjin said with a smile. Hear this. The Blade King stood up from his seat at once. The Blade Zune in the center, as well as the other middle-aged man known as the Blade Emperor, all lit up. It seemed that they had come to Qingjin's treasures with great interest. Qin family master. Even if we wanted to go to the demon extermination base to capture someone, it would be a very difficult thing to do. The Blade King smiled and said, "Not to mention that these treasures of yours are only enough to buy 2 swift crystal coffins. This little thing, I'm afraid it's not worth offending the demon extermination base." With these words, a look of difficulty appeared on Qingjin's face. If he were to transform into someone else who was so greedy, he would definitely make a direct move to exterminate this person. However, his strength under these 3 legends of the Blade Court was just that of a stronger mole cricket. So how could he negotiate terms? "Blade King, I'm willing to give away all the remaining belongings of the Qin family," Qingjin said through clenched teeth. "For Yemo, he must kill." So no matter what conditions the 3 legends of the Blade Court offered, he would agree without hesitation. "Oh, not enough," the Blade King said with a smirk. In the eyes of the 3 of them, Qingjin was nothing more than a running dog in general. Moreover, Qingjin had only just joined the Blade Court and hadn't made any contributions, so how could they possibly offend the demon extermination base for the little that the other party had given them? At this moment, Qingjin dared to be angry in his heart, and in his heart, he greeted the ancestors of these 3 people 18 times. Immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. 3 lords, that little thief is called Yemo, a genius who was able to kill a transcendent 1-star with quasi-high rank strength, and it's also a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb Hunting Troupe, a descendant of Fengyu City's Tomb Hunting Guild, President Chen, and he's only about 20 years old. And the speed at which his strength has increased can be described as unheard of. If the 3 lords don't kill him, for the Blade Court, this little thief will be a heartbreaker. With these words, spiritual energy instantly erupted in the hall, and 3 extremely strong auras directly pressed toward Qingjin, crushing him to the point where his knees crumbled and he fell to his knees. "This is true," the always indifferent Blade Zune in the middle of the main seat questioned loudly with narrowed eyes. "Seriously," Qingjin said through clenched teeth. A few seconds later, the 3 seemed to see that Qingjin wasn't lying, and their faces immediately turned ugly. "Big brother, old man Chen's men actually produced this kind of genius. We absolutely cannot let this him grow up." The Blade King looked at the Blade dignitary and said with a grave expression on his face, "Yes, big brother, this brat is able to kill his opponents across 10 levels. His talent is only stronger than Juner's. This is simply too terrifying." The Blade Emperor also hastened to chime in. When the Blade Father heard this, the killing intent in his eyes faded for a moment. And then he sighed and said in a deep voice, "I'm aware of what you guys are saying. It's just that I'm wondering how I can bring this kid out of the demon destruction base. That's the tricky part." And that's when the Blade King seemed to have thought of something and immediately brightened up, smiling. "Big brother, isn't Juner on vacation lately? Why don't we give Juner a call? Have him come back from the demon extermination base in Dragon City, and then let him find a reason to spar with that little thief and waste that little thief?" Hearing this, the Blade Emperor on the side also showed a joyful expression. Realize that Han Jun is his big brother Han Sanjian's own son, and is the strongest genius in the Dragon City demon extermination base as well. At only 22 years old, his strength had reached the transcendent 2-star level, and he also possessed a king-rank talent and an S-rank coffin spirit, which could similarly kill across several levels. If he was able to call Han Jun back to Jiangnan City, with the other party's identity, he would be able to enter the Jiangnan City demon destruction base unhindered. It would be an incomparably easy thing to waste GMO at that time. "Big brother, I think the way Lao San said is feasible, and it's the only way," the Blade Emperor said with excitement. Han Sandao briefly fell into thought when he heard the offer from his 2 blood brothers. A few seconds later, he seemed to have considered it clearly, and an extremely unrestrained smile appeared on his face all of a sudden. "Since that's the case, then I will personally go and fetch Juner back." "Ha ha, then big brother, go and return quickly. I am now already looking forward to how Juner will rub old man Chen's offspring the wrong way," the Blade Emperor said with a smile. When the Blade King heard this, he shook his head and also said indifferently, "Second brother, don't look forward to it. No matter how strong that kid was, he could only kill a Transcendent star, and Junior was capable of killing a Transcendent 7-star powerhouse. That's why that brat will definitely be abused by Junior and be powerless to fight back. Nighttime. There were no longer people walking around in the demon extermination base except for the guards who were still standing guard outside the main gate, making it seem extraordinarily cold. At this point, lights were already on in the demon extermination base, dispelling the surrounding dimness and giving a strong sense of security. On the long street outside the base gate, a middle-aged man with a tired face and wearing a Legion uniform was hurrying towards the base gate. Zhou Tong glanced nervously behind him, and then glanced at the lights that were lit up in the base dormitory in the distance, and finally let out a long breath of relief. Immediately following, he didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the floor where Yemo was. Residential building. In the living room of the dormitory, Yemo was sitting on the sofa, watching the TV with his chin propped up. Only his eyes drifted a bit, as if he was thinking about something. Earlier, he received a call from Tang Ye's assistant, Yashi. In the end, he had no choice but to tell the fact that Tang Ye had died, and the other party, in the phone cried incomparably miserable, almost has collapsed. Yemo also feel extremely self-blame. Some cannot do anything, can only slowly comfort up. Seemingly remembering something, Yemo hurriedly opened his cell phone. Then from the contact list, he found Xiaoyu's name and sent a message asking her to help take care of Yashi for the time being. Originally, Yemo thought that the other party would be very late to see this message, but what Yemo did not expect was that the other party returned in seconds and agreed directly. If old brother Tang's corpse is still there, maybe I can make him a zombie. Pity. Yemo shook his head inside. Soon after, Yemo calmed down his emotions and then put his eyes into the spatial warehouse, ready to take stock of the harvest he had gotten today. After all, the resources that could be obtained from directly emptying the treasure trove of a great family head was absolutely unimaginable. Without hesitation, Yemo smiled and pulled out the space warehouse. And just then, his face stared, only to see that he was holding a lump of a paste-like, dark substance in his hand. Corpse Demon Stiff Poison? A brilliant light flashed in Yemo's eyes. At this point, he suddenly recalled the various traces at the place where Tang Ye's body had fallen, as well as the images that Shadow Ghost had investigated out to show himself at that time, and a look of doubt immediately flashed across his face, because at that time, on that section of the road, other than Tang Yi and Eagle 6 appearing on the road, there was no one else's presence in the vicinity, and the image of Eagle 6 on his way out was recorded by the surveillance in the area away from the northwest corner. He didn't take Tang Ye's body. So, where did Tang Ye's body go? It's hard to believe that the disappearance of elder brother Tang's corpse is related to the corpse demon stiffness poison. A glint flashed in Yemo's eyes. Soon, though, the light in his eyes dimmed again. This was because in the past 2 days, Zhou Tong was busy investigating the murder of civilians in the outer city and the disappearance of their bodies. This meant that there was a high probability that the disappearance of Tang Ye's body would be related to this event, only that the other party's body had already been devoured by the evil-doing zombies. When old brother Joe comes over next time, I have to ask him about this matter. Yemo sighed and muttered. In the kitchen, Yi Xiaoyao was busy there in a cook's costume. When she turned back and prepared to command Yemo to come and help, she saw Yemo's look as if he had something on his mind. Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a sourness in her heart and froze in place. If it were anyone else, experiencing so many things in just a few days, they would probably have collapsed long ago. Yemo, on the other hand, hardened himself against these pressures, resolved the matter step by step, and did not spit on her. This caused Yi Xiaoyao to be extremely moved. If I'm faced with so many things, I guess I'll spit Yemo's ears until they get calloused, Yi Xiaoyao secretly said in her heart. Afterwards, she hurriedly came to the kitchen door and looked at Yemo with a smile and said, Brother, is there anything else you want to eat? You can tell me all about it. Oh, I'm going to give you a good taste of my handiwork. Yi Xiaoyao was extremely confident in her cooking skills, for no other reason than she had been cooking 3 meals a day for the past few years while at home and had slowly practiced, especially after she had awakened the flame baptism and contracted the hell inferno. She didn't know how many notches she had improved her micromanipulation of flames. With her current control over the heat, the dishes she cooked were more than 10 times better than 2 days, and definitely able to make the kid next door cry with gluttony. And Yemo hadn't tasted her own handiwork in the past 2 days, so she was ready to show her hand properly. Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's words, Yemo hurriedly raised his head and looked over. This sister of his was rather quick-tempered and controlling though, but one great thing is that she knows her stuff when she needs to and is exceptionally caring. Old sister, since you say so, then I'll be rude. When old brother Joe comes later, you make more delicious food, big fish and meat all over. Right, call Commander Xiao along as well. It's also lively with more people, Yemo said with a smile. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she immediately gave Yemo a blank look and said in a bad mood, there's still no need for you to tell me. I've been talking to her for a long time, and she should be here soon now. But before they come, would you mind clearing the table, old man? Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yimo, who was sitting on the sofa without the slightest bit of self-consciousness, and shook her head helplessly. Hearing that, Yimo was slightly stunned. He had wanted to summon Chi-Chi out to clear the table, but Chi-Chi was still in the process of evolution and could not be disturbed. And with this ferocious size, the tyrant doesn't look like he can do delicate work in any way. So with no choice, Yimo could only take matters into his own hands, and hurriedly cleaned up the dining table next to the kitchen, then carried out the wine and fruit juice. When he was done with that, he came into the kitchen and prepared to give Yi Xiaoyao a hand. However, he didn't realize that the other party disliked him and blew him off. Knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Yimo hurriedly got up from the sofa and walked towards the door. After opening the door, Yimo saw two familiar figures. Old brother Zhou, Commander Xiao, come in quickly, Yimo said with a smile. Xiaoya smiled and nodded, then nonchalantly walked into the home and went straight to the kitchen. And when Zhou Tong looked at Yimo, he immediately swept away the gloom on his face, revealing an unrestrained smile. Ha ha, old brother Yimo, then old Zhou won't speak politely with you. Is the wine ready? Let's have a good time tonight. It's been ready for a long time. Enough for tonight. At the table, Yimo originally wanted to ask Zhou Tong about this matter of zombies attacking civilians in the outer city, but when he saw the wolfish Zhou Tong, as well as Xiaoya, who was not reserved, he immediately dismissed this idea. Eating is eating, and it's better to discuss things until you're done. Elder brother Yimo, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and eat your food. Zhou Tong chewed a mouthful of ferocious beast meat in his mouth and held a wine cup in one hand as he said towards Yimo. Yimo, Xiaoyao's cooking is really delicious. If you don't eat it again, we'll be done with you. Oh, Xiaoya pursed her lips. Hearing the words of the two, Yimo was instantly confused. Is it really that delicious? A doubtful thought appeared in Yimo's mind. He had eaten Yi Xiaoyao's cooking almost every day for the past few years. Not to say he was tired of it, but he was used to the flavor and didn't find it that delicious. So he didn't rush to move his chopsticks. Instead, he drank a small glass of wine first. However, these two people in front of them seemed like hungry ghosts, eating extremely ferociously. This made Yimo couldn't help but think of one thing: the food at the demon extermination base. It can't be that bad, right? Or are the conditions tougher? Yimo secretly said in his heart. It was fortunate that he hadn't joined the demon extermination base, or else not only would his freedom be restricted, but he might also make himself suffer. And he has a hangover, cannot suffer or the case, or try to splurge. Anyway, now he is a tycoon. Not bad money, come to think of it. Yimo directly turned his head to Yi Xiaoyao and temporarily transferred $2 billion over. Older sister, transferred some money to you. Ask me for it when you run out. We are saying, in the future in the demon extermination base, try to live a better life. Don't aggravate yourself, Yimo said indifferently. With these words, Zhou Tong froze for a moment and turned his head to look at Xiaoya, but he didn't think anything more about it, not putting it in his mind, and continued to wolf it down. And aside, when Xiaoya heard this, she snorted out a laugh. Little brother Yi, Xiaoyao is the treasure of our Jiangnan base, and how could we possibly make her suffer? Don't worry, as long as Xiaoyao needs materials, or something that can enhance her strength, our Jiangnan demon extermination base won't be missing her all the same, Xiaoya explained. Yimo sniffed and sighed in relief. It seemed that this demon destruction base wasn't as poor as he had imagined. Immediately afterward he broke into a satisfied smile. He then picked up a plate of small fried magic beef on the table and ate it. However, as soon as the beef entered his mouth, Yimo was shocked. Crap, Xiaoyao's handiwork became so good? No wonder these two are like hungry ghosts. So it's really delicious. Yimo turned his head to look at Yi Xiaoyao, only to realize that the other party had a smug look in her eyes. Yimo read the other's eyes, meaning, quickly praise me. But Yimo understood very well that Yi Xiaoyao was the kind of person who would go up to the sky and then not come down once she was complimented by herself. Yimo could not let her have her way. He then acted extremely calm and said calmly, the flavor is indeed okay. After saying that, Yimo also began to dry rice without hesitation. An hour later, the crowd ate and drank their fill and sat back slightly at the table, rubbing their stomachs with extremely satisfied smiles on their faces, while Yi Xiaoyao on the side looked at the transfer information on her cell phone. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with little stars, looking extremely excited. If there was no one beside her right now, she couldn't wait to praise Yimo fiercely. Right, old brother Zhou, that thing you've been investigating for the past 2 days, how's the progress? Yimo looked at Zhou Tong and said. When Zhou Tong heard this, his face immediately became a bit ugly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Elder brother Yimo, To be honest, I've never encountered such a tricky thing before. That zombie is very weird. Its strength only reaches the transcendent rank, and it seemed like it had been devouring to become stronger, and devouring the civilians in the outer city the day before no longer satisfied its needs. Last night, it appeared again in the northwestern region of the inner city and swallowed quite a few high-level coffin suppressor masters there, Zhou Tong said with an ugly face. Hearing that, Yimo and Xiaoya immediately turned their heads to look at Zhou Tong, surprise flashing in their eyes. Old Zhou, are you sure the situation is true? Can it really devour and become stronger? Xiaoya's face was skeptical as she hurriedly inquired. I'm pretty sure, because I found this among the bodies of the victims I found. Saying that, Old Zhou hurriedly took out 2 special crystal bottles filled with black liquid from his space backpack. The black liquid in one of the crystal vials was eerie, but it was like a puddle of stagnant water, and in the other crystal bottle, these viscous black liquids were slowly writhing as if they were cells. This corpse poison that can wriggle was found by me in the mutilated corpse of a high-ranking coffin suppressor. It only takes 10 seconds to turn high-level coffin suppressors and ferocious beasts below level 40 into zombies. And this bottle, it takes 1 minute to infect a high-level coffin suppressor into a zombie. And I've done this experiment many times with ferocious beasts. That's why I concluded that evil-doing zombies are able to devour and become stronger, Zhou Tong said with certainty. With these words, Yimo's eyes instantly flashed with a brilliant light, while Xiaoya was just to a burst of afterthought. S-class coffin spirit, the two said in unison. Realize that absorbing and devouring type talents are usually found in S-rank coffin spirits. This meant that these coffin spirits could quickly become stronger and rise to full level in a short period of time as long as their resources allowed them to do so, which could be described as a mini plug-in. If this zombie hidden in Jiangnan City wasn't found out earlier, then after it devoured a large number of transcendents, it was possible that the legends wouldn't be its match. When the time comes, when it develops to full level, even if the Supreme Being himself arrives, he won't be a match for it. After all, the Supreme Monarch was only at a maximum of level 69. A coffin spirit with S-rank potential would have the chance to become a Holy Realm Master, with a maximum level of 79. At this point, Yimo had already taken a keen interest in this zombie. This was because with his current rank, he was fully capable of contracting 2 more coffin spirits, and when he broke through the higher ranks, he would be able to contract even more. He was naturally unwilling to give up this opportunity to contract an S-class zombie. Old brother Zhou, other than that, are there any clues? Have you seen this zombie? Yimo inquired with a slight frown. With these words, a look of fear appeared on Zhou Tong's face. Old brother Yimo, you know the leader of the Thundercloud Mercenary Corps, right? Zhou Tong took a deep breath and said, of course I recognize it, but wasn't he killed last night when he was split in half by a knife? Yimo raised an eyebrow. According to reason, what happened in the Northwest Corner Block Hotel last night had long since spread throughout Jiangnan City, and Zhou Tong, as the commanding envoy of the demon extermination base, it was impossible for him not to know about this matter. However, Zhou Tong's next sentence immediately shocked everyone. No, he's not dead. I even saw him this morning and rubbed shoulders with him. Only, he doesn't seem to recognize the uniform of the demon extermination army, and look at me like I'm prey, trying to devour me. If I'm not wrong, this current Thundercloud leader is most likely the zombie that changed. This zombie has the ability to transform, Zhou Tong said with a trace of cold sweat on the corner of his forehead. Hear this. Xiaoya hurriedly stood up and said seriously, Old Zhou, starting from tomorrow, I will accompany you to investigate this matter. Later on, you must remember to inform this news to all the big clans in Jiangnan City, as well as the law enforcement team. I, Commander Xiao. Zhou Tong hurriedly stood up and responded solemnly, and that's when a faintly detectable golden light suddenly flashed in Yimo's eyes. This zombie's IQ is obviously not low. If it keeps changing its appearance, it looks like it won't be able to be caught for a short period of time. Yimo thought in his heart. It seems like the only way is to wait for Elder Chen to come over and help me exterminate the Qin family afterward. I'll be able to find this walker myself and take it in. When Zhou Tong and Xiaoya both left, Yimo then took a shower and came into the bedroom. Immediately afterward, Yimo smoothly turned off the lights and directly lay towards the bed. Ding! Congratulations to your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, for successfully evolving into a spirit rune flying stiff girl. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited evolution quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining quest rewards. High Order Corpse Race Template Raffle Ticket *1. Skill Random Copy Card *1. The sudden system prompt instantly made Yimo only feel incomparably surprised. Chi-Chi has finally evolved. It's not easy anymore. Yimo laughed excitedly. Without hesitation, he directly sank his consciousness into the contract space. Chi-Chi! Yimo shouted towards Chi-Chi who was sitting in place and had opened her eyes. Next, Chi-Chi instantly blinked towards Emo and arrived in front of him with an instantaneous step. Master, I evolved. Chi-Chi pursed her lips and looked up at Emo and said, seemingly feeling that it was a bit laborious for her to raise her head. She only saw Chi-Chi's entire body slowly float up from the ground, and finally floated up to a height that was the same as Yemo's, standing steadily in midair. When Emo saw this, a hint of surprise couldn't help but flash through his eyes. Coffin spirit symbol of the flying stiff girl, 77. Character template, the boy who raised the dead. Race, corpse, ghost. Level, LV. 30 Paramount Commander level. Experience, 24700/26700. Seal level, Hesitant Face Class Swire Crystal Coffin. Talents, Heavenly Stiffness, Icy Mortal Power, and Flying to the Sky and the Earth. Skills, Silent Leap Attack, 3rd level. Sword Chi Chop, 3rd level. Instant Step, Advanced Swordsmanship, Space Swordsmanship, Special. True Talisman of Doom, Exclusive. Change Art, 3rd level. Extreme Flight, 3rd level. Technique, Void Talisman. Immortal Technique, Cold and Sick Ghosts. Immortal Technique, Saving Suffering and Doing Good. Flaws, Forgetfulness, Biting, Hates Coffins. Intimacy, 80. Current status, Excited. Number of evolutions possible, 2. Introduction, Flying Stiffs, 1,000 years of non-corrosion, 10,000 years of non-transformation, up to the sky into the ground, the space to take things, the potential is superb, can resist, can fight, can milk. More talents and special skills. There are also changes to the Unbreakable Body and Void Drawing Talisman. Looking at the changes in Chi-Chi, Emo muttered. Compared to before, the current Chi-Chi was undoubtedly much stronger, especially after having more flying, as well as spacing out to control objects. Chi-Chi's functionality was too much stronger. It was important to know that a coffin spirit that could fly was extremely attractive to coffin suppressors below Transcendent. Moreover, in terms of flight speed alone, a coffin spirit with the ability to fly would definitely be able to crush any coffin suppressor. Come to think of it, Emo asked without hesitation. Chi-Chi, are you able to take me flying right now? How is your flying speed? Chi-Chi sniffed, nodded her head obediently, and said softly, can. Soon. Hearing that, Emo's face was instantly delighted. Ha ha, if you rush in the future, then you have to fly with me. Emo rubbed Chi-Chi's head and said, with these words, Chi-Chi directly reached out a hand to pull towards Emo, and with a burst of cold immortal power inspired, Emo's entire body also slowly floated up as if he stepped on the void. When Emo saw this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he forced himself to hold back the excitement of wanting to fly in a circle and once again return to the ground of the contract space. Right, the quest reward just now. Surprise flashed in Emo's eyes. The quest reward just now had given him something he can only dream of. Raffle ticket for a high-level necromancer template. Seemingly thinking of something, Emo hurriedly turned his head to look at Tyrant. Tyrant, do you want to make the potential higher? Emo said as he stared straight at Tyrant. With these words, the Tyrant who was originally guarding near Chi-Chi stood up at once, looked down at Emo, and a low and muffled voice came out of his mouth. Want? The Tyrant's eyes took on a longing look. It was well aware of its potential and only had a D grade. This meant that with another 9 levels, it would reach a peak of strength. This peak, for it, was already the limit, and it also meant that its potential had been drained and lost any value. There was almost no possibility of getting stronger in the future if one wanted to do so. Seemingly sensing the Tyrant's thoughts, Emo cast a reassuring look and smiled gently. Tyrant, I will not abandon you, and you don't have to worry about your potential, because my gift is destined to allow you to break through to unlimited potential. As long as we don't die, even becoming a god is not impossible, Emo said confidently. Hearing these words, a gleam flashed in the Tyrant's eyes, while Chi-Chi on the side similarly turned her head to look over. They didn't doubt what Emo said, and now they could clearly feel that their strength had reached an unbelievably strong level. These strong strengths were all bestowed by Emo, giving them the strength to be invincible at the same rank, or even to cross the rank. Tyrant, I now have a prop that can make the potential increase. I am going to give it to you to use. Will you consider it? Emo said indifferently. Hearing this, the Tyrant was instantly a bit curious, and once again let out a low voice to ask, Master, is it the prop that was used for the children in the first place? Tyrant pointed to Chi-Chi on the side and said. It then thought for a moment and hastily knelt down, a struggling look in its eyes as it said, if it's that kind of prop, I am unwilling to become stronger in this way. Realize that. Back then, Tyrant had seen what Chi-Chi looked like before she had the template. Jumping Boy is not only mischievous but also stubborn, but after using this prop, the other party not only directly changed his appearance, but also changed his bad character for the better. However, it was normal for Emo to do so, because if the jumping boy was below 50 points of affinity if he didn't use the template, he would defect at any time, making it impossible to take him in. Moreover, Yemo and Jumping Boy didn't have the slightest emotional foundation, so he didn't hesitate to use the template directly. At this point, Yemo also understood the Tyrant's thoughts, and a stunned look appeared on his face. What was I thinking? To actually have such thoughts? Yemo smiled to himself, a guilty look in his eyes. When he first contracted the Tyrant, he was thinking of letting the Tyrant's fierce reputation spread throughout this world. He wanted to see how powerful an existence his first coffin spirit could eventually become. Now one is actually in a hurry, thinking of immediately using the template for the Tyrant, undoubtedly almost forgetting one's original intention. If you use the template for Tyrant afterward, it just boosts to a C-rank coffin spirit. It's a waste of high-level template raffle tickets, not to mention the possibility of changing the Tyrant's character. This was something completely unacceptable to Yemo. Moreover, he had a divine-level bodybuilder talent, so even if he took one step at a time, he would be able to turn the Tyrant into the most terrifying existence. Soon, Yemo's eyes revealed an extremely determined look as he hurriedly helped Tyrant up. When the Tyrant saw this, his heart was in the right place, and an extremely rare smile appeared on his face. Since Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed in the contract space for a longer period of time, after some consideration, Yemo released them. After experiencing so many things these days, Yemo had long since developed the habit of letting the coffin spirit guard him when he slept. Even though he was now in the demon extermination base, taking precautions was still something that was extremely necessary. Looking at the Tyrant standing next to the window, as well as Chi-Chi who was lying on the bed and rolling around, Yemo's mouth could not help but show a hint of a smile. By the way, there's a skill random copy card that doesn't work. Yemo suddenly remembered the quest reward just now and hurriedly took this card out from the system space. Ding! Detected an existing replicable object. Does the host use the skill random replica card now? The system prompt came, and Yemo hurriedly turned his head to look at Chi-Chi who was on the side. For him, this skill duplication card was definitely going to be used on Chi-Chi. Although Tyrant possessed many normal skills, other than intermediate healing as well as advanced blade skills, the other normal skills were of little use to him, and intermediate healing he could hardly use, since Chi-Chi's presence was destined to make it difficult for him to take damage. If he was really attacked by a hostile coffin spirit, then with Yemo's current physical body, he would also die for sure. Without hesitation, Yemo looked directly at Chi-Chi and prepared to glean the normal skills on his opponent. Use skill random copy card. Target. Chi-Chi. Having said that, the copy card in Yemo's hand instantly disappeared and turned into a bit of starlight into Chi-Chi's body. Ding! Congratulations on copying the randomized common skill, instant step from within your target. Crap! Instantaneous step. Yemo was instantly incomparably surprised. Realize that what he craved the most right now was nothing more than the sword chi slash as well as the instantaneous step. The sword chi slash was able to give him an additional powerful means of attack, while the instantaneous step was undoubtedly able to give him the ability to defend himself in danger. Ha ha! It's true that I've always been lucky, Yemo said excitedly. With the evil-breaking golden pupil as well as instant step, Yemo was sure that he could survive in the hands of any transcendent. This was because with his current strength as a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor, he was fully capable of making a leap of dozens of meters. The following day, the inner city at Gate Street. At this moment there was a man and a woman walking fast, and behind the two of them, they were being followed by hundreds of high-ranking coffin suppressors wearing the uniforms of the demon extermination base, fully armed and well-trained. These high-level coffin suppressors exuded a gust of killing aura, like an out-of-body sword, causing the surrounding crowd to be startled. Crap! What's wrong with the people from the demon extermination base? Why did they collectively come to the inner city today? It can't be that he's here to seek revenge. Hiss! Can't it be that some ungrateful person has moved the soldiers of the demon extermination base again? The crowd murmured. They remembered the last time a soldier from the demon extermination base was bullied by ordinary members of the Blade Court in the inner city. The demon extermination base then directly dispatched more than a dozen high-ranking 2-star or so coffin suppressors to teach that ordinary member of the Transcendental's 3-star level a hard lesson. They even pressured the top management of the Blade Court to come out and apologize to the soldier who was bullied at the demon extermination base. This made people realize one thing, and that was that although the demon extermination base was usually low profile, it was a behemoth that the Blade Court didn't even dare to mess with. Moreover, none of the people who came out of the demon extermination base were elites, and each of them had the strength to fight across the ranks, and with just a dozen or so high-ranking 2-star coffin suppressors, they easily crushed the transcendent 3 stars, which was simply incomparably horrifying. Don't guess blindly. They didn't come to the inner city to seek revenge, someone in the crowd said. This statement immediately drew the attention of others. They're not here to seek revenge. Is it hard to believe that there's something else that warrants such a massive mobilization? Someone asked in disbelief. Have you forgotten the message sent by the Ministry of Law Enforcement 2 days ago? You mean the incident where someone in the outer city released walkers that led to mass civilian deaths? Yeah, originally. This matter was investigated again by the Demon Exterminating Legion and the Law Enforcement Department, but they never found out who did it. And the night before last, there was also an incident in the inner city where a large number of coffin suppressors were devoured. The Law Enforcement Department of the inner city has felt panicked and didn't dare to investigate, so they could only invite people from the Demon Extermination base to the inner city to investigate. The person who knew the situation hurriedly explained. Hearing this, the faces of the people around them immediately revealed ugly colors. These guys from the Department of Law Enforcement are such losers that bullying is awesome. Not if you really want to do something serious. In my opinion, only the Demon Destruction Legion is reliable and reassuring. The crowd murmured and looked at the soldiers of the Demon Destroying Legion with admiration in their eyes, making a path towards the sides. Soon, Xiaoya divided the hundreds of Demon Extermination base members into 10 squads, and made them each responsible for a regional investigation task. Zhou Tong, on the other hand, was left behind by her. Old Zhou, accompany me to the Qin estate. Xiaoya looked at Zhou Tong, a look of gravity in his eyes. When Zhou Tong heard this, a look of shock appeared on his face. Commander-in-Chief, are you saying that zombie most likely went somewhere to devour the corpses of the Transcendents? Zhou Tong asked. Xiaoya nodded and said, the corpse of the coffin suppressor has an extremely powerful attraction to this cunning zombie, especially the corpses of powerful people. It will surely devour them without a second thought. We can now go to the Qin family estate to investigate and inquire about the whereabouts of the corpses of those Transcendents who died in the Great War. If we know these clues, then we can crouch near the Transcendent's corpse and then ambush this zombie and capture it. A confident look flashed in Xiaoya's eyes. Hearing this, Zhou Tong couldn't help but give Xiaoya a thumbs up. It wasn't without reason that the other party was young enough to become the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. That hand deduction alone pretty much locks down where this walker is going. Realize that the evil zombies could change the appearance of others, and even if a legendary powerhouse searched with his divine sense, he would not be able to search them out. If it were anyone else, they would have searched aimlessly and could only pray for a blind cat to stumble upon a dead rat. Commander-in-Chief, should we contact the higher-ups and ask them to transfer a Transcendent with an S-rank coffin spirit from another base to come over for support? Zhou Tong seemed to think of something and frowned. I have a feeling that this S-class zombie will be trickier than expected. Hear this. Xiaoya's face also became grave. She was well aware of the power of an S-rank demon, especially when facing one of an unknown rank, making her somewhat compelled to be wary. Old Zhou, thanks to your reminder. Otherwise, I would have definitely fallen into its hands. Xiaoya cast a thankful look at Zhou Tong and said with a smile, ha ha, Commander-in-Chief, what are you talking about? You have the superorder talent damage transfer, as well as an A-rank mirror ghost, which is more than enough to defend yourself under it. It's just that I'm a little afraid that it will have some unknown means, so we have to be on our guard, Zhou Tong said smilingly. Xiaoya smiled and then also said with a smile, then old Zhou, you can wait for me here for a while. I'll first contact the Dragon City Demon Extermination base side and see if there's anyone there. If we do, we'll think long and hard about it. Within the sphere of influence of the Blade Court in the center of the inner city, a long-haired young man wearing a black power suit with a handsome face was on his way to the Grand Hall, and at that moment, suddenly an unfamiliar phone call came in. Seeing this, Han Jun frowned, then put the phone through. Hello, may I ask if you are the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Extermination base? Han Jun, a gentle and melodious female voice came from the phone. I'm Han Kuan, may I ask who you are? Han Jun couldn't help but show a puzzled look as he listened to the female voice on the phone. I am the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination base. Xiaoya. So it's Commander Xiao. Han Jun frowned slightly and murmured, may I ask if Commander Xiao is looking for me for something? Commander Han, our Jiangnan Demon Extermination base has recently encountered a tricky matter in the inner city, and we need your assistance in solving it. Just now, I've already gotten through to the chief commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination base, and he recommended you to me, and then said that you just happened to have returned to Jiangnan City. If you're free now, can you come and meet me at the inner city gates? I'll wait for you over here. The phone call carried a hint of anxiety. Han Jun sniffed and didn't ask much about the cause, then said indifferently, Commander Xiao, wait for me for half an hour. I'll be right there. Hearing this, Xiaoya on the other end of the phone finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Good, then I'll wait for Commander Han to come. 2 minutes later, Han Jun arrived in the Great Hall, and at that moment, after the three legends of the Blade Court saw him, an extremely excited smile appeared on their faces. Junior, the three said in unison. Seeing this, Han Jun's face instantly evoked an evil smile as he said, Junior has met father. Greetings to second uncle and third uncle. Junior, are you preparing to head to the demon extermination base in the outer city? Blade Exalt Han Sandao looked at his son and asked with a smile. When Han Jun heard this, he immediately shook his head and said, Father, I just received a call from the chief commander of the Jiangnan demon extermination base. She said there was a delicate matter that she needed my assistance in resolving. After I help her settle this matter, I can head to the Jiangnan demon extermination base in name only. Hear this. A hint of displeasure immediately appeared on Han Sanjia's face. This time, he had called Han Jun back to Jiangnan City mainly so that Han Jun could kill Emo and get back all the materials that Qingjin had lost. However, he didn't expect that the Jiangnan demon extermination base would actually have requested Han Jun's support. If Han Jun was assigned to a faraway place, wouldn't that be a huge waste of time? Junior, do you know what mission the other party needs you to assist with? Han Sandao said in a deep voice. If it's a mission outside of Jiangnan City or if it takes a day or two, then don't go over there. When Han Jun heard this, the corners of his mouth once again revealed an evil smile as he said, Father, it's just some small tasks in the inner city of Jiangnan. I think I'll be able to solve it soon. And after I help them complete this mission, they are equal to owing me a favor. At that time, even if I miss and kill someone at the demon extermination base, they won't say much after owing me this favor. Han Jun said with a confident color flashing in his eyes. Han Sandao smiled at his words. That's very good. Then my father will wait for your good news today. After you get back those materials from Qingjin, my father will let you choose any S-ranked evil dragon as your second coffin spirit at the coffin spirit appraisal meeting. With these words, Han Jun's face was instantly ecstatic as he hurriedly smiled and said, Thank you, father. It was important to know that he had originally contracted a coffin spirit of an S-ranked demon race, and now that he had reached transcendence, he had not been able to contract any other coffin spirits, because now his vision was extremely high. He couldn't even look at coffin spirits below S rank. And this coffin spirit appraisal meeting had undoubtedly given him a heavenly surprise. The dragon coffin spirit. As long as he contracted the dragon coffin spirit and made another trip to the emperor's tomb to cultivate, then his strength would once again change drastically. At that time, it would be possible for his strength to compete with quasi-legendary powerhouses. Junior, in that case, you should hurry up. Don't delay. Han Sanjie waved his hand and said with a smile. Yes, father, Han Jun responded. After saying that, he turned around and left the grand hall. Then with a stomp of his legs, he rode off in the air. 10 minutes or so later, Xiaoya then met up with Han Jun, after which the two of them discussed the matter and headed directly to the Qin family estate. And when Qingjin saw the arrival of Han Jun as well as Xiaoya, he immediately looked extremely respectful. Young Han, may I ask what you're looking for from Mr. Qin when you came to his manor? Qingjin said with a smile. However, this deference of his was only shown to Han Jun. For Xiaoya, he showed that he didn't care. And that's when Xiaoya didn't care about that either. After all, it was naturally impossible for a legendary powerhouse to look at the demon extermination base and act as welcoming to himself. Only Xiaoya's face appeared extremely cold as she directly asked, Qin family master, we came here to ask you something, and if you know, please tell us. What is it? Qingjin looked at Xiaoya and said indifferently, This time, there was a great battle in your Qin family estate, and quite a few transcendents should have died. What I want to ask is, where were their bodies moved to? Xiaoya looked straight at Qingjin and asked decisively. When Qingjin heard this, his face immediately flashed with displeasure. Humph. Is it possible that how the old man arranges the corpses of his subordinates also requires you to ask questions about the demon extermination base? Hear this. Xiaoya's face became a bit ugly. Then she turned her head to look at Han Jun. Seeing this, the corners of Han Jun's mouth suddenly curved up in an arc as he looked at Qingjin with a smile on his face and said, Qin family master, if you know, just say it. I have urgent matters to attend to, and if you delay me, then I don't mind telling my father about it. With these words, Qingjin's face immediately revealed a look of horror. He was now immortal with Emo, which was equivalent to offending the Snow Shadow Tomb Seekers. If one were to offend the young master of the Blade Court at a time like this, causing the Blade Court to refuse to cover one's back, once that President Chen came to seek revenge on behalf of Emo, he himself would die for sure. Thinking of this, Qingjin explained in a trembling manner, Young Han, I've already sent people to transport the bodies of those subordinates of mine to the South Block Cemetery. Aha! Han Jun nodded faintly. He then turned his head to look at Xiaoya. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and said, Commander Xiao, let's go. Let's go to the burial park now. After saying that, the two of them took to the air and flew in the direction of the burial garden. At this point, in a morgue in the South Neighborhood Burial Park, A member of the cemetery staff slowly pushed open the door to the morgue. Immediately following, he stepped into the gate and looked back to observe the surroundings. A cautious look appeared in his eyes and he directly closed the gate. Looking at the 7 or 8 transcendent corpses neatly arranged in front of him, this staff member's body suddenly emitted a thick black fog, only to see his body rapidly change, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a white-haired zombie with ghastly white skin and bizarre tattoos wrapped around his body. He then slowly extended a hand with sharp nails. With the rapid change of the arm, it even directly transformed into a black tentacle with a mouthpiece, and dug into the several corpses in front of him. Hiss, it's worthy of being a transcendence corpse, being able to provide me with extremely large amounts of energy. As long as I absorb these corpses, I'll definitely be able to reach level 43. A greedy look appeared on Tang Ye's face as he licked his tongue, looking extremely enjoyable. Since he turned into a zombie, his tyrannical desires have been infinitely amplified, burying almost all of his memories. Now he only has one obsession, and that is to become stronger all the time. Strong enough to be able to take revenge, strong enough to do whatever he wants. For Jiangnan City, he had an unspeakable hatred in his bones. After I reach level 55, I'll slaughter all the living beings in this abominable Bay City. Tang Ye's eyes glowed with a scarlet color, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth as he gritted his teeth. Just then, 2 sharp footsteps, as well as an extremely powerful aura, appeared without warning outside the door of the morgue. When Tang Ye saw this, a murderous intent immediately flashed across his eyes. Then he directly resumed his staff appearance, quietly waiting for the person outside the door to come in. And at that moment, the voices of a man and a woman once again sounded outside the door. Commander Xiao, open the door. I'll go in first, then you go in. The corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up in an arc as he smiled evilly. Xiaoya looked at the other party's slightly upturned smile and immediately felt a wave of resistance. However, out of politeness, she didn't say anything more, and then opened the door directly. As soon as they entered, the two of them heard a voice full of questioning colors and, "Who are you guys? Why are you trespassing on the morgue?" Sensing that the two exuded an aura stronger than his own, Tang Ye didn't directly strike, instead frowning as he sized up the two Xiaoyas. Seeing the man who had suddenly appeared in front of them, Xiaoya and Han Jun's faces instantly sank and became extremely wary. Only Xiaoya's body exuded a gust of terrifying spiritual energy as she said in a cold tone, "And who are you? Why are you staying in the morgue? I'm the body mover here. Just came over to transport the corpses. Now I'm ready to go." Tang Ye said expressionlessly, then walked in the direction of the gate. With regards to his current strength of level 42, Tang Ye was still a little less than confident. From the beginning of turning into a zombie, after possessing the skill of 1,000 disguises, Tang Ye only believed in the word go. This was because his most powerful talents were devouring reinforcement and immortal regeneration. Devouring reinforcement was a very heaven-defying growth-type talent. As long as he was able to devour energy, then he could keep getting stronger. Immortal regeneration, on the other hand, consumes energy, restores vitality, and slowly returns to its full state. Therefore, once they encountered a battle that could be avoided, Tang Ye would find a way to get out of it. If it was really unavoidable, he had the gift of undead regeneration anyway, and even if he was split into several pieces, he could slowly revive. Only, every regeneration would consume the energy he devoured, causing his power level to drop. Aside, Han Jun glanced at Tang Ye, who was preparing to walk out of the gate, and a murderous intent instantly flashed in his eyes. "Did I say I'd let you go?" Han Jun said indifferently, directly extending a hand to stop Tang Ye's path. Looking at this movement of the other party, Tang Ye's face instantly became gloomy as he said coldly, "You want to pick a fight? He. A corpse remover seeing a transcendent and acting so calmly. It's not normal at first glance. Han Jun sneered. Hear this. Xiaoya also began to take a closer look at the corpse remover in front of her, but after looking at it for half a day, she couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Because the corpse mover in front of them didn't look any different from an ordinary beginner-level coffin suppressor in any way, and didn't give off any zombie aura, so it was unlikely that he was the target they were looking for. Commander Han, he's just an ordinary coffin suppressor, not the target we're looking for. Xiaoya looked at Han Jun and said indifferently. However, when Han Jun heard Xiaoya's words, the corners of his mouth once again hooked into a smile as he said, "Commander Xiao, don't be so sure of everything so early, whether he's that zombie or not. I only need to try to find out," Han Jun said with incomparable confidence. With these words, a faint trace of undetectable killing intent flashed steeply in Tang Ye's eyes, while Xiaoya's eyes showed a hint of doubt as she asked, "Commander Han, how are you going to try?" Of course it's to try with his life. Han Jun instantly revealed a sinister smile. For him, it was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Knowing that the zombie was extremely cunning and would come over to look for a corpse to devour, Han Jun naturally wouldn't let go of any target that could be suspicious. If it were an ordinary coffin suppressor, when they saw a powerful transcendent like him, they would definitely soften their legs in fear and kneel down to beg for forgiveness, while fearfully calling him Lord. But the corpse remover in front of him looked far too calm, making him feel very uncomfortable. So this corpse mover must die. Only Han Jun's spiritual energy suddenly surged out of his hands, summoning 2 moon blades emitting emerald green light out of thin air. Immediately following, he directly grabbed the 2 moon blades and rushed to Tang Ye's body with an arrow step, chopping towards Tang Ye's head. When Tang Ye saw this, a tyrannical color flashed in his eyes, and he directly dodged, avoiding this dangerous knife. Originally, I didn't want to make a move against you guys, but if you guys are looking for death, then don't blame me. Tang Ye instantly transformed into his corpse demon state, revealing a mouthful of viciously sharp teeth and said, looking at Tang Ye, who had been transformed into a zombie state. Han Jun didn't care in the slightest. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Commander Shao, this guy is the target we're looking for. See that I wasn't wrong. Don't be careless, this guy is at least an S-class coffin spirit. His strength shouldn't be inferior to mine. We'd better be careful, Xiaoya said with a gloomy look on her face. However, Han Jun seemed to have heard some kind of joke and burst out laughing happily. Ha ha, Commander Shao, just watch from the sidelines. My coffin spirit demon hunter is also S-ranked and leveled at him higher. Trying to hurt a demon with a zombie like it is no different than dreaming. You know, demons are the strongest, and walkers are the weakest. So it's dead today. Han Jun's words seemed extremely arrogant. Although Xiaoya was somewhat displeased with the other party in her heart, she had to admit that the other party did have arrogant capital. After all, Han Jun had reached the transcendent 2-star level at a mere 22 years old, and with 3 legendary powerhouses standing behind him, anyone else would turn their nose up to the sky. Commander Han, don't be careless. Xiaoya's eyebrows raised slightly as she voiced a reminder. Its corpse poison is very powerful, and its other attack abilities are unknown, so it's better for us to join forces against it. The words. Xiaoya's hands instantly flickered with spiritual energy, transforming into a blood-colored 8-trigram sealing array, only to see an emerald coffin emitting a bizarre aura drill out from the array. When Tang Ye saw this, an incomparable scorn flashed in his eyes. To him, the woman in front of him, who appeared to be calmer, was a much bigger threat, because if he wanted to get away, he had to injure this woman to do so, otherwise it would be almost impossible to escape being captured alive. Without any hesitation, Tang Ye directly executed instant step, transforming into a residual shadow and appearing behind Xiaoya out of thin air, ready to break the other party's neck with a claw. Humph, beast, did I say for you to move? Han Jun seemed to have sensed Tang Ye's movements long ago, instantly exploding his spiritual energy and flinging the moon blade in his hand, only to see the moon blade emitting a green glow turn into an arc, as fast as lightning, chopping above Tang Ye's wrist in an instant. Poof! A burst of black blood splattered and erupted into a thick mist of blood. Tang Ye's wrist was directly chopped off by this blade, throwing it several meters to fall to the ground, and the ghostly green moon blade pierced through the wall of the morgue at that moment, erupting with incomparably terrifying energy, chopping the huge wall in half and collapsing inch by inch. Looking at his severed wrist, Tang Ye didn't show any scorn, but instead revealed a hideous smile. One must know that his blood carried the incomparably terrifying corpse demon stiffness poison. If it was absorbed by these 2 people in front of him, then he could definitely kill them. Commander Han, stay away. There's corpse poison in this guy's blood. Once contaminated, the consequences will be severe. Xiaoya frowned and hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Just seeing the spiritual energy surging under her feet, she suddenly transformed into a residual shadow and appeared 20 meters away. However, when Han Jun heard this, he immediately let out a light laugh and said lightly, Commander Shao, you don't need to be so nervous. It's just a zombie. How strong can its corpse poison be? And I have a special high-grade anti-zombie poison potion, so you don't have to worry about getting infected by its zombie poison. Just stand on the side and watch. You don't have to do anything. Just watch how I kill this beast. Han Jun turned his head to look at Xiaoya. The corner of his mouth curved up into an arc as he said with an evil smile. With these words, Tang Ye's eyes immediately exuded an extremely intense killing intent. For him, the biggest threat in front of him was always this woman whose strength was at the transcendent 5-star level. And this man called Commander Han has a very egotistical personality and has no brain at first sight. Tang Ye had thought of injuring the woman, infecting her, and then saving some of his fighting strength to escape, so he didn't pay any attention to the man's taunts at the moment. But the other party was just too capable of pretending. So how could he stand it? You can resist my corpse poison, can't you? Then come and try, Tang Ye said coldly. Next, he directly raised his arm with the broken wrist and pointed it at Han Jun. only to see countless pitch-black tentacles of flesh and blood suddenly springing out of the incision, transforming in the blink of an eye into thousands of huge spikes dripping with necromantic stiffness poison, zipping over like sharp arrows in the direction of Han Jun and Xiaoya. These spikes were airtight and covered the sky like a rain of arrows, almost sealing off the two men's escape route. When Han Jun saw this, disdain flashed in his eyes. Immediately afterward, spiritual energy surged under his feet and he leapt into the air, like a rocket, directly breaking through the ceiling of the morgue and flying out. Xiaoya, on the other hand, summoned a voluptuous female ghost holding a huge dressing mirror, and then directly disappeared into the world of the mirror, disappearing with the female ghost. Just as Xiaoya disappeared for a moment, countless huge black spikes carried a destructive might and ruthlessly dug into the floor of the morgue. Only rumbling sounds could be heard. Terrifying energy erupted, setting off countless terrifying explosions within the morgue. Airwaves swept out like a tsunami, leveling the entire morgue in the nearby area of tens of meters. Above the ruins, Han Jun looked at Tang Yi in the center of the ruins, and the corner of his mouth curved up into a disdainful smile. A zombie is a zombie. The attack is so weak. Even if it's an S-rank potential, it's still garbage. It doesn't even seem worth summoning my coffin spirit. And that's when a vanity mirror suddenly surfaced beside Han Jun's body, and as it distorted, Xiaoya followed by a voluptuous female ghost quickly drilled out of the mirror. When Han Jun saw this scene, he grinned and showed a hint of concern in his eyes as he said, "Commander Xiao, you were almost injured by this trash zombie just now, so next time you run into this kind of situation, make sure to pay attention." Hearing these words, Xiaoya's heart flashed with disgust, and her face became a bit icy. "Commander Han, don't speak any unnecessary words. Please cooperate with me to quickly catch this zombie, okay? If it gets away, it will be a disaster for the entire Jiangnan Bay City." Xiaoya's tone became serious. With these words, Han Jun immediately laughed and said, "Commander Xiao, you're not joking, are you? A level 42 zombie is just a zombie. You're saying it can bring disaster to Jiangnan Bay City? Even if we give it another 10 years to grow, it won't be able to make any waves in Jiangnan Bay City, because the Jiangnan Bay City has the Court of Blades in place to suppress all demons, so you shouldn't be so worried, Commander Xiao." The corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up into a smile and said. Xiaoya's face turned ugly when she heard this, and she said in a cold tone, "Commander Han, I don't have time to listen to you right now. If you don't want to do it, then please go back. Just leave this place to me." Listening to Xiaoya's unceremonious words, Han Jun's smile that had been hanging at the corners of his mouth instantly froze, and his face steeply became gloomy. "Commander Xiao, stay calm. I'll kill this zombie now," Han Jun said with a cold snort. Having said that, spiritual energy surged in his hands, and a ghostly green hexagram formation instantly appeared in the void. Next, a double-layered coffin with an exterior as clear as crystal and carved with bizarre patterns drilled out of the formation. "Demon Hunter, kill this zombie." Han Jun looked toward Tang Yi, who was standing on the ruins, his eyes filled with killing intent. Han Jun's words had just finished when the crystal coffin shook and its panels suddenly opened. With an extremely powerful sense of oppression, a coffin spirit with eyes glowing with a ghostly green light, covered in purple skin and ghostly green lines, with a huge curved horn on its head, a pair of sheep hooves as well as huge demonic wings flew out of the crystal coffin, only to see this demon, which was several meters tall, holding two ghostly green moonblades, its eyes indifferently looking towards Tang Yi, appearing somewhat ancient, and the moment Tang Yi locked eyes with these eyes, he only felt a powerful pressure come over him, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was the first time he had encountered a coffin spirit whose potential was no weaker than his own. Moreover, demons had the advantage of their race. They were born incomparably powerful and mastered incomparably powerful means of attack. Tang Yi knew very well that his talent was a growth type, and it was almost difficult to fight against a demon of this level when he hadn't reached his peak. So facing this demon, he had no chance of winning. "It seems that we can only split our body into countless pieces to have a chance of escaping from under these guys," Tang Yi said in his heart with a wary look in his eyes. And just then, the demon hunter didn't rush to make a move on Tang Yi. Instead, he looked down at Han Jun, his tone filled with persuasion, saying, "Contract Master, its potential isn't weak. It's comparable to mine. Could you consider contracting it?" As soon as these words came out, Han Jun's face immediately became a bit unnatural, and he hurriedly snorted coldly. "It's just a trash zombie. How can it enter my eyes? Don't you talk me out of it. If I say kill it, then you kill it. Don't be sorry, Master of the Deed. I only promised to be with you for 5 years. Now that 5 years have passed and you are out of character with me, I can break free of the contract and part ways with you at any time. If you don't contract it, perhaps you will fall into mediocrity in the future," the demon hunter said indifferently. When Han Jun heard this, the corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile. I will fall into mediocrity in the future? Demon Hunter. Don't forget that I'm a king-ranked talent, and that I can contract a dragon coffin spirit in a few days. At that time, I will only become stronger, even if you break the contract with me. So what? Don't forget, if I hadn't indentured you, you would have remained sealed in your coffin. Besides, do you dare to lift it? If you dare to lift it and you can escape from Jiangnan Base City, then count me as a loser, Han Jun said coldly. Hearing this, the demon hunter stopped speaking, then turned his head to look at Tang Yi in the ruins. Aside, Xiaoya looked at her temporary teammates who were infighting before the fight even started, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't realize that this demon was at odds with Han Kuan. One must know that Han Jun's king-rank talent was powerful though, but his ceiling is this demon hunter, a demon with a potential of S rank. In the hands of any coffin suppressor with a king-rank talent, they would go out of their way to cater to the coffin spirit's preferences and raise their intimacy with an S-rank demon. Han Jun, on the other hand, had trained the demon hunter to level 42 at a young age, but his intimacy with the other party was estimated to not even reach 5 points. Oddball, bad brain, sparing the always gentle Xiaoya, she couldn't help but curse in her heart. Looking at the demon hunter, who was still on the sidelines without making any moves, Han Jun's face suddenly sank. With murderous intent in his tone, he said faintly, Demon Hunter, what are you waiting for? Kill it. With these words, the demon hunter didn't say anything more, and immediately turned into a residual shadow, directly rushing towards Tang Yi on top of the ruins. When Tang Yi saw this, his heart was startled. The speed of this demon in front of him was so fast that it almost left him no time to react or dodge. Only a sound of blood and flesh being torn apart could be heard. Pust. Tang Yi, who didn't have time to dodge, had his body instantly chopped into countless pieces by the demon hunter, and at that moment, the demon hunter seemed to vent his anger, as a terrifying light instantly blossomed in his eyes. Demon Eye Impact, the demon hunter said coldly. Next, 2 ethereal green rays erupted steeply from its eyes, directly sweeping towards the scattered pieces of corpses on the ground, leaving burning ethereal green flames on top of the ruins, turning the positive piece of ruins into a sea of fire. When Han Jun saw this scene, his original irritation recovered quite a bit. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiaoya and said with an evil smile, Commander Xiao, this zombie is dead, so our mission is considered complete, right? Xiaoya sniffed and nodded expressionlessly, saying faintly, yes, Commander Han, this matter is considered to be a favor that our Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base owes you. If you need help with anything in the future, you can speak to me directly and I will send someone to assist you, said Xiaoya expressionlessly. With these words, Han Jun's face instantly evoked a smile as he said, Commander Xiao, I don't need your help with things, but there is one thing I need your permission for. What is it? Xiaoya said with a slight frown as she looked at Han Jun in confusion. When Han Jun heard this, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said, May I visit your demon extermination base? Hearing this, Xiaoya couldn't refuse, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she could only helplessly agree. Are you going to go over there now? Xiaoya asked. Of course. Han Jun laughed. Alright then. Once the sea of fire is gone and I confirm the death of this zombie, I'll take you to the demon extermination base. 2 minutes later, when the ghostly green flames in the ruins disappeared, Xiaoya explored the ruins. She glanced at the zombie carcass, which had been burned to ashes by the flames, and breathed a sigh of relief. What made her a little strange, though, was that the zombie could clearly escape, could clearly stall for some time, but instead of doing so, the other party stayed put and waited to die, which made her ponder. Commander Xiao, you don't think this zombie isn't dead? Seemingly seeing through Xiaoya's thoughts, Han Jun smiled faintly. You have to believe in the strength of the demon hunters. No demon has lasted a single round under it since I contracted it. Even a demonic creature whose level is a few levels higher than it is completely no match for it. So don't worry, this zombie has absolutely no chance of surviving under its attack. Han Jun smiled. Hearing that, Xiaoya didn't think much more about it, then rose up in the air and flew in the direction of the outer city. When Han Jun saw this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he also leapt into the air, following behind Xiaoya. Looking at the departing two, the demon hunter didn't immediately return to the coffin, but instead looked down at a crater he was stepping on under his feet, and in the pit was the head of a zombie with a full head of white hair. Why don't you kill me? Tang Yi asked in dismay. The demon hunter sniffed, but just shook his head and smiled. There's something I need you to help me with. What is it? After you reach level 55, would it be alright to exterminate the Court of Blades? Kill that kid just now, and wish me luck in breaking free of the seal? Anticipation flashed in the demon hunter's eyes. After saying that, he walked towards the coffin on the side without looking back, and then disappeared into the formation along with the coffin. In one of the training grounds of the demon extermination base, Yi Xiaoyao was training with the Inferno demon. Yi Mo, on the other hand, was leisurely lying on a bench next to the training ground, enjoying Chi-Chi's massage. Yi Mo's eyes were tightly closed at this time, and his consciousness sank into the spatial warehouse, checking up on the materials he had obtained from Qingjin. A few moments later, only to see him slowly take out a blue crystal core from the spatial storage, as well as 2 bottles of liquid, one black and one red, and hand them to the Tyrant. Tyrant, absorb these materials. Yi Mo turned his head to look at Tyrant on the side and said indifferently. Hearing this, the Tyrant did not hesitate to take the blue crystal core that Yi Mo handed over, as well as the 2 bottles of liquid, and drank them all in one go. A few moments later, suddenly several system beeps rang out. Ding! Tyrant absorbs corpse rigid poison, 5th order, and his overall physical abilities are greatly strengthened. Ding! Tyrant absorbs 100 years of poisonous scaly blood, 6th rank. Endurance physical ability is super amplitude. Ding! Tyrant has successfully absorbed higher zombie crystallized core, 6th order. Skill of blade chi infestation, 2nd order. Advancement increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Blade chi erosion has been upgraded to the 3rd rank, blade chi erosion. Hearing the beep from the system, Yi Mo's face revealed an extremely excited smile. Immediately after that, he hastily turned his head to look at Tyrant, only to see that at this moment, the Tyrant's size seemed to have increased a bit more, originally more than 4 meters tall. At this moment, it had already exceeded 5 meters, like an iron tower. It was filled with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Qingjin's collection of materials is really good. There are actually so many 6th order ones. Looks like Tyrant and Chi-Chi are going to take off in another wave. Yi Mo was secretly happy in his heart. For him, leveling Tyrant and Chi-Chi was the most important thing, followed by strengthening their abilities. And now with the materials left behind by Qingjin as support, this would undoubtedly give Tyrant and Chi-Chi's strength another terrifying boost. Without hesitation, Yi Mo continued to rummage through the pile of materials. Half an hour later, Yi Mo couldn't help but have an excited smile on his face as he looked at the Tyrant that had already absorbed several materials. Tyrant now has all of his normal skills at the 3rd rank, and the physical aspect has been greatly strengthened. Now its combined potential should be stronger than an A-rank coffin spirit of the same grade, right? If after the bindings are lifted, together with my talent, even if I face an A-rank coffin spirit around level 43, I shouldn't lose the battle, Yi Mo thought in his heart. These 6th-ranked materials that were just given to Tyrant to absorb were all taken from Qingjin's treasury. Since most people considered the materials left behind by the corpse demons to be worthless, Qingjin did not collect much. However, what made Yi Mo feel excited was that even if he only got a few 6th-order higher zombie crystals, that directly made all of the Tyrant's skills go up by 1 order, and his strength was strengthened substantially. Hey, it would be good if all these materials were from the corpse race. Yi Mo sighed and said. To him, these materials in Qingjin's collection had no more value other than being able to be sold for money. 7-7 and Tyrant wouldn't be able to use it anyway, so it would be better to wait for Elder Chen to arrive and barter with the other party. There are still the last few materials, so let's just see them all at once. Thinking of this, Yi Mo shook his head and then continued to look towards the pile of materials in the spatial warehouse. Necromantic Crystal, 6th order has the power of a powerful undead soul. When absorbed by the undead, it can randomly raise the degree of skill advancement. Soul Attracting Lamp, grade 6 when used, it can attract the attention of ghosts and monsters, increasing the success rate of sealing. Angry Demon Fire Meteor, precious rare material left behind after the death of the Angry Demon King, can be used for the evolution of A-class demons. Extreme Een Ghost Bead, 6th order condensed from the chi of Extreme Een. When absorbed by a ghost, it can randomly raise the degree of skill advancement. Looking at these materials in the spatial warehouse, Yi Mo immediately brightened up. Ha! Raging Demon Firefall? For the evolution of A-class demons? That's interesting. It seems like we can directly save Xiaoyao a lot of effort in finding evolutionary materials, Yi Mo muttered. However, after considering it for a while, he was not prepared to give this precious treasure to Yi Xiaoyao right now, because Yi Xiaoyao's current strength was too weak. If carrying a heavy treasure was known by other people, it was likely to lead to murder. Although she was extremely safe in the demon extermination base, there would always be times when she would go out to practice. Chi-Chi, come over here and absorb this bead. Yi Mo waved towards Chi-Chi, then took out the Extreme Een Ghost Bead from the space and threw it over. Seeing this, Chi-Chi jumped several meters and directly jumped up to take a bite of the Extreme Een Ghost Bead and swallowed it into his stomach. Ding! Chi-Chi absorbs the Extreme Een Ghost Bead, 6th order. Skill a Change Art, 3rd order. Advancement increased by 100%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Change Art has been upgraded to the 4th order, Transformation Art. Shape-shifting? What is this? Listening to the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a look of curiosity. When 7-7 evolved last night, he didn't rush to verify all of 7-7's skill abilities. And now, he was idle and bored anyway, so he might as well let Chi-Chi unleash this skill and see. Seemingly understanding Yemo's thoughts, he only saw Chi-Chi's body surrounded by cold and ice immortal power. Her figure was slowly pulling up, and finally turned into the appearance of a spiritual symbol flying stiff girl. This is your transformation technique then? Yemo sized up the fiery figure of the flying stiff girl for a few moments and said with some surprise. Hearing these words, a hint of shyness immediately flashed in Chi-Chi's eyes as she covered her face and nodded. Cough. A bit uncomfortable. Better change back, Yemo said as the corner of his eye twitched. Just then, Yi Xiaoyao suddenly stopped practicing, her gaze looking towards the gate of the Demon Extermination Base, only to see a large group of Demon Extermination Base's Coffin suppressor masters all gleefully pouring in. The leaders were clearly Xiaoya, Zhou Tong and a long-haired man with an evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Brother, sister Xiaoya is back, Yi Xiaoyao said as she pointed at the gate of the Demon Extermination Base. When Yemo heard this, he hurriedly sat up from the bench, then looked towards the main entrance with an extremely puzzled look in his eyes. Realized that an S-class zombie must be extremely powerful. Even if Xiaoya had stepped in, it would be impossible to successfully capture it so quickly. However, now, the other party only spent less than 2 hours before closing the team back, which made Yemo feel extremely puzzled. And at this point, Xiaoya and the others seemed to have seen Yemo as well. Then with a wave of her hand, she dismissed the crowd behind her and walked over in Yemo's direction. Commander Xiao, you guys caught that zombie? Yemo hurriedly inquired. Xiaoya sniffed and a faint smile appeared on her face as she said, I'm sorry, Yemo, we didn't catch it, but we have it decapitated. Hear this. Yemo's face suddenly became a bit complicated. For this S-class zombie, he had thought of going for a contract. However, he was unable to get out of the Demon Extermination Base right now, so he could only say that it was a pity. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Han Jun slowly shifted his gaze to Yemo. When he saw Yemo's face, a faint killing intent appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that after he came to the Demon Extermination Base, he would meet someone he wanted to kill as soon as he took a look at them. Moreover, this man seemed to be even more handsome than himself, which caused Han Jun's face to become incredibly ugly. You are Yemo? Han Jun looked at Yemo with a look in his eyes as if he was looking at a mole, and said in a cold voice. When Yemo heard this, he couldn't help but frown, revealing a hint of vigilance. You know me? Yemo said indifferently. Oh, of course I know you, because I came over here to kill you. Han Jun sneered and directly mobilized the spiritual energy around his body, offering a moon blade to slash towards Yemo's head. When Yemo saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk. He didn't expect this man who followed Xiaoya back to make a move on himself at the drop of a hat. If he hadn't replicated the instantaneous step under this unsuspected strike, then he would definitely die for sure. Only to see Yemo's spiritual energy surging under his feet, instantly transforming into a residual shadow, he backed up to 10 meters away, thrillingly dodging Han Jun's slash. When Xiaoya saw this scene, her face turned a little white with fear and she hurriedly roared toward Han Jun. Commander Han, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly making a move on him? With these words, the corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked up in an arc as he said faintly, Commander Xiao, this is a private matter between him and I. You're not going to interfere, are you? This brat stole the Qin family's treasury, and these treasures in the treasury were prepared by the Qin family's master to offer to my father. Do you think he deserves to die? Han Jun looked at Xiaoya and said coldly. Xiaoya's eyes immediately flashed with a hint of surprise when she heard this. He didn't expect that Yemo's reason for seeking refuge in the Demon Extermination Base would actually be like this. If it were ordinary times, it was true that no one would dare to make a move against the people in the Demon Extermination Base. But the bad thing was that Yemo wasn't a member of the Demon Exterminating Legion, while Han Jun was the Demon Exterminating Legion's commanding envoy. Commander Han, this is the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, not Dragon City. If you want to make a move against my friend, then I'll be the first to disagree, Xiaoya said as she stared coldly at Han Jun. When Han Jun heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, Commander Xiao, don't forget that you owe me a favor for killing the zombies just now. If you block me, I'll call up the chief commander of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base right now and have him expose this matter of you helping outsiders and dealing with your fellow officers in front of the chief. Han Jun threatened. Hear this. Xiaoya's face instantly became gloomy. She had promised Yemo that she would shelter the other party for a few days. But now, he never expected that he would lead the wolf into the house and bring Yemo's enemies here. For a moment, Xiaoya looked at Yemo with an extremely guilty look in her eyes. When Yemo saw this, he sort of understood what was going on, and then he looked at Han Jun, revealing eyes full of killing intent. You're a quasi-high-ranked griffin who actually dares to look at me with such eyes? Is it because you've lived too long? Han Jun looked at Yemo and said with interest. For Yermo, he doesn't give a damn. Even he subconsciously thought that Qingjin was lying to his own father. How could this quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor in front of him, who had only contracted a zombie, kill a transcendent 1-star over 10 levels? This is a big joke. Yet just then, a ball of fire roared in, directly toward Han Jun's head. Feeling the sizzling temperature of the fireball, a trace of gloom flashed across Han Jun's face as his spiritual energy suddenly erupted out, directly blasting away the oncoming fireball. Who are you? Why do you dare to make a move on me? Han Jun stared at Yi Xiaoyao and said coldly. He didn't expect that a girl who was only level 9 would dare to come at him. A transcendent. And strike. If you don't come up with a reasonable explanation, maybe I'll kill you. With these words, Xiaoya's face instantly became incredibly ugly as she hurriedly shielded Yi Xiaoyao in front of her and said coldly, Commander Han, this is the talented newcomer from our Zhongnan Demon Extermination Base. If you dare to make a move on her, you and I will not rest in peace. When Han Jun heard this, he first froze for a moment, then sized up Yi Xiaoyao for a few moments and laughed coldly. Commander Xiao, the geniuses of your base are really weak. If you let her go to the top 10 genius battle, I'm only afraid that she'll die halfway through the battle, at the hands of the rookie geniuses from Dragon City's Demon Extermination Base. Aside, Yemo had already heard Han Jun's meaning. The other side is undoubtedly vindictive. Just now, Yi Xiaoyao had struck out because the other party had taunted her, resulting in the pair being held in a grudge by the other party. Yemo naturally wouldn't want to leave this behind. Come to think of it, without any hesitation, Yemo directly had Tyrant launch an attack on Han Jun. Only an extremely terrifying blade chi was seen chopping in Han Jun's direction. When Han Jun saw this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A level 30 trash zombie dares to take a shot at me? Really tired of living. Having said that, Han Jun directly waved the moon blade in his palm and similarly chopped out a blade chi, instantly shattering the Tyrant's blade chi and causing an extremely terrifying explosion. Commander Xiao, you saw it. Now he's the one who took the initiative to strike at me, so it's impossible for you to stop me if I strike back, right? Han Jun turned his head toward Xiaoya and said. Meanwhile, he seemed to have eyes behind his back as he backhandedly swung out several knife chi and chopped in Yemo's direction. As if she had made some kind of decision, Xiaoya hastily summoned a mirror to absorb these attacks Han Jun had sent out into it. Yemo, hurry up and call someone to pick you up and take you away now. I'll help you stop him for a while first, Xiaoya anxiously said towards Yemo. Hear this. Yemo instantly shook his head expressionlessly and said, Commander Xiao, I appreciate your kindness, but it's not that easy for this guy to kill me. Moreover, if I go out of the demon-destroying base now, I will definitely be targeted by Qingjin, so this is still the safest place for me, Yemo said indifferently. You've got some balls. I'm a transcendent who has contracted an S-class coffin spirit. You're telling me that it's safe here? Han Jun said with a disdainful smile on his face. If that's the case, then I'll have to torment you so much that you can't beg for life or death. S-class coffin spirit? Han Jun's words were extremely arrogant, causing Yemo to frown. It was important to realize that although the Tyrant's current strength was capable of transcending 10 levels, it would become incredibly tricky to face an S rank with even higher potential. If Han Jun's coffin spirit was of a demonic race, Tyrant alone would never be able to defeat his opponent. Come to think of it, Yemo hurriedly turned his head to look at Xiaoya on the side and said with a hint of gravity in his tone, Commander Xiao, please help me take care of Xiaoyao. Since this fellow wants to make a move on me, then I will fight him, Yemo said with a determined look in his eyes. Hearing these words, Xiaoya's eyes immediately revealed a look of incredulity. Yemo. He contracted an S-class demon. This demon's strength is terrifying. Even that level 42 S-rank zombie was killed by his demon with a single slash. You must not be impulsive, Xiaoya hurriedly persuaded. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes also flashed with fear when she heard this. She was afraid that this brother of hers, whose talent bordered on demonic, would fall. If Yemo's strength was at the same level as Han Jun's, then it would definitely allow Tyrant to kill his opponent in seconds. But now, she could hardly think of any possibility of Yemo winning. Sister Xiaoya, you stop him for a while. I'll call Grandpa Chen to come over. Yi Xiaoyao was extremely worried and hurriedly took out the phone, ready to shake people. Xiaoyao, there's no need to call Elder Chen over. This guy shouldn't be able to kill me. After all, I have Tyrant and Chi. Yemo looked at Yi Xiaoyao. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and said, I want to try my limits and see if I can beat this guy. Brother, I believe in you. Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fists, her face showing worry. Yemo, are you sure? When Xiaoya heard these words, Her face couldn't help but show a look of emotion. I'm sure. Yemo nodded and said, Commander Shao, take my sister to a safe area. After all, I caused this. I can't trouble you guys anymore. Having said that, Yemo's spiritual energy surged under his feet, and in a few instantaneous steps, he brought Tyrant and Chi-Chi back on top of the training ground, after which he turned his head to Han Jun and said, the young lord of the Blade Court, right? Come and die. Intense killing intent flashed in Yemo's eyes. With these words, Han Jun's body steeply erupted with a powerful aura, looking at Yemo as if he was looking at a mole cricket. Ha ha ha, in all the years I've lived, I've never seen one more rampant than me. You, a quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor, actually dare to speak out in front of me. Let's see if I don't cut you alive. As soon as the words fell, the corner of Han Jun's mouth hooked into a scornful smile, and with a stomp of his legs, he instantly transformed into a stump onto the training ground. At this point, the news of Yemo's life and death duel with someone instantly detonated throughout the entire demon extermination base, only to see that all the members of the demon extermination base were sniffing around and started running towards the location of the training ground. Within a short period of time, more than 200 members of the demon extermination base came to gather around the training ground. For this battle between geniuses, the members of the demon extermination base were incomparably looking forward to it. However, when they arrived near the training ground, they were immediately overwhelmed with astonishment in their eyes when they realized that opposite Yemo was actually a transcendent 2-star coffin suppressor. Why would little brother Yemo duel with a transcendent 2-star coffin suppressor? That's not scientific, is it? I recognize that man. Isn't that the young lord of the Court of Blades? What young lord of the Blade Court? That's one of the top 10 geniuses of the last term of the Demon Destruction Legion. Han Jun. Crap. Little brother Yemo actually has a grudge against this kind of genius. Then how can he beat it? Isn't this sending him to his death? Many people murmured. If you guys want to watch it properly. What's all the racket here? From now on, all shut up. Jotong's face was extremely ugly as he yelled at the crowd behind him. Hearing this, the crowd of onlookers quieted down quite a bit. Seemingly thinking of something, Jotong hurriedly came to Xiaoya's body and reminded with a grave expression, Commander-in-Chief, quickly open the protective boundary of the training ground. Otherwise I'm afraid that if they fight, it will spread to the entire demon destruction base. Xiaoya sniffed and then reacted, then nodded. She only saw that she hurriedly pulled out a crystal ball emitting strange energy from her spatial backpack, and after injecting it with spiritual energy, she threw it towards the sky above the training ground. Next, a light blue curtain of light precipitously dropped down from the sky above the training ground, tightly enveloping the upper 100 meters of the training ground. Yemo glanced sideways at the light blue curtain of light around him, and then glanced at Han Jun, who was dozens of meters away with his hands in his pockets and his mouth hanging in an arc. Tyrant, go, Yemo said in a cold voice. Force him to summon the coffin spirit. At these words, the tyrant nodded at once, only to see him remove the obsidian giant blade behind his back, the firelight outside his body flickering as he instantly transformed into a flaming stump rushing towards Han Jun's direction. When Han Jun saw this, he smiled scornfully. Ha, still trying to force me to summon a coffin spirit? Not a bad idea. But unfortunately, a level 30 zombie alone isn't enough. Han Jun sneered. After saying that, his spiritual energy flashed in his hand, holding the moon blade that emitted a ghostly green glow, and casually flung it in the direction of the tyrant. Swoosh! The moon blade transformed into a ghostly green light, carrying an extremely terrifying wind noise, like a spinning crescent moon, and instantly appeared in front of the tyrant's body. Seeing this, the tyrant instantly roared in anger, holding the giant blade horizontally with both hands, and viciously slashed towards the rapidly rotating crescent moon. Boom! An incomparably terrifying explosion rang out, and the moon blade was splintered dozens of meters, ruthlessly smashing into the protective boundary, causing a violent tremor. And as if the tyrant had received an extremely terrifying shock, he fell back 5 steps towards the back. You zombie! How could it possibly withstand my attack? Han Jun's face was filled with gloom, an unbelievable look in his eyes. Can it be that this fellow can really make a coffin spirit fight across 10 levels? This moment, Han Jun didn't doubt Yemo's strength anymore. Originally, he thought that Qingjin was exaggerating a bit, but he didn't expect that a level 30 zombie would really be able to take his attack with ease. This meant that if he didn't summon the coffin spirit again, he would most likely suffer a loss the next second. However, taking advantage of Han Jun's moment of daze, the tyrant raised his giant blade high and slashed viciously in Han Jun's direction. Only a violent white light flashed in midair, and the blade energy arrived in front of Han Jun's body in the blink of an eye. This can't be. This is not the strength a zombie should have. How is its attack so strong? Han Jun's heart balked, and he scrambled to raise the other half of his moonblade in front of his body. while inspiring a powerful spiritual force to protect his body. However, he had still underestimated the Tyrant's strength, and as the berserk blade chi instantly swept in, the spiritual shield in front of Han Jun was actually directly shattered by this blade chi, and like a heavy fist, the remnants of the saber chi viciously chopped atop the moonblade that Han Jun was holding. Feeling the incomparably terrifyingly huge force coming at him, Han Jun was instantly struck by lightning, spewing out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards for more than 10 meters, and ruthlessly smashing on top of the protective boundary. Crap! This is fake. Little brother Ye's coffin spirit is actually this terrifying? This slash directly crosses 12 levels and injures a transcendent level genius. This is simply too heaven-defying. If little brother Yi can stay in our demon exterminator base, then when he grows up, our Jiangnan demon exterminator base is going to take off. Everyone was talking about it. Although Zhou Tong had often been bragging about how strong Yimo was before, they had never seen Yimo put up a fight. And this time, Yimo's coffin spirit actually easily chopped the spiritual shield that the Transcendent had condensed and injured the Transcendent, which made them feel incredibly shocked. When Xiaoya saw this scene, her expression immediately became quite grave. Realize that the coffin suppressor himself was not as strong as the coffin spirit, and it was normal to be suppressed by a coffin spirit of similar strength. However, the coffin spirit was the measure of a coffin suppressor's strength, and as long as Han Jun summoned the coffin spirit, the situation would be directly reversed. So this battle, it's only just begun. Yimo is in a bit of danger. Han Jun is going to summon a demon hunter. Xiaoya looked at Han Jun, who had collapsed at the edge of the boundary. Without blinking, her tone filled with tension. When Zhou Tong heard this, his face also became extremely grave as he asked out loud, "Chief Commander, is this Han Jun really that strong? It's hard to believe that even if old brother Yimo has 2 coffin spirits, he's not a match for him?" On the side, when Yi Xiaoyao heard this, she also looked at Xiaoya with incomparable nervousness. "Sister Xiaoya, is my brother really unable to defeat that guy?" Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fists tightly and asked tremblingly. Xiaoya sighed and slowly explained, "This Han Jun's S-class demon is too terrifying. Even I don't have any certainty when facing it. However, Han Jun's affinity with the coffin spirit is extremely low, and the coffin spirit most likely won't listen to him. So it's not like EMO doesn't have a chance of winning," Xiaoya said faintly. And at this point, at the edge of the training grounds boundary, Han Jun jumped straight up from the ground. His long hair was disheveled, the upper half of his clothing was torn by the blade chi, and a smear of bright red blood hung from the corner of his mouth, making him look extremely wretched. "How dare you hurt me? I want you to die," Han Jun roared towards Yimo. Hearing this, Yimo frowned. Next, Tyrant's blade chi chopped toward Han Jun once again. When Han Jun saw this, the pupils in his eyes shrank and he was directly shocked into a cold sweat, only to see his legs stomping. He instantly dodged the Tyrant's blade chi and flashed towards 20 meters away. Seemingly frightened by the Tyrant's attack, Han Jun no longer hesitated, and with a flash of spiritual energy in his hand, a hexagram formation instantly appeared. "Demon Hunter, kill him for me." Han Jun's tone was filled with murderous intent as he summoned a swift crystal coffin. Yimo looked at the coffin drilled out of the formation from afar, and after checking the information about the demon, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Coffin Spirit, Demon Hunter. Race, Demon. Demon. Level, LV. 42 Lord level. Seal level, Swire Crystal Coffin. Talent, Shadow Demon Bloodline, extremely powerful physical ability. Immune to shadow damage while reducing damage taken by 80%. Shadow Body, turns into shadow when attacking. Huge increase in agility. Can't be scouted. Can't be selected. Soul Transformation Blades, can summon a pair of Moonblades that cannot be destroyed and ignore half of your defenses. Skills, Fiery Clash, Special. Shadow Parasite Demon, Special. Soul Sucking, Special. Demon Eye Impact, Special. Super Speed Flight. Shadow Barrier, 5th Order. Fiery. Flame Impact, 5th rank. Arclight Slash, 5th rank. Instant Step. Jutsu, Demon Mutation, absorbs spiritual energy to transform into a giant demon form. Strengthens the effects of all skills by 3 times. Defects, no. Intimacy, 3, restricted. Current status, like. Number of evolutions possible, 2, evolvable. Introduction, a betrayer imprisoned for 10,000 years with great potential and strength. Is this an S-class demon? Yimo revealed a gaze in his eyes. This talent is a bit scary, isn't it? Unable to be scouted or locked when attacking? For this demon, Yimo was now incomparably jealous. This is because once the opponent launches an attack on himself, he will not be able to lock on and create any effective damage. Tyrant, do it! A hint of wariness appeared in Yimo's eyes. Since the opponent's attack was equivalent to invincibility, one might as well let Tyrant strike first and make the opponent beckon for defense. only to see the tyrant instantly turn into a shadow, directly rushing to the demon hunter's side, and with a single slash, he chopped towards the demon hunter's head. Seeing this, the demon hunter frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, "You're asking for death." After saying that, it gripped the moon blade with one hand and slashed at the giant blade in the tyrant's hand with a backhanded, blazing attack. Only a thud was heard. The moment the two blades came into contact, an extremely terrifying explosion erupted, setting off a violent wave of wind. Seemingly having received an extremely powerful impact, the tyrant unexpectedly flew backwards under this strike from the demon hunter, smashing hard into the ground. The demon hunter's eyes also flashed with incomparable surprise, and he fell back 10 steps by the impact of this huge force. Guillermo looked at the fallen tyrant with an extremely grave look in his eyes. He didn't expect that his talent combined with the strength of a tyrant would not be able to create any effective injuries to this demon. Luckily, the demon was currently only fending off the tyrant's attack and not going all out, so the tyrant was only slightly injured. Worthy of being an S-class demon. It's really somewhat terrifying. Guillermo showed scorn in his eyes and said in his heart. When Hanjun saw Guillermo's face becoming extremely ugly, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal an evil smile as he said in a cold voice, "He, still daring to take the initiative to launch an attack on the demon hunter. You're simply tired of living. Even if this zombie of yours slashes 100 times at the demon hunter, it definitely won't be able to hurt the demon hunter a bit," Hanjun said confidently. Hearing that, the demon hunter looked at Hanjun with an expressionless face, then stretched out one hand to point at Chi-Chi beside Guillermo. "Don't rejoice too soon, Covenant Master. There's another little guy over there with the same potential as me. I can sense that her strength is extremely unimpressive and is capable of causing me considerable trouble," the demon hunter reminded. Hanjun smiled a disdainful smile as he said, "You're an S-rank demon. That's just an S-rank zombie. Don't tell me you can't beat her? And they're more than 10 levels lower than you. If you can't kill them in seconds even with this, then you're a living waste," Hanjun sneered. When the demon hunter heard Hanjun's words, his eyes instantly filled with coldness as he said, "Pact Master, if you dare taunt me again, I'll betray you on the spot and kill you. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape Jiangnan City. My father won't let you go," Hanjun retorted nervously. "Shameless," the demon hunter said. Not far away, Guillermo watched Hanjun's conversation with the demon hunter, and surprise immediately flashed in his eyes. This guy is really ruthless. To actually dare to taunt a demon with only 3 points of intimacy, a bit brave. Immediately after, Guillermo took another look at the demon hunter's panel. He realized that after this taunting from Hanjun, the demon hunter's intimacy with Hanjun had dropped another point, leaving him with only 2 points. This means that the demon hunter has the potential to defect at any time. Seemingly thinking of something, Guillermo's eyes instantly flashed a hint of cunning and said towards the demon hunter, "Demon hunter, 2, no, you break free of his pact and I'll introduce you to a better pact master? A better covenant master? Who is it?" The demon hunter came to be interested and asked curiously. Guillermo sniffed without any hesitation and directly pointed at Yi Xiaoyao. She's too weak. My rank will be affected if I contract with her. Let's wait until she grows up." The demon hunter shot a glance at Yi Xiaoyao, as well as the Inferno demon by the other party's side, and just shook his head helplessly. Yi Xiaoyao's potential should look extremely good. However, the other party was only a beginner-level coffin suppressor, unable to contract a second coffin spirit. Even if he waited until the other party became a middle-ranked coffin suppressor and was able to contract a second coffin spirit, the demon hunter was not willing to let his strength be affected. Realize that it had endured Hanjun for 5 years since the beginning of the contract, and now it finally had the chance to be able to become free. Only after it broke free of its contract, it would definitely be subject to retaliation from the forces behind Hanjun. If the refound Covenant Master didn't have the slightest bit of strength for backstage, then it might as well just run away. Demon hunters, if I'm not mistaken, you're afraid of retaliation from the Court of Blades after you break free of your contract, aren't you? Guillermo heard the meaning in the demon hunter's words and said with a smile on his face, "Don't forget that you are now in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base. As long as you stay here and don't go out after you break the contract, you're safe. I believe that as long as you don't do evil within the Demon Extermination Base, Chief Commander Shao will definitely not do anything to you and will still treat you well. And during the time you stay at the Demon Extermination Base, you can examine the geniuses within the base. If any of them meet your expectations and are strong enough, you may choose to indenture them." Hear this. The demon hunter's face was slightly moved. His eyes emitting a ghostly green glow looked straight at Guillermo, seemingly considering something, thinking a little out of his mind. And to the side, Hanjun's face steeply became incredibly ugly. He didn't expect Guillermo to actually try to poach his S-rank coffin spirit, which was even worse than killing his father. "Kid, Shut up, don't you dare instigate here, Han Jun said viciously. He then turned his head to look at the demon hunter with killing intent in his eyes and said, Demon hunter, kill him for me. As long as you kill him, at that time, when I have contracted the S-class dragon coffin spirit, I will safely let you go. Seemingly thinking of something else, Han Jun added a faint threat. Demon hunter, I advise you to think it over. If you are willing to stay within this demon extermination base for the rest of your life, then try breaking free of the contract. As long as you and the new Covenant Master dare to go out of the demon destruction base, you will definitely be endlessly hunted down by legendary powerhouses. Hearing Han Jun's threatening words, the demon hunter slowly retreated from his thoughts, his eyes narrowing slightly as a thick murderous aura radiated from his body. It then slowly turned around and approached towards Han Jun's location step by step. When Han Jun saw this scene, his brows couldn't help but slowly furrow. Demon hunter, I told you to kill him, didn't you hear me? What are you doing walking towards me? Han Jun questioned. However, the demon hunter didn't pay any attention to Han Jun's words, but instead instantly flashed and turned into a stump to arrive in front of Han Jun, and then lifted him up with one hand around his neck. You kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time, the demon hunter said with a hideous expression. Right now, all it wanted to do was break free of the ceiling formation and then teach Han Jun a hard lesson. Of course, if Han Jun still dared to continue provoking with his words, it wouldn't mind teaching him a hard lesson. You actually made a move on me? Han Jun said with a dazed look of incredulity on his face. All along, he had only believed in his own strength and talent, thinking that the coffin spirit was just a tool to assist him in becoming a strong man. Han Jun was extremely disdainful of this aspect of cultivating intimacy, so it led to the fact that he had always reprimanded the demon hunter as a subordinate in general, and not as a contractual partner. But now, he didn't expect the demon hunter, who had always been rebellious and driven by himself, to make a move against him. It was a little too much for him to take in. Demon hunter, I am the one who is your contracted master. You didn't listen to me and were even provoked by an outsider's provocation. You're nakedly betraying me. Han Jun looked straight at the demon hunter and said coldly, Shut up. The demon hunter resisted the urge to kill Han Jun and chided the words, only to see anger flash in the demon hunter's eyes. He flung his arm viciously and slapped Han Jun's face solidly. The sound of the slap was incomparably loud, and Han Jun, who had originally collected a trace of internal injuries, steeply sprayed out a mouthful of set-off. This moment, Han Jun was confused, and so were the people eating from 100 meters away from the protective boundary. You actually dared to hit me? Han Jun said with a puzzled expression, his brows knitting together as he looked incomparably dismayed. Yet no sooner had he finished his words than, snap, the demon hunter slapped him across the face again while saying with a hint of threat in his tone, Seeing as you're my indentured master, I advise you to take the initiative to transfer the ceiling formation on my coffin. Otherwise, there will be no end to your suffering. The demon hunter threatened. It didn't intend to kill Han Jun because it had followed him for 5 years, and even though it didn't have much affection, it wouldn't take things to the extreme. You're crazy, actually dare to threaten me. Han Jun's eyes glared round in surprise. You actually do want to betray me. You're dead. Han Jun stretched out his legs and stomped hard on the demon hunter's chest, roaring with incomparable rage. The demon hunter's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly when he saw Han Jun as if he were mad. Immediately following, it seemed to have made some kind of decision, and it directly slapped more than a dozen times viciously toward Han Jun. Even though Han Jun had galvanized his spiritual energy to protect himself, he was still knocked unconscious by the demon hunter as he whipped away a few incisors. And when the people who were eating outside saw this scene, they instantly became lively and began to talk about it. Crap! For the first time in all my life, I've seen a coffin spirit slap its own coffin suppressor. That's outrageous, isn't it? What the hell? Why is this demon smoking its own coffin suppressor? A bitter trick? Goddamn bitter meat trick. Have you ever seen the strength is much stronger than the opposite side, and still use a trick? It's all about direct killing. This is clearly a case of the coffin spirit and the coffin suppressor not having a high closeness. And then there was a conflict, and the coffin spirit couldn't control its emotions. Jotong was also extremely curious when he saw the demon hunter strike and whip Han Jun unconscious. He looked towards Xiaoya and asked out loud, Chief Commander, what's the situation with that demon hunter? How do you beat up your own contract master? When Xiaoya heard this, the original worry on her face disappeared quite a bit, revealing a hint of a smile as she slowly explained. Because the intimacy between the demon hunter and Commander Han is extremely low, there is always the possibility of breaking free of the contract. When we went to kill that S-class zombie earlier, they had infighting and were extremely unhappy with each other. Yemo should have realized this as well. Guess he just said something that turned the demon hunter against him. On the training ground, Yemo's face showed surprise when he saw the demon hunter strike and knock Han Jun out. Now he just wanted to say 666. Having cultivated the coffin spirit to level 42, the intimacy is actually only 2 points. This guy's brain is afraid that it's not very bright. Yemo sighed in his heart as he looked at Han Jun, who was casually thrown to the ground by the demon hunter. It would be plausible to say that a coffin spirit with high potential like a demon hunter was more prideful and had difficulty raising its intimacy. However, this demon hunter seemed to appear extremely gentle and acted in a relatively calm manner, and really had nothing to do with the word condescending. Seemingly thinking of something, Yemo looked at Han Jun on the ground. An extremely strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, Yemo didn't want to make a move right now. For one, since the demon hunter hadn't broken free of the contract seal yet, if Han Jun died, the demon hunter would be exiled into a spatial rift and back into the other world again. The second was that even if he tried to make a move against Han Jun, the demon hunter would step in to stop it, or even think that he was trying to harm it and develop a sense of distrust towards himself. Demon hunter, if you find what I'm saying reasonable and acceptable, you can try to break the seal now. I guarantee that the Junnan Demon Extermination Base will welcome you to stay here. But of course the premise of your staying here is, you don't hurt anyone and don't do any evil. Yemo looked straight at the demon hunter and slowly persuaded. Hearing that, the demon hunter slowly stretched out a foot and kicked Han Jun 10 meters away. He then sat on the ground and looked at Yemo with a hint of a smile and said, "You look even more demonic than this Han Jun guy. And your background doesn't seem to be weak. Why don't you think about it and whether or not you want to contract with me?" With these words, Yemo was instantly confused. He didn't expect this demon hunter to actually look at himself. This was off the charts. "You want to contract with me?" Yemo asked in dismay. "That's right." The demon hunter had a smile on his lips. "I've watched the people here for a while, and there are only 3 that qualify for my contract. One is you, and the other is those 2 women. The demon hunter pointed at Yi Xiaoyao and Xiaoya and said, "Those 2 women, though, aren't the best for me. I think you're better than them." The demon hunter felt extremely satisfied with the tyrant's performance just now. In a short exchange of hands, it sensed the tyrant's power, because when it fought with the tyrant, it was actually able to be shaken back a few steps by the other party. This meant that a D-rank potential tyrant had potential comparable to an A-rank, and could even exert strength comparable to that of a Lord-rank coffin spirit. In the demon hunter's opinion, there was only one reason why the tyrant was so powerful. That was that Yemo's talent level was extremely high, and he could do something to drastically strengthen the terrifying effect of the coffin spirit. Moreover, Yemo had not only contracted 2 coffin spirits, he had also upgraded both of them to the quasi-commander level. This kind of upgrading speed is undoubtedly at the monster level. Have you considered it? If you contract me, your strength will once again be unimaginably strengthened. If you want to kill this brat at that time, I will never step in to stop you. The demon hunter looked at Yemo and pointed at the fainting Han Jun and said, "Hear this." Yemo's face couldn't help but show a complex look. By all rights, one could contract the demon hunter down, but the consequence of that would be that one's talent would not increase in any way against the demon hunter, and one would also waste the 2 slots for the indentured corpse coffin spirit. There's a bit more to lose than to gain if you do that. "Sorry, I can't contract you," Yemo said with a sincere look. When the demon hunter heard this, his face stiffened, revealing a look of incredulity. "I have a powerful talent that is in an invincible state while attacking the enemy. Are you sure you don't contract me?" The demon hunter directly revealed his strongest talent, expecting Yemo to change his mind. However, Yemo's face showed embarrassment and he hastily shook his head. "I really can't contract you. You'd better contract my old sister. She likes to spend time with demons, and her talent is flame baptism, which can increase your strength." Hearing this, the demon hunter's face became ugly. It didn't expect Yemo to still reject himself, but soon, its face returned to normal. Then it looked at Yemo and asked suspiciously, "Can you tell us why?" "I believe that any coffin suppressor can't find a reason to refuse the favor of an S-class demon." The demon hunter stared at Yemo and asked. When Yemo heard this, he was first stunned, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he explained. "Everyone wants an S-class demon, and I certainly do, but my talent is a corpse breeder, which only has an increasing effect if I contract a corpse coffin spirit. For other races, it's a wasted talent. So, are you sure you still want to be my coffin spirit?" Yemo looked at the demon hunter with a smile on his face and said. The demon hunter sniffed and frowned. It observed Tyrant and Chi-Chi for a while and seemed to understand that Yemo had not deceived himself. Then he shook his head and let out a long sigh. "That's really a pity." Yemo glanced at the demon hunter's lost look and pondered in his heart. This demon hunter had a very high vision, clearly wanting to find a host with extremely unbelievable talent. Although Yi Xiaoyao's talent was not considered heaven-defying, it was definitely called top-notch. so Yemo decided that he must help Yi Xiaoyao get the demon hunter into his hands. Demon hunter. I think you can choose my sister after you break free from the contract. Yemo said indifferently. If you promise, I'll just go ahead and kill Han Jun. When the time comes, I'll deflect all the conflict onto me, and then put out the word so that the Blade Court leader will think that you've been exiled into the middle of the other world. That way, you won't get too much attention from the Court of Blades. With these words, a look of surprise appeared on the demon hunter's face. He himself had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. It was not easy for him to see the light of day, and his strength had not yet returned to its peak. So how could he die at the hands of the Blade Court? As long as he could get rid of the threat of the Blade Court, then there was no reason why he could refuse the conditions Yemo had mentioned. Alright, I promise you. The demon hunter's eyes flashed with a ghostly green light, looking extremely excited. No, you can't promise, demon hunter. If you say yes, I'll have my father kill you. Han Jun, who had just woken up, opened his mouth to threaten as soon as he heard the conditions promised by the demon hunter. Yet how could he have known that the demon hunter was now determined to break free of his contract? Only a hideous look appeared on the demon hunter's face as he directly slapped Han Jun twice, blinding him and causing him to pass out. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to feel the sealing formation that was lurking within Han Jun's body. A few minutes later, a ghostly green sealing formation slowly emerged from Han Jun's body. Seeing this, the demon hunter hurriedly focused his will and sucked the sealing formation in the direction of his body. Seemingly sensing the abnormality within his body, Han Jun woke up once again. When he saw that the demon hunter was breaking free of the formation, his face was suddenly shocked. Bastard, how dare you try to betray me? I won't let you get what you want. Han Jun cursed angrily. He then also quieted his mind and focused his will to fight for the right to own the sealing formation. Yet just then, a hint of displeasure immediately appeared on Yemo's face. He had managed to negotiate a deal with the demon hunter, and this kid actually woke up to interrupt. Can this be tolerated? Without hesitation, Yemo took advantage of the fact that Han Jun had no time to care, and directly performed an instantaneous step to Han Jun's side. When Han Jun saw this, his back went cold and he asked with a shudder, "What are you doing?" "Not for anything. I just want you to taste my shadowless kick move," Yemo said indifferently. "You seek death. I'm going to kill you," Han Jun roared. "Shut up," Yemo chided. The words. Only Yemo's right leg did not move and slowly slid his left leg 2 steps towards the back. Then he lashed out, turned 720 degrees directly, and kicked his foot right at Han Jun's underprivileged face. Next, a scream like that of a killing pig rang out. Han Jun was sent flying dozens of meters by this kick from Yemo and fell on his face. And at this point, the demon hunter had broken free of the sealing formation and retrieved it within himself. Ha ha ha. Many thanks. The demon hunter looked at Yemo and revealed an extremely excited smile. You're welcome, and don't forget our agreement. When my sister grows up, you'll contract with her, Yemo said with a smile. Yes, not far away. Han Jun became angrier and angrier in his heart when he heard that the demon hunter had agreed to Yemo's conditions. You know, the one thing he can't stand is betrayal. The culprit that caused the demon hunter to betray himself and break free from the contract was undoubtedly Yemo. Thinking of this, Han Jun's face became incomparably ugly and he directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood. You two wait for me. Han Jun stared deathly at Yemo and threatened in a cold voice. After saying that, he didn't hesitate to take out his cell phone, ready to dial his own father's number. When Yemo saw this action of Han Jun, his heart boiled with killing intent. He then glanced faintly at Tyrant, who then understood and lifted his longsword towards Han Jun's hand, only to see an extremely powerful blade she instantly shoot up in front of Han Jun, directly severing the other party's arm. Han Jun looked at his severed arm, his figure trembling steeply as his face turned incomparably pale. He looked at Yemo with an unbelievable look in his eyes and said, "Do you really dare to make a move against me? Do you know who I am? I am the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base, one of the top 10 geniuses of the last Demon Extermination Legion. If you kill me, you'll wait to be questioned by the supreme powerhouses of the Demon Destruction Legion. At that time, even if you have the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking core behind you, you will definitely die," Han Jun said in an extremely agitated tone. Hearing that, Yemo's brows couldn't help but slowly furrow. The Supreme Lord of the Demon Exterminating Legion? Yemo muttered. That's a tricky one. For Yemo, he had President Chen standing behind him. Moreover, President Chen would be coming to Zhongnan Base City tomorrow, so Yemo naturally wouldn't be too scrupulous about the Blade Court. But now if one really beheads one of the top 10 geniuses of the Demon Exterminating Legion, that would almost be making an enemy of the Demon Exterminating Legion. By the time the Demon Exterminating Legion headquarters came to send someone to investigate this matter, then President Chen might not be able to cover himself either. Why don't I just do it and behead him? The demon hunter seemed to see that Yi-Mo was a bit hesitant and slowly spoke out. When Yi-Mo heard this, a calm smile appeared on his face and said, "No need. I promised you to take this matter on, so I won't go back on my word." "Are you sure?" Demon hunter said with a raised eyebrow. "That's natural." Yi-Mo nodded, hearing Yi-Mo's affirmative answer. The devil hunter's eyes showed more and more appreciation. "Since you're able to do what you say, I'll have to show a bit of sincerity as well." The demon hunter laughed excitedly. It then turned its head to look at Yi Xiaoyao outside the protective boundary of the training ground and directly offered the sealing formation on the coffin and threw it towards Yi Xiaoyao, only to see the sealing formation instantly turn into a ghostly green light, weaving through 100 meters and integrating into Yi Xiaoyao's body in the blink of an eye. When Yi-Mo saw this scene, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect the demon hunter to take the initiative to transfer the formation into Yi Xiaoyao. Although this wasn't a contract with it, it meant that it had already chosen a contract master in advance. As long as they waited until Yi Xiaoyao's strength was sufficient, the demon hunter would be able to officially become the coffin spirit of the other party. Demon hunter, you actually transferred the formation voluntarily to a beginner-level coffin suppressor. Han Jun looked at this scene and said incredulously, "You've simply disgraced the face of an S-class demon." He, say it as if you weren't a primary coffin suppressor back then. The demon hunter sneered. "You." Han Jun was speechless. At this point, Han Jun turned his head to look at Yi-Mo again. Extremely strong killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Just by virtue of you, you also want to kill me." Simply dreaming. Even if I don't have a demon hunter, there's no way I can die under you. A quasi-high-ranked coffin suppressor, Han Jun roared. He only saw his hands condense extremely terrifying spiritual energy and transformed into a residual shadow to blast towards Yi-Mo's direction. This strike was incomparably terrifying. If it was an unusual high-level coffin suppressor, he would definitely die and be buried. Yet the next second, only to see Chi-Chi quickly arrived at Yi-Mo's figure. The cold and ice immortal power in her hand flashed, instantly summoning a cold and ice shield that emitted a morose cold aura, enveloping the surrounding 3 meters as much as she could. Boom! A violent explosion rang out as Han Jun's punch solidly blasted on top of the cold ice shield, directly blowing the entire shield backwards by more than 10 meters. However, Han Jun seemed to have underestimated the strength of the cold ice shield, and when this punch came down, the cold ice shield didn't have the slightest ripple, and not even a tiny crack appeared. How is this possible? I'm clearly a transcendent 2-star strength. How could I not be able to break through a zombie's shield? Han Jun said incredulously, his eyes glaring round. Immediately following, he seemed to be a bit annoyed and began to mobilize his spiritual energy in a frenzy. He then bullied his way in and once again came in front of the shield, his fists fiercely bombarding the cold ice shield like a raging wind and rain. Dozens of seconds later, Han Jun gasped deeply and looked at Yi-Mo, who was unharmed in the shield. How could he not expect that no matter how much he attacked, he was actually unable to destroy the cold ice shield? It was simply a little too much for him to handle. Seeing this, Yi-Mo looked at the other party with an expressionless face and said coldly, "You're a bit underpowered without a coffin spirit." "You." Han Jun gritted his teeth, hatred in his eyes. At this moment, he also clearly recognized the gap between a coffin suppressor and a coffin spirit. He also clearly learned that without the demon hunter, he was nothing even though his talent was strong. This was because the coffin suppressor's talent needed to work in conjunction with the coffin spirit in order to maximize its effectiveness. Han Jun coldly glanced at Yi-Mo. Then with a stomp of his legs, he jumped more than 10 meters towards the back and arrived at the demon hunter's side. He then looked up at the demon hunter with apologies in his eyes and said, "Demon hunter, I was wrong. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have used you as a servant." Only no one knows whether it is his sincere intention or his hypocritical lie. "Demon hunter, why don't you come back and we'll start over? As you know, my talent is stronger than that woman's, and that woman is definitely not the most suitable choice for you. You might as well re-choose me. After all, we've been indentured for so many years, more or less, and since I've also paid many materials for your cultivation, I'm not treating you too badly," Han Jun said with a hint of persuasion in his tone. Seeing this, the demon hunter frowned slightly and didn't say anything. It was extremely clear about Han Jun's character, and it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to describe it with a phrase like a dog can't change its ways. So it was absolutely impossible for it to resume its contract with Han Jun again. Aside, as Han Jun watched the demon hunter fall into deep thought, he assumed that his words had impressed him, and his heart couldn't help but rejoice. Then the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc, and he looked viciously at Yi-Mo and said, "Demon hunter, as long as you help me kill this kid, I swear I'll treat you like my partner from now on. Never again will I use you as a slave. And this matter of you breaking free of the contract, as well as the fact that you just made a move on me, even if my father knows about it, I can let him get away with it. What do you think? Han Jun smiled confidently. Han felt just right about the promise he had given the demon hunter, to give the other party a little sweetness first, and then invisibly move his own dad's identity to use to knock the demon hunter. This is simply too smart. And at this point, when Yemo heard Han Jun's words, he immediately understood what the other party's intentions were. Don't you think it's a bit funny that you're using these words to coax an S-class coffin spirit? Yemo said indifferently. You, demon hunter. I mean it. He's stirring up our relationship. So hurry up and kill him before you do. Han Jun roared towards the demon hunter. Noisy, you shut up. No one will listen to your bullshit. The demon hunter reacted, his face becoming extremely angry, only to see it directly reach out, angrily grabbing Han Jun's neck and choking him unconscious, then viciously tossing it in the direction of the tyrant. Seeing this, Tyrant turned his head to look at Yemo, who was not far away, and seemed to be waiting for Yemo's decision, and without any hesitation, Yemo's killing heart suddenly rose in his heart and said in a cold voice, "Kill it." With these words, the tyrant instantly held the giant blade in one hand and pointed towards the sky. Poof! The moment Han Jun's body fell from the height, his head slammed directly on top of the tip of the giant blade, and he was stabbed into a pierced gourd and killed on the spot. Crap! Crap! Little brother Ye's coffin spirit actually killed Commander Han. This is big trouble. Outside the training ground, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they watched the scene of Han Jun's death. They didn't expect Yemo to actually dare to let the coffin spirit kill Han Jun. This was simply too shocking. Realize that Han Jun is not only the young master of the Court of Blades, but also the commander of Dragon City's demon extermination base. At the same time, he was also one of the top 10 geniuses in the last term of the Demon Destroyer army, and was accepted as a registered disciple by one of the supreme fathers of the Demon Destroyer base. Han Jun was now dead in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination base, which would undoubtedly set off an extremely terrifying storm. It might even lead to the members in the entire Jiangnan Demon Extermination base being sanctioned and taken over by legionnaires sent from elsewhere. And Yemo, the instigator, would undoubtedly lose his life. It's over. This is a big deal. Old brother Yemo actually really killed Commander Han. Jotong's face became extremely ugly and he couldn't help but feel worried for Yemo. Originally, everyone thought that Han Jun wouldn't die and that Yemo had the ability to defend himself. So for them, this battle was nothing more than a spectacle to watch. Neither of the two could do anything about it. But they never expected that Han Jun's coffin spirit would actually defect and help Yemo create the conditions to kill Han Jun. And Yemo was also a ruthless person who actually killed Han Jun. This was simply a character who was not afraid of the sky. Sister Xiaoya, please help my brother. Yi Xiaoyao's face was pale as she looked at Xiaoya pleadingly and said. When Xiaoya heard this, she quickly spoke out to comfort him. Don't worry, I will. At this point, Xiaoya hurriedly looked at Zhou who was on the side, with a grave expression on his face, and instructed, Old Zhou, you should hurry up and report this matter now. Remember, put all the blame on Han Jun as well as the demon hunters, and try to exonerate Yemo as much as possible by saying that Yemo didn't kill him. Chief Commander, so many people here have seen it. I'm afraid that when the higher-ups send someone to investigate, they will truthfully tell the specifics, Zhou Tong said with a worried look on his face. Hearing this, Xiaoya's brows furrowed as if she was wrestling with some decision. A few seconds later, she seemed to have made her decision and looked at Zhou Tong, saying in a calm tone, Old Zhou, just go ahead and report it. Later I'll replace the process they just saw. With these words, Zhou Tong instantly showed a shocked look on his face as he understood what Xiaoya was trying to do. Chief Commander, are you preparing to have the mirror ghost overwrite the images they saw before with an illusion? Zhou Tong inquired in a low voice. Xiaoya nodded and said, That's right. Hearing Xiaoya's affirmative answer, Zhou Tong's face suddenly revealed another look of gravity as he said, Commander-in-Chief, this method of yours is certainly very good, but what if a legendary powerhouse, or a supreme powerhouse, recognizes it? Don't worry old Chow. My mirror ghost had evolved into a mirror shadow during the days you were on the mission. The illusion she casts after evolving makes it impossible for those weaker than me to tell the difference. A smile appeared on Xiaoya's face as she said, as long as they are made to think that the illusions they see are real, they will automatically forget about what really happened and let the illusions fill in the memory gaps. Even if a supreme powerhouse came to probe their souls, they wouldn't be able to find any breaks. Hear this. Zhou Tong hurriedly gave a thumbs up towards Xiaoya and said, Crap, Chief Commander, this coffin spirit of yours is too strong after evolving. This is directly tampering with other people's memories. Old Zhou, don't exaggerate. My coffin spirit is only relatively strong in terms of functionality, and close to non-existent in terms of means of attack. Xiaoya blankly glanced at Zhou Tong and said, Aside. Yi Xiaoyao also had an extremely shocked expression on her face after hearing this. To her, Xiaoya's coffin spirit was simply too terrifying, and this ability was near unsolvable. It's a good thing that Xiaoya is nice and doesn't mean any harm. If in case Xiaoya changed Yimo's memories and falsified her own identity as Yimo's girlfriend, then wouldn't he or she have an additional sister-in-law? Come to think of it, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly drew her legs and ran towards the training ground, wanting to tell Yimo this terrifying information. Xiaoya and Zhoutong were confused when they looked at Yi Xiaoyao, who suddenly ran away. They subconsciously thought that Yi Xiaoyao was just worried about Yimo and didn't think towards anything else. Old Zhou, you should quickly report this matter, Xiaoya said indifferently. Zhoutong sniffed and nodded, then ran towards the communication room within the demon extermination base. And Xiaoya turned to look at the 200 or so talking coffin suppressors in front of her. Her eyebrows furrowed and a hint of apology flashed in her eyes. For something like tampering with her memories, she would never normally try it lightly. But she had to do it in order to be able to keep Emo safe and to spare the Zhengnan demon extermination base from most of the responsibility. Without hesitation, Xiaoya directly mobilized her spiritual energy and slowly flew into midair under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. She then summoned a red-clothed female ghost holding a dressing mirror with a stunningly beautiful posture. At this point, Xiaoya looked at all the coffin suppressors at her feet and said in a somewhat flat tone, "Ghostly mirrors." The words. The red-clothed female ghost steeply threw the dressing mirror in her hand into the sky. Immediately after that, the dresser mirror quickly grew in size, covering hundreds of meters, while shining an extremely bizarre light at the crowd. As the curtain of light poured down, a circle of pitch-black boundaries instantly formed within the area of 100 meters, trapping everyone within it and disorienting their consciousness. And at this moment, the environment and picture in the ghostly world steeply changed drastically, becoming a training ground in the demon extermination base. Only to see that on the training ground, Xiaoya and Mirror Flower Shadow had already transformed into the appearance of Han Jun and the Demon Hunter, and were throwing moon blades at each other for training. And in the end, Han Jun missed and didn't catch it, and was pierced by the moon blade, and died on the spot. "Brother, you have to be careful with Sister Xiaoya." On the training ground, Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly ran over and said towards Yi Mo. When Yi Mo heard this, a look of doubt appeared on his face and he quickly asked, "What's going on? Why should we be careful of her?" "Brother, Sister Xiaoya's coffin spirit is able to change the memories of coffin suppressors whose strength is lower than hers. You mustn't mess with her or else she'll change your memories and that'll be bad," Yi Xiaoyao said with a palpitating heart. Hearing this, Yi Mo's forehead twitched. He had no enmity or grudge with Xiaoya, so how could he himself mess with the other party for no reason? And even if they messed with it, with their own strength, they would be able to break through the ability that the other party had cast. Come to think of it, Yi Mo looked toward the black boundary not far away and hurriedly asked, "What is Commander Xiao doing?" "Sister Xiaoya is ordering the coffin spirits to use illusions to make those coffin suppressors forget the memory of you killing Han Jun," Yi Xiaoyao hurriedly explained. Yi Mo sniffed and nodded faintly. He could almost expect that Xiaoya would help him hide the truth. "It seems like I have to owe someone a favor again." Yi Mo smiled slightly and said in his heart, seemingly thinking of something, he hastily pointed at the demon hunter. A hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Old sister, I'd like to introduce it to you. It's called the Demon Hunter, and it's an S-class coffin spirit." Hearing these words, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes immediately revealed a curious look. Just a moment ago, she clearly felt a powerful sealing formation inexplicably appear within her body. Only this formation was only kept by her and was not in control right now. "That formation inside me just now, was it you who handed it to me?" Yi Xiaoyao looked at the Demon Hunter in surprise, her tone filled with incredulity. When the Demon Hunter heard this, he glanced down at Yi Xiaoyao and then at the Hell Inferno demon following the other party, and said in a flat tone, "That's natural." With these words, Yi Xiaoyao immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. How could she not have thought that an S-class demon would actually want a contract with herself? This was undoubtedly picking up a huge bargain. "This formation is only temporarily given to you. If you don't reach the middle rank coffin suppressor level within a year, I will take back the formation." The Demon Hunter looked at Yi Xiaoyao, his tone filled with indifference. Yi Mo sniffed and didn't say anything from the sidelines. He knew that the Demon Hunter was putting pressure on his oldest sister, but it did not do Yi Xiaoyao any harm. After all, how can a cheaply obtained coffin spirit be as meaningful as the one you get after working hard for it? "Alright, I promise you, within a year I promise I'll reach the middle-ranked coffin suppressor level." Yi Xiaoyao clenched her fists, a look of excitement on her face. At the same time, she looked at Yi Mo and winked playfully, as if to say thank you to her own oldest brother. Seeing this, Yi Mo nodded faintly. He then looked at the corpse on the ground. His brows couldn't help but furrow as he said, "Demon Hunter, there's a small matter that I need to trouble you with." "What is it?" Demon Hunter asked in disbelief. "Burn his body," Yi Mo said. As for how to deal with Han Jun's corpse, Yemo actually had the simplest and most direct way, and that was to let Tyrant devour it. However, he hadn't been that ferocious since he had contracted the Tyrant, and had never allowed the Tyrant to devour the corpse of a town coffin master. Although the corpse of the coffin suppressor was able to provide the Tyrant with benefits that could not be thought of, Yemo did not intend to do so. It's not quite appropriate for me to do it. Why don't we let her do it? The demon hunter shook his head and pointed at Yi Xiaoyao. It wanted to see how Yi Xiaoyao's heart was. If the other party didn't even dare to destroy a corpse, then it might have to search for a coffin suppressor again. Yemo's brows couldn't help but frown at his words. One must know that Yi Xiaoyao was only a freshly graduated coffin suppressor, and would definitely be resistant to such things as killing and burning corpses. However, Yi Xiaoyao's next sentence directly dazzled Yemo and the demon hunter. Inferno Kuan, use hellfire to burn the body to a crisp, then knock it into ash and take it to scatter it in the sewers, Yi Xiaoyao said with an excited face. Hearing that, Yemo's corner of his eye suddenly twitched a little. He didn't expect this old sister of his to be so ferocious. The demon hunter on the side, on the other hand, had an extremely agreeable look in his eyes, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao took Hell Inferno to throw Han Jun's ashes away, and the demon hunter looked at Yemo. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Corpse Breeder, if you can only contract the corpse race, I can introduce you to a fellow whose potential is not weaker than mine, so that it can become your coffin spirit. Who? Yemo asked curiously. It's the mutated necromancer I killed an hour ago, the demon hunter said indifferently. When Yemo heard this, an extremely excited smile appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, why didn't you kill it? That guy's talent is a growth type, and his strength increases quickly. I originally wanted it to help me destroy the Blade Court and return my freedom after it reached the Overlord level. It's just that I didn't realize that it's now up to you to help me out. I naturally have to thank you properly, the demon hunter explained to Yemo. If Yi Xiaoyao hadn't shown this kind of heart, it was prepared to rot this matter in its stomach and not talk to anyone. At that time, once he was dissatisfied with Yi Xiaoyao, he could also break free from the seal and cooperate with that S-class zombie, then take over the mountain and get away with it from then on. But now, the demon hunter was extremely satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao, almost recognizing the other party as his new contractual master. And Yemo would definitely always ensure Yi Xiaoyao's safety, so the stronger Yemo was, it also meant that he would be safe. Come to think of it, a throbbing white-haired figure was reflected in a trance in the demon hunter's pair of demonic eyes that glowed with an ethereal green light. Look into my eyes and you'll know the original face of that walker. The demon hunter's tone was extremely sincere. Although few people dared to gaze into the eyes of a demon, Yemo was definitely not one of those people. He had such a heaven-defying ability as the evil-breaking golden pupil, and even if he were to look into the eyes of the strongest demon, Satan, he wouldn't fall there. Yemo didn't think much about it and slowly locked his gaze with the demon hunter. Next, when Yemo saw that the demon hunter got the white-haired figure in his eyes, his figure shuddered. It's Elder Brother Tang, Yemo exclaimed in surprise. He had thought of 100 possibilities for Tang's death, but he never expected that Tang Yi would actually turn into a zombie, or an S-class zombie. It humbled him and surprised him a little at the same time. Shame because Tang Yi was killed trying to help himself and has become a corpse. The surprise, on the other hand, was because, although Tang Yi was not in a human body, he was alive in a different way. Come to think of it, Yemo's face immediately showed excitement as he asked toward the demon hunter. Demon hunter, can you contact him now? You recognize it? The demon hunter was puzzled. Recognize? Yemo nodded and said, he was originally a friend of mine, a quasi-transcendent coffin suppressor. It's just that after he was killed, he became a zombie by some coincidence. Hearing that, the demon hunter's eyes also flashed with a flash of shock. It didn't expect that the zombie that it had high hopes for was actually changed by the coffin suppressor, which was simply somewhat rare. It then looked at Yemo and said seriously, I don't have a way to contact it right now, but I remember its scent. As long as it's still in Jiangnan Bay City and appears within 1,000 meters of me, I'll be able to follow the scent and find it. 1,000 meters? Yemo frowned slightly. The surprise on his face suddenly disappeared as he muttered. Right now, the demon hunter couldn't go out of the demon extermination base, and once he did, he would definitely be targeted by the Blade Court. So the prerequisite for wanting the demon hunter to help himself to Tanya was, make the obstacle that is the Court of Blades disappear into thin air. Looks like I'll have to take my chances for now. Yemo shook his head and smiled. However, he wasn't in too much of a hurry, because knowing that Tang Yi was still surviving in another way and hadn't really disappeared into thin air was enough. In the twinkling of an eye, the cold moon is high in the sky again. In the living room, Yi Xiaoyao was cleaning up the dishes on the dining table after entertaining Xia and Zhou Tong and waiting until the two had left, and Yemo was in an extremely good mood. sitting on the sofa like a salted fish lying down, making phone calls. Elder Chen, are you sure you'll come to Jiangnan City early tomorrow morning? Yemo moved his body and said in an extremely surprised tone. I've been waiting for you until the flowers are all thankful. Seemingly hearing Yemo's surprised tone, a puzzled voice came from the phone. Yi kid, there's something wrong with your tone. You wouldn't have caused any more messes that you need old me to help you out with, would you? Hear this. Yemo immediately smiled faintly and said, Elder Chen, where is the mess? Do I look like a troublemaker to you? It's all the other people messing with me. Hee, this face of yours? Old man wants to flatten it when I look at it. It couldn't be more normal for others to come and mess with you, Elder Chen said without a trace of anger. Yemo's face darkened when he heard this. How can you blame your handsome face when people come to mess with you? Am I really that easy to pull hatred? A question mark popped up above Yemo's head, puzzled in his heart. Right. Yi kid, have you solved that matter of yours yet? Did you get back the materials for the evolution of the little dumplings? Chen Lao's curious voice came from the phone. When Yemo heard this, he coughed lightly and said hesitantly, that matter has been resolved for now, and the materials have been brought back. It's just another little thing I can't solve. Little things you can't solve? Elder Chen was puzzled. Right. Since that's the case, then old man will come over tomorrow and directly help you out. Elder Chen's tone was extremely flat, not taking the small matter in Yemo's mouth to heart. After all, his strength was here, and as long as the sky didn't fall, it would seem somewhat insignificant in his eyes. Then thank you, Elder Chen. Yemo's eyes lit up and his face almost broke into a smile. As long as President Chen came over, then everything he encountered would be solved. At that time, when President Chen shook his hand against Qinshi, even the Blade Court would definitely not dare to intervene easily, and he could take this opportunity to repay Third Master Qin's favor, and at the same time have the chance to take the demon hunters to find Tang Yi under the eyes of the Blade Court. As for the favor owed to Elder Chen, Yemo had already thought of many ways to repay it. It was nothing more than promising Elder Chen to go to the ancient mysteries, or taking a few swift crystal coffins in the appraisal meeting. Of course, Yemo also had a most lucrative way of repayment. That was to help Elder Chen see through Xiaomei's hidden evolutionary route, as well as the materials required. When Xiaomei evolved and broke through the bottleneck, it would allow Chen Lao to leap into a quasi-supreme powerhouse, as long as Elder Chen becomes a paramount. Wouldn't taking Blade Court be? Thinking of this, Yemo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, and just then, Chen Lao's concerned voice once again came out from the phone. Yi kid, you've got the materials back, so have you started to let the little dumplings evolve? Old me can tell you that it takes time for an A-class coffin spirit to evolve. The fast ones would take at least a month to evolve successfully, and the slow ones would be afraid that it would take half a year. So you kid must not delay. Evolve the little dumplings before it's too late, Elder Chen exhorted. Hearing this, Yemo froze. He didn't expect the evolution of an A-class coffin spirit to take so long. However, it seemed like it took 7 less than a day to finish evolving, and this evolutionary speed was simply a bit appalling. Elder Chen, the little dumpling has completed its evolution and evolved into a spirit rune flying stiff girl, Yemo said indifferently. With these words, a violent wind noise immediately came from the other end of the phone, and Elder Chen seemed to viciously suck in a mouthful of cool air, pumping the air out of the third floor of the tomb-seeking guild. Yi kid, you're not making fun of old me. How is it possible that it only took 1 day to evolve successfully? President Chen said with incomparable shock. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Elder Chen, when have I ever lied to you? If you don't believe me, just come over tomorrow and see. The corner of Yemo's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. If it were before, he would never have dared to summon Chi out for Elder Chen as well as the two old thieves, Supreme Lin, to observe. Because this template of 7 was so unscientific that it directly changed the talent and potential of the spirit rune jumping child. Once Chi-Chi's information was known by these two bigwigs, then Yemo wouldn't be able to explain it anyway. And now, with the transformation technique, Chi-Chi could completely change into the appearance of a flying stiff girl. Even if the two bigwigs sensed that it wasn't simple, then they could still use the hidden route to fool around. At this point, on the other end of the phone, Elder Chen listened to Yemo's extremely confident tone. Then he let out a long sigh and sighed with emotion. AI, your kid's talent is really heaven-defying, and once again, it breaks old man's perception. Old me may not be able to break through to the supreme level in my life, but to have the opportunity to witness the rise of a brat like you with my own eyes, then the old man will have no regrets in this life. Listening to Elder Chen's exclamation, Yemo deeply memorized this matter in his heart. Tomorrow, Elder Chen would come to Jiangnan City, and Yemo was going to take this opportunity to tell the other party about Xiaomei's evolutionary route and materials. After all, Elder Chen had been taking care of himself, and he hadn't given Elder Chen anything in return so far, which was really a bit too much. Elder Chen, after you come to Jiangnan City tomorrow, drop by the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base to pick me up. I'm going to give you a surprise, Yemo said indifferently. Good, then when the old man comes over tomorrow, the first thing he'll do is look for you. I'd like to see what kind of surprise or shock you brats are going to give me, Elder Chen said with a smile. A few minutes later, Chen Lao hung up the phone. Yemo glanced at Yi Xiaoyao, who was still cleaning up in the kitchen, and then after saying hello, he returned to the bedroom to prepare for rest. Meanwhile, in an extremely luxurious ancient courtyard in the inner city, the three Han Three Blades brothers were looking at a black-clothed henchman kneeling on the ground with extremely gloomy faces. Have you found out the news about my Junior? Han Sandao said with murderous intent in his tone. Hearing this, the man in black couldn't help but let his body tremble as he hurriedly replied. Lord Blade, my subordinate wasn't able to find out anything about young Lord. I only know that after he killed that zombie, he went to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base and then never came out. Didn't find out? Han Sanjie's eyes glazed over as he said coldly. Waste of space. Then you're going to die for me. After saying that, a burst of blade-like, extremely terrifying spiritual energy erupted from Han Sanjie's circumference, instantly tearing the black-clothed man to pieces. The Blade King on the side saw this scene without any ripples in his eyes. For the Blade Court, subordinates who did not do their job well were like trash, and there was absolutely no need to keep them. Seemingly seeing the worry in Han Sandao's eyes, the Blade King instantly patted the other party's shoulder and said with a smile, Big brother, you shouldn't be too anxious. Perhaps Junior chose to stay at the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base because of something important. Yeah, big brother, don't worry too much. With Junior's strength, he can completely walk sideways in the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, and he is still the commanding envoy of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base. Absolutely no one would dare to make a move against him. The Blade Emperor spoke out to comfort him. Hearing these words, Han Sanjie's face instantly changed for the better. Han Jun's every move since he left the Court of Blades had been secretly tracked by the people he had sent. It's more like covert protection than stalking. As a result of spoiling Han Jun from a young age, Han Sandao had allowed the other party to develop an extremely easily offended and arrogant personality. This kind of character would definitely cause a lot of resentment when placed outside. However, Han Sandao didn't stop Han Jun from doing so in the slightest, because with the strength of the Blade Court, it was completely capable of giving Han Jun the capital to be arrogant. I guess no one within the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base would dare to touch my son, Han Sanjie said in a cold voice. It seems like I really was overthinking it. Big brother, if Junior doesn't come back tomorrow night, let's go to the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base together to look for him. I suspect that this brat only has eyes for the young commanding officer named Xiaoya, the Blade Emperor said in a flat tone. Junior seems to be extremely interested in this kind of beauty with strong potential. I'm so afraid he'll be reduced to licking dogs. Hearing this, the Blade King also felt that it made sense, and then shook his head and said, Alas, Junior is really too, not returning a call for so long, for the sake of a woman. This is just so disappointing. When he comes back, big brother, you really need to teach him a good lesson. The Blade King turned his head to Han Sanjie and barked. Han Sandao seemed to find some sense in what he heard, and he nodded without refuting. If anyone else had dared to speak ill of Han Jun in front of him, he would have chosen to shoot the other party on the spot. But the two Knife Emperor and Knife King were different. They were Han Sanjie's blood brothers, having known each other since they were small and from their mother's wombs, and their relationship was even more incomparably close. Although Han Sandao extremely doted on Han Jun, in his opinion, Han Jun's weight in his heart was far less than that of his own two brothers. Realize that, as legendary powerhouses, the three of them didn't act alone like the others. No matter what comes their way, they fight together. Even if they encountered a coffin suppressor whose realm was lower than theirs, they would all mob together. This looks a bit unmartial to outsiders. However, the three of them had killed countless strong men not weaker than them in this way, and had made a great name for themselves, finally founding the Blade Court Tomb Hunting Regiment in what became the Jiangnan Base. Absolute domination of the city. As if he had thought of something, Han Sanjie no longer focused his mind on this matter of Han Jun. Just seeing him with his hands behind his back, he said with a hint of worry in his tone, the day after tomorrow is the large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting. It seems like Jiangnan Base City is going to be in for a storm. Big brother, I've heard that this coffin spirit appraisal will involve a supreme being. Should we offer a swift crystal coffin to befriend the supreme being? The Blade King said. Hearing this, Han Sanjie instantly shook his head and said indifferently, if you want to befriend the supreme being, one swift crystal coffin is only a little less. I feel like I need at least two. The Blade King's face revealed a look of difficulty as he said, Big brother, with our Blade Court's current financial resources, We can at most buy 5 swift crystal coffins. If we were to offer 2 mouths to the Supreme Being, the 3 of US brothers will each take another mouthful. Then wouldn't there be no way to replace the S-class dragon coffin spirit for Junior? The Blade King said indifferently. When the Ninth Emperor on the side heard this, he immediately laughed and said, "Old Third, have you forgotten what Junior went to the Jiangnan demon extermination base for this time? He's trying to reclaim that Gai Qingjin's family fortune. As long as Junior can bring back that Gai Qingjin's collection, wouldn't that be an easy solution to our immediate problem?" The Blade Emperor said with a smile. With these words, a flash of light appeared in the Blade King's eyes as he smiled and said, "Big brother, since Qingjin has this kind of family background, have you ever thought that other clans might not be weaker than Qingjin's financial power?" The Blade King said with a smirk. When Han Sandow heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face as he said, "Old Three, are you trying to make a move against the other great clans?" "That's natural," the Blade King laughed faintly. "But how are we going to get at the other clans? We must at least need a reason." Han Sanjie said, "Ha ha, big brother, you're really confused. Could it be that you've forgotten about Qingjin being extorted by the other clans?" The Blade King burst out laughing, and with a crazy look in his eyes, he said, We can take this opportunity to say that we're standing up for Qingjin, and then knock these clans around a bit. This will not only erect an image of our Blade Court as a protector, but it will also reveal our great strength in front of them." When the Blade Emperor heard this, he also hastily agreed. "Big brother, I think Lao San's words are very reasonable. Why don't we take Qingjin with us now and then go after these few clans that have threatened him? Since that's the case, let's not be late. Otherwise, it won't be easy to make a move tomorrow when the Supreme Powerhouse arrives," Han Sandagger said sinisterly. After saying that, the 3 of them turned into a stream of light and flew towards Qingjin's manor. 2 hours later, it was as if the inner city had been hit by an earthquake, and the ground shook from time to time. And far away in the outer city demon-destroying base, Yemo felt an extremely strong tremor and instantly woke up from his bed. An earthquake? Yemo scratched his head and looked confused. Soon, however, he realized that the vibrations were somewhat uncomplicated and had a large degree of human potential. This is definitely not something a transcendent can do. There should be a legendary powerhouse fighting in the inner city. Surprise flashed in Yemo's eyes. Realize that, under the suppression of the Blade Court, the great clans usually showed extreme restraint and rarely fought. But at this point, it was obvious that someone was stirring things up in the inner city. Is it hard to believe that it's the Court of Blades? Yemo was startled in his heart. Just then, suddenly a telephone voice rang. Yemo picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought for a moment, then without hesitation, he picked up the phone, and at that moment, an urgent voice suddenly came over the phone. Yi Xiao, I'm Shadow Ghost, help me. Shadow Ghost? What happened? Yemo asked in a hurry. Young Yi, those 3 legendary powerhouses from the Court of Blades attacked the Lin family with Qingjin and killed the Lin family head, and then killed the Ho family head and the Zhang family head in quick succession. And my real body is now being targeted by Qingjin, who killed all of his men. I'm at the end of my rope and have only come to join you. Shadow Ghost's incomparably anxious voice came out. Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately showed an extremely shocked look. He hadn't expected that something like this would happen in Jiangnan Bay City, which Zhou Tong had said had always been stable. And the instigators were actually the 3 leaders of the Court of Blades. If Yemo hadn't guessed correctly, the Lin family as well as the Ho family in the Shadow Ghost's mouth should be Linian as well as the Monkey's family. This grave-seeking group of the Blade Court is still really uncomfortable, Yemo said with an ugly face. Seemingly thinking of something, he hurriedly said, Shadow Ghost, you now find a chance to teleport yourself to the vicinity of the demon extermination base, and I'll ask Chief Commander Xiao to let you in. Thank you, Yi Xiao, Shadow Ghost said gratefully. After hearing Shadow Ghost's words, Yemo directly hung up the phone and then contacted Xiaoya. Xiaoya immediately revealed an excited smile when she heard that Shadow Ghost was Yemo's friend and that it was an uncontracted Class A coffin spirit. Solely, she directly agreed to Yemo's request, and in the meantime, she also wanted to take a look at the Shadow Ghost and see if she could contract it. At this point, on the street outside the demon extermination base, there were 2 figures running wildly. These 2 figures were almost identical. Their bodies were pitch black and did not look like living beings, and they were being followed by a cold-faced old man. He, where else do you want to run to for old man? Qingjin said coldly as he looked at the Shadow Ghosts in front of him, only to see him condense spiritual energy in his hands. He slammed his fist towards the Shadow Ghost. The Shadow Ghost's true body felt the sudden eruption of energy behind it and was instantly incomparably terrified. It hurriedly had its doppelganger block behind itself to counteract this fist force, and then hurriedly disappeared towards the ground. Next, the fist energy emanating from Qingjin suddenly erupted, directly destroying all the streets outside the demon destruction base. Even if you guys run into the demon extermination base, it's also certain death. Chen laughed coldly. If it were normal, he wouldn't dare to be wild in front of the demon extermination base. But the Blade Father had told him that the young lord of the Blade Court, Han Jun, was in the middle of the Jiangnan demon extermination base. As long as he explained the situation to Han Jun would be able to keep him safe and sound. One must know that if there was no demon extermination base to shelter Yimo, he wouldn't have agreed to hand over all those treasures to the Blade Court. Therefore, Chen directly chose the most arrogant way, ready to vent his pent-up emotions. And that's when Xiaoyet and Yimo, who had long been waiting for the arrival of the shadow ghost at the gate of the demon extermination base, couldn't help but furrow their brows when they saw the scene. Who are you and why are you destroying the exterior streets of the demon extermination base? If you don't give me a reason, I will report it to my superiors and have the demon exterminating legion send legendary powerhouses to talk to you, Xiaoya said coldly. Hearing that, Chen immediately let out a cold laugh and said, "Little girl, are you the chief commander of the Jiangnan demon extermination base? So what if it is?" Xiaoya said faintly. "This street I destroyed doesn't seem to be under the jurisdiction of your demon destruction base, does it? So you don't have to terrorize me with words like that. Moreover, I'm under Commander Han of the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base. So if you guys have a problem with me, it's not your turn to care. When I see Commander Han will naturally punish me." Chen had an arrogant look in his eyes. When Xiaoya heard this, a stunned look appeared on her face. Immediately afterward, a hint of a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she said, "Are you sure you can see Commander Han?" With these words, Chen face changed abruptly. He had originally dared to be so arrogant because Han Jun was here. But now, the other party did say that he couldn't see Han Jun, which simply made his heart go a little cold. One must know that offending the demon exterminating legion would be a very serious consequence if one did not have a big brother within the legion to cover them. As for Han Jun, as one of the top 10 geniuses of the last term of the demon exterminating legion, coupled with his status as a commanding envoy, no one dared to beat him to death, even if a dog he had raised was running rampant within the base. Only Chen hand trembled a bit as he pointed at Xiaoya and said nervously, "Isn't Commander Han in your demon extermination base?" "In," Xiaoya said with the corner of her mouth hooked into a smile. When Chen heard this, his face became extremely ugly, revealing an extremely strong killing intent as he said, "So you're making fun of old me?" After saying that, he took a deep breath and roared out towards the demon extermination base. "Han Xiao, I've come to see you on the orders of the Blade Venerable. If you're there, please come out and meet with me." Chen roared out angrily, his voice spreading throughout the entire demon extermination base. However, after he roared a dozen times, there was still no response, and Han Jun didn't appear. Obviously, Blade dignitary said that young Han was here, so why didn't young Han come out to see me? Chen face was extremely ugly, and these words, which fell into Yimo's ears, immediately caused a smile to appear at the corner of Yimo's mouth. "Old thief Chen, just stop shouting. That young Han in your mouth has already died here," Yimo said indifferently. Hearing that, Chen entire body was struck by lightning, and his figure swayed a bit. "This can't be. Do you guys dare to kill young Han?" A look of panic flashed in Chen eyes as he said, "Of course we wouldn't dare, but he dares himself." "What do you mean?" Chen was puzzled. "Get the hell back and tell your master that Han Jun he was slaughtered by his own coffin spirit while training with it. As for his body, it has been burned by his coffin spirit, with no ashes left. If you want to meet him in hell." Young Han was slaughtered by his own coffin spirit during training? Hearing Yimo's words, Chen couldn't return to his senses for a long time, and his face revealed a look of horror. For such words, of course, he would not believe them. It was important to know that a coffin spirit could never lay hands on its contractual master when it had not broken free of its sealing contract, because once the wrong hand kills the pact master, the coffin spirit will also be resealed and exiled. So Chen concluded that Yimo was deceiving himself, only to see a strong killing intent emanating from his body. He coldly stared at Yimo and roared, "Kid, although I don't know why Han Xiao didn't kill you, but now that you dared to lie to the old man, then the old man will have to take action on behalf of Han Xiao and break you into pieces." With these words, Chen steeply gathered his spiritual energy and blasted a fist force towards Yimo regardless. Seeing this, Xiaoya's face suddenly became gloomy. Then she hastily summoned a huge mirror to block in front of Yimo's body, and shouted out delicately, "Mirror reverse." The words, the terrifying fist force came and ruthlessly smashed on top of the huge mirror, and was instantly absorbed by the huge mirror. However, in the next second, only a boom could be heard, and countless cracks appeared steeply on the mirror, only to see the mirror directly explode into countless fragments, accompanied by the aftermath of the fist force shooting towards the surrounding area. And then, like a sharp blade, nailed to the walls of the buildings surrounding the demon extermination base, tearing the walls open with a huge crack. Put! Xiaoya seemed to have been hit hard by Qingjin's blow, and a mouthful of blood suddenly erupted from her mouth, her figure shaking a little. As for Qingjin, he likewise did not feel well. The punch that smashed on the mirror just now was as if it had smashed on top of his chest, making his throat slightly salty, as if blood was about to spurt out. Worthy of being the Jiangnan base city's chief commander, with a transcendent mortal 5-star strength, you were able to stand up to Lao Fu's attack. I admire you. Qingjin forcibly swallowed the blood in his throat and said with a cold face. To him, since he had already offended the people from the Jiangnan demon extermination base, he had to find Han Jun today no matter what. If he could find it, with Han Jun pleading for himself, then the demon-destroying legion's punishment for himself might be a little lighter. But if he couldn't find it, he would be dead when he went back and faced Han Sanjie and the others, because before he came, Han Sandao gave him the word that if he couldn't bring back Han Jun then he would die. Thinking back to Han Sanjie and the others decapitating quasi-legends like slaughtering chickens and dogs, Qingjin's heart inexplicably radiated a strong fear. Xiaoya, are you alright? Yi Mo hurriedly supported Xiaoya, who had blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and said with a slight frown. Xiaoya smiled and stabilized her stance, then raised her white hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and softly said, I'm fine. I was a bit caught off guard just now. He definitely can't kill me if he doesn't summon the coffin spirit. Yi Mo, go and hide in the protected area within the base first. A battle at this level is no longer something you can interfere with. Let me deal with him first, and when he gets to the point where he believes this result of Han Jun's death, he will naturally leave. Xiaoya looked at Yi Mo and said seriously. Hearing that, Yi Mo's face immediately became grave. It was true that he could not intervene in this battle himself, as he was only a quasi-high ranked at the moment, and was too far away from being a legend. Even if one's talent was as unbelievable as it was, one would not be able to kill an opponent by crossing 20 levels. Although Tyrant's move, Ultra Matter Penetration, had a chance to injure Qingjin, it would have to hit after storing up its power. Come to think of it, Yi Mo clenched his fists tightly and looked at Xiaoya. Can you control him in place so he can't move? These words reached Qingjin's ears. It made him snort, and with contempt in his eyes, he said, controlling the old man? Could it be that your brat wants to launch an attack on the old man? Ha 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 ha, just a quasi-high rank like you wants to hurt a legend? You are simply whimsical. Qingjin laughed out loud, clenched his fist fiercely, and once again threw a punch in Yi Mo's direction. Seeing this, Xiaoya steeply mobilized her entire body's spiritual energy and once again formed a huge mirror to block in front of herself and Yi Mo. Due to the fact that the spiritual energy this time was more hit and miss, after the dressing mirror absorbed Qingjin's fist energy, it unexpectedly bounced back the fist energy sent out by the other party directly. When Qingjin saw the force of the fist that bounced back, his hair stood on end and he avoided the blow in a shocking manner. It seems like there's nothing I can do to this brat if I don't summon the coffin spirit today. A sinister color flashed in Qingjin's eyes. Without hesitation, formation surged in his hands, instantly summoning a tens of meters tall coffin to stand at the gate of the demon extermination base. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with intense scorn when she saw this coffin with an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. She looked coldly at Qingjin, and with a hint of reprimand in her tone, she said, You don't want to act recklessly in the demon extermination base. I said that Han Jun is dead. If you don't believe me, you can use your divine sense to check. Qingjin sniffed and then used his divine sense to sweep around the demon extermination base. When he didn't detect Han Jun's figure, his face became more and more ugly as he said, You actually dared to kill him? Hearing this, Xiaoya was stunned, then said in an extremely firm tone, He committed suicide. It has nothing to do with us. Ha ha ha, joke, he's alive and well. Why would he kill himself? In my old man's opinion, it was you who plotted him to death. Qingjin roared, Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, he's already dead. You can go back and report the situation with the ones from the Blade Court, Xiaoya said coldly. With these words, not only did Qingjin's face not improve, but it became even more gloomy. Oh, I'll be honest with you, old man. Before I came here, those three from the Court of Blades had given me a death warrant. If we can't find Han Jun, then old man will die too. Since I have to die either way, it's hard to get rid of my anger if I don't kill this brat. Qingjin pointed at Yi Mo, itching to eat the other party alive. If you demon extermination base dares to block me, then I will exterminate your demon extermination base. Qingjin yelled at Xiaoya. With these words, Xiaoya's face immediately became extremely ugly. She hadn't thought that Qingjin would actually be so heartless that he would actually dare to make a move against the demon extermination base. Yi Mo, You immediately bring Xiao Yao to the protection zone. There are defense formations set up by supreme powerhouses there that can guarantee your absolute safety. Xiao Yao said calmly towards Yi Mo. Yi Mo sniffed. His brows couldn't help but knit up and said, "What about you? I'm going to hold him off here. If I don't block it, then the people in the demon destroying base will all be finished," Xiao Yao said with a firm gaze. Hearing this, Yi Mo immediately clenched his fists. He knew very well that now was not the time for him to hesitate. The most correct choice should be to take Yi Xiao Yao to the protection zone, but if he left Xiao Yao alone here, then his heart wouldn't feel good either. Xiao Yao's coffin spirit attack is too weak and can only do defense, and although Tyrant has a chance to injure Qingjin, this condition of storing power is too harsh. Yi Mo thought quickly in his mind. Perhaps the coffin spirit aid that 7-7 gave to Xiao Yao will allow us to hold out for a while, but it's only a fend off. If only there were other means to injure Qingjin. Yi Mo's brows furrowed and his face was extremely grave. Right. The shadow ghost seems to be a transcendent 9-star. As long as the real body is hiding, the doppelganger doesn't have to be afraid of Qingjin at all. Together with the demon hunter, it seems like there's a chance to kill Qingjin. Come to think of it, the corner of Yi Mo's mouth suddenly revealed a smile, only to see him look toward Qingjin, a hint of confidence in his tone as he loudly chanted, "Shadow ghost split. Demon hunter, please come out and help me." As Yi Mo's voice spread throughout the entire demon extermination base, in one of the imprisonment sites of the demon extermination base, the demon hunter steeply lifted the coffin boards, and then directly transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the direction of the gate of the demon extermination base. The shadow ghost's true body, which had originally disappeared into the ground, also did not hesitate to order its detachment to rush towards the ground. Beside Yi Mo, Xiao Yao revealed an incredulous look at this moment. "Yi Mo, you're not thinking of killing him back, are you?" Xiao Yao's eyes widened as she pointed at Qingjin and said. Qingjin's face turned dangerous when he heard this. "Oh, demon hunters? Young Han was really killed by you guys," Qingjin said coldly. Regarding Han Jun's coffin spirit, Qingjin was also extremely clear. Now that Han Jun has disappeared and the demon hunter has befriended Yi Mo, who else could have caused Han Jun's death if not Yi Mo? No hesitation. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Qingjin's mouth as he picked up his cell phone and prepared to dial Han Sanjie's number. Yet just then, a figure emitting a ghostly green color appeared instantly, directly transforming into a residual shadow that flew past Qingjin's body. The speed was so fast that even Qingjin was unable to react. Poof! Bright red blood splashed out. Qingjin looked down at the arm that was originally holding the cell phone, and an incomparable anger flashed in his eyes. "My hand! You all must die!" Qingjin roared. However, in the next second, another residual shadow struck, and Qingjin's other arm broke once again. Looking at the demonic figure in front of him that was like a ghost, Qingjin felt his scalp numb for the first time. He hadn't expected that this coffin spirit of Han Jun would actually be so strong. Is this an S-class demon? Qingjin's heart trembled. At that moment, he shivered and hastily summoned the Phantom Wolf Lord. "Spectral Shadow Wolf Master, protect me and then kill that brat," Qingjin said. Hearing that, the Phantom Wolf Lord directly lifted off the tens of meters high coffin boards, then carried Qingjin with one hand and threw him over his shoulder, while the other hand was clenching his fist and ruthlessly smashing in the direction of Yi Mo and the others. Xiao Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of gravity when she saw the huge fist coming. Without hesitation, she directly mobilized most of the spiritual energy in her body and summoned a mirror to block in front of the crowd once again. Only a boom was heard. The spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's fist landed on the mirror as if it hadn't stirred up a single ripple, and all the energy was instantly absorbed by the mirror. Surprisingly, it can withstand my ordinary attacks? A look of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the Phantom Wolf Lord. At this point, Qingjin, who was standing on the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's shoulder, changed his face slightly after hearing this and advised, "Wolf Lord, stop trying. These guys are a bit tricky." When the Phantom Wolf Lord heard this, he turned his head to look at Qingjin and said with extreme arrogance, Some level 50 not even level 50 dirt dogs are just that. Let's see how my pack exterminates them." Having said that, only to see the ghostly blue flames on the Ghost Wolf Lord begin to drip down, landing on the ground and instantly transforming into 100 level 45 giant ghost wolves. As a B-rank coffin spirit, this move of the spectral Shadow Wolf Lords to summon the pack was one he was most proud of. As long as Qingjin's spiritual energy was sufficient, it could completely support it to summon hundreds of giant ghost wolves of the transcendent mortal rank or above. If it was in normal times, these 100 giant ghost wolves in front of them could completely push a small base city across, and could even cause great trouble to some of the legendary powerhouses. But right now, it didn't know how strong the configuration of Yi Mo and the others was. Those were two S-class coffin spirits, two extremely powerful A-class coffin spirits, and a tyrant that couldn't be viewed as normal. "Wolf Master, It's not appropriate to use this move. With these ghost wolves alone, it's not necessarily possible to kill them. Shinjin voiced out a reminder. Hear this. A look of disdain appeared in the eyes of the phantom shadow wolf lord as he said coldly, Pact Master, are you teaching me things? You're free to play then. Shinjin's face was extremely ugly. Now that he had both of his arms chopped off by the demon hunter, he was barely able to use his spiritual power to hurt people. Therefore, other than instructing the spectral shadow wolf lord from the side, his threat to Emo and the others had become extremely small. Besides, the speed of the demon hunter made him feel incredibly scared. If he took half a step away from the spectral shadow wolf lord's shoulder, then he would most likely be attacked by the demon hunters again. And at this point, Emo and the others looked at the hundreds of level 45 giant ghost wolves in front of them and their faces became extremely grave. Seemingly thinking of something, Emo turned his head to look at the demon hunter and said, Demon hunter, I remember that you have reached the evolvable stage now, right? This time, you went all out to help me out. And after this is over, I'll help you find all the evolutionary materials so that you can complete your second evolution. With these words, a look of excitement appeared on the demon hunter's face. Even if you don't give me any favors, I'll still relieve you, the demon hunter said indifferently. It's not easy to find my evolutionary materials. Are you sure? I'm sure. Emo nodded and said. When the demon hunter heard this, a confident smile flashed across his face as he said, in that case, then I'll help show you how powerful an S-class demon is when it reveals its true form. Having said that, only to see the aura around the demon hunter surging out crazily, instantly transforming into a terrifying demon with a wingspan of tens of meters and a height of more than 10 meters pouncing straight at the ghost wolves. In the blink of an eye, the demon hunter flashed with ghostly green flames and instantly killed more than a dozen giant ghost wolves. And Emo was not idle when he saw the scene, only to see him summon Tyrant and Chi-Chi in a hurry. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, go up and help the demon hunter, Emo said indifferently. He then looked at Shadow Ghost on the side and said, Shadow Ghost, your doppelganger is immortal. Go up and help as well. The real body will follow us to the protection zone. After saying that, Emo looked at Xiaoya again and said with a smile, let's go, Xiaoya. We're safe. After listening to Emo's words, the corner of the Shadow Ghost split's mouth hooked up into a hideous arc, and it immediately turned into a black stream of light rushing towards the giant ghost wolves. Now that its doppelganger wouldn't die, it naturally wouldn't have any scruples, so it wanted to try something. And aside, when Tyrant and Chi-Chi heard Emo's words, they also turned their heads to look at Emo and nodded. They were not strong enough to fight the Phantom Wolf Lord. However, when facing the giant ghost wolf that was differentiated from the soul of the Phantom Wolf Lord, it was possible to maneuver around it. Not to say that it was able to kill the giant ghost wolf, but at least it was able to ensure its own safety. Chi-Chi seemed a little eager to see how strong she was after she evolved. Without any hesitation, she directly summoned several ghosts to surround herself and her nearby companions. She then drew her sword and chopped a cold ice sword chi in the direction of the giant ghost wolves. Snort! The cold sword chi erupted with extremely terrifying energy, cutting off a giant ghost wolf at the waist, while the terrifying cold chi caused the surrounding 10 meters to freeze, freezing the two ghost wolves into ice sculptures. Xiaoya's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw this. It was her first 7/7 strike. Originally, she thought that Chi-Chi was just an auxiliary class S-rank coffin spirit, yet she didn't expect the other party to actually be able to kill the giant ghost wolf with a single sword. Although this attack had an element of sneak attack there, it was undeniable that Chi-Chi was not generally strong. Emo, your coffin spirit is so strong. You are worthy of being the strongest genius I have ever seen, Xiaoya said in surprise. Emo sniffed and revealed a hint of a smile, then put his hand on Xiaoya's shoulder and retreated more than 200 meters in several consecutive instantaneous steps, moving away from the battlefield in front of him. Let's not talk about this. Let's go first to the protection zone, Emo said with a faint smile. Hearing that, Xiaoya instantly looked up at the Phantom Wolf Lord, who was 200 meters away, and then surveyed the hundreds of giant phantom wolves that were surrounding the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghosts. Emo, why don't you go to the protection zone first? And remember to bring Xiaoya with you. I have to prevent these giant ghost wolves from attacking the other members of the demon extermination base right now, so I can't go to the protection zone yet. I'm going to stand guard here. Xiaoya shook her head and said, pointing to the dormitory building not far away. Emo sniffed and could only nod helplessly. He understood very well that Xiaoya, as the chief commander of the Zhengnan demon extermination base, had to be the first to rush to the forefront when encountering this kind of disaster, taking on the heavy responsibility of protecting the weak. Seemingly seeing the look of determination that appeared on Xiaoya's face, Emo could not continue to dissuade him. He then looked at Tyrant, who was closely following him on the side, and said, Tyrant, You cooperate with her and stop the giant ghost wolves that are intent on attacking the members of the demon extermination base. If you are in danger, just improvise. In short, save your lives. Hearing that, Tyrant nodded without hesitation. Immediately after that, it also roared and dramatically enlarged its body into more than 5 meters tall, standing next to Xiaoya with a huge sword in both hands. We can't let Tyrant go among the wolves this time. It's too dangerous. Yemo thought in his heart. He was extremely clear about the strength of his coffin spirit. Currently, Chi-Chi had evolved into a flying stiff girl, and her overall strength had completely surpassed that of the Tyrant. If Tyrant was now able to resist an A-ranked coffin spirit of around level 42, then Chi-Chi could easily deal with an A-ranked coffin spirit of level 45, because also under the blessing of his own god-level bodybuilder talent, the gap between the Tyrant's D-rank potential as well as Chi-Chi's S-rank potential was widening rapidly. Before the Tyrant's potential was promoted to C-rank, the gap between it and Chi-Chi would become more pronounced if it was higher in rank. The Tyrant is unwilling to use a high-level template. Otherwise, it should be able to decapitate the giant ghost wolf with its special skill right now. Yemo thought in his heart. Right. Why don't we let Tyrant try what effect instantaneous supermatter penetration has? Yemo's heart stirred and he quickly turned his head to look at Tyrant. Previously, he had always thought about killing over the top, so he had been letting Tyrant's the signature skill build up. While the effect is scary when it's built up, it takes some time, so there's a chance to dodge it when the enemy can react. But now, Yemo seemed to be the same about this matter, and an extremely excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. Tyrant, you can directly stop these guys with a supermatter penetration later. Yemo looked at Tyrant and said. When Tyrant heard this, he hastily nodded, agreeing with Yemo's words. Due to the demon hunter's extremely bizarre attacks, the giant ghost wolves almost targeted the demon hunter's body. Unfortunately, though, the demon hunter kept attacking. This was equivalent to infinitely unleashing its talent shadow body, which was completely harmless. As Qingjin looked at the scene in front of him, his face became incredibly ugly, and he couldn't help but say, Wolf Lord, you'd better listen to old man's command. These guys aren't as weak as you think. You'll have a hard time killing them. With regards to this B-class coffin spirit of his, Qingjin only felt extremely dissatisfied. This time, he had thought that with his treasured materials, he would use it to buy an S-class coffin spirit, and then spend a huge amount of money to slowly cultivate it. In terms of his experience in cultivating coffin spirits for legendary powerhouses, it would only take a few years to have the chance to cultivate the S-rank coffin spirit he bought to level 45 or above. If he waited until the S-class coffin spirit reached level 50 or above, then he could directly replace the status of the Phantom Wolf Lord, making the S-class coffin spirit the main battle coffin spirit. However, it seemed that this thought of his had long been known to the Phantom Wolf Lord, causing the Phantom Wolf Lord to develop an extremely strong sense of distrust towards him. Oh, listen to your command? Do you think I would listen? I'm just teasing this group of mole crickets. I'm not trying to kill, the Phantom Wolf Lord said coldly. Wolf Lord, you'd better not forget that it was old man who raised you step by step. If it wasn't for old me, you would have been lying in that dark gold dragon coffin for the rest of your life, never seeing the light of day, Qingjin said indifferently. Hearing that, the Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord immediately snorted a bit and said, if you hadn't contracted me, you'd probably be contracting just an E-rank or F-rank coffin spirit right now. If you hadn't contracted me, you wouldn't have been able to reach the heights of a legendary powerhouse. Now that you waited until you were strong enough, you actually want to play the trick of crossing the river and breaking the bridge. Do you think I will still listen to you in the future? The Phantom Wolf Lord said coldly. For coffin spirits that were lower than a rank or below, they were most afraid of reaching the end of their rank, because at that point, they had no more room to grow and lost the value of cultivation. So at this time, coffin suppressors who wanted to continue to improve their strength would choose a higher potential coffin spirit as their second coffin spirit. When the second coffin spirit grows up, it will either make the first coffin spirit a mascot or simply break the contract. Of course, there were also a small number of heartless coffin suppressors who would choose to kill the first coffin spirit after breaking the contract and seize the materials left on the other's corpse. And since Qingjin's intimacy with the Phantom Wolf Lord wasn't very high, Qingjin had the intention of doing so. Wolf Lord, what are you talking about? What crosses the river and breaks the bridge? We've been contracted for a full 30 years. How could the old man do such a thing? An unbelievable color flashed in Qingjin's eyes as he said in surprise. When the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord saw Qingjin looking like this, he couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression, and then coldly snorted. Whether or not you have this kind of thought, you know it in your own heart. Ouch, Wolf Lord, you've really misunderstood me. I really don't have such thoughts, Qingjin said with a face full of sincerity. Even if the old man has such thoughts, then you have to look at what's going on right now. If we don't all work together, there's a good chance we'll die here. Shinjin was busy explaining out loud. He then looked at the spectral shadow wolf lord and persuaded him bitterly. Little wolf, it's been many years since the old man has called you that. I hope you'll still listen to advice this time. And if we have any conflicts, let's wait until we've survived, shall we? If you and I are decapitated by these guys, won't our hallowed legendary overlord become the laughingstock of Jiangnan Bay City? Shinjin said with an ugly expression on his face. Hear this. The spectral shadow wolf lord glanced at Shinjin suspiciously, then nodded faintly, believing Shinjin's words. Since that's the case, then what do you say? I can listen to you next, the phantom wolf lord said indifferently. When Shinjin heard this, a sinister smile immediately flashed across his eyes before he coldly said, retract these soul detachments of yours. Under the premise of ensuring my safety, first kill the coffin suppressing master, and then break these coffin spirits one by one. See that kid? Old me wants you to break him into pieces. Shinjin pointed at Yemo, who was preparing to head to the neighborhood of the protection zone, and said viciously. A strong killing intent flashed in the eyes of the phantom shadow wolf lord as it heard the words, but it didn't exactly listen to Shinjin's words. These mole crickets in front of it had killed so many of its own pack members, so it must first kill these coffin spirits before anything else. An S-class demon is it? I don't believe you can block the overlord's attack, the phantom wolf lord sneered in his heart. Only a wolf whistle could be heard from it, and the giant spectral wolf detachment that was originally entangled with the demon hunters, shadow ghosts, and the like unexpectedly quickly transformed into a ball of blue flames, returning to the spectral shadow wolf lord's side and melting into one. The demon hunter and shadow ghost were a bit confused when they saw the giant ghost wolves that suddenly disappeared in front of them, and froze in confusion for a second, and yet at this very second, only to see the ghost wolf claiming to open its huge mouth and spew out a ghostly blue flame spit towards the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghost, only to see this flame spit with extremely terrifying speed, instantly enveloping a 100-meter radius, ruthlessly spitting on the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghost's body. Ah! Ah! Two miserable screams rang out as the demon hunter as well as the shadow ghost were directly blasted into the ground by this spitting breath as if they were being pressurized by a Tarzan. The incomparably hot high temperature spread out towards the surroundings, and the ability that erupted melted the entire 200-meter area near the gate of the demon extermination base into a sea of purgatory fire, scorching out a huge crater. And in the pit was the demon hunter's tattered body as well as the shadow ghost doppelganger that had turned into a weak shadow. 200 meters away, Xiaoya summoned a huge mirror and blocked it in front of her body, bearing the aftermath of the explosion as well as the scorching wind and waves. When the aftermath dispersed, Xiaoya looked at the scene in front of her and her body couldn't help but tremble a little. Only the gate of the demon extermination base, as well as the nearby roads and buildings, had disappeared and were reduced to rubble. This old man actually really wanted to destroy the demon extermination base. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with murderous aura as she said with incomparable anger, realize that, as a legendary one-star powerhouse, Shinjin was completely indistinguishable from a disaster when using his full power. If the Jiangnan demon extermination base did not have a defense formation laid down by a supreme being, Shinjin would have been able to completely level the entire demon extermination base within 10 minutes. Seemingly thinking of something, Xiaoya calmed down instantly. She looked at Yemo and said softly, Yemo, thanks to you, if it wasn't for you taking me out of the range of its attack, with Mirror Shadow's mirror shield, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of this overlord-class coffin spirit. Hearing that, Yemo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he squinted at the bottom of the nearly 200-meter-sized pit. When he saw the demon hunter's tattered and seemingly dying body, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the means of an overlord-level coffin spirit? Yemo squeezed his fist and muttered. Although he had no doubt about the strength of an overlord-class coffin spirit, the demon hunter was a lord-class S-rank demon, and with its demonic bloodline, it was perfectly capable of dealing with a much higher level than himself. Grade coffin spirit. However, this strike from the phantom wolf lord came down and directly crippled the demon hunter, which made Yemo not dare to underestimate any legendary overlord anymore. At the same time, Yemo was glad that he didn't send Tyrant to the wolves. Otherwise, with this strike, Tyrant would really be gone. Right. Where is 7/7's people? Yemo scanned around and didn't find Chi-Chi's figure. His heart suddenly tightened. The next second, however, as if there was a sense in his mind, Yemo directly discovered Chi-Chi's existence. At this moment, Chi-Chi was hiding deep in the ground, wrapping her tiny body in dozens of layers of shields of cold ice, resisting this move of the phantom wolf lord. Chi-Chi, are you alright? Yemo communicated. Master, I'm fine. I disappeared into the ground early, and it can't break my heavenly stiffness unbreakable body and cold ice immortal shield. Chi-Chi smiled and communicated Yemo. It was too close. If you were injured by this strike, I would be heartbroken, Yemo said with concern. When Chi-Chi heard this, she immediately communicated confidently. It's fine, I'm a 1,000-year-old zombie. My body is much stronger than a demon, definitely won't get hurt. Hearing this, Yemo was instantly relieved. The world knows that demons are strong, but how many ancient zombies are strong except for a few? At this point, Yemo chose to trust 7 sevens? Then he said indifferently, 7 sevens? Just turn on the big one and pull up the Demon Hunter and Shadow Ghost. With these words, Chi-Chi instantly emerged from the depths of the ground and came near the deep pit. When the Phantom Wolf Lord saw the scene, his eyes showed a flash of shock, followed by a hint of disdain as he said, a little fellow of the corpse race actually managed to dodge my attack. How interesting. Little wolf. Kill her, Qingjin said somewhat cautiously. There's no rush. She definitely won't be able to escape this time. Let me see what she wants first. The Phantom Shadow Wolf Lord laughed. The next second, however, only to see an extremely cold power steeply erupt from Chi-Chi's body, descending straight down to freeze tens of meters within the deep pit, turning it into a thick layer of ice. As the Phantom Wolf Lord watched the scene, he became more and more puzzled and laughed out loud. Could it be that this little guy is trying to preserve the corpse for this trashy demon? Feeling the fluctuations of infinite vitality coming from the ice, a cold sweat abruptly broke out from the corner of Qingjin's forehead. No, this isn't right. Make a move and kill her, or we might be in trouble. Ha, Contract Master. You're overthinking it. She's just a level 30 zombie. It's hard not to do anything to us. The Phantom Wolf Lord laughed. However, the Phantom Wolf Lord had just finished his sentence. The ice in the deep pit exploded precipitously, and two figures with full breath appeared before its eyes. And at that moment, the Demon Hunter and Shadow Ghost could not help but directly attack Qingjin and the Phantom Wolf Lord. Seeing the two opponents that suddenly appeared in front of him, the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord was immediately startled. Weren't you guys dying? How come you can fight again? When Qingjin saw this, his face also changed furiously. Crap, I know what's going on. This zombie can bring them back to life with full blood. Full-blooded resurrection. You're kidding me. Upon hearing Qingjin's words, a flash of incredulity immediately flashed across the eyes of the Phantom Wolf Lord. How could it not have thought that this small level 30 zombie in front of it would have this kind of heaven-defying divine skill? The next second, however, an incomparably strong pain came, causing the Ghost Wolf Lord's face to change drastically, only to see a huge ghostly green moon blade directly penetrate through its soul's virtual body, eroding a great gaping hole in the cold blue flames that burned around it. Griffin, you dare to sneak attack me? The Phantom Wolf Lord looked at the Demon Hunter in front of him and roared furiously. The Demon Hunter sniffed and snorted coldly. Could it be that you've forgotten about sneaking up on me just now? If you hadn't taken advantage of my inattention, how would I, an S-rank demon, have been crippled by a B-rank guy like you? With these words, the Demon Hunter seemed to vent his anger in his heart as he frantically slammed his skills towards the Phantom Wolf Lord. Fiery Clash. Suck the soul. Demon Eye Impact. The Demon Hunter shouted angrily, only to see countless ghostly green flames erupt out, instantly smashing onto the huge size of the Phantom Wolf Lord, erupting into a terrifying fiery storm. The Phantom Wolf Lord was attacked by these skills, and even with its Overlord-level body, it felt extremely painful. It seemed as if the Demon Hunter's attack was able to restrain its soul body, causing a flash of panic to flash through its heart. What are you afraid of? Your level is so much higher than his. Directly resist it hard and then use your skills to counterattack. Qingjin's face was extremely ugly as he angrily rebuked towards the Phantom Wolf Lord. It was also thanks to the fact that his hands had been chopped off by the Demon Hunter, or else with a character like his, he would have to give the Phantom Wolf Lord 2 slaps on the high and low. Hearing Qingjin's words, the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord instantly retorted. Its attacks are very restrained against me, capable of injuring my soul void body. And you're telling me to resist it hard? Then try resisting it? Saying that, the Phantom Wolf Lord once again brewed several extremely terrifying flame spits, ruthlessly covering a range of around several hundred meters in a circle. It wanted to use this move to block the Demon Hunters as well as the Shadow Ghost's path. After all, for a coffin spirit with a weak defense like it, only offense was the best defense. And at this point, all of the coffin suppressor masters who had just arrived within the protective zone felt a little numb after seeing this move of the Phantom Wolf Lord. Boom! Violent explosions rang out. Like a hurricane-like shockwave rolled up the ground, dust and building rubble toward the surrounding horizontal push-out. The training grounds, dormitories, and several streets near the main gate in the demon extermination base began to collapse into huge craters, and finally turned into a sea of fire under this blow. Within the protection zone, Xiaoya's eyes reddened as she looked at the scene in front of her, her pretty face showing endless anger. This was the first time since the Demon Exterminating Legion had established the base that someone had spread wildness in the base. And if Qingjin actually dared to destroy the base like this, then she, the chief commander of the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, would definitely be implicated. If it was just a removal, Xiaoya could still accept it. However, failing to guard the demon destruction base and causing it to be destroyed would definitely become a stain that could not be erased in her life. This guy, damn it! Xiaoya's petite body trembled. Her hands clenched her fists tightly, her red nails piercing into the hearts of her white palms, slowly dripping blood. When Yemo saw this, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and then let out a sigh. Right now, he didn't know how to comfort Xiaoya, because Qingjin couldn't get away from himself for making such a move. Xiaoya, I'm sorry. A trace of apology flashed in Yemo's eyes. If it was possible to rebuild the demon extermination base, Yemo would not hesitate to choose to pay for it. It's just that the issue concerning Xiaoya's reputation. But Yemo has no way to solve it. It's okay, it has nothing to do with you. The reason why the other party was like this had a lot to do with the Blade Court's intimidation. I'll find a way to shift the conflict out. Xiaoya looked at Yemo and shook her head. She was young enough to become the base commander-in-chief with her transcendent 5-star strength, so she naturally had superior wisdom. Aside from the taint of the destruction of the demon exterminator base that she couldn't erase, she had a chance to keep herself from being chastised too much. And now, since she had decided to die to protect Yemo, she would definitely let Yemo stay out of it. Doing so would undoubtedly allow her to infinitely draw closer to Yemo. As long as Yemo was allowed to join the demon exterminating army, or wait until the other party grew into a superpower, then her stain would be worthless in the eyes of others, and it would even turn into an honorable deed of discernment. Come to think of it, Xiaoya's face regained its normal color. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yemo and said seriously, let's find a way to get rid of Qingjin first. Afterward, I don't think I'll be punished too much. Hearing this, Yemo didn't think anymore in his heart, then set his gaze outside the protective zone. At this point, the outside of the protection zone was like a burnt ruin, with a searing heat emanating from everywhere. Due to the demon hunter's previous experience, its attacks had not stopped, so the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord had not suffered any repercussions from this attack. On the other hand, Chi-Chi and Shadow Ghost had long since disappeared into the depths of the ground, dodging all the damage. Wolf Lord, pretend to tangle with this demon and resist its damage for the time being, showing the enemy to be weak first. A sinister color flashed in Qingjin's eyes as he transmitted a voice in a cold voice. Wait until that zombie with the resurrection skill comes out. Then you will directly sneak attack her with a thunderbolt, then directly kill her. Hearing this, the Phantom Wolf Lord no longer retorted, then coldly looked at the demon hunter and directly raised his wolf claws to slap over. Seeing this, the demon hunter instantly transformed into a residual shadow and directly slashed at the huge wolf claw. Only a zipping sound could be heard, and the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's wrist was instantly chopped off by the moonblade, transforming into a ghostly blue soulfire that smashed into the ground and burned slowly. After a few moments passed, the Phantom Wolf Lord exchanged dozens of rounds with the demon hunter, but without exception, it was the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord who took damage, because it couldn't keep up with the demon hunter's speed, and because the demon hunter transformed into dark shadows from time to time, avoiding its scent and visual locks, causing it to only be able to passively defend itself. This fellow is worthy of being an S-class demon. I'm a bit powerless to take him. Should we retreat first? The Phantom Wolf Lord said with an extremely ugly face. Qingjin sniffed and also saw how tricky this demon was, only still unwilling to let go of this zombie that Yemo had summoned. No, if we don't take revenge today, we won't have a chance in the future. After all, attacking the demon extermination base, this kind of thing is enough for us to die 100 times. Qingjin said coldly. Pact Master, don't be a fool. I don't want to die, the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord hurriedly advised. Now that it's been confirmed that it was them who killed Han Jun, those three from the Court of Blades will surely come over to reclaim this demon right away when they find out. When the time comes, we can take advantage of the chaos to escape, and then blame the attack on the demon extermination base on the Blade Court, saying that they were behind it and wanted to avenge Han Jun. I'm sure they'll dog eat dog, the Phantom Wolf Lord said eagerly. Hearing that, Qingjin also nodded, agreeing with the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord's opinion. You have a point. By the time Han Jun's backstage at the Dragon City Demon Extermination Base meets up with the backstage at the Jiangnan Demon Extermination Base, there will definitely be a ruckus over this matter. They'll surely forget about minor players like us by then. Then let's go? The Phantom Wolf Lord raised an eyebrow and said. Good. Qingjin nodded without refuting. After saying that, Qingjin followed the spectral Shadow Wolf Lord into two streams of light and flew towards the direction of the Court of Blades in the inner city.